And his mother, his father, his family tree. You can find it. So yeah, I don't get it. I just don't get it.
I don't understand why they gotta bring them up. Like, leave these people alone. What the hell they got to do with Cain and Abel, and you answering the questions about like what sins they were committing? Like the reality is, if there was no law, how are they sinning? How would they even know, what a sin is? And he brought up, I didn't get to address this because I was going really fast trying to hurry up because I had to go live. But he said something about, he brought the point that the God told Cain, sin is at the door, you need to control it. And that's true. The God did say that. But the
Hmm.
pastor did not address the point that I brought up, that the God is all knowing. He knew that Cain would kill Abel. Telling
Hmm.
Cain to control something that you already know is going to happen is a fucking setup. It's a
Exactly.
setup when you're saying that, oh, he wanted to test their free will in the garden and he knew they were going to fail it. Like it's a setup.
Mhm.
If you're saying that Adam and Eve, that you inherited Adam and Eve's sin, you also inherited their spiritual death. You're saying that your God is creating babies on his conveyor belt and putting a corrupted soul and a dead spirit in the package and sending it down the mommy chute. It's a
Hmm.
setup. It's all a setup.
Yeah. I mean, you can't take that out the equation if he's a all-knowing God and he knows, past, future, and present. I mean,
Exactly.
he knew exactly what was going to happen when he did that. So there's, there's no getting around that. But of
Yeah.
course, they choose what God knows. They're not no different than the authors the writers who wrote the book. They chose what they wanted God to do and what they didn't want him to do. So it is what it is.
That's the thing. Like I think the thing about like asking these types of questions, I wonder why it never gets them to the point of saying, well, maybe this is just a story of origin, right? This is a story that was written to move the story along. Like the next incident, like the next dramatic incident had to happen, right, to move the story along. And that's why you don't, you know, hear about what really happened with them when they left the garden. And that's why these questions won't be answered because it's just a plot. It's a rising incident in a story. Like
Yeah.
that's literally what this has pointed out to me.
Yeah, to me, it's no different than the Lord of the Rings or anything like that. I mean, based on the time period, when I look at the Bible, I look at the time period, I look at what they could have known, and it's the simple things that they could have known. The rest is just magical, you know, thought. I mean, the sun, the moon, you know, the sky, the trees. This is obvious stuff, you know. The Bible doesn't go into nothing to me that I found in the Bible that goes outside of what they would have known at that time.
And that's logic, right? But they
Yeah.
they get mad when you ask these types of questions, and they get condescending when you ask these types of questions. But
Hmm.
logically, these are questions that any person who sits and thinks about this stuff would ask. Really quickly, what's up to the YouTube fam? Hey, Mini Tro, what's up? Chris, what's up? Marduk, what's up? Woken Stoke, what's up? Jag. I always say some shit. Jag, what's up? Henry Mars, what's up? Let's get a happy birthday to Dex in the chat over on YouTube, y'all. It's Dex's birthday. It's Ray the
Happy
Barber's
birthday,
birthday.
Dex.
Yeah, it's Ray the
Happy
Barber's
birthday.
birthday too.
Happy
Happy
birthday.
birthday to Ray as
Mhm.
well. Um, Thank y'all so much for being here. Again, we're not doing Free Form Friday because I just don't feel like begging Christians to be on a team with their fellow believers. I listened to Forrest Mendez is live today. He had a really good live, and hopefully he comes up tonight, or like in the morning, so people can follow him. I asked him to come on stage. This is my second time watching his live, and he hosts some really good lives. Get like deep into conversation. Like Sandra is bored but unbothered. Her lives are really good as well. I mean, I sent in some really good lives, but I'm trying to the ones that are like not as well known. I'm trying to like push people to them. Um, but in his live today, there was a guy in there who said he don't. It doesn't matter to him what other believers believe or what other believers think, and it shouldn't matter to him. I'm like, that's wild, right? If you're trying to assert that what you have is truth, you should care if it aligns with the people who also are claiming that your God is true. And you saying that only you only need to worry about what your truth is. Like it explains to me why they don't like coming on stage and being a team. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
like yeah, I'm not doing Freeform Friday. It's the regular uh format with the one-on-ones. Again, if you are a dragon, you know that you can come on stage at any time and participate in one of the conversations. Um, Nobody's speaking for you, Jamise. It doesn't say Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to Jamise. And on top of that, Jamise, I don't fucking know you. So how the hell can I speak for you? That don't even make sense. Like I swear, y'all come in here and y'all say some of the dumbest shit. But anyway, the conversations are ready to get started. Make sure that y'all share the live,
Not
hit the heart me.
already.
Like what? I bet she thought that was a gotcha. Like
Yeah.
I don't know you, girl, but you're
Hmm.
more than welcome to come up here and talk about what you want to say. You can come up here and tell us what you want to say. That's what these conversations are for. Hit your heart me's, share the live, do your populars, feed the beast. Let's get the conversations going. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are, oh, hold on, I'm sorry. What's up, Lala? How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I just woke up. I'm an hour and about 15 minutes awake, so I'm hyper.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, yeah, I'm hyper. So hopefully we have some good conversations. I got this. I'm on my second cup of coffee
Ooh, yeah.
already.
So you good and awake.
Yeah, yeah. So hopefully we have some
Hmm.
good conversations.
Y'all, let's get those likes to 50K. Like Thinker says, smash the hearts, send up the popular arrows, smash the hearts over in TikTok land. I mean, YouTube land, as well as subscribe and share.
That's what I feel like doing, Maddie. I feel like being the kid, like the guy that was on Oso's live today talking about this is my super duper. He said this is my super duper triple backup account. A grown ass man. Hold on. There was a Hebrew Israelite on Oso's live today. He's having a conversation right with Bash, and like he's just civil. But when Xena said something, he turned into a big ass kid, right? So Xena's like, all right, little baby bitch, I'm gonna shut up, I'm gonna be quiet. So they're talking, and then he asked Bash a question about like, why don't you do lives about Islam and Hinduism and all of this stuff. And I asked a question before Bash answered it. I said, well, can I ask like, why does that matter? Like, does does Islam affect your life on a daily basis? Like, Christianity affects our lives. He lost his shit. He turned into a kid. And then he started screaming, my daddy loves me. What? And then he said, this is my super duper triple backup account. And I was done. He turned into a whole ass kid, uh, like screaming Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Like, but yeah. uh, Asaki, hold on. I can't say your name. Asak Asayaki. Ooh, don't get me. Don't get me for saying your name wrong. How do you become a dragon? You have to be a nerd for at least 12 months. So when you hit the 12-month period, your badge will change to a dragon. And then you get the benefits of coming on stage and questioning during the one-on-ones whenever you want to. And then please put if you can't put the phonics in there because I want to make sure I say your name right. I'm so sorry. Us us I'm not gonna get it right. But if you put the phonics in there, I'll get it. I'll remember it and I'll get it right going forward. Oh, that was pronounced perfectly? Okay, awesome. All right, yeah, that's how you become a dragon. A Sayake. A Sayake. Didn't I say a sake? Why you say I pronounced it right? And I said a sake. It's a Sayake. A Sayake. Okay. I'm gonna remember that. All right, y'all. Let's go ahead and get it started. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. First, I guess we gotta have Chicago John. Let's have our Chicago John time. What's up,
And like
Chicago?
somebody did ask about wanted to be a dragon. I mean, you can be a baby dragon. You won't be a platinum dragon yet, but you know, a good dragon. He learns how to take his nap throughout the middle of the day. So when he does that, he can come here and be all nice and excited and stuff like that. Able to last at least 10 more extra minutes. He already knew how to plan the quality time with Mr. Nelson, and then Lala, see how she doing, and then talking about some stupid person that making a stupid ass video towards her that he didn't really understand, and he really didn't know that the people that don't like him. How dare you send him over to think that that's the stupidest thing you can do to make your Chick-fil-A looking ass manager. So, I mean, good
What
lord,
happened?
bro.
He
Uh,
called him a Chick-fil-A looking ass manager.
Oh,
like the
Uh,
book.
the
Hmm.
the guy that the pastor that was responding to the video that I made.
oh, okay.
Absolutely, that is definitely like a Chick-fil-A, like those Saturday morning preachers and stuff. Like, hey, everybody, come on, let's get over here. Like, can't wait to play the pigskin and everything. We all good. Nathaniel, don't hug too hard. That's a little bit of rainbow. We don't do that here. All right, but anyway, just make sure y'all get y'all subscriptions so y'all can, do your thing, come up here and speak about your mind if you care about the platform. And if you're on YouTube, go ahead and, do those power bucks and everything like that on YouTube. All right, I'm about to go to bed. Leave y'all alone. Good night.
All right. Good night. Chicago ain't got no sense. Now that that's out of the way. Now I love Chicago. All right, let's see here. That's your brother. Baby girl, I don't think you are connecting. Let's see. All right, you aren't connecting. Baby girl, if you are trying to come on stage, send your request again. Your connection timed out.
Anchor, whenever you get a chance, can you check our chat?
Yeah. I don't see anything yet, but it hasn't come through on my Mac yet. It takes a second, so I don't see it yet. Because I have to use my Mac while I'm live. I can't check it on my phone since I'm using my phone to stream to YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's gonna take a second to come to the Mac.
Okay.
Um, Zena, are you coming up as a host? Are you in the live on purpose, Zena? Uh, to to how do I pronounce your name?
It's Taharka.
Taharka. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm just here for a second. I just wanted to say to you, thanks for all the love in the chat and Forrest's live. That was all.
Oh, you're so welcome. Thank you for even being there. Like you're real intelligent, and I think you held your own and you were arguing your points really well. Yeah, it was a great conversation.
Yeah, I appreciate it. All
You're very welcome.
right, take care.
All right, have a good one. Hey, Zena May,
Hey, you guys. What's up, Thinker?
how are you?
Good. How are you tonight?
I'm doing good. Are you with us for the long haul?
Yes, I had
Hey,
my Red
Zena.
Bull. Hey, Lala Boo. Hey, again. I did. I had my Red Bull already. I got my little pretzel bites. I got the cheddar, some now laters, and I got me some body armor. Well, I'm up.
Yay! What is body armor?
A body armor. It's like I won't really call it energy drink. It's like a Gatorade, but I don't
Oh,
know.
okay.
I like it
Yeah.
because I feel like it has more like B12 and all these other good supplements. And I really do actually feel a difference when I drink it, and I feel like replenished actually.
Oh, I don't know why I thought you was talking about something that you put on your body.
The
I'm like,
armor
it's
of God.
some pheromones or something. I don't know. Carice. I,
Hold on, let me.
yeah, I don't think they meant to come up here. All right,
Mm,
y'all. The only person in the box right now is Theo. I'm gonna bring Theo up, but if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Hey, Theo,
Hello,
how are you?
I'm fine, and to be honest, I've been doubting ever since I tried debating with another Christian about God, and then the only thing they seem to spew out of their mouths is the resurrection of Jesus. How atheism is irrational, and to be honest, the only thing that seemed irrational to me was the way that they spewed out Jesus. Jesus is only Jesus, and how the Old Testament doesn't seem to be to he doesn't want to have the Old Testament, and the fact that I was literally bothered by the Old Testament and how I use it to justify why I shouldn't believe in a God, and I don't know.
So, like, you do know that there are things in the New Testament, right? Um, like you don't have to stay in the Old Testament. But when you say that you are doubting, what is it that you're doubting?
I'm starting to doubt whether Christians Christians seem to be a good source of information for to question these things, and to help my deconstruction journey.
So for me, the conversations with believers are not to teach me what's in the book, right? I can read the book to learn what's in the book. I can study history, right, to learn about what happened in the ancient Near East. I don't need the Christians for that. The conversations that I have with believers or people that are deconstructing is about how this belief affects has have an effect on um, humans today, right? And the things that we see happening in our world, the mindset of a person, and the way a person thinks, and the way they engage with these ideas, right? That's what I find valuable when I am able to have a conversation with a believer. But you can you can learn what's in the book, right, by just studying, right?
Yeah.
Right, the Old and the New Testament. Most
Ooh.
believers don't study the Old Testament. You know, a lot of them are just now learning about a lot of the stuff that the God of the Israelites did in the Old Testament, because they are mostly only preached Jesus. And then the Jesus that they are preached is this westernized uh social justice Jesus that says, feed the poor, um, you know, um, love God, love your neighbor, be meek, be humble, turn the other cheek. Right there, give unto God what is God's. Right, and so they're only taught those things. Marry, man and a woman are supposed to be married. The man is the head of the house. Women are subject to men. Children obey your parents. Um, heaven and hell, right? Like they're taught those things. They're not taught the history behind the Israelites. They're not, so they don't know, right? So when you go to them and you are trying to find this information, you're feeling a little disappointed, and rightfully so. But you don't necessarily need them to study. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, for me though, I would see them more of a stumbling block in my deconstruction journey, and I'm stuck in Kings because I don't want to see any more bloodshed, and the fact that I still have like thousands of more pages to do to read in the Bible is just, it's just sickening. I can't handle that. I can't handle that. My innocence can't handle all the bloodshed, all the rape, all the murder, and please tell me there. I really need to read the Bible so that I can just burn it afterwards and say you shall not do more damage to me anymore.
I get it. It is difficult. It's difficult to read. Some of that stuff is very violent, uh, you know, graphic in nature, very vulgar. And so take your breaks. Like, don't try to bulldoze through it. And if you ever feel like it's too much for you, just put it down. But if you feel like talking to, Christians about it is, causing a problem with you for you, don't do it. Don't talk to Christians about it.
Yeah, even though the gruesome parts, I told another Christian, the gruesome parts of the Bible, and they said that they will still worship God even though God does those evil things. Like, where's the empathy? Where's the sympathy for the victims of God? But um
So don't, when you talk to believers, like, you're the same way you don't want them trying to convert you. Like, don't let your goal of your conversation with believers be to convince them not to worship their God, right? Don't let that be your goal. You're gonna, yeah, you're gonna drain yourself out. Like, um, if that is your goal and you don't see any other value in talking to them about it, it sounds like maybe you shouldn't be talking to them about it, right? Like, for example, in here, when you sit in here and you listen to us have conversations with believers, do you ever hear us say you should be an atheist or don't worship your God, or like, do you ever hear us say that to a believer?
no, and to be honest, I don't want to convert anyone. I'm just having an honest conversation with someone random in the internet. Yeah, just
Yeah,
having some random conversations.
yeah. Don't let it get to you, too much. Um, if it's getting you down and causing you stress, put it down. Don't have those conversations. It's just simple as that. You know.
Yeah, but to be honest, the conversations that um uh I had with this Christian is like, it's a kind of a repeat, and I don't want to I don't I don't want to do that anymore, and I'll just focus now on things that would help me speed up my deconstruction. And to be honest, you guys in the community, it's heartwarming to see that there's still good people in the world, nice people in the world, kind people in the world, empathetic people in the world who knows how to give emotion and probably help me become a better and guided person in life. And thanks for that, Miss Tinker. And to be honest, Christianity, when when I started leaving Christianity, I felt a sense of like this boulder was lifted up from my back, and that I don't have to worry about praying or doing stuff because praying doesn't work. you help yourself. And to be honest, we all help each other. Humans need to help each other. Even animals help each other. And animals, they don't believe in a god. We're the only humans who ever believed in a god. Not cats, not dogs, and even the insects. They don't care about our gods. We are the only animals that care about gods. So why not let it go and just be free? We all need to be free.
Yeah. Well, like I think the thing that'll make it a lot easier for you, less stressful, is like focus on your deconstruction and not on, you know, the goal of why people haven't let it go. And then when you have the conversations, if you just, focus on the belief that they hold and how that belief affects society, right? Um, it'll feel less of a burden that you're trying to carry. Like you've you know have cast off this big ass stone from your back. Like why would you pick up somebody else's, right?
Oh yeah, I really need to stop inserting myself into other people's business, especially when I know that it can lead to awful things like my mind being shattered into millions of pieces just because you'd allow someone to do bad things to other people and not feel any empathy. And I get that. I really need to break the mindset. And
Yeah, like
yeah,
if you want to talk about empathy and like raise awareness about the lack of empathy, then focus on that. Like, you know, gear all your conversations towards that, not converting them away from their belief system. Because the reality is, right? Like, I saw a video of a young lady on the FYP who had, found like the Nag Hammadi, and she's in her, deconstructing. She's found a God for her that is peaceful, that doesn't have all of these uh, beliefs, these ideas that stem from discrimination and superiority and hatred and war and violence. Like, if she has found something that makes her a better person, right, that isn't promoting hatred and harm, like what harm is that, right? And why does it matter to me that she has a belief in a God, right? Like, who cares? Like, if an adult has a friend that they believe lives in another planet and they talk to that that alien every day, as long as it's not causing harm or convincing them, they're not convincing themselves that this entity is convincing them to harm another person or harm themselves. What does that have to do with me, right? But when the conversation then turns into, my God told me that I am supposed to have your land, or my God told me um, that I need to tell you that you need to accept it and believe the way that I believe, and if you don't, then this is going to happen, right? You're gonna burn for eternity, or um, hold on, Eduardo, like what the fuck are you typing in my comments? Like, are you being a big ass child? Like, do you realize that you are melanated? Do you realize that you're melanated? And you could type it all in one word. You do know that the AI isn't going to do anything. You could type it all in one word. As a matter of fact, if whenever you're ready, Eduardo, you can come up here and you can scream it.
okay. And Miss Tinker, it's not my business, but well, the way that the two Christians I went in life, they said that atheists are going to burn into hell. Hell is made for those who reject God. They implement that fear, to be honest. And and I'm so disgusted by this fear tactics that maybe, it will inspire me to write something, a story about one is a god who is peaceful, and one is more so like the Christian god. And I don't know, maybe I write fan fiction Bible that will be created for those worlds. And to be honest, my my world is so imaginative that even I can imagine the horrific scenes in the Bible, all the bloodshed, all the grape, all even even I have a faint picture of Moses sitting in my mind, waiting to be let out. And to be honest, imagination is really wild when I'm in my teenager mode. And of course, um knowing the fact that I need I need to finish my journey, actually. And well, thank you for being a part of my journey. And I'll never forget the lessons. And I'm still sorry about lying about my age, because, well, I was curious. Curiosity drew the cat, and here we are talking about deconstruction. Yeah.
It's okay. So we love having you around here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and your imagination is, you do have a powerful and creative imagination. You're great at drawing, right? And you're a
Yeah.
real intelligent young man. So that's one of the reasons why we let you stay, despite the lie, and we forgave you for it.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you for coming up. Did you have a good birthday?
Yeah, I did. And one thing, I'll stop and just listen to those two Christians, and not become a guest, because it's hard to talk with brick walls. Yes, it's hard to
It's
talk
very
with brick walls.
frustrating.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it's very frustrating. So
Yeah.
yeah, just focus on your own deconstruction at this point. Keep drawing, and write your fan fiction, and that'll be, some good stress reliever for you while you're,
Yeah.
reading through the Bible and studying. But thank you for
Yeah.
coming up. Okay.
Okay, and remember, guys, to stay hydrated, because we need water in our bodies. And please, let me down, let me down, let me down, let me down,
All right, also.
let me down, 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 down.
Theo.
I swear.
He
I
is funny.
swear. Oh my gosh, that kid is
Such a
so
little
funny.
ham.
You said he's a little ham.
Just such a little ham. Just want to take his
Yeah.
little teeth and be like, all
Why
right.
do you love a God?
That's, yo, when I saw your video to the sweat, I said, wait a fucking minute. It was cute though. It was
Oh my
cute.
God.
Not him doing a remix though on his face. I said, oh, I love it.
Daily motivation. Give me just a second. Go ahead and go on mute. Give me just 1 second, okay? Oh, Eweezy. Thank you. Yeah, that's for Theo's. Why do you love a God? All right, y'all. I was hoping you come up in the morning when we have, the larger audience, but if you can come back in the morning too, that'd be great. But y'all, this is Forrest Mendez. If you're not following Forrest, go ahead and hit the follow button. This is who I was talking about at the beginning of the live. I said in his live earlier today, and I don't normally my attention span is so fucked. And like if I consider your live, that means you have drawn my attention and you're talking about things that makes me think. And twice Forrest has had some really good lives that I've sat in. So if you're looking for more deconstruction content with conversations that go deep, uh, that evolve, right? Go ahead and follow Forrest. How you doing, Forrest?
I'm doing well. Taharka told me that you were looking for me, and I feel like I'm being summoned before a judge and I have a warrant or something.
Oh no. What?
I
No,
feel I
did you
feel
see
humbled
my
to be up here.
did you see my message in your life telling you to come up so I could shout you
No,
out?
I feel humbled to be up here. I watch you. I literally fall asleep to your voice probably 3 nights a week. You got a very calming, soothing voice, and I actually fell asleep earlier because of the conversation between John and the rest of everyone. I I, I
Yeah.
I began to close my eyes and rest my eyes, as an old man would say, and I woke up 5 hours later.
It was a good conversation. Sometimes I fall asleep in the live. I'm not gonna lie, but in my lives, but it was a good conversation. Like I said, this is the second time that I've watched her live, and the conversation has evolved. And I like to try to help, deconstructionists uh, grow their account and get more people because, like it's a lot of people. Um, that I feel we need to reach when we having these conversations about empathy and how humanity has become indifferent and why this has happened with these beliefs and all of that. So, yeah, I just want to say thank you so much for doing what you do.
Thank
And if you
you.
can come back up in the morning when we have the more people in here, so we can, you know, get you in front of more people,
Yeah,
that would be a good
no,
thing.
absolutely. I appreciate that, and I was trying to keep it fairly balanced earlier with the 4v4. I do political debates too, but I don't do them necessarily when I host them. But now that I'm kind of getting into the space where we're about to be, like moving towards talking about midterm elections, I also have a passion for politics just as much as religion. But I can understand that there's a lot more people that are more interested in talking about religion in a respectful way because their religion requires them to be a little bit more civil.
Yeah, and the to be honest, like the religion does feed into the politics, like the things that people believe, right? They vote based off of those things, and they choose who they follow based off of those things. So they kind of blend hand in hand. Like Ty the goddess, she does both political and religion, and they just flow together in her lives as well. Ty is another one that does really good lives that I can sit in. So, and that there's a lot of people in here. Like Lala loves political lives. We're still trying to get Lala to go live.
Yeah, they go hand in hand, and I'm a big fan of yours. I'm a big
Well,
fan of Ty. Go ahead, Lala.
I said I will soon.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You said you will. Yeah, no. Ty is a person that I admire a lot for her courage. I'm a person that I stand up for the people that can't speak up for themselves, or when people aren't around. I know that there's a lot of hate centered around both the politics and the religion with certain communities, whether it be because of the nature of the orientation of the person that you love or your skin color. These things are things that I often try to teach people that these things aren't choices; they're inherent to who you are. And I'm often faced with a lack of compassion, empathy, and this is seems to go hand in hand with the far right and very religious or extremist people. And I'm really concerned that people don't take enough care or compassion or love for one another, or we don't have like this human empathy that like it seems to be inherent, but a lot of people just tend to ignore it. And I think that it's important to make sure that we're standing up for the people that can't stand for themselves. And so I think that silence is violence. And that's why I try to bring these issues to the forefront, because it's important to have these discussions. Because if we can change even one person's ideology and move them towards a better rationale or a better code of ethics or conduct or morality, then we've succeeded in what we're set out to do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what it's all about. And you can really tell that from your live. So, again, I appreciate you, for doing what you're doing. Um, Looking forward to more content from you. And I'll see you in the morning so we can do this one more
Thanks.
time.
Yeah, no, I'll come by whenever. I'll be waiting with bated breath. I really appreciate being up here. I feel very humbled to be on this panel because I've learned a lot on this panel. And I'd be like, I'm not kidding. I mean, like, if it comes to like the trinity of deconstruction, I would say it's like you, Justin deconstruction, and then like we've got like a tie-in with Mezzo and Joel being like the comedy relief for
Mezzo
the
and Joel are the same people.
yeah, that's why I kind of put them. I mean, they just go hand in hand. They're always in each other's lives, and they're just silently hilarious. Like before you realize it, Mezzo's made a joke out of you on his whiteboard, and he did it without even like cracking a smile.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate being up here really much, a whole lot. Actually, I want to say happy birthday to Theo. My birthday will be on Tuesday, and I'll be running a live stream if I can, like all day.
Oh, okay. Well, happy early birthday. Thank you so much for stopping by, and I hope you get some good rest tonight.
Thank y'all very much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a good one. Daily motivation. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
That's good. Can I get your age, please, and let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, please.
Okay, I'm 29 years old and I'm a believer.
Okay. The topic tonight is we're still discussing the time period of Adam and Eve from the point of
Okay.
their sin, okay, to the point Cain kills Abel. So right up until Cain kills Abel, there are a couple of questions that I have that I'm trying to understand from the perspective of a believer, right?
Okay.
As a believer in the God of the Bible, do you subscribe to the original sin, the spiritual death, and the fall of man concept?
Yeah.
Okay. My first question that I have before we move to them outside of the garden is to understand their spiritual death and what it is. Okay.
Yeah.
So, have you ever thought to yourself what Cain and Adam and Eve's spiritual life was before that spiritual life died?
Yeah, I've thought about it. Yeah.
Okay. So, what was a spiritual life for Adam and Eve?
I think the spiritual life of Adam and Eve was the was the fellowship they had.
What do you
You
mean by
know,
fellowship? Can you be more specific?
then, at that early stage they were in, they had the fellowship with God, when God was, his presence was in the garden with them. They fellowshiped with him, they had direct contact to God. So that's the spiritual life. Or that's my own
So,
belief of the spiritual
okay,
life they had.
okay. And so I might, repeat what you say so that I can make sure that I'm understanding what you
Yeah.
mean. Okay. So when you say fellowship with the God in direct contact, are you saying like when they had spiritual life, like they were connected to this God spiritually, they could see the God physically and talk to him physically? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that all this spiritual life allowed them to do is to see and talk to him physically and be in his presence physically? Is that it?
No, it gave them, charge over the earth, the garden, everything, animals and everything in it.
So the spiritual life is what allowed them to have charge over the earth and over the animals?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that it?
Yeah. Pretty
Okay.
much. That's it.
All right. And so when they spiritually died, is this the point to where they could no longer see the God, no longer talk to the God physically? Like that was the moment of divine hiddenness. Is that they could only
That
talk to the God in their head at that point now?
no, that was the moment of shame. Their eyes were opened
No, no, no. Yeah, I
and they saw
get
that they
that.
were naked. Okay.
No, yeah, I understand that. I'm saying like the spiritual death, right? When you say that spiritual life was that they could see him physically and talk to him in his presence physically, right? That had direct
Yeah.
contact. So
Yeah.
spiritual death would mean they no longer had direct contact, right?
Yeah.
Which means that they could no longer see him physically, right?
They could still hear him. There was no connection between both. That fellowship they had, coming together, talking. I don't know what they were talking about or what they usually talked about, but
Not what they were talking
that
about. I'm still not. Don't focus on
But
what they were
that
talking about
connection
just
was
yet.
not there.
Uh,
Just
daily
let me.
motivation. Hold on, hold on.
Okay.
Don't focus on what they were talking about just yet. I'm still
Okay.
trying to understand the physical death, because if you say physical life is that they could see him physically, right, and talk to him physically in his
Yeah.
presence is
Yeah.
physical life,
Yeah.
then physical death would be the opposite, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that means that they could no longer see him physically, and they could no longer talk to him in his presence physically when they spiritually died. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So then that's when divine hiddenness happened, and all they could do was like pray to him in their head and talk to him that way, like y'all do today. Is that correct? Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah, yeah, you're correct. You're correct.
Okay. And then when they spiritually died, you said spiritual life is what allowed them to have charge over the earth and over
Yeah.
the animals. When they
Yeah.
spiritually died, did they lose charge over the earth and over the animals in that
Yeah,
spiritual death?
they lost it. They lost it because,
Okay.
know.
Lost
Okay.
charge. Okay. All right. And so now that I understand what spiritual life and spiritual death is, let's move outside of the garden. They have now sinned, right? And they're outside of the garden building their life. Okay.
Yeah.
Adam and Eve have a child, and that's Cain. Cain grows up to be 1 years old, I guess, or I don't know, maybe 5. And then they have Abel. Abel is an infant, and Abel becomes a toddler. They become adolescents, then they become teenagers, then they become young adults. So we
Yeah.
have probably a period of maybe 2 to 3 decades where Adam, Eve, Cain, and Abel are the only 4 humans on earth, correct?
Yeah.
Are you following me? You sound really
I'm
quiet.
following you. I'm following you. Yeah.
Okay. And so during this time, it appears that Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel, are able to live life without being bothered by Satan, without a manifestation of this wickedness that just like destroys humankind, right? What I want to understand is, what if sin is so bad and Satan is so evil and bad? What was happening with sin and Satan during the time that Adam and Eve were having babies and raising their kids, right before, up until that point where your God is talking to Cain and Abel, when they're bringing the offerings to your God, and Cain kills Abel? What's happening with Satan and sin during that time that Adam and Eve are raising their babies and stuff?
Well, it wasn't on record. Not everything was on record.
Yeah, what sins could they possibly have committed during that time? Right, is my question. Like, if sin, like, the belief is that they had a spiritual death, right?
Yeah.
And they're now, humanity is now infected with this sin nature. So their
Yeah.
babies are born, and their babies are inherently evil.
Yeah.
Adam and Eve are evil now, right? And so it appears that this evil wasn't evil enough to corrupt the 4 humans that were living on earth until your God comes back on the scene.
They were not evil. They were
Well,
not
isn't
evil.
sin evil?
They just
Didn't your God say that humans are born evil at heart from youth?
they just had the knowledge of good and evil.
Is
That doesn't make
sin
you
it
evil.
is
That doesn't
sin
make you evil. They had the
is
knowledge of
sin
good and
evil?
evil.
So did your
Yes,
God lie when he says that man is born evil at heart? With evil in heart?
man has evil in his heart. That is it. That he has the knowledge of good and evil.
No, your God says in Genesis 6, when he decides to flood the earth, he
Okay.
says that man is born with an evil heart, right?
Okay.
Let's see. He says, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, he says, hold on, let me. Okay. It says, the Lord saw that the wickedness of the humans was great in the earth, and that every inclination of the thoughts of their heart was only evil continually.
Okay.
Right.
So, okay.
And then if we go on to Genesis 9, give me just a second. I
Okay.
believe it's Genesis 9 where he says, he said, when he gives the promise that he won't do this again, he
Okay.
says,
Okay.
hold on, I will not flood the earth. God says, between you and me, I will remember my covenant. Let's see. As for me, I'm establishing a covenant. Is it 9 and maybe 8? Let's see, maybe it's verse 8 where he says that he won't do it because he knows that humans are evil. Yeah, here we go. Let's see. I will never again curse the ground because of humans, for the inclination of the human heart is evil from youth. Right? So
Yeah.
that means that your God is saying that humans have an evil heart from childhood, right?
Yeah.
And this sin, right? That it's sin that Christians are saying is the inherited original sin from Adam and Eve is now in Cain and Abel, right? This
Yeah.
evil inclination of heart that your God is talking about. Then you also have Satan on earth.
Yeah.
And the belief is that Satan wants to destroy this God's creation, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have Satan on earth who's evil. Would you say Satan is evil?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so Satan is evil. Sin is evil from birth. I'm trying to figure out why we don't see the manifestation on the four humans, right? Like this, you would think that like a disease, when it enters the body and it spreads from one human to the next, that disease is going to destroy or is going to at least, cause problems. You don't see that for at least 2 to 3 decades until your God comes and incites jealousy in Cain. It's almost like the sin was dormant, right? Like the disease was dormant and your God was the activation. That's what it seems like to me. So I'm asking you if you can help me see it differently.
Okay. Well, to start with, you understand, God has no problem with the humans, you understand? Because he knows that the humans are just humans, you understand? The issue he had was with, if you read the Bible, you saw that he never cursed the humans. He only cursed the earth for the sake of the humans. But he cursed the devil. You understand? To tell you that he channeled his grievances properly to the genesis of the issue. You understand? The only thing he did was to curse the earth for the sake of the humans. You understand? That's their
But
punishment.
why are we
You
talking about
understand?
the earth being cursed? I'm asking you about Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel,
That is what
their in their
that's where
life.
I'm heading to. That's where I'm heading to.
I'm asking about Adam and Eve, Cain and
Okay.
Abel, and their life right when they left the garden,
Okay.
right before Cain kills Abel. It
Okay.
appears that this sin is in remission during that time.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you? That the
It
sin
doesn't.
goes into remission during
Uh,
that time?
no, it doesn't make sense because you know, they at that point now they are now in their full human nature, disconnected from God. You understand? Because it wasn't anymore. It wasn't easy for them anymore. You understand? So You know,
I don't understand. What do you mean
Cain,
they were not
Cain,
in their full human nature? What do you mean?
they were,
Are you
they
in
were
your full
now,
human nature?
they were now in their full human nature, disconnected from God. That's what I
Oh,
said.
are you saying they are now in their full? So before, when they were spiritually alive, they were not fully human. Is that what you're saying?
They were in a superhuman nature. You
They were
know,
superhuman.
yes,
What could they do with these superhuman abilities?
they could understand animals. They could understand trees, plants. You know, they knew what each plant was for. They had the knowledge of all these things. They understand animals. You know, it
I've
was
never
Adam that it was
understood.
Adam that gave the name of all the animals. You understand? God gave him the authority to name all the animals, and he did it. So that was the authority that he was operating in. You know,
So the
so
human that created the chicken and named the chicken was he superhuman?
it was a name. It was probably passed down, and when languages came up, everybody had their
No,
own language
I'm
of the
talking about
chicken.
today. I'm talking about in our world today. Humans bred, I think, a hen and a rooster and created the chicken. Like the chicken is a hybrid between two different birds, right? So the man or people that bred the chicken and named it chicken, what did they do that from superhuman abilities?
It has always had a name, but
The
it came in
chicken
different.
always had a name.
It came in different languages. You understand? It came in different languages. You understand?
Okay, don't worry
But
about
it
the
had a
English
name.
word. Don't worry about the English word for it. Like
Okay.
it's still human. Whatever the name was in any language, that's still human. But the fact that a human created this hybrid animal that we eat today and named it, what did that come from? Superhuman abilities is my question.
Yes, yes, yes. Because what God said was that whatever He names it is what it's going to be.
Thank y'all so much for the 1,000 subs. I appreciate y'all.
So
I'm
whatever.
not talking. Adam wasn't the one that named this chicken, and your God wasn't the one that created the chicken.
Okay.
The
So
chicken the chicken is man made.
who created it?
Uh, the chicken was created by humans. It was created by breeding two different types of birds that then
Okay.
created this hybrid animal.
Who created the two beds?
It doesn't matter who created the two
No, it
birds.
matters. It
No, no,
matters.
no. Listen,
It does.
listen. No, it don't. Listen to what I'm saying.
So how did it come? How
I'm
did it come
trying to
about?
listen. I'm trying to understand if the humans that took these two birds and
Okay.
breeded them, right?
Okay.
If it and came out with this chicken, did they have supernatural abilities in today's time?
It has always been. It has always been. It has always. God created all these things: the fowls of the air, the the beasts of the land, and the fishes in the sea. You
Right? Are you
understand?
saying chickens were in the Garden of Eden?
Yes.
That how if chickens were created in our time, in our age?
Chickens were not created in our time and in our age. Now, chickens has always been there. Now, chickens are
No,
all over the
no, they
world.
weren't. Can you show me a
Chicken,
chicken in the Bible?
chickens are all over the world
Yeah,
because
can you show me where they had when your God wanted chicken eggs or people were like passing chicken eggs in the Bible? Because eggs are really popular. Would you agree that eggs is something that almost every household has?
yes,
Okay. Do you find it interesting that your God doesn't ever ask for eggs?
he talked about eggs in the
Where?
Bible. The
Where?
in Proverbs.
What does
Sorry,
he
in
say
Job.
about where?
Sorry, in Job. In
Proverbs
Job.
what?
In
And
Job.
Job what?
He talked about the ostrich.
Not ostrich, chicken eggs. Do you
He
eat
talk,
ostrich eggs for breakfast?
you're saying that he never talked about eggs.
I'm talking
Like it
about
wasn't
chicken
important.
eggs. Chicken eggs. The eggs that we eat for breakfast. The eggs we put in our cakes. The eggs that
Okay.
we, yeah, chicken eggs.
Why would he talk about eggs in the Bible?
Did your God not require food brought to him so that the priest could eat?
The food was not for him. It was
The
for the
food was for
priest.
the. I just said, did your God not require food brought to
For
him
the
so
priest.
that the priest could eat? And the priest would take parts of those offerings, right? Burn
Okay.
it, right? So your God
Okay.
could smell it because he didn't
Okay.
have like physical teeth and he had to like only smell it. So
Okay.
then the priest would eat whatever the people brought. Like this was their
Yes.
grocery store.
Yes.
And in that grocery store that your God set up for the priest was never chicken eggs.
Eggs. Eggs for what?
Because what do you eat eggs today?
Yeah, I eat eggs today.
Okay, I eat eggs. Zena,
But
do you eat eggs?
they had other things to eat.
Yes, ma'am.
They had
Okay,
bulls.
but I'm
They
asking
had
about
bigger things.
chickens. But I'm
Wait a
Chickens were
asking
minute.
not
about chickens. You're claiming
chickens
that
were not
chickens.
important.
You're.
Probably
It
chickens
is
were not
important because it's a part of my question. You're
okay.
claiming that chickens were in the Garden of Eden,
So
right?
what
And
about
I know that chickens are a hybrid animal, and you're trying to tell me that that's not correct. That chickens were in the Garden of Eden, and your God created chickens,
yes.
but that's not true.
So how did he? So he must require the chickens for the sacrifice or what? Or for he had cows. There were cows there. There were rams there. There were goats there. Which were more important? Which had bigger
I
meat?
don't care. I'm not asking about no cow. Chickens came about let's say around the first century Rome. They were not in the Garden of Eden.
So
Humans bred two animals together, right?
okay,
To create this hybrid animal. So what I'm
okay. So
trying to understand from you is you said that Adam and Eve had supernatural abilities because they could name animals. And so I'm
yes,
trying to ask if that equates to today's time when a human made two birds have sex and their baby came out to be a chicken.
okay.
Did that human make that decision supernaturally? Like was that human supernatural? Like Adam?
That's they are still humans. You understand? Look, God gave humans the authority. You understand? That authority that God gave Adam, we are still, in a way, tapping into it because human has taken control of his environment. You understand? We've built um, aircrafts, we've built submarines, we've built ship, we've taken control of our environment. You understand? So God didn't take that ability away. You
Okay, so
understand?
when they spiritually died, they didn't lose this superhuman ability. Humans
They didn't
didn't
lose.
lose
No,
this superhuman ability.
they didn't lose their ability.
So but you said that they became fully human when they spiritually died and
Yes,
sinned.
yes.
So they became fully superhuman humans?
No, they became humans. They became disconnected from
I'm
God.
confused. I'm
I'm
so
so
confused.
confused.
They
I'm
became
lost.
listen. They became disconnected from God, but they didn't lose their. Just like Lucifer. Lucifer is disconnected from God, but he didn't lose his abilities to do whatever he wants to do.
Okay, so are
You
you a
understand?
superhuman?
Superhuman. I'm a human.
Are you a superhuman? You said humans didn't lose their superhuman ability, right? When they got
Yes.
disconnected from the God. So are you a
Yes.
superhuman?
I'm a superhuman if that's what you think.
No, I know is that what I think. I'm going by what you're saying. You're saying Adam
Yeah,
and
I'm
Eve
telling
was
you yes. I'm telling you yes. Yes, I'm a
okay.
superhuman.
What
Yes, I'm
can
a
you do?
superhuman.
What can you do that humans can't do? That regular humans can't do. What can you do?
I can do whatever I want to do.
No,
I can do whatever I want to do.
what's the superhuman part of you? Like, what what is
I can.
outside of the regular human capabilities that you
I
possess that
didn't.
makes you superhuman?
I didn't. I didn't say anybody was regular. I never made mention of regular.
No, no,
I
no.
said
You
human beings still possess. Listen,
listen.
I said
I'm not
human
a
beings
super.
still.
Hey, daily motivation. I'm a human. I'm not a
Okay.
superhuman.
Okay.
Okay, I have human
Okay.
abilities. You are
Okay.
claiming to
Okay.
be something more than that. You're claiming to be a superhuman. So I'm
Okay.
asking, what abilities do you have that I do not have as a regular
Okay.
human? Like I'm not superhuman. I'm a human.
Okay. I have the abilities to create.
Create what?
If that's what you want to hear.
Yeah, create what?
To create anything I want to create.
Like
To
what?
create anything I want to create.
Okay, I'm gonna ask it again.
Science stuff.
Like what? Science stuff?
If I want to build a car, if I want to build a car, I can build a car.
If you want to build a
That's
car, you
that's
can build a
that's that's what
car.
I'm
Have
talking
you built
about.
a car?
That if I want to,
Why haven't you done it? Do you own a car?
because I don't have any interest. I don't have any interest in
Okay,
doing
okay,
it.
hold on. Do you own a car?
Yes, I own a car.
Did you buy it or did you create it?
I bought it,
No, why
but a
would
human
you
built it, right?
hold on? Why would you
But a human built
buy?
it, right?
Hold on. Why would you buy something that you have the ability to create?
Because I don't have interest in creating it.
You just have interest in giving other people your money?
What's wrong with that?
I mean, it's not smart. Like if you have the ability to do something, right? Especially
I
something,
think it's
especially
smart.
hold on, especially something as
Okay.
expensive as a car, right? A car is expensive,
Okay.
right? And
Yes,
then
it
like
is. Yes,
it's very expensive. And I
it is.
hope you don't
Yes.
ever pray to your God and ask your God for money or to help you like pay bills or to eat, especially when you have spent your money on buying a car when you have the super
He has
human
God.
ability to
God
create your
has look.
own.
God has given me the abilities to create wealth. I can create wealth. I don't need to.
So you're wealthy? Are you there?
Why? Why did
No, you
I am.
don't.
Yes, I am wealthy. Yes,
You're I'm sorry.
I
You're
work.
hold on, no. Are you
I
wealthy?
take care of my
No,
bills.
wait. I'm asking, are you wealthy in
Yes.
like in riches and
Yes, I am.
and monetarily
Yes, in finances. Yes. Yes, in finances. I'm wealthy in
and
finances.
finances?
Yes.
Okay. And so
Yes.
you have the ability to buy whatever you want to buy. You don't have to
Yes.
pray and ask your God for that. Do you pray and
I
ask your
pray.
God to hold on? Do you pray and ask your God to feed the poor?
I take care of the poor if I can. You
Not if you
understand?
can. You're wealthy, so you can, right? Like there's no
God,
if I can.
yes, yes.
You're
God is not going
right.
to come down from heaven to feed the poor. It is still me
No,
that's going to feed the
I
poor.
asked, do you pray, right?
Why?
And
That's
ask your
that.
God to feed the poor?
No, that's an irrelevant prayer.
That's an irrelevant
That's a
prayer.
senseless.
What do
That's a
you
senseless
pray to
prayer.
your God for? What do you pray to your God for?
I pray for wisdom. I pray for guidance. I pray for protection.
Protection
I
to do
pray
what?
for protection of my life,
So
both
you're
spiritually and
so you ask your
physically,
God to protect your life from what?
from any harm that's going to come to me. I don't know what harm is going to come to me, but I pray for protection from any harm.
And so you don't have the supernatural ability to protect yourself from that, or
I,
like to create like a.
I protect myself, but I ask for protection for what I don't know, for what I can't see. Yes,
Right,
I can't just
right.
walk into the road.
But right.
I cannot walk into the road. I have to look left and right before I cross the road.
Hold on. But you have
Okay.
supernatural abilities, right? You have supernatural
Yes, I
abilities.
do.
Okay. And so you're
Yes, I do.
asking a God to protect you from what you can't see, but you don't have the ability to
Yes.
create the thing that you need to protect you from what you can't see. Although you have the
I
supernatural
can't.
ability to create.
I have. I have created. I have a gun. You
You
understand?
created the
I have a
gun?
pew pew.
Did you create the
I
gun?
didn't create the gun. I bought it. I
Right.
bought it.
So okay, so I haven't heard that you using this ability to create yet. I've heard you making the assumption that you
Why? Why will I create when somebody else has created?
hold on. You say you have the ability to create, yet you are buying everything, and it sounds like to
Because it
me.
is not necessary.
Hold on. It
Somebody else
sounds
has
like
done
to
it.
me. Wait. It sounds like to me what you have the ability to do is to make money and spend that shit physically the same way I do. Right?
Yes.
I don't hear anything super about what you're doing. Like
Okay.
you say you have wealth, right? You make money,
Yes.
right? I make
Yes.
money,
Yes.
right? I
Yes.
spend my
Yes.
money on things that I need. You spend your money on
Yes.
things that you need, right?
Yes.
That's human capability. I don't hear
Okay.
anything supernatural about this ability to create.
Okay. So what about the poor people? Why don't they have? If they think is anybody can do it, why can't they do it? Why can't the
They
poor
can
people
do
do it?
it. They
So why
can.
can't they do it? So why
They
can't they do
can.
it?
They
Why
can
can't
do
they
it.
do it? Why can't
Did
they
you
do
do you
it?
not hear me saying that they can?
Why can't they do it?
They can.
Okay, so why are they not doing it?
There are several reasons why they are not doing it.
Why?
I
Why? It's not every.
different there are different reasons. Some people don't have the knowledge. Some
That's
people
what I'm
don't have the
saying.
resource. No, that's not supernatural.
It
Not having the
is.
not no, it's not. Not
It
having the
is.
knowledge, not having the resources,
Okay.
not being in
Okay.
an area that allows for them
Okay.
to have the
Okay.
opportunity. That doesn't
Okay.
mean that they can't do it.
Okay. So that's the reason why I will not build a car, because I don't have the knowledge, and somebody
Well,
else has
you're the
done
one
it.
who said you have the supernatural ability to create.
If
Like
I
not
want to
having the
do it,
knowledge
I'll
is
get the
a
knowledge.
natural. Listen,
If
not
I
having
want
the
to,
hey hey hey,
if I
you
want
can't
to, I'll
talk.
get the
I'm gonna
knowledge
tell
and
you
I'll
what
do
you
it.
don't have the ability to do. Okay,
Okay.
and that's talk at the same time that I'm talking. Right?
Okay.
I don't even know what the hell you just said because you were talking while there were
Okay.
words coming out of my mouth.
Okay.
Okay, so
All right.
maybe ask your God for the guidance to have a civil conversation.
All right.
All right. Thank
Um.
you.
uh,
All
all
right.
right.
Now, you are the one who said you have the supernatural ability to create. You
Yes.
said that you have the supernatural ability to create a car. Not having the knowledge to create a car, that's a natural thing, right? It's not super. If you need physical
It's
knowledge,
super.
if it's not
It's
a
super.
super, stop talking while I'm
It
talking.
is.
Quiet.
The fuck is wrong with you? A supernatural ability to create would be what your God did in Exodus 31 when he just puts his spirit in the Israelites and just downloads knowledge of architecture and uh, uh, math and science so that they can build his temple. That's supernatural intelligence. What you're saying is the reason you have not created a car is because you don't fucking know how. And your God has not supernaturally imparted that wisdom in you. That's what you're saying. And so what I'm hearing is there is no difference between you and I and our capability as humans. Yet you are saying that spiritual life, right, made y'all superhuman. I don't hear that. I don't see that on the earth today either.
This would be the time where you would come off of mute and then respond.
Or use
You
your
understand?
superhuman abilities.
Okay. You muted me. Let me talk. Whatever abilities we
No,
have
no,
now,
no, no. Hey,
it has
calm down.
it
Daily,
has been
daily,
given to.
daily, daily. You
Let me
can't
talk
talk
now.
what? Okay, but
Let me
here's the
talk.
thing. We will,
Let me
right?
Watch
talk.
your mouth.
But just don't be a weird fuck about it, right? Like, just don't talk when she's talking. That's all we're
What's your
asking. You're
language
gonna
now?
get
What's your
muted
language?
every
What's
time
your
that
language?
happens, okay?
I'm being respectful here. I'm not
That's
being
not what we're
disrespectful.
gonna do here.
I'm
At
not being
all.
disrespectful.
But you gotta relax. That's all we're saying, right? We can't even understand you halfway because you have an echo, so it's hard to hear you already. I'm not gonna hold you. I can't imagine how it hears or sounds for the audience down there.
Okay, okay. I've heard you. I've heard you. Will you allow me talk now?
If you don't stop being rude, I'm gonna snap.
Okay, I'm not
And
being.
you don't want me to
I'm not being
snap.
rude. Okay, 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 okay. All right. So can I talk? All right. So whatever abilities we have now, you can't be having a headache or you have a cold and you praying to God to cure your cold or to cure your headache. He has given the abilities to people who create, the medicine for the headache. The only time God can come in is when the situation is impossible. That's the only time God can come in. But when it's a possibility, He doesn't need to come in. You understand? So me creating a car is me telling you that I can create a car is I can get the knowledge to create a car. And God has given me the abilities to have that knowledge to create a car. You understand? So, and there's no point creating the car because someone else has created a car. So I won't waste my time creating a car when somebody else has done
So
it.
hold on. There's Ford, there's Honda,
Mm-hmm.
there's Kias,
Mm-hmm.
there's Dodge. So somebody created a car
Okay.
in the world, right?
Yes.
Does that mean that Ford or Honda or Kia or Dodge should not have created their cars? Or Tesla? Like none of them should have created their cars because Ford already created a car.
Well, they wanted to create their cars, but it's still the same thing. It still does the same. It still serves the same purpose.
Right.
You
So they
understand?
had the ability, and the knowledge to create a car. So they created a car,
Yes.
right? Instead of just buying Fords.
Yes.
I'm asking, why are you, if you have the supernatural ability to create a car, why didn't you
Because
create a car instead of buying one?
because I
It
don't
sounds
want
like
to.
to me you just have a natural ability to buy.
No,
You don't
because I
actually
don't
have
want
the
to.
ability to create a car.
If I have a passion to create a car, I will. But I don't want to because I don't see it as necessary. I have
How
other
do
things
you
I
know?
use.
How do you know that you can create a car? Why are you telling me that you have the ability, the supernatural ability to create a car, and you've never created a car?
Because if I want to, if I really want to create a car tomorrow, I will. It's not rocket science. It's not hard.
Sure. Tell me, how do you create a car?
I'll get the knowledge and
So you
that's it.
don't have the knowledge. You have to
I
go
don't
and
have
get
the
the
knowledge.
knowledge. Okay, so it's not supernatural. That's a very natural thing to do, to go and research or learn how to create a car and then
Okay.
follow those steps and create a car. That is
Okay.
natural. That's not
Okay.
supernatural.
It is not natural because it wasn't there. If it
What?
was if it was natural, like procreating, animals would be creating a car, or animals will
Are
be creating
are
whatever they're
are
creating.
you okay?
Yes, I'm
So
okay.
okay, so TikTok was created by humans. It wasn't
Yes,
there, and
it
then
wasn't there,
TikTok, right? And then somebody created it.
so it's
Is
not
that
natural.
supernatural? Is that supernatural?
It's not. Yes, it's supernatural because bringing people together in a place that is not physical is supernatural. Animals don't have that
Supernatural.
ability. Animals don't have that ability. You understand? The only ability animals have is to procreate,
Wait,
and
hold
that's the
on.
only
So,
natural. And that's the only natural ability. So any other thing is supernatural.
So a
so
telephone is supernatural?
Yes, it is. Me talking to you from where I am and you talking to me from where you are, it is supernatural.
is a coffee
It
cup
is.
supernatural?
You say what?
Coffee cup.
A coffee cup? I
Yes,
don't.
somebody created a coffee cup. Is that Was that supernatural? Because I can drink coffee out of a cup.
Caleb,
Well,
what's your metric for what
a
the
cup is not natural.
what's your
Someone.
What?
metric, bro?
It's the coffee cup supernatural, not the coffee. It's the coffee cup because it
Yes,
was
yes, it
created
is.
by a human. That's supernatural.
Yes, it is. Yes, whatever creation that wasn't there before, that is here now, it is supernatural because it's not natural.
So the humans that created all the things that you see on the earth today
Yes,
created it with their supernatural ability.
yes,
Is that correct? Are you
yes.
enjoying the things that humans created? Like you like it?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Humans did a good job creating
yeah,
all this
yeah,
stuff
yeah,
with their
yeah,
supernatural ability, all
yeah.
while being disconnected from your God.
No, God has given us the abilities
No,
already.
no,
Like I
no.
said,
Wait.
like
Hold
I
on.
said
Hold
it
on.
earlier,
Wait. No, no, no. Wait.
he didn't take it away.
Hold on. Hold on.
He didn't
I
take it
get it.
away.
I get it. He didn't take it away.
Yes.
But when they were connected to your God, they had trees for food
Yeah.
and talking snakes. When they got disconnected from your God, they get chickens, coffee cups, cars, medicine, TikTok,
But
telephones.
but no
Hold on,
life.
hold on, hold on, hold on.
Okay.
But hold on. But they did
Okay.
all of this while they were
Okay.
disconnected from your God. And you are
Okay.
enjoying all of this,
Okay.
right?
But
Through the
it
hold on, through the
okay.
supernatural ability of
Okay.
humans. When
Okay.
your God, the most your God gave
Okay.
was trees and talking
Okay.
snakes.
Okay. Yeah. Well, what I would say is that everything was natural, and we had the abilities to live long, and to live happy and to live healthier. But now, the byproduct of whatever we've done has shortened our lifespan.
So let
You
me.
understand?
Would you rather live long in a
Yes.
garden filled with trees and just
Yes.
eat trees, or would
Yes.
you rather live
Yes.
long in a world that where the superhumans have created all this stuff? Which
I
one?
would rather live long in a garden. I would rather live long in a garden, you know,
With
because
nothing but trees?
yes,
Then why don't
just
you go live in the jungle?
because regardless of whatever is going to happen, I'm not still going to live long. You
What?
understand?
But you
Regardless
would
of
live
whatever.
longer, right? Like you would live
No,
longer.
no,
You would assert that the things
that's
that humans have
that.
created, right, is what's it's the sin, right? The inherent sin and the things that the
Mhm.
humans have created that's causing you to not live long, right?
That's the disconnection.
The
You
diseases,
understand?
right? The disconnection, right? But
That's
if
the
you were to go
disconnection where the
back,
disease come in.
but if you were to go back and live in the jungle, right, around trees, eat nothing but right the trees, that you would live
Fruits.
longer, right?
Yes, yes,
So then
yes.
why don't you do that? Why are you living in this world? Why are you
That
living
is
in
that's the disconnection I'm talking about. We are no
what's the
longer
disconnect?
connected. That's the longevity is no
But
longer
you
there.
said that you would rather live in the wilderness with trees and just eat from the trees.
If I was given an option, like if I was
You
given
don't
an
have an
option,
option to do that.
I don't have an option to do that
Why?
because that's the disconnection I'm telling you about. That's what I'm talking about here.
Hold on. So
You understand?
when you were disconnected, when the humans got disconnected,
Yes,
they could no longer live in the
yes.
wilderness.
They could no longer live long. They could no longer live.
I'm not talking about living forever. I'm saying the ability to live a longer, healthier life, right? By living in the jungle and eating nothing but the trees in the jungle.
You're,
Why
you're,
are you
you're,
living in the city where there's cars and baseball games and
that's because
coffee cups?
regardless of whatever I do, whether I live in the jungle or whether I live in the city, I will still die at an age of 100 or 90 or you know.
But you might die at 100 in the jungle and you might die at 40 out here.
What I'm saying is that the disconnection we had from God was where the shortened life came from.
I
You
get it.
understand?
I understand that. But
Yes.
do you, what I'm saying to you, right, is if you are saying to me that you would rather live without all the things that humans have created with their supernatural abilities, you do have the option of living that way, right? Living off the grid, right? You could live away from the urban communities where people are living on top of each other, fighting for resources. You can live away from all of that and eat from the trees,
Well,
right? And
yeah.
live longer. You wouldn't even have to pray and ask your God to keep you safe from harm, because you would be away from other humans where this sin is infested in them.
It doesn't change the fact that there was a disconnection. You understand?
I understand that there was a disconnection. I'm talking about what you prefer. You are
No,
saying that you
no,
would
no.
prefer. No, stop talking while I'm talking.
Okay.
You are saying that you would prefer to live a life without all of these so-called superhuman abilities that humans have created while being disconnected from your God. That you would
No.
prefer a life like what Adam and Eve had in the garden, just living amongst trees and talking animals. And I'm
Well,
saying that you could do that, right? I guess the animals got disconnected too and they lost their voice box. You're not going to get that back, but you can go to the jungle
so
and you
what's the
can
point?
live in the garden. You can replay the Adam and Eve scene. You could
So what's the
go
point?
live in the jungle, listen, to live longer, away from crime, away from overcrowded cities, away from poverty where people are robbing each other, killing each other for resources, because there are, people who claim to be chosen people that are taking resources, right? Those in power who have, taken control of resources and they divvy out the crumbs. You can get away from that. You could go and live in the jungle, eat from the trees, and live longer,
Why?
lessen the risk, because you said you prefer it.
That's not what I said. I
You
said
did say that. You said you
you
prefer what your
missed
God gave Adam and
no,
Eve, which is trees and talking
you
animals.
missed
That's
the
what you
point.
said.
I said that I would prefer being connected to God, like in the
That's
days of
not what you
Adam
said,
and Eve.
and that's not what I asked you. I
You missed
asked,
the
no,
point.
don't
You won't
lie.
let me
Do
talk. You
not
won't let me
lie. Do
talk.
not lie. I
I'm
listen,
not
you are
lying.
being recorded, and I hate when y'all fucking do this. Like
I
you
am
are
not
being
lying.
recorded.
I'm not lying.
Do I need to replay it back?
Yeah, replay it back.
Okay,
Replay
hold
it
on.
back.
Hold on. Because y'all lied so fucking much it don't make no sense.
Okay.
Listen, this is always the most like embarrassing part of the life, the funnest part. Gotta tell you.
What are you snacking on?
Oh, y'all hear me snack? I'm sorry. I told y'all I got me some little. I got me some pretzel pieces, the little cheddar kind, but it has like the extra like cheesy part. Let me mute so y'all don't hear. Y'all want some? So y'all want some little pretzel pieces? It is tasty. I like the Snyder's kind. The Snyder's be the best.
Yeah, me too.
Hmm.
Here now, it is supernatural because it's not natural.
So the humans that created all the things that you see on the earth today,
Yes.
created it with their supernatural ability.
Yes.
Is that correct? Are you
Yes.
enjoying the things that humans created? Like you like it?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Humans did a good job creating
Yeah.
all this
Yeah.
stuff
Yeah.
with their
Yeah.
supernatural ability, all
Yeah.
while being disconnected from your God.
No, God has given us the abilities already.
No, no,
Like I
no.
said,
Wait,
like
hold on,
I said
hold
it
on.
earlier.
Wait, no, no, no. Wait,
He didn't take it away.
hold on, hold on.
He didn't take
I
it
get
away.
it. I get it. He didn't take it away.
Yes.
But when they were connected to your God, they had trees for food
Yeah.
and talking snakes. When they got disconnected from your God, they get chickens, coffee cups, cars, medicine, TikTok,
But
telephones.
but no
Hold on,
life.
hold on, hold on, hold on.
Okay.
But hold on. But they did
Okay.
all of this while they were
Okay.
disconnected from your God. And you are
Okay.
enjoying all of this,
Okay.
right?
But
Through the
it's
hold on, through the
okay.
supernatural ability of
Okay.
humans. When
Okay.
your God, the most your God gave
Okay.
was trees and talking
Okay.
snakes.
Okay. Yeah. Well, what I would say is that everything was natural, and we had the abilities to live long, and to live happy and to live healthier. But now, the byproduct of whatever we've done has shortened our lifespan.
So let me,
You understand?
would you rather live long in
Yes.
a garden filled with trees and just
Yes.
eat trees? Or would
Yes.
you rather
Yes.
live long in a world where the superhumans have created all this stuff? Which
I would rather live long in a garden. I would rather live long in a garden,
with
because
nothing but trees?
yes,
Then why don't
just
you go live in the jungle?
because regardless of whatever is going to happen, I'm not still going to live long. You
What?
understand?
But you
Regardless
would
of
live
whatever.
longer, right? Like you would live
No,
longer.
no,
You would assert that the things that
that's
humans have
that.
created, right, is what's it's the sin, right? The inherent sin and the things that the humans have created that's causing you to not live long, right? All right. Now, do you remember saying that you prefer the garden to the world that we have today? Do you
Okay,
remember saying that?
okay. You didn't allow me speak. You heard the
No,
recording.
yes, I did.
You didn't
I
allow
didn't
me speak.
allow you to speak. That was a recording.
Wait.
You literally said
Yes,
yes.
in
Hold
the
on. No, no,
recording, you didn't
stop.
allow me speak.
Stop. You literally said yes, yes, yes.
Yes. Yes.
Exactly. You said that
Yeah.
you would prefer to live long in the garden where it was nothing but trees and talking snake for trees for you to eat and talking snakes than to live long in the world
Okay.
that we have today. You said
Okay.
you
Will
prefer
you
the
allow me speak?
garden. Stop talking while I'm talking. You said you prefer the garden, right? And what your God created for Adam and Eve to the world that we have today. And I said, why don't you go and live in a jungle then? You would definitely live longer. You might not have eternal life, but you would live longer since that's what you prefer. Why are you living in this world where there's crime, where there's pollution, where there's overcrowding? You're on mute. I don't know why your supernatural abilities don't kick in when you get put on mute.
Okay. Okay. Um, if you had the recording well, I was trying to talk about
Wait, did you say if
life.
I had recorded well?
I say if you heard the record, if you had it well, if you heard it well, if you heard it well. Yeah. I wanted to talk
Uh-huh.
about life. I said we have all these things, but we don't have life. That's what
Right.
I
You
said.
did say that.
Yeah, and that's what I was
Yeah.
talking about. I
But
said,
you also said,
regardless,
hold on, hold on, hold on.
wait
But you
now,
also
wait now.
said, that you prefer what was in the garden, right? You
Listen
prefer to,
now.
you said that you prefer to live long in the garden where there's nothing but trees and animals than to live long in the world that we have today. So I said,
Listen.
if that's what you prefer, why don't you go and live in the jungle? You may not have eternal
Listen.
life. You may not have
Listen. I am
eternal
not going.
life. Stop
I'm not going.
talking while I'm talking.
Okay.
You said I said you may not have eternal life, but you would definitely have a chance of living longer away from crime, away from disease, away from pollution, right? That why don't
Okay.
you do that?
Okay. Now I'm telling you that now, regardless of whether I go to the jungle or not, my lifespan is. I'm not going to live as what I want to live if I am in the garden.
So you
You
really
understand?
don't prefer the garden. You just prefer long life. You don't prefer the garden. Like you don't prefer what your God actually created for you unless it comes with eternal life. What you really care about is living forever. Is that correct?
I'm trying to make you understand something.
Yeah,
Yes,
what you're making me understand is that you care about
you don't
eternal
want me.
life more.
You don't want me to talk. You don't want me to talk. Let
Answer
me
the
talk.
question. Do you,
Let me talk now.
answer the question? You don't want the garden unless it comes with eternal life. Is that
You
correct?
are you're asking me a very long question, and you're wanting me
That's
to
not
give
a
you a
long
short
question.
answer.
You
You've been
only
asking me long
prefer.
question all
That's
along.
not a long question. You only prefer the garden that your God made for you, the trees and the animals, if it comes with eternal life. If it doesn't come with eternal life, you don't want it. You prefer the world that you're in. Is that correct?
If you allow me to answer the question the way I want to answer the question, I will answer the
Answer the
question.
question that I'm asking you.
Okay, let me answer the question now. Will you allow me to answer the question now?
Answer the damn question.
Okay, okay. Regardless of whether I go to the jungle or not,
Answer the question that I asked.
I am answering the question.
Do you
I am
only
answering the
prefer,
question
shut
now.
up, because you are like getting on my damn nerves at this point. Do you only prefer the garden if
Shut
it
up.
comes with eternal life?
You're telling me to shut up.
Yes, because you are not answering the question and you want to gaslight.
No,
Do you only prefer the garden if it comes with eternal life? Yes or no?
you're being disrespectful.
I don't give a damn.
You
Answer the
don't give it down.
question. And keep
You don't
crying
give it
about
down.
it. Use your supernatural abilities to make me stop.
You
Go
don't give it
cry
down.
about it to your God. Go cry. Ask your God to protect you from it. You ask your God to protect you from things that you cannot see. You ask your
Look,
God to protect you. Go and pray about it and ask your
look,
God to
look,
protect you from my disrespect.
look. You understand? I think I'll be the bigger person here. You
Okay, be the bigger
understand?
person. Answer the question.
Yeah. You understand? I think I'll be the bigger person here. You understand? Because if you were a Christian, you understand
Oh, I don't give a fuck. If
forbearance
I was
and
a Christian,
patience.
I would let you gaslight the fuck out of me, but I'm not. Answer the question.
If you're a Christian, you understand forbearance
Answer the damn
and
question.
patience. But you're
Answer the
not.
question.
So you
Answer the
don't.
question.
Okay. I would choose a good life.
What does that
You
mean?
understand? What it means is that the Bible says that,
What does that mean? When I ask, do you
it
prefer the
means
garden? When I ask, do you prefer
it,
the garden only if it comes with eternal life? You say, I would choose a good life. What the fuck does that mean?
it means above all, I'm going to prosper and be in good health even as my soul prospereth.
Also, you
You
don't
understand?
prefer what your God created. You actually do prefer
That's
what the
my
superhumans created. The superhumans did better than your God, and you're scared to say that?
whatever the humans created was the abilities given to them by God.
No, they were
Yes.
disconnected from your God. They
But
did
God
it. They
created the
did it.
ability.
They did it
No.
while they were connected to your God. They had trees. They didn't. They didn't create anything. They
No,
did what your God
God
told them to do, and that
gave
was eat
the
trees.
ability to.
No, while they were connected to your God, they
I
did
said it.
exactly what your God's will was, and that was eat. Stop
I
talking while
said
I'm
it.
talking. This is why I have to yell.
You can yell if you want to.
You and I cannot talk at the same time. Your God should have given you the superhuman ability to fucking learn how to have a conversation.
Oh,
Okay?
well, I'm having a conversation and you're the
Yeah,
one
no,
yelling.
no, you're not. No, you're not. God damn it. While they were in the garden and spiritually connected to this God, they did what your God wanted them to do. They followed your God's will, and that was eating trees. That was eating what he provided for them. When they spiritually disconnected from him, you say they kept the same superhuman abilities. So what they did with those superhuman abilities is create the world that you actually prefer. They started creating houses. They started turning wheat into bread, right? Creating the millstone. They started creating clothes. Your God left them butt ass naked and didn't want them
No,
to
he
know
didn't.
they were butt ass naked. The moment they realized, right?
He gave
The
them
moment
clothes.
they spiritually disconnected and they realized that they were naked in that garden, they
He gave them
created fig leaves to cover themselves up.
clothes. He gave them clothes. He gave them clothes.
Not until they got spiritually disconnected. He wanted them to stay naked the whole time.
You know what? He wanted them to know what they did. He wanted to ask them so that they would tell him what they did.
What the
So that they
fuck
would
does
own
that
up
have
to
to do with the
him.
fact that he kept them naked?
He didn't keep they have always been naked.
He
You
knew they were
understand?
naked and he kept them naked. He didn't
Yes.
give them clothes until they realized that he had them naked in that garden.
But they were not sick. They were not
That's like
having
getting
any.
caught. It's like he got caught. As soon as they got awareness, they got spiritually disconnected. They became aware that their God had them butt ass naked in this garden, and they covered themselves up. He's like, oh, I might as well give them clothes now. They know they naked. That's what he
Yeah.
did. He didn't give
Yeah.
them clothes as soon as he made them.
Why? They don't need
Because
it.
he wanted to see their shit swinging. I don't know.
Oh, what do you mean?
Like if
Animals are
he
naked.
kept them naked, they're running in the garden playing with animals. Adam's slong is swinging back and forth.
Yes.
Eve's breast is bouncing up and down. Like he's just sitting
Animals
back watching them naked. It wasn't
animals are
until
naked too. Animals are naked too.
Eve. It wasn't until Eve ate the fruit, and she was like, "Oh shit! Like why am I naked? Like why is like what the fuck?" And then she goes and she sews fig leaves together and she covers herself up. Then your God comes, right? And he's like, what the hell she doing with fig leaves on? She done covered them bad boys up. And then he's like, who
Okay.
told you was naked?
Okay.
Right? And he did not sew them clothes until they also knew that they were naked.
Okay. Now let me talk. God created everything naked. Animals and humans alike. And animals
Wait,
are still naked up
animals
to
were
now.
naked? What do you
Yeah.
mean the animal did he give animals clothes?
He didn't because they didn't need the
What do
clothes.
you mean they were naked?
That's because they are naked.
What?
Animals are naked. Are they clothed?
You
What the
stupid.
fuck?
Animals are naked. Are they clothed? Do they have clothes? Do animals have clothes? Come on now. Everything was naked, including humans. You understand?
So should you be walking
So
around butt ass naked then? Like if animals and humans nakedness are the same, then take your fucking clothes off and walk down the street. Take your clothes off and walk in church on Sunday morning and sit right in the fucking first
well,
pew. And then I
well,
want you to get up and I want you to sing a solo butt ass naked. If animals are naked just like you.
well, the animals, their eyes are not opened. The humans, our eyes are opened.
No, you
So,
know what an animal looks like without clothes on. So if you think that an animal's nakedness is the same as your nakedness as a human, go to church, sing a solo with the whole song out.
well,
And
animals,
say and I want you to say, I'm an animal. God
animals,
created me naked. God created me
animals
naked just like an
don't,
animal. This is how God
animals,
originally wanted me to be.
animals don't have the knowledge of good and evil.
It don't matter. You
Animals,
do. It don't matter. You do. And you
yes,
think
and
that
that is
your
why we have
nakedness is
clothes.
it don't matter. You
That's why
do.
we
And
have
you think
clothes.
your nakedness is the same as an animal's nakedness. That's all that matters is what you think. You have
No,
that awareness.
human beings have that awareness. We have the knowledge of good and evil, and that is why we have clothes, because we feel ashamed being naked.
But
But
then don't be
animals,
ashamed. If you believe that your God had you naked and you shouldn't be ashamed,
we've
and,
gone
and
past that
now and
time
now
now.
now you have your God. Now
We've
you
gone
have
past
your
that
God.
time.
Stop. Now you have your God. You've accepted Jesus' sacrifice. You've been reconnected with your God. Throw the clothes away. Throw them
No,
away. Go back to the nakedness that your God wanted you to be.
no.
If it wasn't a bad thing, right? The fact that your God kept you naked, right? If it wasn't a bad thing, you were naked just like animals were naked. Go back to it. Go back to it. You've been reconnected through the sacrifice. Why are you still holding shame of your nakedness? Huh?
You
Animals
understand?
are naked.
Animals are. Listen. You're muting my mic. Allow me to talk. You understand? Allow me to talk. Animals don't have the knowledge of good and evil. Humans
You
do.
do. Is
Yes,
it evil to
humans
be
do.
naked? Is it evil to be naked?
It is shameful to be naked.
Where did the shame come from?
From the knowledge of good and evil, from
Right.
our
So
eyes opening.
without the knowledge, was it a good thing to be naked?
Without the knowledge, it's not, it's neither good or bad.
Did
You
your
understand?
God know that you were naked?
Yes, he does.
He did know. And so
Yeah.
to be in this mindset that your God wants you to be in, right? When you accept Jesus' sacrifice, right? Then you can reconnect with your God. You're able to
But
talk to him again, right? You're
okay.
spiritually, you're no longer spiritually dead when you accept the
Yes.
sacrifice of Jesus. Is that correct?
Yes.
So then this level of shame that you have, that you acquired from Adam and Eve when they spiritually died, this level of shame of your nakedness, you should no longer have, because you have been reconnected with your God and you are no
Well,
longer spiritually dead, correct?
the shame is already there because I am an offspring of Adam and Eve.
Oh, but you have accepted the sacrifice of Jesus, so
Yes.
you are now reconnected and no longer spiritually dead, correct?
Yes. I think that's on the spiritual level.
So then you should no longer have the shame, or is Jesus'
Well,
sacrifice not strong enough to get rid of the shame?
Jesus Christ did not come to get us naked.
Yeah,
That was not the purpose of Jesus Christ.
I did not say Jesus came to get you. Well, I don't know. A lot of pastors are getting a lot of people naked in the church, but I did not say that
Those
Jesus
are false.
came to get you
Those are
naked.
false.
I did not say
Okay.
Jesus came to get you naked. I
Okay.
said, is Jesus's blood strong enough to remove the shame that you acquired, that you inherited from Adam and Eve regarding their nakedness?
Well, I inherited a nature from Adam and Eve, and that nature is still part of me.
So
It's the
it's not
same nature
strong enough.
that's not the purpose of the blood of Jesus now.
The purpose of the blood of Jesus is not to undo what Adam and Eve did.
It is not to get us naked.
It didn't say it's to get you naked. You are saying that your God leaving y'all naked in the garden was a good thing, and that it's only shameful because of the sin of them acquiring the knowledge of good and evil, right? That
Yes.
shame came in. So then when Jesus died on the cross and you accepted his blood, right? Do you do communion? Do you take
Yes, I do.
communion?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so you are eating his flesh, you are drinking his blood for the remission of your sins. You are being renewed, you are being reconciled with your God. That shame
Yes.
of your nakedness is still there.
Well, well, let me tell you something. You understand? Let me tell you something. Jesus Christ came to redeem us from sin.
In
You
the
understand?
shame of the sin, right? The shame.
Jesus Christ did not come to stop sin. He came to
Did
see.
I say he came to stop sin? We're talking
Okay.
about the shame that you
So as
inherited.
as long as there's still sin in this world, you understand? I will still wear clothes.
Because
As
that
long as
shame
there's
is
still,
still there. Because that shame is still there, correct?
that's because there's still sin in this world.
Because there's the shame in you. I'm talking about you as an individual who has been reconciled to this God. You still have the shame of your
That's
nakedness
because
that your God did
that
not originally want you to have. Is that correct?
that is because I have the knowledge of good and evil now.
And that shame that your God did not originally want you to have, you still have, correct?
That is because I have the knowledge of good and
And
evil.
the shame, right? And the shame that you originally were not supposed to have regarding your naked body, you still
Yes.
have, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so Jesus's blood was not strong enough to undo that shame regarding your nakedness.
No, that is not. Yeah, that's not the purpose of the blood of Jesus. It's not for nakedness, or it's not for the shame
It's for
of
shame.
nakedness.
It's for
It is
it's
not
for
for
the shame.
of nakedness.
No, it's to reconcile you back to your God, to reconcile you
Yes.
back to pre-Adam and Eve, to pre-sin status, right? Like you're
Mm-hmm.
saying that Jesus died for the remission of sins to connect you back to your God so
Back
that
to
you are
God.
no longer spiritually dead, right? You're no longer
Mm-hmm.
spiritually dead. You
Mm-hmm.
become spiritually alive again,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And what
Yes.
I'm understanding from you right now is that you are saying that you can be spiritually alive and be ashamed of the gift of your nakedness that your God intended for you in the beginning. Is that correct?
That's not what I'm saying.
That is what you're saying. Was your
That's not what I'm
nakedness a
saying.
gift from your God in the beginning?
That's not what I'm saying.
What was your nakedness a gift from your God in the beginning?
It wasn't a gift.
What
It
was
was
it?
how he
Like
made us.
he kept you naked and you didn't know about it. So
He made man naked. He didn't make man with clothes.
I just said that. Was that a
Sin was a
gift?
byproduct. Clothes was a
Was the
byproduct
How
of sin.
is
nakedness
it a
was the
gift?
nakedness a gift?
Oh, what are you talking about, Daily?
The nakedness was not a gift. It was how he made us. It's just like, okay, is your hand a gift? Your hand was how you were made. It was part of a
Why
body.
why did he wait until they found out they were naked before he made them clothes?
Because he communes with them. And when he came to commune with them,
No, no,
he
no, no,
didn't see
no.
them
Why did he wait until he found out until they found out that they were naked to make them clothes? Like when he
because
made them from the dust,
okay,
could he not have
okay,
made the clothes then? When he made Eve
because
from Adam's rib, could he not have
okay,
made her clothes then?
why he did that was because they did not have the knowledge of good and evil.
And that makes sense to you that he
Yes,
had to
it
wait
does.
until, hold on, he had to wait until they acquired the knowledge of good and evil before he put clothes on them.
Yes, because
Okay.
their eyes were opened.
Okay, hold on, listen. Did he want them to acquire the knowledge of good and evil?
No.
So if he did not want them to acquire the knowledge of good and evil, then that means he never wanted them to have clothes.
Yes.
So he wanted them to stay naked.
That's you're looking at a tiny detail. We're talking about the big,
He
the big picture here.
the big
The
what?
big picture,
The
the
big
big
what? Because
picture here.
I think your God was sitting back looking at a big something and he was enjoying that. And he didn't
What do
put
you mean?
clothes. He didn't put clothes
Enjoying
on
what?
Adam because he was sitting back looking.
Regardless of whether you wear clothes or not, God still sees you as a human being.
It, I know he was seeing human beings. He was seeing naked human beings. And then when those naked human beings found out that they were naked, that they were heavenly corn for your God, they clothed themselves. And then your
Okay.
God said, "Who told you you were naked?"
Okay.
He got mad. He cursed them, and then he put like lamb clothes on them and kicked them out
Okay.
the garden where they went
Okay.
out, right? And apparently there were
Honestly.
other humans. There were other humans out there, right? So
Okay.
honestly, what
Okay.
it sounds like, it actually sounds like your God. I'm gonna tell you what this sounds like. It sounds like
Okay.
your God took two humans, like poisoned them, made them believe that they were created in that garden, had them naked, right? And then when they found out that they were being held captive, like the serpent was like, "Hey, bro, hey, you need to eat this because you know, your mindset has been fucked with, right? This deity or this person got you in this garden. Eat it, wake the fuck up, and get the fuck up out of here." And so when they ate it, their awareness came back, and
Okay.
they were like, "Oh shit, what the fuck?" And then they covered themselves up, and then your God is like, "Oh shit, they don't woke up, they don't realize where they at. So then he hurry up and he get them out of the garden, right? He covers them and then he gets them out of the garden. Like it literally
Okay.
sounds like they were kidnapped and brought there. That's what it sounds like. And they were
Okay.
convinced and told that they were made in that garden. But I digress. At the end of the day, you still carry shame from something that your God never wanted you to be shameful of, even though Jesus died for your sins. Like it just doesn't make sense. You also are trying to convince me that you would prefer to live in that garden and have eternal life instead of living in the world that humans have created, which doesn't make you're lying because you wouldn't even admit to what it is that you're saying, because you could go and live in the jungle, you could go and live off the grid. You are enjoying the inventions of humans, like the
But it
world that
doesn't.
you see today, the world that you see today that you think you're God for every day. Humans actually did, you know, the design, like humans created a lot of what you think is godly. So a lot of
Okay.
times when y'all go to these parks, right, these national parks and stuff, and y'all be like sitting back and be like, oh, look at this nature, so beautiful, oh, God is so good, and the whole time an architect designed that shit,
Design
a
what?
landscaper, the whole time they
Design what?
design the parks that you go to, the national parks that you go to, the trees and stuff that you see, the pathways that you see, that shit be designed by humans. And you
Okay.
think it's nature. It was designed by architects and landscapers.
Okay.
And you
So
think that a God did it. But what I'm saying is you enjoy the fruit of the humans' labor while they
okay.
are disconnected from your God, and
Okay.
lie to yourself that you would prefer that garden where you is just trees. You're lying.
Okay. Okay. I like I said before, every ability that men have were given to them by God. So even if it's the architects and the landscapers that made the national park, it is still God that gave them the ability to do so. So all glory still goes back to God.
I got a
I
question
think I'm
for
done.
you.
Yeah, I was going to ask if y'all have questions. I don't have any
Okay.
questions.
Thinker, update the top stuff.
Top stuff.
Okay.
I don't
Oh,
know how to water the garden, I say.
okay.
Okay.
Speak to
I
me.
was even
Um,
thinking we're talking about this prompt here.
hold on, man. Hold on. I got
Okay.
a question for you.
All right.
When Adam was made and, you know, God was walking in the garden with Adam, talking to
Okay.
Adam,
Okay.
and, Adam was naked, right?
Yeah, it was.
Was God naked too?
Well, that was stated.
Huh?
I said it wasn't stated that God was naked.
I mean, it just seems logical that he would be naked because it seemed like Adam would look at God having these drapes on or these clothes and these sandals or whatever he got on, and Adam standing there barefoot, butt bone naked. I
Okay.
mean, he would at least probably. I mean, you would think he would like probably ask God, what is that on you? What is that?"
Okay. Okay. Well, God is a spiritual entity. I don't know the form he took
Okay.
when he was talking to
Well,
Adam.
this spiritual entity walked in the damn garden and talked.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, is it fair to say that he had took on the form of a man?
Well, Adam saw him as God.
Don't matter how he saw him. Do you think he
So
looked at him in the form of a man?
he won't see him as a man. Adam saw him as God, as an authority who gave
So
him
it's fair to
instructions.
assume. It's fair to assume, using logic behind it, then God was probably naked too.
Probably, if that's your logic, man, you can ride with it.
Mm.
If that's your logic, if that's what you feel, you can ride with it, man. I don't have power over your thoughts. That's your thoughts. It's yours alone. You understand? God has given
So I
us.
mean, how do you see God then? How did you see God walking
Uh,
with a naked man?
I see. God is a spiritual entity. Whether we wear clothes or not,
But
if
he's a he though, right?
he's a what?
God is a he, right?
He's a spiritual entity. is
No, you say every time every Christian to believe in this God say he. So
yes
it's
that
not you don't hear him say she.
you you don't you know, God made man first. You understand? And man was made in the image of God. And man possesses the authority of God. You understand? Like in the Bible, it says that the man is the glory of God and the woman is the glory of the man. You understand? So that is why God is seen as a he, because a he has authority.
That
You,
Are
really
you saying
amazes
women don't
me.
have authority?
women have authority.
So what the fuck are you talking about?
I said women have. I didn't say women don't
You
have
said
authority.
that's why he's called a he, because a he has authority. Like, what the fuck? Do you even listen to yourself when you speak?
I listen to myself and I'm making sense.
I don't think he is called a he because a he has authority.
Yes.
So do she have authority too?
Yes.
Then make it make sense. Why aren't you saying it or they or them when you talk about your God?
Okay. Because man was made in the image of God.
Was
Let us
women
live.
made in the image of your God?
Yes.
So again, why aren't you saying they, them, it?
Why will I say them? They eat.
Be- do you is this the supernatural ability that your God gives you?
It's
No, I'm
gotta
asking
be.
you. No,
This is
no, I'm
some
asking you.
Superman level type supernatural ability shit.
No,
I
I'm
can't.
asking you.
This is terrible.
Why will I say they, them eat?
Because you're saying that it's multiple genders. If you're agreeing that multiple
Why,
genders
why
are
will it be
in
multiple
this,
genders?
like, are you? Do you
Why will
not
it be
put two
multiple?
and two together, or no?
Why will it be multiple genders now?
If you're talking about she and you're talking about he, that is 1 + 1 = 2. That is
Yes.
plural. They
Well,
and them make that plural, right? Also,
God,
it's telling you that you can assign either gender, right?
God,
So
God,
that can
God.
be they, them, but you are singular, like you're singling it out,
Let me
right?
answer Mr. Nelson's question. Let me answer Mr. Nelson's
What?
question. Let me answer
What?
Mr. Nelson's question.
Okay,
God is a spiritual entity.
sure.
You understand? And
Sure.
God doesn't need God doesn't need a woman to procreate.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Let me
Except
finish talking now.
didn't he use a woman? Like, it sounds like
Let
to me
me
he doesn't need a man,
finish.
because
Let me
didn't
finish
he
talking.
only use a woman to send himself here?
Let
A
me
human
finish.
woman at
Hey,
that.
answer my
Let
question,
me
friend.
finish talking. Let
Answer
me
my
answer.
question. Answer my
No,
question. Did
I won't answer your
didn't he
question.
only use a woman to send himself here? It was the
Let
man he didn't need, correct?
let me answer your question.
Hey, answer the question.
Let me
It
answer
was
your question.
Answer the question. Did he use
Let
a
me answer
man?
the question now.
Hey, did he use a man to send
Let
himself
me
here?
answer the question.
Answer it quickly.
Allow me to.
Then get there. Go. Go.
Come on. God is a spiritual entity,
No, no,
like I
no.
said.
Did he use a man to send
Allow
himself
me to
here?
talk
And
now.
did he use
You,
a man?
Mr. Nelson.
Did he use? Don't be fucking calling Mr. Nelson. I'm the one. I'm the authority in here. Mr. Nelson can't do nothing in here, just like your God can. I'm the
Okay.
authority. A woman
Well,
is the authority in this space.
okay, on TikTok.
Yeah, in this space. In this
All right.
space.
Oh,
Ain't
at
no need of
home.
you calling Mr. Nelson. Did your God use a man to send himself here? Use your supernatural ability to come off mute.
Okay, are you done talking?
Yes, answer the question.
Okay. Please let me talk and don't
Answer the
interrupt.
fucking question.
Let me talk, don't
Answer
interrupt,
the
please.
question.
Okay. All right. God used a woman to come here
He didn't use a man, did he?
because a man.
I don't want to, because he didn't use a man, correct?
Why? A man doesn't have a
I don't care
womb.
about the why. He did not use a man, correct?
Why will he use a man?
He didn't, did he?
He didn't.
All right. He did it. So when you say God doesn't need a woman to procreate,
I
the correct statement is your God doesn't need a man to procreate. And the crazy thing about it is that the
listen to
only
me. I
species,
said,
the only
listen
listen,
to me.
listen, listen. The crazy thing about it is, it's the only species on this planet that can procreate without a male is a female species. So it sounds like to me your God is female. But I digress because I don't give a damn whether you call the God he, she, or they. I don't care. But when you say that your God doesn't need a woman to procreate, that would be incorrect.
like I said, like I said, God is a spiritual entity. You understand? And he doesn't need a
What does that
woman
have to do with
because he's a spirit.
procreation, Daily? What does
You
that have to
understand?
do with procreation? And the fact that he came out of a woman's
Listen to me.
body and what?
If you
Do
allow
you
me to
keep
finish,
saying listening?
if
Listen,
you
Linda. It does nothing you're saying makes sense, Linda. Nothing at all. What you're saying, it doesn't jive with what Thinker is asking you, right? It doesn't
if
make sense.
if you allow me to finish there,
Oh, you have
if you allow me to
issues.
finish, you understand where I'm heading to.
Can you get there quickly? Because she's asked you 3 times, and I swear.
Okay.
The
I
crazy thing
said
about it is the way he's revving up is the same way he probably rev up when it's time to like just get to the point.
Absolutely.
Like you taking a long
listen to me.
route, and then
I
when
was
you
I
get
was
there, it's gonna be a disappointment. Like just go ahead and get to
listen
the
to
disappointment.
me. Listen to me. Like I was saying, God is a spiritual entity. I was answering Mr. Nelson. I was saying God is a spiritual entity, and He doesn't need a woman to procreate because He made
Then how
things.
the fuck did he get here on
Listen to
Earth?
me now. Let me finish.
No, we will not listen to you, Mr. Daly. No. Calm the
Okay.
fuck down. God
Okay.
damn it.
Let me finish.
Damn, what was that?
Let me
Like
finish.
fucking, I feel like I'm in a Nollywood movie. Just cut that shit
Let
the
me
fuck
finish.
out.
Listen to me.
Like the
I
fuck?
feel
I'm
like
not your long lost daughter you yelling at.
it's
Calm
like you know
No,
how
no,
down.
no,
also
no,
when they
no.
be like trying to
Look,
rebuke the demon out of
look,
Oso, and Oso be like,
Yeah.
look, look,
Daily,
look,
They
daily,
were doing
daily,
that
look.
shit the other day. And he
Mr.
was
Nelson. Mr. Nelson.
daily. No,
Mr. Nelson is not
hold
gonna
on,
help you,
stop,
Daily.
stop.
We're stuck on the
Daily,
question.
you just said, you
One
said
second,
after your,
Nelly. I just wanted to reiterate the question really
They
quick
keep cutting
because
me off. They
yeah,
keep
no,
cutting me
you
off.
you
I'm
sound
trying to talk
you're
here.
Daily.
I'm trying to talk here.
Daily, shut up
I'm
and
trying to talk.
calm down. You're very emotional.
I'm
You've
not. I'm
got to
not.
stop. You
But the
are.
one being emotional here.
The question that we're trying to understand, you keep saying to Mr. Nelson, who will respond in a second, right? That he's a spiritual being, right? And he doesn't need a woman to procreate. That clearly is not
Yes.
the fact when it comes down to his son, right? Being born from like the word of God being born made into flesh, right? Which Mary, who had to be sinless, right? She's the immaculate conception. She's the one who's blameless. She's the one who's
Oh my
upright.
God.
He had to have a human in order for his child to come through, right? So when you say that a woman is not needed for procreation, even in this instance, his father, Joseph, is not even a factor in his procreation, in his inception. He's not a human man is not even
Okay.
there.
Okay. I think
Okay.
I,
Yeah.
I, I think the procreation part is getting you all triggered, and I understand. So I will
because
just
your
rephrase the
story
question.
says that he needed a woman but not a man. That's what your story
Listen
says.
now. Oh my God.
Like keep in mind that your God looked down and saw the man. He saw just the stick and said, "It is not good." He said those words about the man. It is not good.
What is
And
not
to
good?
the person in the comments, Liam, who keeps saying, I think your name was Liam. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But saying, I bet you Zena May is single. It is not good. Zena May likes coochie.
It's not good that a man should be alone.
And do. I didn't even see Liam down there. Y'all gotta stay out from between my legs.
shoot.
Damn.
Well,
Fuck.
see,
A
that's
bitch
right
can't
there.
breathe. I'm minding my business, eating my little pretzels and shit, thinking we have a good combo. Leave him down there
Mm,
crashing out by my cooter. Damn.
Okay.
Let that shit breathe. Fuck.
Okay. I'm not talking about in the sense of God, creating something. You understand? What I'm trying to answer Mr. Nelson's question here. You understand? I said God can create whatever he wants to create from the words of his mouth. He doesn't need, a woman to create anything for him. You understand? But as human beings, we need women. You understand?
Well,
So
why
that's
didn't he create? Why didn't he create Adam from the words of his mouth? He didn't do that. He
what
created Adam from the dirt.
and did what? And did what? After creating him from the dead, what did he do?
I suppose he breathed life into him.
Okay. And then what happened?
He didn't speak it.
Well, he breathed life into him. So can you mold something from the dead and breathe on it and then it comes to life?
And you do what now?
I say, can you mold something from the dirt and breathe on it and it comes to life?
No, I can. I can't do that, and neither can your God.
Well, my God did it.
No, your God. No, somebody told you your God did that.
Oh well, so what did my God? So how did Adam come about?
You don't really want to answer to that question.
No, 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 no. Answer the question. How did Adam come about? Since my God didn't create Adam, so how did Adam come about?
Adam came about from the writers who wrote the story.
So okay, so you believed a writer's story.
No, I don't believe the damn story. You do.
So how did human beings come about? Okay, how did the first human being come about? Tell me what you
What,
believe in.
what I believe in versus what the
Yes.
facts are. I don't
Yeah.
believe in
Okay.
anything. The fact
Okay.
is
Okay.
that
Okay. Tell me the
the
facts.
fact the facts behind the matter is that when well, first of all, let's take it all the way back to dinosaurs. You believe humans existed when dinosaurs existed?
Uh.
No, they didn't. So let me help you out there. So
Okay.
the truth behind the matter is God didn't destroy no the damn dinosaurs.
Okay.
A damn asteroid came and hit the earth and destroyed everything. But when it did destroy, it also created new life.
Okay. So who told you?
It ain't no, that's science.
Who told you?
That's
Science.
science.
Science. Who told you? Did the science just come about, or someone told you?
It's facts. It's science. It's
It's facts.
scientific evidence.
Okay.
You
Okay.
know the
Just
difference between
do you have
scientific evidence
do you have a reference?
well, yeah, all you got to do is just Google scientific evidence. All you got to do is look up the scientific studies. I mean, there's
Okay.
so many, that's simple stuff.
Okay. Okay. So wait. Okay. So wait. So the universe came about by a big bang. Like there was an explosion, and then Earth formed, the sun formed, the moon formed, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, Mercury, Venus. They formed. Is that what you want to tell me?
May I ask a question really quickly, Nelly?
No, no, no,
Wow.
no. Mr. Nelson, answer my question.
No,
Answer
it's
my
okay.
question.
Daily, can I jump?
Mr. Nelson, answer my question. There,
Calm
there
down,
was an
Daily.
explosion,
Daily,
and then
calm.
the
We
sun
heard
formed.
Daily,
you,
listen to what
Daily.
Zena's asking you
We
because you
heard you.
being
You
real
don't have
dumb right
to.
now.
Yeah, you don't have to repeat yourself. Calm down. I get your point of asking Nelly those questions, right? But I want to kind of bring it back to God and the Bible, right? And humanity and everything. And I want to ask you, as you're probing Nelly with the who, what, where, when, and whys, right? And you're telling us that your God's responsible for it. But just as your point is about to prove to Nelly, like, well, you're telling us, you're coming from nothing, right? But your God didn't come from anything, right? And he's making something out of the nothing that he came out of. You can't even reconcile that with the Bible, right? Because then we have to start getting into the Canaanite pantheon, right? And then we have to ask, well, where the fuck did they come from? So I'm not sure if this is like a worthy point to go down. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to ask Nelly to go and prove, with documents and things like that, then we should be able to put your Bible to the same scrutiny and ask, okay, what is the origin story of your God's God? What is the origin story of your God's father? What's, and what goes beyond that? It's the same question. And the Big Bang doesn't tell you how things was created. It's just telling you about the expansion of the universe, right? There's some things that we're just not going to have the answer for yet, right? But unlike your Bible that gives objective answers that you're forced to believe in, which is why the world is in the state that it's in right now, and why we're asking the question on the fucking, hold on, don't laugh just yet, hold it in, why we're asking the question on the board, right? Why, like, stating Jesus Christ is the worst thing that happened to humanity. You're sitting here reading a doctrine that's like, I don't know how old, but you're probing modern day questions by it, right? Like you're saying that, he was created, or he's a spiritual being, but we
Okay.
have to think about it in modern terms. You don't get fucking children from spirituality. You get them from birthing, right? They come from
Okay.
women. They
Yeah.
come from a womb, right?
Yeah.
That's how you get a child. You can't
Yeah.
bypass that. So I'm not sure what this story of like the origin of creation is coming from. And
Okay.
again, this is one of the reasons why Jesus Christ is the worst thing that happened to humanity, because you can believe that a woman can be cloned from a fucking rib, but you won't agree that, I don't know, you can't have a human child, aka Jesus, without a woman procreating. Like, it has to come out of a woman. I don't understand this.
Well, I never.
Hillary, you don't control shit in here. She can talk however long she fucking wants to talk. But also, the when we look at modern science today, right? We see in nature that the only species that can procreate without a male is females. There are
No.
female, yes, there are. There are
No.
female species that can procreate without a male involved. There
Okay.
is
There are two.
no
There
male
are two
species.
species.
There are no male species
There are
in
two
our.
species
Stop
that
talking while I'm
procreate.
talking, motherfucker. God damn.
Okay.
There are no male species that can procreate without a female species. That is science. And we know that. In antiquity, they may not have known that. They may have thought, right, that you needed a male and a female in all species to be created. But we know better today. Right? So why would we believe that a woman came from the rib of a man? It more likely the man came from the woman.
Okay. Okay. There are two species on Earth. You understand? They are the ones who create sexually and the ones who create asexually. Look it up.
And the ones who create asexually are what?
They are not females.
Female or
They are
male?
plants.
They're
They are
females.
organisms.
Plants. Wait, so
They
are
are
you saying that there are
organisms.
no animals that create without needing to have sex with a male?
They are no animals. It's just
Okay,
organisms
hold on,
and
hold on. Is
plants.
this the supernatural intelligence that your God gave you?
It's it's knowledge. Look it up. I am not making it up. You understand?
Okay. Yeah,
I
we're getting ready to bring it up. Okay.
look it up.
Okay,
There,
hold on.
look it up.
There's like a really
Hold on.
nice,
Here we
cute
go.
little fish that literally is like, it has like a whole bunch of feet. It's like the cutest thing. It's like purple and yellow. I gotta look it up too, but I know Thinker's gonna bring this up. But oh,
Oh,
it
it's not.
sucks to be like this fucking wrong, bro. Like, this is ridiculous.
There's fish, there's frogs, I mean, different types can go from
Frogs,
male to female.
These are
frogs.
all the animals that create through parthenogenesis. Do you see all these
That
animals? The black tip shark, the the bonnet head. Let's see, the Komodo dragon, the whiptail lizards, this bird, California condor, the Amazon molly, right? These are animals that do not need a male species to procreate.
that's not true.
What do you mean?
You're an
What
idiot.
the fuck are you talking?
That's
What
that,
the fuck? Wait, I'm sorry. Wait. What, you're now arguing with nature? Like, are you okay? What the fuck?
So I
Um,
suppose you don't believe that all human life starts out as female? You don't believe that either, do you?
what I'm what I'm trying to make you understand is that there are two types of procreation: this sexual procreation and this asexual procreation. And animals don't procreate asexually. It's only organisms
Then
like the
why
amoeba.
do these animals on the fucking screen exist? Don't argue with us, right? I want you, thinker, the Komodo dragon, right? I would love if you could argue against why a scientist, any group of scientists, right, would collectively label this creature, capable of abiogenesis, right? Why would they give it that label? Why would they go through the process of, going through the categorization of how animals reproduce, X, Y, and Z, and selecting it for that? What do you think would be their fucking motive? Yeah, you go fucking Google that. You Google that shit. Because this is why Lyndon Johnson, he's happy. You are his wildest fucking dream. I swear to God. Eh? I said abiogenesis. Sorry, y'all. Parthenogenesis is right in my face. Daily?
He don't even believe parthenogenesis exists.
But I mean, this is absolutely, it's on par for a lot of Christians who, if you believe in a talking snake, why would you believe in any like thing that's actually real, right? That's concrete, that you can go crack open a book and study. Why would you believe that when you can believe in a talking snake that in no recorded history has ever, like, snakes have never been found, or lizards for that matter, to have vocal cords, right? Or donkeys to have vocal
Well,
cords. Never.
well, it's a conflict of interest, to be honest with you, because, like I said, if he doesn't believe in parthenogenesis, then how can he believe that Mary got pregnant without David? I mean, what's his name? I we
Daily,
got
you
it
have to
already.
come back. TikTok's gonna drop you if you stay gone too long.
See,
What are you looking for?
What are you looking for, Daily?
I'm
What are you
looking for
looking for?
animals that
Huh?
we can't hear you when you're off that deal.
Are you wait, are you looking for animals? Are you looking for
What are you
Are you
looking
hearing me
for?
now?
Yeah, what are you looking
Are you
for?
hearing me now?
Yeah, we can't hear you
I
when you're off the app.
you talked about yeah, I was off the app. You were talking about Komodo dragon, that it procreates without a male. And I'm telling you that no, it doesn't.
what evidence can
That
you
you
provide? Okay, Daily, what evidence
that
do you mind providing? Do you have a
that's
website?
what I was going to bring up.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I was going to bring up. And it's
Okay. Guys, while we're here, please water the fountain of the life. Go ahead and water. And Thinker is going to put another bucket of water out for you guys to fill momentarily with a nice little reset. That is a disgusting. Do you
Damn
know?
it!
Like,
Ew.
do you know that they will literally, like,
What's the
they'll
purpose?
bite, because they'll bite your ass and then, like, follow you while the poison is literally just taking effect. It could take days, depends on how
That's the
brave you
poison.
are.
That's poison in
Yeah,
their mouth. Ew.
literally, Thinker. And they don't, like, they are so evil. Like, they literally will, like look at how they do buffaloes, right? It doesn't matter. Like, they only need to get you one bite. That's it. One bite. Their saliva is so toxic. It's so disgusting. Ugh, they eat anything. Very deadly.
Goodness.
Mm-hmm.
He gonna be gone for eternity.
Like, what is he? Like, I thought he had a website or
He had to go back
something.
to the garden.
Shit. Time traveler ass.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we're hearing you, unfortunately.
Are you hearing me? Well,
Unfortunately.
organisms that can reproduce asexually are crustaceans.
What
You
the fuck
understand?
are you
They are
talking about?
crustaceans, sponges, sea anemones.
Do you have anything that debunks that
What
Komodo
the hell did he just
dragons?
say?
He said only crustaceans can reproduce asexually.
You don't see the Komodo dragon on the screen where it says scientists first discovered that the Komodo dragon could have virgin births in
Komodo
2006.
dragon
At
can't
the time, only
reproduce.
2 Komodo dragons lived in Europe. One of these dragons, a female at the Chester Zoo in the UK, gave birth to a clutch of 25 eggs despite never being in any contact with males.
So what your guy got to say about that one?
The cat got your tongue.
With a chicken eggs.
If I leave
The
the app,
female
if
cat,
I
the
leave the
female
app,
cat got your tongue.
it's going to you're not going to hear me, and I can't talk from outside the app. You understand? So you look it up.
You can give her the
You Google
website.
asexual reproduction, and then it brings up
We're talking about parthenogenesis.
parthenogenesis.
Yes, parthenogenesis, which are
Huh?
virgin births without a male species. Komodo dragons can do it. Sharks can do it. The California condor, stick
That's
insects, blind snakes,
that's
whatever this motherfucker is. What the hell was
that's
your
not
God
true.
thinking when he did that? What? Look at what
That's
is
not
that? Does
true.
this? It don't have a head.
Oh, that's
There's no
freaky.
head on that. That is
That's
what
an
was God
organism.
thinking?
It is
What the
not.
hell is that?
I don't know. Hold on. What the
It
Oh,
fuck?
what
looks
the fuck is
nasty as
that?
What the
hell.
Oh, the worm. I know about the worm.
Why don't it have a
That's an
head?
organism.
It don't have a
An
head.
animal can't
Huh?
reproduce
Why do
without
they have little fingers
a
like
male or a
that? What the
female.
fuck? Imagine, I would be so mad to be born like that.
What?
Uh-uh.
Hey, Daily, why is that so hard
Where
for
in the
you to
world is
believe?
that thing so I don't go
Oh, it's
there?
a little water bear. The water bears. Yeah.
Oh, it says it's a tardigrades, whatever, are aquatic, microscopic creatures known for their ability to withstand extreme conditions. These chubby water bears can go both ways. Ooh, they're bi. They could
Mm-hmm.
reproduce in both sexually and asexually. However,
Okay.
parthenogenesis is only common in lake and terrestrial habitats. So they can be
Okay.
parthenogenic or
Shut
asexual.
up.
So where are we seeing
Okay.
different sexual orientations in nature?
Well, you
Are we
know,
seeing it in nature daily? Are
Okay.
we
what's
seeing
it?
different sexual
So
orientations in nature
so I am
daily?
telling you that humans or females can't reproduce without a male.
Stop saying that you received new information daily, and it's okay when you receive new
That's
information. It is
no.
okay. No, listen, listen. When you
You're
receive,
seeing it yourself.
okay, go ahead,
No
Daily.
animal can
Go
reproduce
ahead.
on its own.
He
Even the
said,
Komodo dragon.
wait, you said Xena is feeling herself? Are you feeling some type of
Yeah,
way?
even the Komodo dragon you pulled up, it can't reproduce
Wait,
on its
Does
own.
that make you feel inferior? Does that make you feel insignificant as a
Even the
male?
Komodo dragon you pulled
Are
up
you feeling
can't
insignificant?
reproduce on its own.
Wait, are you feeling insignificant as a male right now? Are you jealous of the female right now?
Why are you so angry with me?
Is that what he said? You feeling yourself?
Yeah, like what the fuck, thinker? What the fuck? I don't
Feel like we need to play
So,
feeling myself.
feel it
I'm
myself.
feeling.
so,
I'm feeling myself.
so scientists are lying, is what you're saying, Daily? They're lying. I can't hear you, man. You're on mute. Come on. He dropped.
He dropped.
He said, "I'm out of here."
Oh my goodness.
Damn, Daily, what
Said you feeling
happened?
yourself too much, Zena.
Ah,
That was
That is
too
shit.
that was
wicked.
too much for him.
Too much sauce. He said, "I'm done. Fuck off."
Oh no, the Xena must be single comments won't work anymore.
They gotta try a new one. Why are y'all always so interested in knocking people down a peg when it's just a conversation? You guys get so
I
ooh,
love it. That's pretty.
that's beautiful. You guys get so
Thank you,
emotional.
collard greens. All right,
Okay.
y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, guest box is open. You must be 25 and up to join the conversation. One guest at a time. And when you come up, we do not carry over from previous conversations. We will start from a brand new topic. Oh, wait a minute, Zena. He's here. He is. He's back.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Did you find what you were looking for?
No, my network my network was bad. My
Oh, did
connection
you?
was
Why
bad.
you didn't use your supernatural abilities to protect you from that?
You're trying to make mockery of me or what?
Well, you said you have supernatural abilities, right? And
Ability
that
to do
you
what?
only use them to pray and ask your God to protect you from things that you cannot see.
Well, you clearly didn't understand what I said. I think you can't
That's what you
comprehend.
said. You ask your
You have
God
a
to
problem
protect
with
you from things that you
comprehension.
cannot see. You said that you pray and ask your
What did
God
I
to
say?
protect you from things that you cannot see. You did not foretell that your fucking Wi-Fi was gonna go out.
You're missing the whole point, and I think you lack comprehension. You listen, but you can't
No, I
Yeah.
comprehend.
comprehend very well. Like if I had
No,
access
you
to a
can't.
supernatural
You can't.
deity, if I had access to a supernatural deity, I wouldn't put limitations on it. Like I wouldn't say that it can only protect me from harm, right? It could protect me from things that I cannot see. And if I know, right, that I live in an area with bad Wi-Fi and I'm going to be getting roasted on TikTok in the middle of the night, I'm going to ask my God to protect me from bad Wi-Fi and to make sure that the Wi-Fi doesn't
Well,
go out during that conversation.
well,
And your God didn't do that.
well, well. God has given me knowledge. You
Not that
understand,
knowledge.
and that is why, and that is why I'm able to correct or counter whatever you're saying. You
Daily.
understand?
But you
Because
Daily.
haven't.
yeah, Mr. Nelson.
You so quick to answer me, boy. Why you do
No,
that, man?
no. Why I'm quick to
Because
answer
we
you is
still in
because
our
See, I don't
Wi-Fi.
even have to yell or nothing.
Mr.
I start
Nelson.
talking. It's Mr.
because
Nelson.
you allow me
Yes.
to talk. You understand? Because you allow me to talk,
Oh, he doesn't.
and
Nelly has cut you off. I don't know how many times. You
no,
just
no.
accept
You
it
know,
because Nelly has a dick.
the women here, they get so emotional, and they
We're
just
emotional. The only emotion that we are experiencing is joy and laughter and happiness.
It
That's
Right.
seems to
it.
So,
me that you're the emotional one.
no.
I'm
You
cracking
told
up
me
over here,
to
Mr.
Do
shut
you
up.
Daily.
remember saying, "Let me talk now"? Do you remember saying that? Do you remember
No,
doing all that?
so,
you called me names.
hey,
You
Daily.
What?
I
you're
call everybody
disrespectful to
names.
me.
That's just me.
You
I
understand?
call
No,
everybody
What?
no, no, no,
names.
no.
That's just
That's what
me.
I'm saying.
That's just
That's what I'm
motherfucker.
saying.
Then that means that you are the one that's emotional. You
That's
can't
what I'm
handle
saying.
me. You
You
can't
calling
handle
me
me with
names.
your emotional ass. You can't
No,
handle. You
you're the
can't
one being
handle me.
emotional.
You
You
can't
can't
handle a
handle
woman
a
like me
debate.
or Xena.
You
You
can't.
can't handle us, and you gotta cry about it. You've
Hey,
been
Daily.
whining, and then you've been calling on Nelly like the power of the dick is going to save you or some shit.
What? Like, can I ask you, Mr. Daly? Like, I really like because we were. I want to like understand why you believe this. Like, what is your point? Like, what is your contention with us in talking about reproduction and why women are
Well,
necessary? I'm not done. You gotta wait,
okay.
right? See, this is the emotion that we're talking about. How you can't wait until I complete a fucking sentence, right? Like, I waited until there was a pause for you to talk. So you gotta try at least attempt to do the same. That would let me know that you have control over your emotions, right? So like I don't understand why you have such an issue with us underlining the fact that women are needed for reproduction, right? Why does that make us emotional? Why does showing that animals in the animal kingdom, right, are capable of reproducing on their own? Do you feel threatened, right, that women one day, human women, may actually be able to do the same? They're actively working on that, right? And your God won't be able to stop that. Is that what upsets you, perhaps?
Did he just sound like a Komodo dragon to you?
He
He
did.
did. The
he,
slobberous,
he sounded like
slobbering.
he sounded like what they would say Satan or a demon would be in hell, like sitting outside their bed or something, going like you over there growling. Are you
I
okay?
was, I was,
So,
I was clearing my throat.
hey, Daily, Daily.
That's
Okay,
So
not
Mr.
what
what you
that
Marshall.
was.
Wait,
what you
can you
telling
answer
me?
my question? Oh, I'm sorry, Nelly. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. If he can answer it, go ahead.
I don't even know who I'm answering now.
Yeah, I'll shorten it and repeat it. Um, do you feel threatened that you know women reproducing by themselves basically can happen, right? Just like it's happened in animals. It can most likely, probably happen in the future with women. In fact, they're working on it, right? So, do you feel threatened that your God won't be able to stop this from taking place? Is that why this is so
Are
emotionally
you
charged for you?
okay?
He can't be with all
Are
that
you over there
growling
growling?
and
What
that
the fuck did you
growling.
turn into? No, god damn! Did you just
Like,
morph?
what is well? Like, he cannot. Like, it's like my voice is
He
doing
over there growling like a motherfucker.
something.
Did you just
Oh
morph?
well, are you hearing me?
He's
Why are
turning
you
You,
into that
growling
little
when I
headless
it's
thing.
talk? Like,
it's kind of frustrating.
why?
It's kind
Okay,
of
but
frustrating
if you're
talking,
fresh, hey, look,
and I'm
look,
not allowed to talk,
look, daily,
and
daily.
I'm getting muted.
You
Um,
can't talk while somebody else is talking. Number one, your phone sounds like shit, daily. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just being honest. It sounds like
okay,
absolute dog shit. Number one. Number
okay,
two, my microphone and Thinker's microphone and probably everybody else on the panel's microphone is simply better than yours. You're going to be
okay,
overpowered. So it's best for you to wait until everybody else finishes talking and then you
okay,
respond. And then when you respond, try to make sure it's on par with the question at hand, not something you just want to spill out your nutsack, right? Nobody wants to hear that. Not really, right? Yeah. So my question, just to go back over it, hopefully you have your listening ears on, is why, right, are you so frustrated, or are you rather frustrated at the fact that women most likely in the future will be able to reproduce, right, without the help of men, right, without needing a sperm, right? And in addition, God won't be able to stop it, just like he does not stop animals in the animal kingdom currently from doing the same that happens naturally. Added a little bit extra there to bring it full circle. What has your pants in a fucking tizzy about this?
okay. Can I answer now?
You sure can.
All right. Well, number one, I'm not threatened about anything or anybody. That's not my problem. You understand? It has never been. Is if I have 100 problems, that's not one of them. You understand me? I'm not threatened by anybody or anything or any entity. You understand? What I'm saying is, asexual reproduction has always been there. If you're knowing about it now, probably you're not knowledgeable enough, or probably you didn't listen well in your classes when you were in school. You understand? If you're in biology class, you will hear about sexual and asexual reproduction.
We're
You
not
understand? So,
talking about asexual. We're talking about parthenogenesis.
oh my
Yep,
God.
growl some more. We aren't talking about asexual reproduction. We're talking about parthenogenesis.
Okay,
Don't
so
fucking
what
tell
is
me what to do,
parthenogenesis?
Eileen. I do what the fuck I want to do.
Okay, what is parthenogenesis?
I already
She just
told you what
showed
it
it to
was.
you.
No, you didn't show it to me.
Yes, I
You're
did.
just talking about
Parthenogenesis
pointing things out
is
to me.
a
You didn't like.
virgin birth
No, you didn't.
by a female species. That's parthenogenesis.
Is it what?
A virgin birth by a female species without a male involved. That is parthenogenesis. The Komodo dragon is one.
Okay. Okay. So what point are you trying to make with that?
So remember when you said like you need to go back to school and listen and learn and all that shit? Remember you said that?
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
remember when you also said that there
So
were
what point are you trying to
no,
make?
listen, listen,
Just
listen,
go
listen,
straight to the
listen.
point.
If you shut the fuck up, I'll tell you. I promise I will, best friend. So remember not less than 20 minutes ago, you said there's no animals who could do this, right? You said there was none, zero. And then Thinker had to bring up a list of animals that do participate in parthenogenesis, right? And now you're saying animals reproduce
Okay.
asexually. That's not correct, right? And they're female animals who do it, right? So it's not reproducing asexually. It's female animals having virgin births, right? So again, you made the point that women were not of value, right, when it comes to the reproduction, right? And that's where we were talking about fucking Adam and his weird ass clone. Are you okay? Like, are you
No, he
okay?
just sounded like Simba.
Like, get it the fuck out. Go ahead and bust that fucking nut, bro. Like, are you okay? Like, I promise you, you can clip my voice
What?
later and get your rocks off. But right now, like, the conversation at hand is what I know you're laughing because exactly what you're doing. Make sure you have your wipes and your fucking oil next to you, right? But save it after the live. I don't do that shit for free. You gotta cut it out. It's weird. Honestly, Daily. Like, honey, it's honestly weird. I don't like that. Can you stop? Honestly? Can you?
I don't think he can because his masculinity is being challenged. His
Oh,
belief that
You
he is
understand?
needed,
You understand? You
his
understand?
belief that he is needed is being challenged right now.
Allow me to allow me to talk.
Why are
I'm
you
not
trying to
challenged.
talk while I'm talking? Like it wasn't your turn.
I
You understand? You understand? It was not your
just
My
turn.
allow me to
brother,
talk. You're turning off.
my brother,
You're turning off my
look,
mic. You're turning off my mic. You,
Ellie,
John. You're turning.
Ellie,
Yep.
can you hear me?
Are you going to behave?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Okay. The Lord told me to tell you that you should be nicer to people.
Are you a Christian, my brother?
I'm nice. I've not called anybody names here.
No, but you are
Also
being
Ray.
disrespectful. Yes.
Are you a Christian?
Amen.
I am not being disrespectful.
And you came up here to hold your Christian brother accountable for his misogyny.
Amen. You are not being very nice to the ladies.
What do you have to say about that, Daily?
And they don't want me to finish. I'm trying to make a point here, and the ladies don't want me to finish. Mr. Nelson is being calm and he's listening.
get his dick out your
This
mouth. Oh
motherfucker
my
right
god.
here.
Do you understand?
Oh
That's why
boy.
I listen to him tonight when he wants to talk because he seems to be level headed.
It sounds funny when he says,
Yo.
they won't let me finish. They won't let me finish. They just let me finish. Just let me finish. That sounds so ill.
Just let me
I'm
finish.
thinker. I'm telling you, he
Just
is
let me
doing
finish.
something not. Look, he's still saying it. There's something is going
To
on. This is not.
finish?
What the
My
fuck?
brother, why are you being
What's
so
going
Fix
on?
your
weird?
What's
Wi-Fi,
going on?
please.
Why are you being
What's
so
going on?
weird?
There's nothing
Why are
going
you
on.
running?
I'm running to where? I am not
Then
running.
leave, Brian. Shut the fuck up and leave. Just
You get?
fucking scroll.
Okay, you want me to leave?
Is your name Brian?
You want?
Is your name
Okay.
Brian? Is your name Brian Crennan?
Well,
Brian Crying Lion? Well, maybe your name is Brian Crying Lion. 'Cause- Is that your name?
that's not my name.
That's not your name. Then I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the other crying lion in the comments named Brian.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, I was trying to talk, and you're talking too. So
I
We can't
just,
hear shit you saying. What happened to your microphone?
yeah, you done went low.
You wiping it off, that's why.
I'm just trying to figure out why you finding that. Why is you finding parthenogenesis so hard to believe, but yet you can believe that some almighty God impregnated a woman to travel through her birth canal to come down to the land of the living? Uh, uh,
Mr. Nelson, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Nelson, I don't have, I don't know it all. You understand me? If you bring up a point that I don't know about, I will want to debate it and see if it's true or not.
but that don't make
You,
sense. Hold on, you
That's
How
not
can't
are
what
you
he
going to
debate.
did.
debate something
You
you
didn't do
haven't
that with
even
us.
researched?
Wait, you also didn't do that with us. You just said
Mm-mm.
that's not true.
Yeah.
You didn't debate shit.
well, you won't let me talk.
You
You're
you
talking
didn't
over me.
debate. You did not debate the Komodo dragon point that I brought up. You didn't debate the list of animals that procreate through parthenogenesis. You just
I
said
was
that's not true.
I was trying to bring something up.
you
I didn't
you
dispute
you
the
went
fact
and
that
looked for
an organism.
asexual you went and looked for asexual species, something that we were not even talking about. We were
Okay.
talking about parthenogenesis, and then you spent all that time, wasted all of our time, right? Like I told
Okay.
you, you got the rev up, and then you get to the part where you finish and it's disappointment. You wasted our time, right? And then brought this stupid shit about asexual reproduction, and then said, "Well, what do you mean by parthenogenesis? What is that?"
Like I said, I talked about asexual reproduction because I know about it,
Who
and I
was
didn't
talking
rule out
about
the.
asexual reproduction? Who was talking about that?
Well, I was talking about it.
Why?
Why not? Why would I talk
Why?
about it?
Why? When we were talking about parthenogenesis?
I was talking about asexual reproduction. You
Why?
were not talking about it because
We brought up
that's.
parthenogenesis. We brought up the fact that the only species that can reproduce without the other species is a female species through parthenogenesis. Why the fuck would you start talking about asexual reproduction?
Because organisms can reproduce without a male or a female.
Does that address the
That is
fact
it.
that we said, does that address the fact that we said female species don't need a male species in society to reproduce? Does that address that?
Well, the whole genesis of this thing was you were asking me why is God not a she or a
No, I
they
did not
or a
ask you
them?
that. I said,
Yeah,
why
you
don't
did.
you? I did not say, why is he not? I said, why don't you use the word they if you are saying that your God is not a he? If you are saying that your God is both he and she, why don't you say they? And it doesn't matter what started it. When we talked, you made the statement that a woman is not needed for procreation. We brought up the fact that your story says the opposite, that a woman was needed for your God to come here and be human. What was not needed was the male. We also brought up that in society, in science today, there are no male species that can reproduce without a female species. However, there are several female species that can reproduce without a male species through parthenogenesis. And you said that's
Then
not true. And you
parthenogenesis is
started talking about
asexual reproduction.
asexual reproduction. No one was talking about
That's
asexual reproduction.
parthenogenesis is a form of asexual reproduction in which the embryo that develops directly from an egg without a need for fertilization. It is asexual reproduction, and that's what I was saying here.
That's
that there are
not what
two
you were saying
types.
with your lying ass.
I said
You literally said
I said
only
there are two
plants
types.
reproduce through asexual reproduction. That is not what
I
you
said
said.
only plants and some organisms.
No,
That's what
you
I said.
didn't. No, you did
I
not.
did.
No,
No,
you
you
I
didn't.
didn't.
I said crustaceans. Did I make mention of crustaceans? Didn't I? What
Mm-mm.
are you saying? Come
Didn't
on.
say that in the same fucking sentence. You were talking. You
What
were
do you
throwing.
mean?
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! I will tell you what you meant. You were throwing. Be quiet. Shut your
Okay.
mouth for 2 seconds.
Okay. Talk.
Okay, do it. Shut your mouth. Do it.
My brother,
Stop
you are being
talking.
disrespectful.
God damn. You were throwing out random shit. At first, you threw out fucking plants, saying plants are the only ones capable of procreating asexually. Again, not what the fuck we're talking about, right? Then, when we brought up animals, the thinker brought up the animals, I believe, that is when you started talking about the fucking crustaceans. Could have the order wrong, but the
Okay.
point is, shut up. I'm not done. I'll let you know when I'm done. You understand, Daily? You don't have to ask me when I'm done talking. You
All
understand?
right. All right.
If it's all right, then shut the fuck up, right? You are throwing out random fucking things, bro. So it doesn't matter. You're wrong. And you're going back and forth. You've been going back and forth this whole time. You probably never heard the word parthogenesis. I can't even say it right. Probably haven't heard that word before today. Right? Like the animals that you're disputing, again, you're not arguing with us. You're arguing with scientists. You're arguing with how they categorize these animals, right? That's your issue. You need to go talk to them. Now, you can beef with your God about the fact that he says that he cloned us from a fucking man. However, every other fucking human on this earth has to come out of somebody's fucking snatch. It just they
Okay.
have to. There's not a I told you when I'm ready for you to talk, I would let you know, bro. I'll let you know. I'm almost done. But I'm just saying, like, there's been no other person that we know of that has not come out of a womb, right? So unless you have something in the Bible that speaks otherwise, then everything that you're saying is just I don't know, bullshit at this point. Daily, what else do you have to offer us in your quest to demean women and erase, their, I guess, position as giving birth to your God, right? Their status. Mary. I don't know. You're demeaning her as you're having this conversation, whether you want to or not.
Okay. You said every human came from a womb, and that's fact. You understand? But last I checked, you understand, in science, it's only the male that has the XY chromosome. You get me?
You understand?
What the fuck do you have? What does that have to do with what's happening currently in nature?
Okay,
I don't
listen.
And
understand.
Let me
also, if it's
finish. Let me
only the
finish.
male
Let me
that has,
finish.
if it's only the male that has the XY chromosome, then it is virtually impossible for your Jesus to have come out male when
Punnett
Mary
squared.
had no male
Okay.
involved.
And that holds the fact why a woman came out of a man. You understand? A man has XY chromosome and a woman has only Y chromosomes.
Did your Jesus come out of a man?
Listen, Jesus did not come
Did
on the
your
on the
Jesus did
first
not come out of
creation.
a man? Therefore, your
Jesus did not come on
Jesus,
the first creation.
therefore your Jesus
You
came through a
understand? I'm
human
talking about
coochie.
Adam.
Your
I'm talking about
Jesus, I'm
Adam.
talking about your Jesus. Your
I'm talking about
Jesus
Adam.
came. I'm talking about your Jesus. Your
Okay.
Jesus came through a human woo-ha. And
Yes.
so
Yes, he did.
that woman had XX. There was no
Yes.
human male involved for there to be XY chromosomes.
Yes.
So how did your Jesus come out male without a human male involved with these XY chromosomes?
Well, I'm talking about Adam here.
I'm talking about your Jesus.
Well, it was a prophecy that a son is going to come. And
Did he
yeah,
prophesy the XY chromosomes?
a son is going to come. A
Where did
son.
the XY come from?
A son is going to come. A son is a
You just
male.
gonna keep saying the stupid shit? You just gonna keep
A
saying
son,
that shit?
a
I
son is a male.
understand that it said a son.
Okay?
Where did the XY chromosome come from?
XY chromosome comes from a man.
What man was involved in the making of your Jesus?
Like I said, a son is
Why are
going to
you
come.
laughing? Answer the fucking question.
A son
And
is going to
mind
come.
you, Thinker, he said the women have YY chromosomes. I don't know if anybody caught that shit. Just an
Yes.
FY fucking
Yes.
I said, what the
Women have
fuck?
Y chromosomes,
Because why
and
are
men
they
have
here?
XY chromosomes.
Yeah.
A woman have
Why are they here?
YY?
Yeah. Why are you here?
Women have Y chromosomes. That's what makes you a woman.
No, they don't. Who
And
told you that? God? Who told you women have YY chromosomes? Is this
biology.
the biology told you that? Go ask your God
Yeah.
if women have YY. Pray right quick. Pray right quick and ask your God if women have YY
Why?
chromosomes.
Why? Why will I ask God? That's not sensible.
Because you're saying YY is a lie. Women do not have YY chromosomes. That's a lie.
Okay, what
Why
chromosomes do
are
we
you
have?
running?
We have XX, you fucking idiot. I hate you,
Okay.
nigga. Like,
Okay,
oh
okay.
my god,
Whether
bro.
X, okay, I think I made a mistake there, and that's normal. Whether X or Y, women have one chromosome.
That's two.
Two
XX
chromosomes.
are two chromosomes.
X is one. It's just
That's
X.
two chromosomes. They are the. Oh my fucking gosh.
I'm
Women
Brother,
have
you
one chromosome.
Ronald Reagan's influence over this fuck. I used to think it was just America that Ronald Reagan had influence over, bro. I'm starting to understand it's the fucking globe. He literally, his impact had just, his arm had so much fucking reach, bro. Tear down that fucking wall. No. Put the wall back fucking
Okay,
up.
okay.
My
Something
brother,
is
can
Look,
I ask you a
happening.
question? Can I ask you
I
a
made a
question, my
mistake.
brother? My brother,
I made a
understand me.
mistake. Wait,
Hear me
chill,
out,
chill, chill.
brother.
Hold on.
Brother,
Chill.
can I ask you a
Hold
question?
on,
Can I
hold
ask you
on.
a question? Let me
No,
ask you
let me
a
talk.
question. No,
No,
no, hear me out. My brother,
no. I want to talk.
no. Let me ask you a question.
No, I want to talk.
How many pointer fingers do you have?
I have 5 fingers on one hand and five on the other. That's 10 fingers.
No, you only have one. It's the
What?
same thing. It's only one.
So, what point are you trying to make?
Exactly, my brother.
Look,
Nigga, how many fucking pointer fingers do you have again?
City got
look,
five.
look.
Shit.
I know you're trying to make fun of me and try to sound funny.
Well,
You
it is
understand?
funny, honey,
But
because
but
how
but I'm
look,
above all of
how
that.
many pointer
Do you hear
fingers
me?
do you have,
Do you
best
hear me?
friend?
I'm above all of that. You understand? And I'm trying to make a
Are
point
you
here. And
sure?
I
Because
don't.
maybe you need to seek below that. Back to the topic
No,
though,
no.
right? I think that you are upset about the
Upset
fact
about
that
what?
we're pushing this so hard, right? That
No.
you
Look,
no listen, Daily, what did I tell
okay,
you? You gotta calm down. You're so emotional right now.
okay.
Relax.
I'm calm. I'm calm.
Take a deep breath. It's okay.
I'm calm.
Yeah, but like I'm trying to understand why you don't think that like your Jesus came through a hoo-ha, right? He didn't have a man there. If that's the case, he
Oh
should have been
God.
born female, right? He should have been a woman, right? He shouldn't have been the son of God. He should have been the daughter of God. And granted, that would actually kind of help his case as a sacrificial lamb, right? That would help him actually complete, right, the atonement sacrifice, right?
Okay.
Leviticus 4. So you are rebuffing the fact that he could have possibly been born a woman. In reality, that would help you guys. I don't understand the grief.
Okay, I'm not having any grievances. You understand? And I didn't say anything wrong about women. I was just talking about God
Hold on.
and
Brian
God's work
crying
with.
lion, why are you still here? I thought the vibe in here was negative. Like, why the fuck? You were muted for 5 minutes to give you time to exit, but your ass sat through the mute and you are still here?
What do you
I
mean?
don't, I
I
don't
am
understand.
talking.
I'm not talking to you. Your name is not Brian. I'm talking about Brian the crying lion. Like, why are you still here? I thought this live was negative. Like, y'all sit around shit that you don't like. Like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? Cause I fucking can, Coacharilla. I do like the conversations I'm having, motherfucker. That's why I have them. That question didn't make any fucking sense. Then why are you just whining about it? Y'all come here to fucking whine? Or is this your man's? Is this your man's on the stage? Are y'all here to like defend the masculinity? Is that why y'all are here? You are whining. Like, I think all of y'all's dinglings started tingling and the mating call went out. Like, y'all all in the comments, like having a whole fucking wine fest.
Y'all are extremely emotional down there. I'm not gonna hold you.
Like,
Really?
goddamn, do
That's
yourself a
fun.
favor. If you don't like what we're talking about in here, scroll. Like, the fucking complaining, it's irritating as fuck. I'm just gonna mute your motherfucking asses because I can't stand a motherfucker that can't like get himself out of situations he don't like. Go ahead, Daly.
Okay. Well, I was talking about Adam's work with God. You understand? Before this whole reproduction and procreation came into, came into play. I didn't dispute the fact that Mary gave birth to Jesus. I am not against women. You understand? I'm not misogynistic. I don't have anything against women at all. When you asked me earlier about authority, women having authority, I say women also have authority too. You understand? I didn't dispute any fact about women. I'm not challenged about anything. You understand? The only thing in my head right now is to make money and, and at the end of the day, I go to heaven. That's my only problem. You know, I don't have anything against women. I don't have anything
That's a
against any
problem
group.
for you. That's your only
You
problem,
understand?
making money and going
That
to heaven.
that's the only thing I think about. You
No, you said
understand?
that's your only problem.
Okay, that's the only thing I think about. Let me rephrase. That's the only thing I think about.
So why
You
did you say
understand? So
Zena was feeling herself?
who?
Why'd you say she was feeling herself when she was talking about parthenogenesis?
I never said that. Oh God.
You never said Zena was feeling herself.
Feeling herself how?
Do I need
No,
to
I
play
didn't
it
say it.
back? Do I need to play it
I
back?
could never.
Play it back. Play it back, please.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Daily,
No, play it
why
back. No,
mute? Why
no,
mute?
let's
It's
clear
the
the air.
whole no. It's the whole reason why we
No,
went
let's
down
clear the
this
air.
weird ass
No,
path. Like you guys get embarrassed every
clear
time.
the air. No,
She's going to play it.
I like
Don't
clarity.
worry. Once you
I like
ask her to
I
do
like
it,
clarity.
shut the fuck up, please, Jesus. Nobody wants you talking over them. Neither do they want you humping over them. Cut it out. All I'm saying is you laugh because it's true. All I'm saying is like
It's funny. It's funny because you.
it's not funny at all. It's annoying. It's
It's very funny.
shush shush
It's
shush.
very
My
funny,
brother,
honestly.
my brother, my
Don't
brother.
worry, she's gonna get it. But it's
My brother,
disgusting that we have to go down like this path. You said what we said that set off a whole conversation, right? You were trying to demean me, and it just
I
didn't work.
wasn't.
You were, and it just
I
didn't
wasn't.
work. So why should
I
she have to
wasn't.
prove that?
I wasn't.
You
Honestly, I
literally went
wasn't.
on a whole little tirade.
Nah, I wasn't. I was just
Okay,
talking
all
about
right.
sexual
Well, I
instruction.
tried.
I wasn't. You get me? So, if that was what you thought, if that was what you felt, man, you're wrong. You understand? You're wrong. I've been very respectful
My
here.
brother,
Hey,
my
my brother, how
brother,
far now? My brother,
my brother,
how far now?
my brother.
How you doing?
Understand me?
Yeah, I understand you. Look, I'm enjoying this actually. I'm enjoying this. You understand? I'm not emotional about it. I'm not angry. I'm not upset. I'm just trying to clear the air here. You get me?
Nah, understand me. You're doing too much.
I'm not doing too much, my brother.
You are.
I'm not, honestly, I'm not. You understand? I'm not doing it too
No,
much,
you
honestly.
understand. You are.
I am not.
Saying that
I
you
am not.
receive
You
new
are.
information daily, and it's okay when you receive new information. It is okay.
I am
No,
not.
listen. When
You're
receive,
seeing it yourself.
okay, go ahead,
No
Danny.
animal can reproduce on its own.
Listen,
You say what? No, take it back, take it back, take it back. Humans or females can't reproduce without a male.
stop saying that you received new information daily, and it's okay when you receive new information. It is okay. No, listen.
You're seeing it yourself.
Okay, go ahead,
No
Danny.
animal can reproduce on its own.
Listen daily, and it's okay when you receive new information. It is okay. No, listen.
You're seeing it yourself.
Okay,
Male.
stop saying that you received new information daily, and it's okay when you receive new information. It is okay. No, listen.
You're seeing it yourself.
Okay, receive new information. It is okay. No, listen.
You're seeing it yourself.
Okay, receive new information.
You said it
It is
yourself.
okay. No, listen.
You're seeing it yourself.
Okay, go ahead,
No
Danny.
animal can reproduce on its own.
He
Even the
said,
Komodo you said it
wait, you
yourself.
said Xena is feeling herself? Are you feeling some type of way?
Yeah, even the Komodo dragon you pulled up, it can't
Wait,
reproduce. No,
does that make you
I
feel
Mm.
said,
inferior? Does that make you feel
I said
insignificant
you
as
said
a
it
male?
yourself. Even the Komodo dragon you pulled up
Are you feeling
can't
insignificant?
reproduce on its own.
Wait, and you are a liar, bro. That's the second time I've had to go and sift through this fucking lie and find some shit you said. You're
I
a
said
liar.
you said it yourself. I said you said it yourself. That's what I said. I didn't say you're feeling
Said
yourself.
what?
You said it yourself. You said it
You did
yourself.
not say that.
What did I say?
You didn't. What did she say herself? What did you say she said herself?
She said I was saying you're feeling yourself.
What did when you said it yourself? What are you saying she said?
About the asexual reproduction.
She didn't say shit about asexual reproduction.
So what did she say?
You tell me. You said she said it herself. What exactly did she say?
I am saying what I said.
What are you
This
saying
Zina
that
said
she said? What are you saying that she said?
well, I can't remember. You have the record in there. You can listen to it.
Yeah, let's see.
Wait,
you said Xena is feeling herself?
Received new information.
Feeling you and telling you that humans or females can't reproduce without a male.
Stop saying that you received new information daily, and it's okay when you receive new information. It is okay. No, listen.
You're feeling yourself.
Okay, go ahead.
You said feeling, motherfucker. I can hear the F. You're feeling yourself. You said
I didn't say F.
feeling. Yes, you did. Hold on, because I don't like
look.
liars. I swear I don't.
Look,
Okay, no,
there's
listen,
no point lying. You're not going to beat
feeling
me.
yourself. Okay, receive new information.
You said it yourself.
Okay, no,
You
listen.
said it yourself. You're saying it yourself.
Okay, go ahead.
No,
Information. It is okay. No, listen.
You're saying it yourself.
Okay, receive new information. It is okay. No, listen.
You're saying it yourself.
Receive new information. It is okay. No, listen.
You're saying it yourself.
Okay, go ahead.
No animal can reproduce.
It's just that
Motherfucker,
if
you
you play the
said
audio
feeling.
longer, you confirm with him that you said feeling, and he said yes.
You said it yourself. Feeling is different. If I say feeling yourself, it's different. Come
Yes,
on,
but
man.
in the playback, she asked you if you said feeling yourself, and you said yes.
May I get
I said, oh, come on. Man.
longer clip?
I didn't say she was feeling herself. I told her, she told me that I said,
No, because we
she was
had a whole
feeling herself.
dialogue about it daily. Like,
And I said no. Then she said that she should play it back. I said play it back. And then she played it back. And I said, you said it yourself. That was what I said. I said, say it
Stop
yourself.
lying, because that moment right there didn't have anything to do with a playback with your lying ass.
Come on, man. You said it yourself. That was what I said. I never said feeling
You are
yourself.
lying with your
This is me
gaslighting
saying
ass.
feeling. This is me saying
You are
feeling.
a liar,
Feeling
and you will not
yourself.
change my reality.
No.
That's why I'm so grateful for YouTube, something that
Well, if
superhumans
you can't
created.
change your
I'm
reality,
grateful
you
for the
should deal with it.
superhuman ability of humans and YouTube. And
You
I
should
can
deal
play
with
it
it.
back when you try to gaslight me and you try to change my reality with your lying ass.
Well, you can take it. You can take anything you want to. Take it to the bank and
What you
and
said,
depo-
what you
and
say you
deposit it there.
said, Daily, what you said don't even fit the conversation.
What
What did you say you said?
I said, you said it yourself. That was what I said there.
So you said it yourself? Is that what you said you said?
Yeah, that's what I
You
said.
said it yourself?
You said it yourself. I was talking fast, and then it came out like that.
You said it yourself. Okay.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
said it yourself. That's what I said.
You
Which one is
did
you feeling
not. You
yourself?
said feeling, and you can
You
hear
said
Nah,
feeling.
you can hear your fucking teeth
nah,
on your lips.
Not
my
only
brother,
that,
my
not
brother, my
only
brother.
that, not
Let
only
me sound
that,
like,
Thinker
also.
asked you, did you say she's feeling herself? And you said yes.
And I said no.
No,
That she should.
brother, you said yes.
I said no. That was why she said she's going to
It's
play
on
it
the
back.
recording.
No, no. I said no, and that was why she said she want to play it back. She wants to play back the recording. And if I said yes, she wouldn't have
Hold
played back
on,
the
hold
recording.
on. Wait. Does that make you feel it?
On its own.
He
Even the
said,
Komodo dragon.
wait, you said Zena is feeling herself? Are you feeling some type of
Yeah,
way?
even the Komodo dragon you pulled.
Did you hear yourself say yeah? Or
I
did you
said yeah,
say
even the
something else
Komodo
that
dragon.
sound like
I
yeah?
was talking about the Komodo dragon. I wasn't talking about whatever
What did
Zena
I
was saying.
ask you? What did I
Play,
ask? Did I ask you a question about the Komodo dragon?
play it back, play it back, play it back.
For fucking what? Like all you're going to
Play,
do is lie. All you're going to
come
do
on,
is lie. That's it.
come on.
You're just going to lie, man. That's it. You're just
You're a
going to
master
lie.
manipulator. You're a master manipulator, and I get it. That's what women know.
Y'all,
That's one good
that's
thing
all
about
y'all
women.
do.
Oh,
That's all y'all
You
do
know,
is turn around and blame other people for the shit you do. Like you are
you
fucking
understand?
lying. You've been caught in 4K, and all you do is
Nah,
deflect.
you're twisting it and you're
I
lying. You're
haven't
trying to
twisted
manipulate the
shit.
whole thing. You're twisting it. Even my responses. You twist my responses. You
You're a
twist
fucking
everything I
liar.
say.
You're a liar.
No,
You
I'm not
are
lying
a
here.
liar.
If anybody's lying here, you are the liar.
You are a liar.
You are the liar. Look, let
Laugh.
me tell you
You know,
something.
every time you laugh like that, we can tell you're like about to lie or give misinformation. Have
I'm
you
not
ever
giving any
noticed?
misinformation. I might
No,
have made
no, I'm
I
telling
might
you.
have made a few
Hey,
mistakes, which is fine, which is okay.
Daily,
You
listen.
understand?
You have a tell sign, and it's that weird 3 second shuffle. It's a ha ha ha, and you do it like 3 times, like, and then you'll pause and you may do another set, right? So you do
Yep.
the ha ha ha, and it's very forced, right? But we can tell when you do it.
It's not forced.
Listen. You either lie. Yeah, see, there you go. Right? Yeah, it's the little like
Look,
it's like three consecutive, a little trail, three
look.
consecutive, like a breath.
It's not that deep. It's not
It's
that
it's
deep. I don't know
it's
why you
like
guys
a
are
lie or
reading me
defense
into it.
mechanism, right? Like you're talking
It's,
over
it's,
me while doing it, right?
it's,
That just proves you're guilty or more guilty. Weird.
it's not
Yes,
that deep. You understand me? It's
it
not that deep.
is. It is.
It's not that deep.
Yeah,
It is not that deep.
it
I'm
is.
just laughing.
Yeah,
If you're reading another meaning into it,
yeah. You're
you
laughing
understand?
at
That's
me.
that's your problem.
Okay.
That's your problem, not mine. You get me? If you're reading another meaning into it, that's your problem, not mine.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I laugh when it gets to me. When I can't get angry, I just
Oh, it's
laugh.
getting to
You
you.
understand? I've gone through anger management, and I
Yeah,
know, and I know how to
I
handle my
bet
emotions.
it's
You
it's
understand me?
working, right?
I
That's
don't.
one of your
Why did you have
that
to
is
go
one of your
through anger management? Why couldn't you just go to your God and ask your God to take away your anger?
Why?
Does he not get
God
rid of
has
anger
given.
the same way he doesn't get rid of your shame of your nakedness?
No, God has given everybody free will. He can't get rid of anger
No,
now.
but can't you go to your God and pray
Why?
and ask your God to get rid of your anger? Like the same way he gets rid of your sin.
God can't get rid of anger.
He can't?
That's God can't get rid of anger.
He can't.
It's an emotion that He put in
What?
us.
So what exactly does your
He
God
can't get
get
rid of
rid
anger.
of?
He can, but
What does he get rid of? What
he
does he get
can, but
rid of?
there's no point
What
getting rid
the
of
hey?
anger.
What is the point of your God? He don't get rid of sin.
Well,
He don't get rid of shame. He don't get rid of anger. Like, what's the point of your God's blood?
is to
It's to your
bring
nope.
us back. Is to bring us back. Yeah,
So the
to
the point of
Him.
your God's blood is like a GPS or some shit,
Yes.
like a magnet. It's a magnet.
Now, probably whatever you think it is.
I,
You
I don't
made that up.
I don't know what it is. This is what I asked. Son of the.
The
I
the
almost
the, the
son, I
point the
almost called you
point
son of the
the
bitch.
point of the
Not
blood.
you, son of the Most High.
Ah,
The,
Son,
the,
son of the Most High. I son of the
Yeah, son
Most
of the
High.
Most High.
I'd rather be cursed than be in alignment with your God. Like, honestly, y'all are over here covered in your God's blood, and it don't do shit for you. Like, you are still horrible, lying humans. Like lost. Y'all motherfuckers still got to go to anger management. Like, you claiming power, right, with no power, right? Like, you're still lost. You still have sin. You still have shame, right? I'd rather be cursed. I'm good.
Well, I've not been the one angry here. You've been the one angry here, calling
You
me
were
this.
literally growling. You
You were
turned into
growling at me
No,
Simba.
earlier, you weird fuck.
You turned into
I,
Simba.
I
You
was
don't remember that.
And you said I'm
I was
growling
clearing my
because I'm
throat.
angry.
I was clearing my throat. Look, my mouth was dry.
You was clearing your throat like, ugh.
Yeah, I was clearing my throat. My mouth was
No,
dry.
homeboy, you
I've
fucking
spoken to.
morphed.
You're a
You
weirdo.
You
lied.
morphed like a motherfucker. Like, I believe you turned into a black fucking lion or some shit over there. Like, you were no
Well,
longer
I don't know.
human for a second.
Okay,
You literally
okay.
were clearing your throat at first, and then you did it again. And I said, "Why the fuck are you doing that?"
Like, clearing the throat sounds like this. Motherfucker, you sounded like this. That's how you sound.
Rada rada rada. Like,
Okay, okay. All
fuck.
right, all right, all right. Okay, you're done, right?
No.
Well, I was clearing my throat. I've
Yeah,
spoken
okay,
too
but
much. I was
again, the second, third, and fourth time you fucking did it, Daily, I asked you why you were
okay.
doing it, and you said you did it because you didn't like what we were talking about, right? You didn't appreciate the conversation, right? Something along those lines. So beyond clearing the mucus out of your fucking throat, you were giving
Okay.
a emotional response like you're doing now, right?
Okay. Okay. But what did I do? But what did I do? Did I call you names?
If that's the case, then Bailey, you was clearing your throat. Then you're very rude to be on live with your mic open, clearing the mucus out of your throat while people are talking. That's rude, bro.
Okay. Okay. Well, I thought my mic was
No,
muted
you
because if
didn't.
if my
No,
mic,
you didn't.
I did. Look, my phone was on my mouth. It was close to my mouth, and I wasn't looking
And
at the
I
screen.
My
muted you, and you
my
decided
I
to
wasn't looking
phone
at the
was in my
screen.
unmute
mouth.
and do it. So you're
I
lying.
wasn't looking at the
Can we
screen.
move?
This
Like,
is the thing.
why are we doing this? Can honestly, Bailey, Daily, whatever the fuck your name is, why are
Yeah.
we doing this? Like,
That's
why?
because you want to do it. That's
I
because you want
think
to do it. You want, you
Son of
want
the
to
Most
do
High
it.
wants to come up and take up for him. I don't know. Do you want your friend to come up and take up for you?
Tag team, man. Come on.
No, I can take it alone. I
Oh,
don't
you
want
don't
to.
need your friend. He's in the
I don't.
comments crying for you. Like, he's mad at us for you. Like, you don't need
No,
him.
no, no. It's just a banter, just a friendly
You
banter.
don't want to
I don't
share
I
us
don't
with
see
your
that.
friends?
I'm not seeing that something I should get emotional about, or something I should just call somebody to back me up. If you
No.
have any question for me, you ask me the question. If I don't know it, I will tell you I don't know it. If
You
I don't
haven't
know it,
done that the whole time you've been on the stage. You've never said you don't know. Like, you literally said women have YY chromosomes. Like, I asked you, why does your God, how did your Savior uh, be born a male without an XY involved? Right? You never said, I don't know. Right? You haven't said those
well,
words since you've been on this fucking stage.
I've said it when I was talking about
You've not said
parthenogenesis.
it.
Yeah, I said
No,
it
you
when I was
didn't.
talking about
You
parthenogenesis.
started talking about asexual reproduction. You wouldn't talk
When you
about
talked about
parthenogenesis. You said parthenogenesis wasn't true.
I said, what is it? You should. I told you to tell
No,
me
you
what
didn't.
pathogenesis
No, you
was.
didn't. You lying ass.
Play it back. Play it back.
I'm not playing shit back. I'm not
Okay.
playing anything else
Then
back for you.
then
We have
then if you don't want
established
to
that
play
you
it back,
are a liar. We already know you're a liar.
if you don't want to play it back, then you know that you have something in your cupboard. You have a skeleton in your cupboard that you're trying to hide.
Oh well, okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
That you
And
think
you
that shit
also
gonna work on me? I'm not weak
and you,
minded. I'm not weak
well,
minded like you.
I am not weak minded like you.
Oh, what do you do? I know you are, but what am I?
I'm not
Whatever
weak
you
minded
say
like
bounces
you.
off me and sticks to you like glue. Like, did you just turn into a child?
You sound like an
Take it
echo.
whatever you want. Take it whatever. To take it however you want to.
I'm not weak minded like you. I'm not weak minded like you.
Daily, is Jesus Christ helping you right now in this conversation? Like, if I were you, right, and I just kept looking at the prompt, right,
Look,
and
look,
everything
look.
that you're telling me, all
You're
this, I'm
digressing.
talking, Daily.
Gotcha.
Shut the fuck up. Everything that you're saying is a result, in my opinion, of lack of education, right? And I don't have a lot of education myself, but I know how to crack open a book, right? And I think
Okay.
that your Jesus' influence on this globe, right, is, you're a direct result of it, right? The fact that we can't even have like a conversation where we can look things up mutually, right? In a mutual like
Okay.
resource like Google, and you can
Okay.
agree. Shut the fuck up with your ad libs. You can't agree with what you're seeing on the screen, right? I think that is detrimental for humanity going forward. I know we look at the past when we talk about this, but I honestly am thinking about the future. And you are honestly a part of the future, and people like you are a part of the future. We have to deal with people like you on a daily basis who won't even confront the genesis of your Bible, won't even confront the conception and the questions behind the conception of your Jesus Christ, right? It makes it very difficult to want to function with people like you in this fucking world. Do you feel like your Jesus Christ is defending you in this moment right now? Do you feel upheld and supported by him?
Well, I think he's happy that I'm proud of him. He says that if you're ashamed of me in front of people, I'll be ashamed of you in the presence of my Father. You understand? So if I'm bold enough to talk about Jesus Christ and accept him and identify with him, then he should be happy. He should be happy with me. Yeah, he should.
Right. So
And
he's
why?
happy with you being ignorant.
Yeah.
Jesus is
Whatever,
happy with you being ignorant.
however you think it is, if you think I'm ignorant, that's your problem, not mine.
No, I asked. I didn't say I think you're ignorant. You are ignorant, and
I
what I'm
am not.
saying is you are like the things that you have said on this
I am.
stage are very ignorant. Right? They're very ignorant. It's almost
No.
as if the only book you have cracked open is the Bible, and you've only read what your pastor has given you to read.
No. No.
Yes,
I know politics. I know biology.
but
I
and
know
yet you didn't
accounting.
know. Yet you said women have YY chromosomes.
Well, that's not my field. My field is accounting,
Then you
He
don't know
and
supports
about
the
I
it.
orange man, so that should tell you everything you need to know.
well, I have an idea about it. That's to tell you that I have an idea about it.
He.
At
What
least
did you say, Lala?
at
He
least
what?
I know what
He
sexual and
supports the orange man, so that should tell you everything you need to know.
I know
Oh
what
Daily,
wow,
sexual and
Daily, are you
Maranatha.
in
reproductive health
America
means.
or are you on the continent?
I'm in the continent.
And you support Donald Trump.
Are we talking politics here? Are we talking about
Did you say you know politics?
yeah?
Okay. You're on the continent and you support Donald Trump. Are you in Nigeria?
Yeah, I'm in Nigeria.
You're in Nigeria. And you
Yeah.
support Donald Trump.
That's not my problem. Donald Trump is not my problem. You
Wait, no,
understand?
I'm asking about your support of Donald Trump while actively living in Nigeria. I'm asking,
What do you mean my support for Donald Trump?
do you support Donald Trump?
Oh God, the Jesus Christ of
Are
Nazareth.
you
Are we talking
ashamed?
about Jesus?
Are you
Are we
ashamed?
talking about? Are we
Wait,
talking about
sounds
Jesus?
like you're not proud. Sounds like you're not proud.
Are we,
No, Donald Trump
are,
says he likes the uneducated, right, or the poorly educated. There,
I am
and
not
that's
poorly
you.
educated.
That's
I
you.
am not.
And
I am not.
Donald Trump likes Christians. Donald Trump
At
is
least
being
I'm not a
called
college
Donald Trump
dropout.
is being called the Messiah, right? So I'm trying to figure
I
out.
don't know.
It sounds like you are ashamed to say that you support Donald Trump.
Ashamed of what?
Then do you support Donald Trump?
Why? Why is that a question? I'm not an American now.
That is why it's a question.
I'm not an American.
Then what do you support him?
Why is that a question? We're talking about Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity.
The
That's
fact
not
that you
You
are
brought
American
it
politics.
up.
deflecting from
You
that.
American
brought
politics
up
is not
politics. You brought it up. You brought up
American
politics.
politics is none of my business. I didn't say geopolitics. I said politics. I never said geopolitics.
So it's a
Americans'
yes or
politics is not
no.
my
Do you
business.
support Donald Trump?
I don't.
Do you support? Are you one of the Nigerians
I
that
have no
supports
business
Donald Trump?
with. I have no business with Americans' politics.
I sure didn't see much about
Well,
any
with them,
African presidents.
You get.
next time I guess we'll change the prompt to Jesus Christ and Donald Trump are the worst things ever happened to
Yeah. Maybe next time. But I have no business with Donald Trump. I'm not an American. I'm only bothered about my own nation's politics. I never said geopolitics. If I say geopolitics, then you know that, okay, yes, I'm talking about Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, and Obama. But
Biden.
You're lying. You even put up something about the Gulf of America. Like, what does that even have to do with you?
I'm tough.
you say what?
He's an op. He is in the voluntary op. Like
Do
there's
you
no way.
do you have this
You say
book?
what?
Do you have this book?
No, I don't.
Signed autograph, you fucking liar. Yes, you do.
How? What do you mean? Yes, I do. Like, how do I have this book now? How will I get the book? If I can get the book, I'll get the book. But I don't have the book.
You want this book?
I'm telling you, that nigga
You
got
want
it.
this book?
I don't know. I've not seen the book before. If you want to send it
You
to
gonna go
me,
buy this book, aren't you?
well, you can send it to me. I'll take it. I don't turn down gifts.
You support Donald Trump and you're ashamed of it. Like Christians are saying that Donald Trump is the Christ. Some Christians are saying that
Um,
Donald Trump is the Christ. You support Donald Trump, but you're ashamed of him. I thought you said that if you are proud of your God and you that he'll be proud of you. Why are you ashamed to say that you support Donald Trump?
what does Donald Trump have to? Does Donald Trump benefit me in any way?
You support him.
How
The fact that you won't
does it
even say
benefit?
you don't,
Why will I say I don't? Like,
because you do.
okay. Will you force me to say it?
Because you
And
do.
even if I
How
say
do
it,
you think? How do you think we know who you support? How do you think we know that?
I don't know. You guys can think anything. That's not my. I'm not in liberty to control who you think and what not.
You know your videos on your page tell us about you, right?
Okay.
So
What does it tell?
do you support Donald Trump?
What does it tell?
That you support Donald Trump.
Okay. All the videos. Did you see all my videos?
Do you support Donald Trump daily?
What kind of a question is that? Are we talking about
Question.
Christ? Are we talking
It's a
about the
political.
Bible?
It's a political question. The one that you said that you have knowledge in. Do you support Donald Trump?
I only talk about politics in my country. I don't talk about geopolitics. It's none of my business. I'm a Nigerian.
You
And why
saying
I came on this
Jew? Are
live,
you saying Jew politics?
geopolitics,
Oh,
geopolitics,
geo, geo.
geopolitics. That's what I'm, yes.
That you're lying.
I,
Why are you
what?
lying again?
Lying about what?
The proper answer to that, if someone was to ask you, hey, do you support Donald Trump? No, I don't support Donald Trump. I don't even live in the US. That
That's
would
what
be
I'm
the
saying.
proper answer. But that ain't what
That's,
you said. You ain't said that you didn't.
I said I have no business with America's politics. That's what I said.
Don't use caps in my comments. Caps will get you muted.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Okay, God, see what I support Tinubu.
Never mind. He's so this my friend. You got
I,
something ain't right. I
I
don't know.
support
You might be
I support
tired.
Tinubu. You know Tinubu. Tinubu is my president.
You
He's the
fucking
one I support.
peeing on this stage. Are you peeing while you are on the stage?
No,
What the hell are you doing then?
Yes, he was. Disgusting. You can hear the echo in the bathroom. Pig.
he's the top. I'm not peeing. He's the top.
Mm,
I was washing my hands. What are you saying?
mm.
I just finished eating, and I was washing my hands.
Why?
What are you
Why are
saying?
you still? What? You're disgusting.
I was washing my hands. What are you saying?
Why
Y'all
the
just
fuck
share a
you asking us
zipper?
what we're saying if we're asking?
Okay, I hear you.
Come on, man. You guys are just something
I'm done
else.
with him. Are y'all done with him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, my sister.
Do you have any question for me?
No.
Oh, you weird fuck.
Go be proud of Donald Trump.
Mm-mm.
I gotta go. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm gonna bring up somebody. Y'all go ahead and get started. Give me just a
As a
second.
Wakandan, I do not claim him.
Wakanda forever. Hello, Daphne.
Most High, are you there? Most High. Who unmuted Moses? I muted that Moses character for 5 minutes. I think we was trying to mute at the same time. And Moses, you can't come up here while you're muted.
Cause I definitely got his ass. I was like,
Yeah, I think we muted at the same time and that unmuted him.
was he? Is that him breathing? The fuck
Yeah,
was
I think
that?
he was asleep. I think that guy was asleep.
Oh,
Yeah. Tail Sterling? They don't fell asleep in the request. Tails? Okay. Is that Tolls? Tails?
that's
Yes, my sister.
I think Speak My Mind and Deja. Are y'all in there on purpose or on accident? Zayfed?
Hello.
Hi. Go ahead, y'all. I'll be right back, okay?
I just want to know why Jesus is the worst. Why you think Jesus is the worst thing that's ever happened in humanity, or not?
Well, I have several reasons why, but do you think the opposite?
Hold on. Go ahead. Make sure y'all qualify him first.
Oh, sorry. Are you Christian? Or are you 21 and older? 25 and older, excuse me.
Yeah.
Yes to both.
Yeah, I'm Christian.
Okay, that's it. All right. The
How old are
question.
you?
25.
I don't know if I buy that shit.
Mm,
What?
How old are
You
you?
born?
What was I born?
mm-hmm.
Fuck, bro.
Mm.
Come on, bro. I'm 18. You got me. Fuck, dude. Just debate me. Shit.
Fuck, dude. You got me fucked, bro. Bet me,
Zena,
bro.
Zena asked them how old they are.
Oh yeah, don't give him the answer for that.
Yeah.
No, he said, I thought he said 20, when he said like 25 when I asked him the second time. The
No, what
first
I'm
time.
saying, yeah.
Yeah, because you said the number the first time.
Oh, it's on the screen. It says 25 plus the request to
I don't
discuss.
fucking read.
Okay, but y'all can't tell me not to say it if it's on the screen. I'm like, it's kind of a telling you the answer to the test when it's right there.
Yeah, just well, just say ask them if they're a Christian believer, you know, that whole spiel, then ask them how old they are for TikTok purposes. Let me see if I can get you guys someone else.
He didn't
Um,
qualify.
Uh,
no,
He
18.
is a
he was
child.
a child.
Oh, okay. Mr. T.
I don't think. Yep.
Yeah,
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. Are you?
Doing good. Uh, can I get your age, please? And let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist.
I'm a believer in the Bible.
Okay. Do you subscribe to the original sin, fall of man, spiritual death concept?
Yes.
Okay. Um, so I understand that spiritual death is separation from your God. Is that what you believe?
Spiritual death is separated from the God. Is that your question?
Yes. Is that the definition of spiritual death? Is that what that is?
Yes.
Is this daily?
Yes.
Hmm.
Daily, you came back on a backup account?
No, it has some meanings, some spiritual meanings. It's not something
Huh?
You cannot
Magota.
be serious.
You're such a creep.
Wait, daily.
yeah, people
Daily.
can die daily out of, when you die out of your, it's like when you plant a seed, before the seed will grow, the seed has to
No,
die
no, hold
before
on,
it
hold
will
on.
grow.
Is your other account Daily Motivation? Is that your other account?
This is my account. I don't understand what you're asking me if it's my other account.
You're
Are you
I
Nigerian?
gave you example what the spiritual
Hold on. Are
death.
you Nigerian?
Yes.
Is your do you have another TikTok account?
No, no.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to understand is that spirit. Make sure that we understand together like what spiritual death is. What I've been told by believers is that spiritual death is separation from your God, like being spiritually separated from your God. Is that what you understand as well?
Spiritual death is something that when somebody that lack the knowledge of God is spiritually die is spiritual the person is dead already. If
Wait,
you
so
lack
they
it,
lack the knowledge. They lack the knowledge of your God, and they are dead already.
they are dead already. According to I can read it from the Bible.
Dead in what sense?
Dead that they lack knowledge. If somebody lack knowledge, he's already dead.
So, but Adam and Eve died spiritually the moment they gained knowledge of good and evil. And without knowledge, they were spiritually alive. So, can you help me understand that concept then?
When Adam was because God inspired Adam. So when Adam was hearing from God, he was alive. Then when he now disobeyed, he cannot hear from God too. So he is dead spiritually because he don't have that knowledge that God used to supply to him. So once the message is not coming through, originally you are dead because God is not inspiring you anymore. So that is how I see it, and that is how the Bible sees it also. That was why I said if I can read from the Bible.
Okay, and so make sure that I understand what you're saying is that your God was giving Adam some type of knowledge that didn't include the knowledge of good and evil. And when your God was feeding Adam this knowledge, Adam was spiritually alive.
Yeah,
When Adam gained the knowledge of good and evil, he could no longer hear this knowledge from your God, and that's when he spiritually died.
yeah, because he
Okay.
became independent. He became independent from God
Okay.
when he
It,
gained the knowledge of good and evil, so he can
okay.
handle things by himself.
Okay. He became independent. Um, and then, so what I want to understand is the spiritual death is when you're in the sinful state. Is that where the spiritual death comes from? Like when you are sinful, you are spiritually disconnected from the God.
Once you are disconnected from God, then you become sinful. The word
But I'm
makes you to be
saying,
sinful because you are
wait, were
dead.
they spirit? Okay, hold on. Were they spiritually disconnected first and then became sinful, or was it the fact that they sinned that spiritually disconnected them? What's the order of that?
Once Adam sinned, then he became spiritually disconnected from God. So
Okay,
because of your
that's what I
sin,
asked.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I asked. So the sinful state, like being in the state of a sinner, spiritually disconnects you or spiritually kills you. Like you're spiritually dead when you are a sinner. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So and the doctrine teaches that the sinful nature was passed down to every human after Adam and Eve. So every human then are automatically sinners. Is that correct?
That is not what it means. Once Adam lost the presence of God, he trained his children without the presence of God. That makes him not training the children with the knowledge of God. Because so if you have no knowledge of God, you can have nothing to pass on to your children. So your children will also automatically become sinners. So that was why.
That's what I said. So Adam passed down this sinful nature to his children. So every human after Adam and Eve are automatically sinners. Is that correct?
They are sinners because Adam has no knowledge. He teach them.
Okay, I didn't. The because does not matter. You already told me the because. Okay, okay. So the Adam and Eve are now sinners. They are now spiritually dead and spiritually disconnected from your God. They start having children, and these children are automatically sinners, automatically spiritually dead, and automatically disconnected from your God. Is that correct?
That is not what it means. I told you again. Let me say it again. Adam and Eve was hearing from God. Once they sin, they disobey, they stop hearing from God. So they now when they have children, God is not directing them on how to train their children. So they
I
have to
didn't
train them.
say anything about your God directing them. I'm talking about the inheritance of sin, the original sin. Today, you believe you are a sinner because of what Adam and Eve did, correct?
But that is not what I believe.
Were you born in sin?
I was not born in sin, but because my father did not train me what is sin, because he did not know, he
So
was
okay, hold on.
disconnected.
So you were born a non-sinner.
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't subscribe to the traditional original sin concept. The original traditional sin concept or doctrine says that humans are born in sin, born in iniquity because of the fall of man. So you're saying you were not born into this world in a fallen state.
No, this is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Adam lacked knowledge because of
I
his sin.
understand why he failed. Listen,
He has not.
we're not talking about that. I'm trying to I understand why he failed.
You
I'm
said
trying to
automatical.
stop, stop,
It's not
stop,
automatical. What
stop.
I'm saying
Please
is,
stop. Please stop. I understand the why behind it. I don't need you to keep going over the why. I'm trying to understand the what right now. We can get deeper into it once I understand the what. Okay? This original sin doctrine teaches that all humans are inherently sinful because of the original disobedience of Adam and Eve. Okay. In fact, I had another believer tell me a couple of days ago that the sin is passed down through DNA. The soul is corrupted from the beginning of time through DNA. And you are saying, nope, that's not what I believe. So I'm trying to get an understanding of what it is that you believe regarding this original sin concept. Okay. I understand how they fail. I'm trying to understand how does it affect every human after them? Okay? Does that make sense?
no, but I have answered you according. What I said is this: there is no original sin that was passed down, but
So
the
you don't subscribe to the original sin concept. You lied and said you did.
No, I said I did. I want to explain what it means when once you
No,
hear
if
original
you
sin.
don't subscribe to it, there is no need of me talking to you about it. You don't subscribe to the
No,
original sin doctrine. That's not your belief.
but you have to explain what is original sin. The
No,
original
I
sin.
don't. I don't want to talk to you about it if that's not your belief. You can't tell me about something you don't believe.
You know, the Bible is not that direct the
I
way
didn't ask you about what the
society,
Bible said.
thinks
I did
everything is
stop.
direct. You
No.
need to
I
explain. You
no
need to
no
explain.
no stop. I did not ask you what the Bible said. I asked, do you subscribe or
I
believe
believe
in
in the
the original?
Bible. I
Stop
don't.
talking while I'm talking, god damn it. I asked you, do you believe in the original sin, a fall of man, spiritual death concept? You lied and said yes. Had you told me the truth, we would be talking about what the prompt says. I would have chosen a different topic for you, but you had to lie.
It's
That's
not
not
lying.
what you
You
believe.
don't have understanding. That's
You don't either, because it's not your belief. Why are you trying to tell me about something you don't believe? Talk to me about what you do believe, not what you don't believe. That is a waste of your time and mine. Now, since you don't subscribe to that belief, we're going to switch to the topic on the board: Jesus Christ being the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. That's the topic we're going to talk about with you. Okay?
Mr. T, you have to unmute.
have you
Are
finished?
you there?
Yeah,
Did you
I'm
hear
listening
what
to
I
you.
said?
Yeah, you said Jesus Christ is the worst thing that has happened to human. Human. This is what you said. Can you prove it? How is it the worst thing that has happened to human?
To humanity.
Yeah, to humanity or human, anyone, but you
Yes,
understand what I'm
Jesus
saying.
Christ. Jesus is a an idea or a doctrine or theology that was taught to humans across the globe. This doctrine or theology was taken throughout different countries and onto different continents in the minds, hearts, and bodies of humans. And these humans who carried your Jesus's theology, his words and his doctrine into other countries, into other continents, did horrible things. They enslaved people.
Which
They
Jesus?
ethnically. Why are you talking while I'm talking? They enslaved people. They ethnically cleansed lands. They went into different lands and took the resources and decided who would get what resources. They subjugated women. They subjugated children. They changed doctrine according to what their agenda or their missions were. They perpetuated homophobia. They perpetuated hate amongst the families, because if someone in your family doesn't accept this belief, then you isolate them or you continue to ostracize them. So they divide families, right? They divide communities through this belief system. If you believe something other than what uh they want you to believe, that Jesus is the only God, the one and only true God, and you don't subscribe to that, then they tell you that they abused you mentally and tell you that you are evil and that you deserve to burn in a lake of fire for all of eternity. It creates depression, it creates anxiety all around the globe, specifically with the black community, right? In America, 97% of the black community in America are more religious than the entire public of America. Over 70% of the black community subscribe to this Abrahamic God. And it's even higher on the continent of Africa. Now, when I look at the social economic status of the Black community as a whole, including on the continent of Africa, the Black community is at the bottom when it comes to education, when it comes to the wealth gap, when it comes to health, when it comes to families. But they are the highest when it comes to religiosity. And so I don't see the positive impact and the social economic status and the culture of the Black community, that Black people assert that this God does and wants to do or has done for the Black community. Now, that's not to say that the idea hasn't had some positive impact, right, on humanity. There are, teachings that say Jesus says to feed the poor. Jesus says to house those that are unhoused. Jesus says to turn the other cheek. Jesus says to love your enemy. Those are positive concepts. They're not revolutionary, right? They were said in history prior to your Jesus ever walking the earth. And we do see some people who try to be good humans with those ideas. But we also have seen those ideas used to manipulate, right? Used to make people victims, right? So the so-called good that Jesus is supposed to do does not weigh the bad that we have seen this idea do across the globe. Yeah, go. It's your turn.
So first of all, who do you call Jesus? Because I'm seeing that you are calling the West there the Jesus, but the Jesus the Bible preach about is dark-skinned man. I can prove it with the Bible. If you look at Acts chapter 13, verse 1 says, "Now there were in the church that was at Antioch certain prophets and teachers, as Barnabas and Simeon, that was called Niger." So the people that was following Jesus, even at that ancient time, they were called Niger, which we are being called today. So the people of the Bible, the people that wrote this Bible that you are seeing, that you are just you are pushing it to the West, is your people that wrote this book. So they have no hand in this book. Everything that has to do with this book is dark-skinned people that wrote it. So the Jesus we are talking about is a dark-skinned man, not the people that we are just push it to. So the
First
only
off, that
everything
word there isn't nigger. That word there is Niger.
that
Second,
is nigger.
no, it's not. That word isn't
Okay,
nigger. That word is Niger. Stop. And
let,
then stop. And I'm not a
I'm
nigger. I don't know why the entire fuck
telling you
you
to
are
stop
sitting
because
up
you
here.
spoke.
Stop. The fact that that's another reason this God is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, because you are sitting up here calling yourself a nigger and saying that the Jesus in this book was black because one scripture in this book says Simeon the black. And if they were all black that was following this Jesus, first off, this is Paul that they're following, not your Jesus. Your Jesus was long dead. But if they were all black, there would be no need to identify him as the black. That makes no sense. And even if he was black, he would still be the worst thing that ever happened to humanity.
So Songs of Solomon 1 chapter 5 says, "I am black." This is Solomon
Move
is just
away from the whole point of him being black. I don't give a fuck if
yeah,
if he was
but
native. I
you are
don't care.
telling
Hey,
me
hey, hey, hey. I don't care if this God is black, if he's native, if he's white, if he's Asian,
but you
if
are
he's
pushing it. You
Latina.
said
I
that
don't
they
care.
replace you with it.
Listen. He is still the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. You spending
After
time trying to convince me that he's black is a waste, because that will not change the way I feel about this God. It is a waste of my time.
So you just want people to just accept the foolish things that you have just said and without any proof. You said that
What
you
has your
accept
black God done?
you said that you accepted
What
some of
has
the
your
good things
black
about
God
it.
done, Mr. T? What has your black God done for humanity?
What has he done? The air that you are breathing, who created it? Do you create the air that you breathe? Is it
The
not a good
trees
thing?
do. The trees do.
Who created the trees?
Nature,
The water that you drink, did you create
organisms.
it? Did you create the water that you drink?
Listen. Let's say I give it. Let's
You
say
said
I give
you
it
are
to your
saying you
black
are
God.
counting the
Stop.
good.
Stop.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
y'all like to go to creation and it's a waste of fucking time. Let's say that I give it to you that your black God created trees, and because your God created trees, my lungs fucking work. And next.
So if there is no good thing, which you said that there are some good things, that loving your neighbor, feeding the poor, these are the good things that you have taken. Every other thing that is in the Bible is the worst thing that the Bible has preached, or the Bible has done to humanity. So there are still some good things which you did not account for.
I
Uh,
did account
before-
for them with your
you
lying
said that
ass.
you said that
I literally
Jesus is
accounted
the
for
worst
them,
thing.
and I said they do not outweigh the bad that has happened with this God.
So everything has to be rejected, because you cannot take some and reject some. It is either you take all, or you, because there is always a balance in life. So yeah, everything must not be good to you. That means you will live according to your emotion. So everything has balance. If there are some things that you perceive as a bad thing, is that the reason why you perceive it as a bad thing is because you lack understanding of those things which you think is bad thing. Okay, where you are living now, will you say that the law, if you are living in America, will you say that their laws is all good things, or is there any bad thing? Will you reject all the laws of America if you are living there because there are some bad things, or are you saying that everything about the laws of America, which you are obeying everything, are you saying that some things that are bad you are rejecting? You are openly saying that that is wrong?
I do not have to pledge my soul or my life to America. I
Yeah,
can leave.
but you
I'm
are
talking
to.
right now. I am talking now. I do not have to pledge my life or my soul to America. I can leave America, which I plan on doing when I am ready, right? Your God requires loyalty. Your God requires obedience to
Which
it.
your society requires
I'm
from you.
talking right now. Your God requires for you to choose it according to y'all and this free will. The things that your God has done, I do not agree with. I do not see myself aligning with the ideologies or the ethical framework of your God, regardless if he's white, black, native, Asian, Latina, transparent. I don't agree with this God.
So the reason why, if you do not agree, you find it it is nice, or you find that wisdom for you to make other people not to agree by coming publicly to destroy the word of God. Are you saying? Are you think? In your mind, you think that you can succeed in making
Uh,
other people not to believe in what you think
should I
is
keep it
wrong?
a secret?
Why can't you keep it yourself, since you don't
Why do I have
agree?
to keep it to myself?
Yeah, because you don't agree. So there are people
Why
that
should I
agree.
have to keep it to myself? When someone don't agree with something, they have to keep it a secret.
Why can't you just come and fight the laws of America where you live openly, so that because you said you are telling me that you don't like everything that was in the law? Why do you keep it secret to yourself? Why don't you just come and tell the government that what they are doing is wrong? There are some things you don't accept in their laws, because the Bible is a law book.
I actually have. There are videos on my page where I have. There are videos on my page where I've gone to protest. There are videos on my page with me at Capitol Hill. I actually have done that
Have you
publicly.
ever said that American laws are worse thing that has been done to humanity in America? Can you do that?
No, because I don't think American laws are the worst thing that has happened. I think your
What?
Jesus is.
But why do you find it very easy for you to say that the laws, the
I've
man
already explained to you why I find it
the,
easy to
the,
say that your Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. I do not think that American laws are the worst thing that ever happened to humanity.
Okay, what are your advice? What do you think that the people should follow now if they reject to follow the
I
word
don't
of God?
I don't give advice on that.
But you're supposed to
This is
have
my opinion.
options
You need to
once you
go,
are
you need to
condemning.
soul search for yourself. Soul search that for yourself. Instead of crying about me talking openly about my own opinion and you voluntarily coming up here to discuss that with me, right? You need to go and do your own soul searching. Don't
No,
ask
no, no.
me for advice.
No, because if you're supposed to have options, once you are bringing people
No, I
out of
don't. I
what they
don't have to
believe,
have
you
options
need
to
to
have an
tell them where
opinion.
to go. So if you
No, I
don't have
don't.
options, that means you don't have basis for your
No,
argument.
I don't
So
have
you
to have options for shit.
Uh,
I'm not your spiritual leader. I'm
then
not your spiritual guru. I'm not your pastor. I'm a human who is having a conversation about my opinion about a God, about a belief system. I don't owe you a fucking second choice.
you just want to bring people out of what they believe and keep them stranded because there is no place that you don't have any idea. There is no wisdom in you for you to say if this one is the worst thing. You want to save people from being the worst thing that has happened to them. You have to tell them the right way to follow.
The
If you
crazy
have
thing is that all you've done is fucking whined about my opinion. Yet you have yet to say why people should stay with this God, other than the fact that he's a nigger.
But why do you think that people are searching for another opinion before you now bring
You're
your
not
own
gonna
opinion?
you're not gonna address that.
Because
You're not gonna address that.
if people
You're just
are
gonna
looking
keep
for another
crying. You're
opinion,
just gonna keep crying about the fact that I said I think this God is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. You haven't told anybody why this God is the greatest thing that ever happened to humanity.
yeah, I have told you. You yourself even said why. You said
You
that
said it's a
loving your neighbor,
nigger. That's all you said.
as your is a great thing, and loving your neighbor
Said
don't
he's a
don't
nigger
pay.
and I'm a nigger. So that's all I heard you say.
Yeah, because you said that the people use the Jesus to come to colonize people, enslave people. So I know where you are going to. That you thought that Jesus is that is
Then what
white man.
has the black God done for humanity other than some fucking air conditioning?
The God of the Bible is only after your soul. He doesn't care about the things of the world. He even tell you not to love the world, not the things of the world. So it's all the things that in the world they are vanity according to my Bible. So we don't care about those things. What you call prosperity is different from what my Bible call prosperity. What you call prosperity is vanity. It's nothing to the Bible. So what
So
Bible
when
call
your God,
prosperity
so when your
is
God
wisdom.
gives instructions, when your God gives instructions to go into other nations and make slaves of people who are not Israelites, that wasn't about prosperity.
That was about prosperity. That was a punishment to those that
A punishment for who? A
that
punishment for who?
for the people that are not Israelites.
Your God was punishing people for not being Israelites.
Yeah, because there are other nations. They are the one that is fighting the Israelites. So he can just like what he did in Sodom and Gomorrah. He saw another punishment. That was why he destroyed that place for being homos. So God can punish people just like as your United States can also punish people. They can also unalive some black men in the streets. That is a kind of punishment. So the same way God
Do you
can
know
punish
the
people.
ignorant thing that you just said, right? You first off, if you would have read the story of Sodom and Gomorrah in its entirety, you would know that Genesis 19 is not about homosexuality. In fact, the scripture that says, bring them out so that we may know them. If the very next scripture, when Lot tries to get the men to leave, the men tell Lot, we're going to do worse to you than to them. Now, tell me, what would be worse that they're going to do to Lot if they're coming for these men because they are lusting after them sexually?
so fix your echo, bro.
You said what?
Fix your echo.
I'm in a very quiet place. I don't know.
Answer my question, please.
What's your question? The worst that would happen to Lot if he doesn't come out of the Sodom or what?
No, that's not. The men of the city, young and old,
Okay,
Small and stop talking while I'm talking because you didn't hear it the first time. The men of the city, young and old, small and great, gathered around Lot's house and said, "Bring out the men so that we may know them." These are children out here, young people with these men. And then Lot says, "No, no, don't do this. Don't take the man's manhood." And the men say, we let you live here as a foreigner, and you think you can play the judge for us? We're going to do worse to you than to them. What would be the worst that the men of Sodom plan on doing to Lot if they came to have sex with these men because they are lusting after them?
yeah, I will not. I don't know what will be the worst. How can I just explain what will be the worst when they did not stated what will be the worst?
Why would they use the word worse?
I don't know that. I cannot read their mind to know what
Your
they what.
God, see, this is the problem with lack of reading comprehension.
You are the one that doesn't have any
You
comprehension.
don't have reading comprehension, and what you are spewing is something that colonizers taught you when they
You are
came
the
over
one.
there to
You are the
tell
one that
you,
was
"Stop talking
westernized
while
very
I'm
well.
talking.
You
Stop
don't know.
talking while I'm talking. Stop
Yeah.
talking while I'm talking." You are spewing shit that colonizers taught you when they came into your land, when they came into Nigeria to bring you this God and to tell you that your culture was demonic. And they half used, they just plucked out scriptures in this book to tell you that, oh, your God destroys Sodom and Gomorrah because he hates homosexuality. But the reality is, Lot was a foreigner in Sodom. Lot brought in foreigners without the community of Sodom telling him that he can. And Lot knew that was a no-no. And so the men of the city came to sodomize the two men, meaning to grape them and lower their status in society. And Lot says, "Don't do this to them." And they say, we let you come in here as a foreigner and then you try to play the judge while we defend our city? I'm going to do worse to you than I'm about to do to him. I'm going to fuck you up worse than I'm going to fuck them up. That's how the story goes. Not to mention, Ezekiel says, and Ezekiel, your God tells Ezekiel exactly why he destroyed Sodom, and homosexuality is not listed. Not to mention, Judges 19, a Levite priest, the Benjamites did the same shit to a Levite priest when he was in Jerusalem. And they gathered around a man's house and said, "Bring out the Levite so we may know him." So they could grape him and lower his status. But the Levite threw his concubine out and said, "Grape her and abuse her all night. Don't do it to me." And they graped the woman, abused her all night, brought her back half dead. And then she died at the feet of the Levite. He took her home, cut her body up into 12 pieces, and sent her out throughout the mail to call a meeting to go and meet your God at Mizpah. This wasn't about homosexuality. Neither of these stories were. This was about sodomy, about grape, and
So
about taking the
are you saying
status,
that? Are you
taking the
justifying?
masculinity of a man. This isn't about same-sex relationships, consensual, loving, same-sex relationships. That story is not about that. But you spew rhetoric that you were taught by your colonizers, the same way you met this God. The same colonizer that told you you were a nigger, that you now identify as voluntarily.
So are you justifying by what you said? Are you justifying same sex?
I don't have to justify shit.
So you
But the
don't even
crazy
know
the
what.
crazy thing about it is, do you read Hebrew? Do you read Hebrew?
Why must I read Hebrew? Why I'm reading? Why I'm understanding what
Do
I'm
you
saying.
read Hebrew is my question.
I don't do that.
You do, why not?
Why must I do that? When
Because you are asserting that the God in this Bible said that same-sex relationships was a sin. And
is it
I'm
is it a
sure you
sin to
go
me?
around, quoting Leviticus 18:22, Leviticus 20:13.
So are you saying that it is good if even if the Bible says wrong when you say
Where
that?
does where does it say it's wrong? That's why I asked that you read Hebrew. Tell me what this says. Va'et zakar lo tishkav mishkavi isha to avuhu. What does that say in Hebrew?
I cannot understand the language that you are speaking. I just want
I
to read it
can.
from the
I
Bible.
can understand it.
It doesn't mean whether you can understand
It
that, but
doesn't
you don't
say it
understand.
doesn't say this. It doesn't say do not lie with the male as one lies with the woman.
But
It
that is what
doesn't
the
say
Bible
that.
says. But the Bible said it.
But in Hebrew it doesn't say that. The language that it was written in, it does not say that. And this is the scripture that you use to perpetuate homophobia.
Now, do you believe this Hebrew Bible? Do you believe that Hebrew Bible God instead of the English one? Since you understand it by with the Hebrew
Is your
Bible.
God Western? Is your God English?
Hmm?
Is your God the God of Israel, the God of Hebrews, or is he the God of
Is
Englishmen? Is he
is
the
the
God
God
of
of Israel?
Europeans? God of Europeans? Help me understand. Which one should I lean more towards? The English God, the Roman European God, or the Hebrew God?
He's the God of Hebrews.
Therefore, the language that the Hebrews spoke was
Hebrews.
they wrote in,
They wrote in Hebrews and was translated to
and
all languages.
therefore, the Hebrew language says Va'et zakar in male, do not lie down on the beds of a woman. It is to'avahu. Or it reads Va'et zakar in male, do not lie down. The lying downs, plural, of a woman. It is to'avahu. It does not read, do not lie with a male as one lies with a woman. It does not say that.
But that is the one that I believe, the one that I can
I know
understand the
you
language.
believe it. I know you
But
believe it because you
if
believe your colonizer God.
that's what I'm saying. Even you, common sense will tell you that it is wrong for a man to marry a man,
No,
except
common sense
if you,
doesn't tell me that.
that means you are a fool
No,
if you don't
no
if you do
common
not
sense doesn't
understand
tell
it.
me that. Let me ask you a question. In the beginning was
I'm not
Adam.
surprised because I know where you are
In
going.
the beginning was Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel. 3 sticks and one hole. Did Cain and Abel get urges, Mr. T, before they had any extra holes to poke?
Those things, those words that we used was not stated in the Bible.
Did
So
Cain and Abel have urges, Mr. T, before
I
there were
don't know
any
about.
extra holes?
No, I
There
don't
were
know
three
about this.
sticks. There were 3 sticks in one hole.
So all these things that we're saying,
Answer
you
my
as a
question,
black
Mr.
Hebrew,
T. Answer my
that was
question.
not.
Your God, answer my question. Your God created 3 sticks, one hole in the beginning. I'm trying to understand that we know Adam's stick went with Eve's hole, according to y'all. Cain and Abel, what did they do with their sticks? Did they just not evolve? Like, did they not mature and have these urges? Are you
No,
there?
I'm not going into this your physical analogy. What I'm going into is the
No, no, no.
laws
That's
of the
not.
Bible.
That's
I'm
not
not.
an analogy. I didn't use
Don't,
an analogy. I didn't use an analogy. Cain and Abel had dinglings. Adam had a dingling. 3 dinglings and 1 punana on earth. My question is, did Cain and Abel get urges?
no, the Bible did not clarify that part, so I cannot answer you that part.
So
What I'm dealing,
logically,
what
just you. I
that
just
is.
want you to use a little bit of logic, Mr. T.
No, I don't use that logic. I use what the
You
Bible
don't use
says. So
logic? Okay, great. Let's
I'm not
move
using
forward.
logic.
Okay, I got it.
I
You
go
don't
by the
use
Bible.
logic. I got you.
Yeah.
You don't use logic. Let's move forward. So let's go to verse 23. Let's go to verse 23 of Leviticus 18. Okay. Now, verse 23 of Leviticus 18 says, Uvakal Bahama Lo Timain Shishkavot. I'm sorry. Shishkavataka Li Tamaa Bach Vaisha Lo Ta'amad Lifane Vahama Li Riva'a Tavel Hu. This right here, right, says in the woman, right? And likewise the woman. This is saying don't have sex with animals and defile yourself, right? But then it says, and the woman do not ta'amad. So the writer here, right, says to the men, don't have sexual relations with animals. Then it says, also women, don't have sex with animals. Now, if verse 22, I'm gonna mute you because your echo is getting on the chat's nerves. If verse 22 is about homosexuality, it's about same-sex relationships, why is it only addressed to men, to the male? Why doesn't it say and likewise Vaisha? Why doesn't it say that if it's about homosexuality? If it's about same-sex relationships, can you use some logic there and explain that to me?
You know what I think you should do? If you think that the translation in English, you know that most people speak English from Hebrews, that you are the one that understood the translation. Why can't we translate it to people for them to understand what it really said
Ain't that
in
what I just
English?
did?
But you have to write it. You have to put it as a Bible because this Bible was translated by some people, and you believe that they
No,
are
I don't
wrong.
have to. Other scholars have already done that. But I'm asking you a
But you
question
can
about
do
the
this.
very next verse, right? Other scholars have already done that. You can read Bruce Willis's book. I'm sorry, Bruce Wells. Bruce Wells' book. It's called "Sexuality and Law in the Torah" by Hillary Lipka and Bruce Wells. Okay, but what I'm asking is in the very next scripture, right? We can see in the English part, it says, do not have carnal relations with any beast and defile yourself thereby. And likewise for the woman, she shall not lend herself to a beast to mate with it. So verse 23 says, don't have sex with animals. It is perversion. And to the woman, don't have sex with animals. If verse 22 is about same-sex relationships, about homosexuality, why does it only address the male, Zakar? Why?
Why are you asking me why when he says what he says there? Are you
Does,
saying
does
that
it
it's
say? Does it say? And women do not lie with the woman as one lies with the male? Does it do the same thing here where it says likewise women don't have sex with beasts?
but
Does
he
it
says
then
he
turn around
says
and
it,
say for the women not to have sex with each other?
He says it somewhere in New Testament when he asked to say that a woman should
No,
not
I'm
touch.
talking about the law. There is no law in the New
That
Testament. I'm talking
it
about
is
your
the same
God's
law.
law.
The
It's
Jesus
not
Christ
the
came
same law. It's not the
fulfill
same
the
law.
law.
There is no law in the New Testament. Remember, y'all don't even believe you're under the law. You don't even believe that, but yet you carry and you continuously quote Leviticus 18.
You are the one that is quoting it. I never quoted any Bible. You
Uh,
don't allow me to
You
read any
literally
Bible.
said your God said that same-sex relationships is a sin. Your God doesn't say that. And Paul ain't your God.
So that means
I
you are
mean, he
just,
might be.
you refuse to say whether you justify it or not. You don't,
Is
it doesn't
Paul your?
refuse.
I said it. I said
I,
whatever they want to do is they want to do. It's okay. Well,
you
who
have
am
to
I
be
to
able,
say? Who am I to say
you,
that a man can't marry a man or a
you don't
woman
have to
can't
stand.
marry a woman?
You are afraid
Like
of
what
your
the fuck?
loss
I give
then.
a damn what two
You are
grown
afraid of you are
consensual.
not,
Shut
you
the
are
fuck
not a
up.
proud,
Shut the fuck up, you bigoted ass bitch. Who? Why would I give a damn
you are a
about
fool
what
that
two grown ass people do in the privacy of their bedroom?
you can't stand in the middle. You have to choose one side. You
Why I
understand? You
am
cannot
choosing the
choose.
side. I'm choosing the
Yeah, you
side of
must
minding
choose
my
side.
own fucking business.
No, that means you are afraid of your loss over there. You are not afraid of God's loss, but their
Why
own
the
loss
fuck would I be
control you.
afraid of these laws? Why would I be
Yeah,
afraid? Why should I
you
be
should,
afraid?
because you know that if you choose a place, you might have problems. So that is why you don't
If
want
I
to stand
what?
in the place. You
If I
might have
what?
problem with the laws over there. You might have problem with the laws.
Over
You can,
where?
you have where you are living. You are
I
afraid
would
of what
have
you
problem with what laws? What do you mean?
your laws where you are living. Where do you live? Do they
What do
not
you
have laws
mean?
there?
What do you mean?
Why
That
can't you make a choice? Why can't you choose one place? I
what
said,
choice?
are you justified?
I I
Are you?
I I ride dicks. I'm not homosexual.
But choose, make choice. Which one are you
I did make
justifying?
a choice. I chose a dick. What the fuck are you talking about?
What you see,
You
you don't have
you
understanding.
think
I'm just trying to ask a question.
because I can see that other people should have the right to be able to have sex with who they feel, right? As long as it's consensual and it's not minors, that people should be able to have sex with who they want to have sex with. That you think that automatically means that I'm homosexual?
But why don't you allow people to choose Bible which they want to
Why
choose instead
don't
of
you
you to
allow
condemn
people
them?
to
What?
choose who they marry? What the fuck does it have to do with you?
But the people, there are people that want to live according to the Bible. You now
Fucking
don't
live
allow.
according to the Bible and leave everybody else alone.
Then why
The
are you
fuck it has
condemning
to
the
do with
Bible?
you? You
Then
can
what?
live according to the Bible. Leave
Yeah, but
everybody else alone. The fuck?
then what are you? Why are you condemning it publicly when you say
Because
no? That there are
motherfucker, you
people
are
that
homophobic as fuck. And the shit that you spew costs people their lives. The shit that you spew costs people their rights.
that is your emotion and feelings will not.
I
That was
don't give
why
a fuck. You can call it whatever the fuck you want to call it.
your emotion will not allow
You
you.
are a
It's
part of the
blocking you from
problem.
having
You
understanding.
are shut up. You are a part of the problem. That is why your God, your Jesus, your idea is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity because you can't mind your own fucking business. Like, here's the crazy thing, right? Like, y'all will sit and watch pastors essay children, but be more concerned with what two 20-year-old men are doing in their own bedroom. Be more concerned that two women are walking down the aisle to get married and you'll turn a blind eye and tell your child that they need to give their uncle a hug and forgive their uncle for essaying them. You are part of the
It's only
problem.
foolish people that can listen to foolish talks like you are saying you are spitting out now. Because how do you think that people will listen to you if not a fool that can listen to what you are saying
I don't know.
without
Why is
proof?
there 800 people in this motherfucker right now?
And another 140 on YouTube.
Man,
It's not
crazy.
by you shouting. A wise man will not even listen to what you are
Then
saying
why the
without a
fuck
proof.
then you are unwise, motherfucker, because you are here.
I
She
just
has a point.
I just saw the. I have spoken with you before, and I know that you are not
Also,
wise.
you came back
So
unwise one.
that was
Oh
why
wow.
The Bible asks women to
You
submit to
came
their
back,
husbands so that they can be
you
wise.
unwise fool. Here you are again. Do you love being unwise?
You are the one that your colonizer have taken over everything about you, your brain, and you are now telling people that
Motherfucker, you came up here
that,
and called
What?
yourself a nigger to claim
that
as
Right.
God. You
the
came up here
Bible
and
said
said,
that
I's a nigger and this
if
my God. That's what you came up here and said.
if you read this verse, Act 13 and 1, in the New Living Translation, it will specifically call them black for you to know what it
Who
means.
gives a fuck if they're black? He
But
still
you are
ain't
the one.
did shit. He still
You are the
hadn't
one
done
that
shit.
you are
Like
now
you
saying that
literally the only thing you can say this God has done is put air in your fucking lungs that your body makes breathe every goddamn day. Like your imaginary ass God makes your lungs move up and down. Makes you take a breath every fucking day. You still haven't told me what this God has done.
I have listed some common sense. Some common sense would even tell you this, and you still lack
Like
understanding. Even
what?
common
Like
sense.
what?
I told you about air. I told you about the water you drink.
Air?
I told you about how you sleep and wake
Your
up. All those
so
things.
your God
These
wakes you up
things.
every day?
Yeah.
Your God wakes you up every day. Your
No, you
black
say
God wakes
what
you up.
good? What good? Okay, let me just say, if you are not sleeping, is if somebody that is sleeping and somebody that is not sleeping, which one is better? If
What?
What?
some there are people who cannot sleep at night, and you yourself you can sleep. Is it not something good that God has done to you for you to be able to sleep and
I
wake up?
sleep during the day.
You see, the discussion with women is something else. That is why
Bro, you
sometimes
are so
What?
fucking soft.
the
What the
discussion with
fuck is that
women is
supposed to mean?
that was why God said that the women
Yeah.
should not speak in the
Wait,
church. Because
your God said you have to sleep at night?
I just use night because majority of people sleep at night. Common sense should
But
have
I
told you
sleep
this.
during the day.
But majority of people know that night is
I'm
made
not
for
majority of
sleeping.
people. I do what the fuck I want to do. I sleep during the day.
That means, yeah, you do what you want to do because you live in the land which give you that freedom to be able to come and spew
And
and say
you're
whatever you want
jealous.
to
You want
say.
a green
And
card so bad.
that freedom is a distraction to you, but you don't know it for now
Wait,
because it closed your
I'm
eye.
being destroyed because I sleep during the day.
No, you say you do whatever you want to do. We don't do whatever
Yeah.
we want to do. We do whatever the Bible asks us to do. That
So do
is
you
what we
enslave
do.
people?
Yes, slavery was a punishment for sin. He did it. God did.
No, your God told the Israelites to enslave non-Israelites. Are you enslaving people?
And when the time comes, we will do that.
So
But
you're
I can't
looking
do
to
it
be
on
a
my own.
slave. You're looking to be a slave owner.
What about your slave master that is bombing places now?
Yeah,
Do
no.
you support it?
Hold on. Are you waiting for
You
your
are talking
God to
about
make?
your own God
Are
where
you
you live,
waiting
which
for?
is the
Shut the fuck up, you disgusting ass motherfucker. Are you
your
waiting for
own
your
God.
God? Are you waiting for your God to make you a slave owner?
This word that we are speaking is more is it's a wisdom is too high for a fool. This is what
Are
the
you
Bible.
waiting for your God to make you a
It
slave
is more.
owner?
It is too high to your understanding. So
Answer the fucking question. Are you waiting for
So
your God
fucking
to make you a
soft.
slave owner?
I can't give you direct answer because you will not understand it. I need to explain. So everything that anything
No,
Explain
that
it
give
then,
a
God
direct
damn it.
answer.
Are you waiting for your God to make you a slave owner?
are your slave masters waited for God to make them a slave owner?
Answer the fucking question.
Answered my own
Are
death before
you
answering.
waiting for your God to make you a slave owner?
Yes, I'm waiting for my God. Yeah,
Okay, how is he going to make you a slave owner? What is he going to
you
do?
will not understand that if I explain to you.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
my
okay. Try
goodness.
me.
It's only men that is like women that can be able to sit there and listen to this bullshit that we are talking because they are already woman. They are already feminized by the system that they are into. So that is why they will not
Who
understand
are
the
you
rest.
going to enslave?
Yeah?
Who are you going to enslave?
Who enslaved you?
Who are you going to
Who
enslave?
enslaved the people that enslaved you is going to go into
You're
slavery
going to
under you.
enslave white people?
You are the one that
You
is saying
scared to
that. But
say it?
anybody that enslaves you it's even written in the Bible. If you want, I
I've
can read
never
it.
been a slave.
Yeah?
I've never
Your
been a slave.
your forefather has been.
And so you're saying that you're going to enslave white people?
I'm not saying anything, but I can read it from the Bible that
You are
the people
so
that took you in
scary.
slavery has
Say
to
it.
return to slavery under you.
Yeah, he is scared.
Say
So
it.
you're waiting for
Yeah.
your God to help you get your lick back against white people enslaving you. Is that right?
God even said that we should wait for God. So if you like, I can read it from the Bible when he said that.
Okay, so your God punished you with slavery. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. And so he used the Europeans to punish you with slavery?
Yes.
And then he's going to so the Europeans did exactly what your God wanted them to do. They followed your God's will and enslaved you, correct? Where'd you go?
No, I'm with you. I'm with you.
The Europeans did exactly what your God wanted them to do. I don't talk to teacups. Like, if you gotta keep doing that, then I'm gonna move on to somebody else.
I have to want to bring out the Bible verse which says
I
what you
can't
are
talk.
saying.
Listen. The Europeans did exactly what your God wanted them to do. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay, so they followed your God's will. Isn't it considered righteousness to follow the will of your God?
Yeah.
So the Europeans were righteous and
Yeah.
followed your God's will and
Yeah.
enslaved your ancestors.
I would like to read it from the Bible
No,
if
no,
you will
no,
give me
stop.
the
I don't
time.
care.
No, 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 no,
I
no.
don't care about that. I'm not asking you about that.
But
So
you
I'm
wrote
not asking. I'm not even rejecting what you're saying. Why the fuck are you doing that? I'm not rejecting what you're saying.
you
I'm not disputing what you're saying, motherfucker. Goddamn.
you read
Listen
that.
to what I'm saying, y'all. Like, y'all Hebrew Israelites, goddamn, y'all so used to like yelling and megaphones and shit. Listen to what I'm saying.
The one that is yelling
Like, I
now.
know you want to scream Edomite die. I get it. I'm trying to move the conversation forward. So the Edomites were righteous. They were following the will of your God. They were
They are not
righteous.
right. They are not righteous.
Hold
We
on.
are being used.
Righteousness is to follow
It's
the
not
will of your
righteous.
God. Righteousness is to do what is right. Correct?
No, God said that He hardened Pharaoh's heart to keep the Israelites
I'm
under
not talking
him.
about no fucking
So it's
Pharaoh.
not that He's righteous. He hardened
I'm
his
not
heart.
talking about Pharaoh.
Yeah,
I'm not.
but
Hell, are you talking about Pharaoh?
it's the same people that took us under Egypt. It's also
I'm
taking
not
us
talking
under
about
the.
Pharaoh. God damn. The Europeans enslaved your ancestors, so you are waiting for your God to make you a slave master over the Europeans.
And I will read the Bible where it is written, not
Okay,
me.
cool. Okay, cool. So the Europeans did exactly what your God wanted them to do by
He hardened,
enslaving you.
he hardened their hearts to do what God wants, not that they are
Okay, so
righteous
and
to
they
do it.
followed his will. That was what he wanted, and they did exactly that.
Yes, but that does not make
Okay,
them righteous
they
because they are going to
followed
suffer for
his
it.
will.
They
Huh?
follow His will to suffer for it for what they have done.
They followed his will to what? Would they have enslaved you had your God not uh made it a punishment for you? Huh?
You don't understand what I'm asking you.
Would the
They,
Europeans have enslaved your ancestors
they
if
had
it was not
God
your God's
hardened their
will?
heart to carry out His will. His
So
will
your
has
God forced
consequences.
them to do it?
Yes, He hardened their hearts to
Okay.
do it.
So your God messed with their free will, forced them to do a bad thing, and then he's going to turn around and punish them for doing something they
Sure,
didn't ever want to do.
sure.
And that's righteousness to you?
That's righteousness to God. You cannot ask God.
Do you realize like why I say your God is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity? Like your God like literally took over the hearts. You're saying your God took over the hearts of an entire group of people, made them do this bad thing that they could not say no to because he controlled their hearts. And then he's gonna turn around and make you enslave them for doing something that he made them do that they had no control over.
Yeah, your stupidity will not allow you to understand the Bible. So that is one thing that the discussion is not going nowhere. Because if you allow me to read the Bible and then you will now,
I mean, there's no point in you reading it. Like, am I refuting that your God said these things? Am I refuting it?
yeah, you are. Why are you asking me when you know where it is written that it has to do has to
But
go
am I
that way?
refuting it? Am I saying that the Bible doesn't say this?
But you said that is the worst thing that has happened.
It still is the worst thing. It's the worst thing that ever happened. You are literally
Happened to
saying
happened to you
it's
or
still the
happened to.
worst thing. It's the worst thing. You are
But now
literally
that you
saying
have,
that your God, you are literally saying that your God forced humans to enslave other humans, and then he's gonna punish them for doing the thing that he wanted them to do. It's Judas all over again. Your God created Judas, right? So that Judas would betray your Jesus.
Did I say that? The Bible
Judas
says.
betrays your Jesus and goes along with your God's plan. Actually, the Satan had to go inside Judas so that Judas would betray your Jesus. After the Satan leaves Judas's body, Judas realized what he's done. He feels regret and then he takes his own life. And your God knew this whole entire time that he had created Judas to do this thing, and he knew that as a human, Judas wouldn't be able to handle the guilt, and he knew that Judas would take his life as a human. And then Judas is coined as the son of the devil for all of eternity. He goes to hell for all of eternity, but your God created him to do this thing.
No, no,
That's
no. He did
that's
not.
exactly what you are saying your God
That
did
is
for
not
the
what I'm
Europeans.
saying. If you
You're
allow me
saying
to
the
speak.
Europeans, you're saying your God hardened the Europeans' heart so that the Europeans would enslave your ancestors, and they had no choice but to do it because it was a punishment against y'all. And then later on, he's going to help you enslave them for them doing what he hardened their heart to do. That's what you're saying. Cry
God,
about it to TikTok, Habib. That's
God,
TikTok, not me. What you
God,
can go out of the app and come back get it. It'll fix the echo.
God did not make Judas to deny him. Rather, he knows that Judas will do that. It's not that he makes him. He
Was
knows
it
for
was was it your God's plan for your Jesus
he did
to come
not
to earth?
plan. He
Was
did
it your
not.
God's shut up? Was it your God's plan for Jesus to come to earth and die for the sins of the world?
Yes,
So it was his plan.
the sins of the Israelite, not the world.
It was your God's plan for Jesus to come and die for the sins of the Israelites. So it was planned before Jesus got here, correct?
Yeah, it was planned
It was
because
planned. So
he knows.
hold on, stop. So it was planned before he got here. In that plan, Jesus had to be betrayed in order for him to die, correct?
He knows that. Not that he planned
Hold
for
on.
him to be
When
betrayed.
someone plans something, right? They're the ones coming up with the idea and they're writing it out. Is that
That,
correct?
that is not correct because if you make
So
there are
God didn't come up with this idea for Jesus to die for
no no
the Israelites.
no. There are some Jews that you will buy in the store. The people that made the juice knows that at certain dates that that juice will spoil. It's not that they plan for those juice
No. Your
to spoil at
God.
that date.
Was it your God's
I just
plan
give
to
you common
send
sense that you
Jesus?
have to read what I
Hey,
you have to
shut
read.
the fuck up, you ignorant ass.
He's a fool. You are just a fool. A
Was
foolish
it your
loser.
God's
I
plan?
know
Like,
that
you are the
you will
only
not
one making a fool out of yourself.
you cannot even have husband with this.
Was it your God's plan for your Jesus to die for your sins? Was that in his plan? Yes or no?
Yes, because he knows that we will
Do
commit
you
sin and
understand that if your God had a plan, he came up with it?
he knows that we are going to sin. Then he planned ahead to rescue us from our sinful
He
nature.
planned ahead to rescue you from the sin. And
Yeah.
that plan was your Jesus dying for your sins, correct?
So
Okay. In that plan that your God created to save your ass from imaginary sin, your Jesus had to be betrayed so that he would die, correct?
yeah.
Okay. Who did your God plan to betray your Jesus so that he would die in his plan?
He did not plan for somebody to betray, but he knows that somebody will betray him and he knows the person that will betray him. It
He
was not at
planned
his
for hold on. He planned for your Jesus to die, but he didn't plan for your Jesus to actually die.
no, he planned for Jesus to die, but he never planned for somebody to betray him. He knows
How
that
did he
somebody will
plan for
betray
him
him.
to die without the betrayal? How was Jesus supposed to die without the betrayal?
He knows that somebody will betray him in order for him to die. Because just like when he when
Hold on. He planned for him to die, but he didn't know how it was going to happen. Is that what I'm saying?
you know how it's going to happen. That was why I told you that he
So
did
he
not
planned for
plan for
him to
Judas to
die.
betray
He
him.
planned.
But he knows that somebody will betray him.
Hold on. Listen. So he planned for him to die, but he didn't plan for how he would die. Is that what I'm understanding? He didn't plan the how. Is that what I'm understanding?
He knows that someone will betray him, but he did not plan for somebody to betray him.
He didn't
God,
plan for some. But listen to
God
what you're saying, okay? Hold on,
he said
hold on.
he said
If
that
you
he
write,
cannot
stop.
tempt
If you
he
write a
cannot tempt
business plan, if you write out a business plan, and in that business plan, a product is supposed to go to a market on a specific date, right? And that product doesn't go to market on a specific date because you didn't write out the how. Whose fault is that?
I have given you a very clear distance, very clear
No, you
example.
haven't. No,
Understand?
you
I
haven't.
said
I'm
that
trying to understand
I am just giving
how
you
your God planned for your Jesus to die for your sins, but did not include the how the Jesus was going to die in the plan. Please help me understand that. How did he plan for
I
your
have told you
Jesus to
that
die?
you don't
But
have
in the
understanding
plan,
because this
no, no, no. Stop talking while I'm talking.
wisdom is too high for you.
Shut the fuck up. This is why you get muted. I'm trying to understand how your God planned your rescue, which was your Jesus's death, but he didn't actually plan how your Jesus would die. Make that make sense for me.
You want to understand Bible with your brain. We don't use brain, you understand? We are using the heart. You
You
understand?
use your
So
actually the Hebrew Bible says you use your kidneys to understand.
your little brain cannot comprehend the word of God. You understand? So that is
Actually,
why
the Hebrew Bible says you actually think with your kidneys, and your God judges your consciousness through your kidneys.
foolish people. What I'm saying is this: your little brain that has been westernized cannot you cannot comprehend this knowledge. You understand? So I know where you are coming from, and that thing that they gave you called freedom is destruction to you. You
Yeah,
understand?
I think it's funny that all you can do is like throw these ad hominems, like these insults, but I don't give a damn what you think about me, right?
You that has been insulting all this while.
I'm asking you questions. You just keep deflecting and telling me that I can't understand. Like
Because you don't
that's
understand.
His
exactly like that's smart.
brain is too high. It's too high. I know. I just want to teach you, but that mindset that you are free to do what you like is holding you more and more captive, more than the real captivity. So your brain is there to hold you more and more captivity. So that
Okay.
is what
So should I get rid of my brain
you don't
like
need
you
the
have?
brain. If you come to the Bible, you have to get rid of your brain in order to have understanding
You
of
got
the
to get
Bible.
rid of your brain to come
Yeah,
to the
but
Bible.
they have made you to get rid of your heart to work with your brain. Yeah,
And
so
then
that
should I use my kidneys?
yeah, that is yeah. You say you have choice. You can do whatever you like, as they
Well,
tell
the
you.
Bible says
So
your
you can do
God
it. You
judges
can
the
do. You can
kidneys.
use even your hand to think.
Your Bible says your God judges the kidneys.
I wonder how a dark-skinned woman cannot be able to understand his culture, his way of life.
How a
Hey,
what?
why are you so inferior to her? Is that why you keep doing that?
Inferior to
You
who?
feel it? If you feel inferior, don't you?
How? Okay, not me. Huh?
Because she knows more stuff than you. You could just
Who?
learn. You know that,
Who knows?
don't you?
She knows more than you. Are you? Is a man
She
saying
definitely
this?
knows more than you. She knows
When
more
the
than me
Bible,
too.
when the Bible said that women are weaker vessels, you said that he knows more than you. Are you still a man, or do you
The Bible
transform?
says women are what?
Weaker vessel, weaker. Can I read it?
Wicked
Saying
Weaker
weaker.
vessel.
He's saying
or
because
weaker
I'm a
vessels.
woman, I can't possibly know more than him.
Even
Like
Bible
he's
says.
his whole insecurity right now, while he's waiting on
Can I read it from the Bible?
he's waiting on probably aliens and chariots to come and make him slave masters of white people.
Hmm. That's
I can read
cute.
it
I'm
from the
glad I
Meanwhile,
Bible.
you
don't
still
know. I'm
serving the
glad I
God that
don't know
gave you.
that shit.
Yeah.
I can read
Wow.
it out of the Bible, not that I say. I want to read 1 Corinthians 11:3.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I hope you can read.
Thank you very much. 1 Corinthians 11, verse 3 says, "But I will have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the
Is in your fucking pants, and that's all it fucking is worth. Zip that shit up, and don't you ever fucking use the bathroom again while you are on live, you nasty motherfucker.
That's tough. That's real tough.
Very tough because a woman is not strong.
They are the wicked better.
P qualls.
Hmm.
I'm sorry,
I
you
just
have.
want to piggyback on some of what he was
I
trying
don't
to
allow
say.
that. I actually do not allow that.
Okay, well, never mind.
Yeah, if you came up to talk about the previous conversation and not
Hmm.
have your own, I can drop you back down.
Okay, thanks.
All right, have a good one. Ain't it interesting how the wise Mr. T is back in my request box? Like you would think that if I'm so unwise and wise men wouldn't listen to me, that when I dropped his dumb ass, he wouldn't request again. What do you think? Oh, so what do you
Yeah,
think that he wouldn't? Huh?
I would think that he wouldn't come back a second time when he's already been on this live.
Exactly. But he's back in the request box.
Hmm.
Mama T. I think Mama T came up on accident. Yeah, she sleep. She knocked out.
Look at her taken down. Oh,
Huh?
I was out to get her, but you got her. Or they got her.
Y'all want to get the next one?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
Hey, so why do you think?
Oh,
Hello,
Are you a
my name's Graham. Nice to meet you.
are you a Christian? I have a feeling I know the answer.
My bad, I was muted. I am Christian, but I just wanted to ask you
How old are
guys.
you?
I'm 18. I just wanted to ask, why do you
What's your
think
favorite
Jesus
color?
Christ?
The brown spot at the bottom says 25 and up. I do not talk to kids. Actually, come. I haven't. I don't know. Did Maddie message me yet about her shit, her schedule? Not yet. I'm still waiting on Maddie to let me know the days that she's gonna be in the live. When I hear from Maddie, we'll start letting young ones up. But right now, 25 and up only.
Janet, are you with us?
David Ivy is not allowed in here. 25 and up. I said what I said.
Janet, you sleep?
Oh, no, yeah, I'm sorry. I touched the button by mistake.
It's
No
okay.
worries. Have a good one.
Mhm. Thank you.
Kay,
Yeah, hello.
good evening. How are you?
I'm good.
Cool. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible?
Yeah, I'm a believer.
And what's your age?
I'm 29.
Um,
You can pick which one you want to do. If you want to do the Adam and Eve one or the prompt, it's up to you. Also,
Okay, I was thinking it was the
no, no,
prompt.
not you, not you. Also, which one?
we could do the prompt. That's fine. If you want to talk about it, what are your thoughts? You agree or disagree?
I disagree. I disagree
Well,
because there are a lot more worse things that have happened to humanity than Jesus Christ, and nobody's talking about it.
like
Like Islam, like Muhammad, we see it on a daily basis.
the
9/11.
worst thing to happen to humanity.
Yes, yes. You see
What?
9/11.
Which religion do you think has killed more people?
It's Islam.
That's not true at all.
It's true. You can pull it up.
I
It's
have,
even, it's
I
even a
have, and
stereotype.
it's not even close. The difference.
Okay, so you
Christians are
think
responsible for hundreds of millions of deaths. I think like the
okay,
most Islam has is like maybe 20 million.
okay. What instance can you give that Christians are responsible for?
The Crusades,
Crusades,
the
crusade
havoc that they've
against
wreaked
what?
all over Africa. You can look at what they've done to countries like Scotland. You know what I
Okay,
mean? They fucked that place up. Christians have gone all over the globe and just
okay,
killed
okay,
people. I don't
okay,
know if
okay,
you realize that
okay.
or not.
Let's go with what you listed. You said the crusade. What was the crusade about?
It doesn't matter.
No, it matters. It matters. It matters.
Mm-mm,
What
it
was the
doesn't.
crusade about?
It was about Christians either converting people or killing them.
No, the crusade was about the spread of Islam in Europe.
Right. The Christians didn't want that.
Yes.
Either you convert to
They-
Christianity or
no,
you get killed.
no. Islam was fast spreading, and they decided to encroach into Europe.
Hmm.
That was
And it
when the
was either
Crusaders came
become a
about.
Christian or get killed, correct?
No, no, it was to stop them. You've watched the Kingdom of Heaven, right?
To stop them from being Muslim.
To stop the spread of Islam, because Islam
Right.
was coming with a sword.
Right. Because they want you to be what?
Islam was coming with a sword to
Because they
Europe
want you to be what?
because they want you to be Muslims.
Because they want you to be Christian. That's why they did that.
No, no, no. You're wrong. You're wrong. The crusade was to stop Islam from spreading
It was
into
to
Europe.
spread Christianity, brother.
No, it was to stop the spread
Yeah.
of Islam in Europe. That
Mm-mm.
was
It
the
was to
purpose of the
spread
crusade.
Christianity, brother.
No, no,
Yeah.
no, no,
Yeah.
no. Look it
Yeah.
up, bro. Look it up, bro.
I have.
You haven't. Okay, if you look it up,
I
put it
have.
up, put it up, put it up on the screen. Put it up on the screen.
Okay, hold on. I got you right here.
All right.
Hold on. If it was to stop the spread of Islam, did they
Yes.
not convert people to Christianity?
No, they stopped. Islam was
So they
coming with the
just went in
sword.
there and just stopped Islam and did not spread Christianity. Am I understanding you correctly?
It was a warfare. It was a
Did
warfare.
they just leave people alone and not convert them to
Yes.
Christianity? Why
Yes.
why are you
They've,
lying? Why are you
Here's
they've
the
never,
lying?
stats for you, man.
Christianity has never been spread by the sword.
That's a lie.
Christianity,
That's what
Christianity has
about
never
no
been
no what
spread
the
by the
30
sword.
Years War? Stop lying. The 30 Years War, right?
Where?
The Inquisition,
The 30
right?
years war, where?
The religious wars, right? Hold on. All of these wars, right? Give me just a second. I'm gonna pull up a
I pulled it up
document
for him.
for you.
No, no, pull
Huh?
up the Crusaders.
I
Pull
pulled
up
it
the
up for
No,
him.
we're
It's
gonna
right
Crusaders.
pull
there.
up all of the wars that Christianity spread, that Christianity had. Just give me just one second.
Pull up the Crusaders. Pull up the
It's right
Crusaders.
here on the screen below you, bro.
Why are you giving me
Can you not
a
see it?
middle finger, my bro? Why are you giving me a middle finger?
It's
Why?
just something I do when I'm in the club. You know how it is.
No, 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 no. We're not in the club here, you know?
I'm in the club. You know,
No, we're not.
that's where you can find me.
Okay, but well, I'm not in the club.
Bottles full of bug.
Okay, okay. No problem, no problem. Let's go on with the talk. So the purpose of the crusade was to stop the spread of Islam in Europe. That was the purpose of the crusade, and not
You asked
to
for the
convert.
receipts. Here they are.
Okay, pull it up and read it. It's not clear. It's very tiny. I can't see it.
Mm,
Is that about the crusade? Is that Arabic?
This is the body count of every religious war, including Muslims, including Christianity,
Okay.
by each war.
All right. Oh, you're scrolling too fast.
Hold on, I'm trying to get to the wars.
You
We
see
have
Dudette's
world,
message.
huh?
You see Dudette's message.
Okay, I'll fix it. We have World War II. 72 million people dead. Christianity.
World War II was
The
Christianity?
Three Kingdoms Wars. 40 million people dead. I'm sorry, that was the cynics. Hold on. We have World War One. 66 million people dead. Christianity. The extermination of the natives. 16 million people dead. Christianity. The Russian Civil War. 9 million people dead. Christianity. The conquest of Menelik the second of Ethiopia. 5 million people dead. Christianity. Hold on, let's keep going. Congo Free State. Hold on. Second Congo War. 5,400,000 dead. Christianity. The Napoleonic Wars. 6 million dead. Christianity. 30 Years War. 8 million dead. Christianity. The Korean War. 5,040,000 dead. Christianity. The Transatlantic Slave Trade. 4,300,000 dead. Christianity. The let's see. The post-war expulsion of Germans. 3 million dead. Christianity. The Mexican Revolution. 2 million dead. Christianity. Let's see. The Soviet Afghan intervention. 1,500,000 dead. Islam and Christianity. Hold on. The Second Sudanese Civil War. 1 million dead. Islam and Christianity. The Crusades. 1 million dead. Christianity. Let's see. The Mozambique Civil War. 1 million dead. Christianity and Islam. The 7 Years War. 1,400,000 dead. Christianity. The Rwandan Civil War. 1 million dead. Christianity. The Congo Civil War. 800,000 dead. Christianity. The Great Irish Famine. 1,500,000 dead. Christianity. The Iraq War. 1,100,000 dead. Christianity. The Russian Circassian War. 1,500,000 Christianity. The Eritrean War of Independence. 570,000 dead. Christianity and Islam. The Algerian War of Independence. 1 million dead. Christianity. Do I need to go on? Angolan Civil War. Do I need to keep going?
Okay, okay. Were all
I'll be
these
back also.
wars,
Hmm.
were all these wars to convert people into Christianity?
Was that what
Was
I
that
brought
what?
up, or did I bring up the fact that
No,
Christianity
no,
has more bodies attached to it?
no. I'm trying to say here that uh, Islam goes by the sword. If you don't convert to Islam,
That's fine. You can say that, but in reality, Christians have killed more people.
no, that is war, and
No,
that
that
is
is
not.
killing people. Doesn't
No,
matter how you
that
want to
is not.
frame it.
No, that is not to convert people to Christianity.
Just to kill them. Who cares? Killing people
No,
is
it's
killing people.
war. War has a purpose. People fight wars. And I might be a Christian fighting a war. That doesn't make me wanting to kill people for the purpose of Christianity. No, it might be for the purpose of political, purposes or for
Why do you
land.
think Christians are in so many conflicts? Why do you
Why?
think they have to kill so many people?
Why?
You ever wonder about that?
Why? No, I don't want you to tell me why.
You don't ever wonder why Christians have to be in so many wars where they have to kill so many people?
No, I want to understand why.
Think
From
about
your
it.
own from your own perspective.
I want you to
I
think
want to
about it.
understand. I want
I
to
want you to take
understand
two
why.
seconds to cool. I want you to take 2 seconds to think about it.
Look,
Why would Christians be wrapped up in so many wars? Why would they have to kill
okay,
so many people? Do you know
okay,
why?
why?
I'm asking you to think about it and give me an
Okay,
answer.
okay, let me give you an answer now.
Have you thought about it first?
Yes, I've thought about it.
Why are they wrapped up in so many wars?
Me being a church goer or born in a Christian family doesn't make me a Christian. You get my point now? You understand?
Christians are responsible for so much death because you being born in a Christian family doesn't make you a Christian.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't make me a Christian.
And that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and if I go to war because I'm identified with the Christian background, that doesn't make it a Christian war. It's a war between two nations. Not about Christianity, not about to spread the gospel, not about to spread Jesus Christ. It's a war. It's probably about land. It's probably about power. But it's not about Christianity. It has never been about.
Are you saying that God is anti-war?
What I'm saying is, God is anti-war, yes. But
God
with,
is anti-war?
yeah, but with the fall of man, man had to go to war.
Hold on.
Because
Is this the same God that told the Israelites to go into Canaan and slaughter everybody? He's anti-war?
why did he tell them? Do you know why? Have you thought about it? Why?
Yeah, because he promised them some shit that belonged to other people.
Where were they before?
Clearly not there if they had to go into the land to take it.
Okay. So isn't that the same thing the Muslims are doing? And nobody's talking about it?
So it's cool when y'all do it. It's a problem when they do
No, it's not cool when we do it.
it. So are you justifying the God's actions or not?
Why why was the land said to be theirs?
Again, the God promised them something that belonged to someone else.
Okay. Who were the people he
hmm
promised it to?
to the people that claim to be his chosen people.
Okay. Those are the children of Abraham, right?
I'm struggling to find the relevance. The God is not anti-war, right?
Yes.
Are you saying he is anti-war?
He's not he's
Mm,
anti-war.
God is anti-war.
Yes.
Where do we find that?
Well, it doesn't have a particular place because your question doesn't really,
Okay, well, the thinker, do you think we could pull up Isaiah, what is it, 14?
okay.
Yeah. But I need to ask him a question. Did he say that Islam was worse because of the wars that Islam did?
hmm
So does it mean
No.
that when someone
Okay.
fights a war
Okay.
for Islam, that means that all of Islam is pro war then?
No. No.
So
Why I
why
said it
did you
this
say
way?
Islam? Why did you say Islam was worse?
Why I said it was because Islam do it for the purpose of Islam.
And how do you know that? Like, what's the difference of Islam? How do you know that Islam did it for the purpose of Islam and Christianity didn't?
It's because it's documented. It's called jihad, the holy war.
Yeah,
They are
and so
promised seven
when it's
virgins.
called hold on, when it's called the religious wars, right? And
Yes.
Christianity did it, then it's not about
Christianity
religion.
never did it. We never did it. They never did it for the purpose of spreading the gospel.
When with the religious wars, right? The 30 Years War was about religion.
Okay,
So could you say that?
was
So
the
when
Second World War a purpose
the
of
French
religion?
Wars of Religion, 1562 to 1598, Christianity. That wasn't about religion.
Okay, what about the Second World War?
No. Answer my question. The French Wars of Religion, where 4 million people died, and Christianity did it. That wasn't about religion.
What was it about? Was it about the Muslims trying to encroach into Europe?
It French wars of religion.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Was it about the Muslims, the Muslims trying
That
to
the
encroach into Europe?
Christianity did it. So you're saying that
Against who?
no, stop. You're saying that when Islam does it, it's about Islam. But when
Yes.
Christianity does it, it's still about Islam.
It's about their land.
What was the
Christians
Spanish
have land.
Inquisition about?
It's about their land. France is a Christian state. And if
So it's
anybody
about,
tries to,
so hold on. Christians have land.
France is a Christian state, isn't it?
So Christians have land.
France is a
Do
Christian state.
Christians have land?
Yes, yes, they do have land.
So Christians have land, and Christians fought for their land in a war,
Yes,
correct?
yes, yes.
Therefore, it's about Christianity fighting for
It's
their
no,
land.
it's about land.
Christians fighting for their land.
Yes, the Christians fighting
So
for their land,
Christians fighting for the
defending their
land.
land.
So it's about
Yes,
Christianity fighting for their land.
their land. Yes, not about the
So
spreading of the gospel. Yes,
Christians fought for
yes,
their land. So Christians did it.
yes. They fought for the land. Would you fight for the
Okay,
land?
so killed 5 million people over land.
Over their land. It's a war. People
I
fight
thought
in
Jesus
wars,
wanted
and
them to
people
turn
die
their
in
teeth and
wars.
God,
stuff.
Jesus has made y'all some dumb motherfuckers.
No,
Like
you don't have to
y'all
answer.
have no logic whatsoever. Like when that last guy
Logic
said you
about
can't
what?
use, when that last guy said you got to give up your brain, he was not fucking lying.
At all. Accidental honesty. Think or forgive. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't like the Spanish Inquisition like the express purpose of like converting people?
It was killing the Jewish people and the Muslims, heretics, witches, all of that, pagans,
You
all
didn't
of it.
conform, then you had to get executed.
Yeah. Yep. Hmm.
And also, you listening? What I'm saying here is that Christianity didn't go about converting people to Christianity by the sword. Already,
Except for all the times that it did. Cool.
already, Christianity has spread 600 years before Islam came. And Islam saw that they can't use the same way that Christianity spread, and they decided to use the sword because it is the only fastest way to
So the
spread
thing
fast.
about that is, if it's the only fastest way, then
Yes,
why is it that Christianity is so prevalent and has so many deaths associated with it? Why do you think
probably
that is?
probably because of land. It's land. Land issues are different from religious issues.
You think
If
every
tomorrow,
war that a Christian was fought in was because of land and not because of the
yes,
religion?
it was because of the land. If tomorrow Iran tries to invade the Islamic Republic of Iran tries to invade America tomorrow,
Also,
what are
what
you
does
going
it
to do?
say? Also, read this. What
I ain't
does
gonna
this
do
say?
shit. The
You ain't gonna do
Saxon
shit.
Wars, 772 to 804, were a series of conflicts between the Franks, led by Charlemagne, and the Saxons, a Germanic tribe spanning over 3 decades and multiple campaigns. Charlemagne aimed to conquer and uh, war, Christianized the Saxons while they fiercely resisted. The wars ended with Charlemagne's victory and the annexation of Saxony into the Frankish kingdom, marking a significant expansion of his empire and the spread of Christianity. Hmm.
Okay. What was his primary purpose? To expand, right?
To spread
Christianity.
Christianity by the
No,
sword.
Mhm.
his primary purpose was to expand his empire.
To
Y'all are
spread
some
Christianity.
fucking gaslighters.
No, his purpose was to
Spread Christianity.
expand his empire. And then secondary purpose was to spread Christianity.
So
But
after he used the sword, then he comes in with the Christianity.
the main purpose was
So
land.
after he used the sword, he came in with Christianity. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah. He's a Christian state, so everything under him will have to be Christianized because he went for
How is
land.
that different from using the sword to spread Christianity?
It wasn't the sole purpose. The
How
sole
is that
purpose
different though?
is different because we don't kill and say Christ is Lord when we kill. Like the Muslims say, Allah is great, Allahu Akbar. The Muslims, they say it,
the
Allahu
the
Akbar, and they kill.
crusades were a series of religious wars fought between European Christians and Muslims
Yes,
with the goal of reclaiming the Holy Land.
Oh,
yes.
While primarily aimed at reclaiming territory, some crusaders also engaged in forced conversion of Jews and Muslims. Hold on, during their campaigns, according to the Holocaust Explained. The First Crusade, for example, saw attacks on Jewish communities in the Rhineland, with some being forced to convert or be killed. Other instances, forced conversions of Jews were also carried out in late antiquity and the early Middle Ages in various regions, including Gaul, the Iberian Peninsula, and the Byzantine Empire. The Spanish Inquisition, while not a war, employed forced conversion of Jews and Muslims through torture and persecution. In some instances, Christian missionaries in the Americas also faced resistance and used coercion to convert indigenous populations, as seen in the English efforts to convert the Wampanoag people.
Okay. Yeah, I get it. The purpose of the war was to reclaim the Holy Land. That was the primary purpose, you know?
the purpose
And
of the
then
what?
the primary purpose of the war, the Crusade War, was to reclaim the Holy Land, as stated here. You get
Was
me?
that a Christian mission?
Wait.
Was it a Christian
But
mission?
it was a Christian mission, yes.
Okay, so
Okay.
the
Okay.
Christians engaged in war because they believed that they were doing something that their God wanted them to do. And they killed a bunch of people. In
It
doing
was
so, they also forced people to convert to Christianity using the
okay.
sword.
Okay. It was called a reclaim, which means it was formerly theirs. Right? That was why it was called a reclaim. You get me? Now,
Hold on. So the
Territory
Holy
lines
Land
aren't built.
today, what you say, Oso?
I was just saying, territory lines aren't built in the fucking ground, dude. Like them shits, like territories change hands over time. That's how the shit
okay,
goes.
okay,
I'm
okay,
Long,
wondering
long
though,
okay.
time.
he's saying that the Holy Land belonged to the Christians. So the evangelicals today that plan on fighting the Israeli and Jewish people in Israel today and plan on taking over that land later on, that war, are you saying would be justified for the Christians to go in and take over that land because the Christians believe the Holy Land is theirs?
Well, the Jews have it. The land belonged to the Jews, right?
But you just said that the Christians had a right to fight for that Holy Land during the Holy Wars because the land belonged to the Christians. So do it
Well,
belong to the Christians or do it belong to the Jewish people?
the Jews believe in God, right?
Do they believe in your
Answer the question.
Jesus?
But they believe in God.
Do they believe in your Jesus?
You know, Jews' religion is also
Do they
part of
believe in your
Christianity.
Jesus? Yes or
I
no?
don't know. I
Yes,
don't
you do
know.
know. Yes, you do. You are a liar
Okay. Now you're calling me a liar.
because you do know whether Jewish people in Israel believe in your Jesus or not.
Okay, now listen. It is not instructed in the Bible to kill in the name of Jesus. And that is what I'm trying to make you understand here. Anybody who is killing in the name of Jesus is doing it wrongly. And Jesus is not to be blamed. The Bible is not to be blamed. It has never been instructed in the Bible to go and kill in the name of Jesus. but
If
it
you
has.
hear it said about one of the towns that the Lord your God is giving you to live in, that scoundrels from among you have gone out and led the inhabitants of the town astray, saying, let us go and serve other gods whom you have not known, then you shall inquire and make a thorough investigation. If the charge is established that such an abhorrent thing has been done among you, you shall put the inhabitants of that town to the sword, utterly destroying it and everything in it, even putting its livestock to the sword. All of its spoil you shall gather into its public square, then burn the town and all its spoil with fire, as a whole burnt offering to the Lord your God. It shall
Okay,
remain a perpetual ruin, never to be rebuilt.
okay. So what did he say?
It said, kill
If
everybody in the town if they worship another god.
if you try to take people away from their ways,
It says, if they worship another god, kill them.
okay, okay,
As a matter of fact, it says, if anyone secretly entices you, even if it is your brother, your father's son, or your mother's son, or your own son or daughter, or the wife you embrace, or your most intimate friend, saying, let us go serve other gods whom neither you nor your ancestors have known, any of the gods of the people who are around you, whether near you or far away from you, from one end of the earth to the other, you must not yield to or heed any such persons. Show them no pity or compassion, and do not shield them, but you shall surely kill them. Your own hand shall be first against them to execute them, and afterward the hand of all the people. Stone them to death for trying to turn you away from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery.
okay. So he never said anything about Jesus Christ.
Is Jesus God?
Yes,
Is this God talking to Moses about the Israelites and telling the Israelites what to do?
yes,
So Jesus is telling Moses to tell the Israelites to kill their own son, their own daughter, their own brother, their own mother or father, even their close friend, if they try to convince them to worship another god.
okay. Look, there's a penalty for everything. In the Ten Commandments, he said,
So the answer is a yes or no. Is God telling Moses to tell the Israelites to kill their own family members if they try to convince them to worship another god?
yes,
Is God telling Moses to tell the Israelites
yes,
to kill an
yes,
entire town for worshiping another God?
yes.
So you say that the Bible has nothing to do with Christians going into other lands, killing other people for worshiping other gods?
No, he said your people, not other people.
If you hear it said about one of the towns that the Lord your God is giving you to live in, did you not say that the Crusades was about the Christians reclaiming their land? Did you not say that the French religion wars was about the French Christians reclaiming their land? Did you not
Yes,
say that the Native Americans was about the Christians reclaiming their land? That it was all about land?
Native Americans.
Yes.
I never made mention of Native Americans.
When I said that the Christians killed Native Americans 16 million. Did you not say
Okay.
that all these wars was about land?
It was about land. It wasn't about the
Okay.
spread of the gospel.
So if you hear it said that about one of the towns that the Lord your God is giving you to live in, if it's about their land, that scoundrels from among you have gone out and led the inhabitants of the town astray, saying, let us go serve other gods whom you have not known, then you shall make an inquiry. And if the charge is established, you shall put the inhabitants of that town to the sword, utterly destroying it.
Hmm. Hmm. Looks like that was just Christians doing what Christians are charged to do. I mean, if they, gave a fuck about what God has to say anyway.
Hello? Are you hearing me?
When you leave the app, we can't hear anything you say.
Oh, sorry. He was saying if that scoundrels from amongst you have gone out to lead the inhabitants of the town astray. It's not talking about the inhabitants of the town. It's talking about the scoundrels amongst them. That's the same thing. When we talk about snitches get stitches, it's cool. Everybody is cool about it. Snitches get stitches. That's the same thing here.
What?
You're talking about snitches, like when people say snitches get stitches, like when people go to snitch.
Is that like a good thing?
Well, some people is good, some people is not.
I'm saying, is the practice of saying, if you tell the truth about me, I'm going to harm you, is that good?
If you lead astray,
Hold
some
on.
snitches, some
Hold on.
snitches.
Hold on. You want the
Okay.
parallel snitches get stitches, right?
Yeah.
That means if you tell the truth on me, I'm going to harm you, correct?
If you reveal something that is not,
Well, that
if
would
you
be
lead,
lying. That's not
if
snitching. Snitching is telling the truth on somebody. You know that, right?
okay, I maybe my own what I think about snitching is like going to lead astray, telling somebody something else,
Snitching means going to lead astray.
like that's what it means here.
So going to lead astray means stitches where you're from.
Yeah, that's what it is. Where I'm from.
So y'all harm people for expressing different ideologies.
No, we don't. We don't.
That's what you're saying. If it's not
No.
snitching, if your idea of snitching
I'm telling
is
you the meaning. I'm telling you the
if
meaning
your
of what.
idea of snitching is expressing ideas that don't that aren't homogenous with your own, then yeah,
No,
that's what you're saying.
no. I said telling false information, giving false information.
Well, that wouldn't be snitching.
That would be what.
That would be lying.
That's what it's talking about here. Leading astray.
Okay, but
That's what
that
it's
wouldn't be
talking about here.
snitching, right?
You see?
That would not be snitching.
I don't know, but I see it as snitching.
How is it? What does it mean to be a snitch?
To lead astray, to give false information.
Why are you lying?
Why? I'm not lying.
You are,
How do you think I'm lying? Why do
because
you
that
keep
is
calling
not
people
what a
liars?
fucking snitch is, and you know that.
Why do you keep calling people liars? If I was here, you
Because
called
people
this other
continue
guy.
to fucking lie. That's why. Are you serious?
Okay, you guys don't lie, or you guys have not lied all through. Some facts are not lies.
Hold on. People in the comments, put a one in the comments if you think snitching is telling on somebody. Put a two in the comment if you think that snitching means to lead astray.
Well, I've told you the meaning of what I feel snitching is.
Hold on. We're gonna
Okay,
see. We're gonna see where
okay.
people are from. Hello ones. Hello ones. Hello ones. Damn. Damn. Damn, they even did the emoji ones. Damn. Damn. I even saw numbers that's not one or two. All these numbers, but I still ain't seen a single two yet
You
though.
should see all the ones on YouTube.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, like I
Every
said,
number in the book but the two. That's crazy.
okay, would you
Wow.
let me talk? Would you let me talk? Now,
Wow.
what I said was what I said was that I feel that's what it is, leading someone astray or giving false information. Like it stated here. It said, let us go and serve other gods. let us lead the inhabitants of the town astray, saying, let us go and serve other gods, whom
If
they
they
have
have an
not
idea
known.
that's different than yours, right?
So
And if
that's
they
what that's what
express that idea, right? Like
that's
exactly,
that's
right?
what I feel it
Everybody wants to,
is.
you want everybody in your town to believe the same thing you do. And if somebody said, I believe differently and I will tell people about it, then you think that you're justified in killing them, correct?
I don't justify it, but if you have a different
No, no,
view,
no, no,
you
no.
don't
I didn't say
you
that
don't
you
lead other people
justify it. I
astray.
said that you would be justified according to the book, correct?
Well, according to the book, yeah.
All right. So if you have differing ideas from what you think is the homogenous group think,
Okay.
then
I don't.
you're justified in killing people, correct?
No, if someone has a different idea, probably doesn't believe in what I believe, or doesn't believe in what we believe as a community. You don't go out sowing seeds of discord. You don't go out sowing seeds
That's
of.
not, oh, hold on. That's not what it says.
That's what it says. Leading people astray.
These are people expressing ideas. They're not
No,
sowing seeds of discord.
it's sowing seed of discord. It's leading people astray. That's what he said.
These are people expressing different ideas.
No, he said leading people astray. It's there. Look at it. Read it.
Leading people astray is
Yes.
well, that's how you would, hold on. That's how you would describe something.
Says let us
No.
saying. It says leading people
No.
astray. It says leading people astray, saying, let
Yes.
us
Saying let
go
us
and
go and
serve other
serve other
gods. That's the leading
gods.
them astray. Having different
Yes.
ideas, worshiping other gods
That is leading astray. It's just like
by
going
believing
into.
in a different God.
No, it's just like going into a community that they don't believe in same-sex marriage.
No,
And
it
you
says, let us go and serve other gods. Why are
gods.
you changing what it says?
No, I am giving you an example. I'm giving you an
We don't need an
No, no,
instance.
example. We can
no.
see what it says.
Okay, okay.
Exactly.
That's what
Don't
I'm
change
saying.
what it says.
You are sowing a seed of discord amongst the
No,
people.
it says leading them astray, saying, let us go
Go
and serve
serve
other
other
gods.
gods. Yes, that's sowing seed of
No,
discord.
it's not sowing seeds of discord. Sowing seeds of
It
discord.
is.
So it's
It
not.
is.
Sowing seeds of discord is what your God did with Gibeon and them. That's not sowing seeds of discord. When this says that you have to kill your son or your daughter, if your son or your daughter comes to you and says, K, Daddy K, let us go and serve other gods, would you obey that, K?
Also, quit yelling so that your child doesn't keep screaming in the background.
It's just a kid crying. It's a kid crying outside.
I'm saying probably should be yelling. It doesn't help.
No, I wasn't yelling at them. It's a kid and his mom, not me. You get me?
So you can yell because it's not your kid? I don't.
Why? Why? That's not my kid. The kid is probably crying for something I don't know about. So I don't know. It's not my kid. I'm inside. It's the kid is outside the window, just passing with his mom and crying. I don't know about that. No, that's not my kid. I don't have a kid. I'm not
That's
married.
not a kid passing by.
It's a kid. You can hear the mom's voice too. The mom is like scolding him.
Is your
He's doing
window
it.
open?
Yeah, it's open. Let me close it. I hope it doesn't come. You can hear
That
them
sounds
talking.
like that's in your house.
That sound did not
No,
change at all, bro.
it's. I've closed my windows. It's a mom and a kid. The kid is throwing a tantrum, and the mom is scolding the kid. It's not my kid. I don't have a kid. I'm not married yet.
Was Mary married before she had a kid?
How did the sound not change at all with the windows being closed? Like that's weird. But would you obey this command?
Okay. Like I said, my kid. The Bible says you should train up a child on the way he should grow
No.
old. Right?
No. It says if your son or your daughter comes to you and says,
Okay.
"Let us go serve other gods,"
Okay.
it must be you who kill them. Would you obey this command?
Well, like I said, my kid won't tell me that.
No.
because he is just going
Would
to
you
know how.
obey this God? Would you obey this God?
Well, I'm a Christian, and what
Let's
did
answer the
you?
question.
And Jesus Christ said that he came to fulfill the law and
Let's
not
answer the
abolish it.
question.
So why the hell are you talking about homosexuality then? Like, why do y'all say, like, you save yourselves with I'm not under the law with shit like this, but you throw the LGBTQIA community under this fucking law all the goddamn time? Why?
Well, I don't rule out the Old Testament.
You
I never
are
said
ruling it out. You're ruling it out right now.
I never ruled it out.
So would you obey this law?
I never ruled it out.
Would you
Uh,
obey this law?
who was the law addressing?
Would you obey? Yes or no?
Who was the law addressing?
I
Would
hope
you
y'all are
obey?
seeing
Yes or
how they
no?
use the law. They use the law to condemn you, and then they run from the law to save themselves.
Who was the law addressing?
Would you obey the law? Yes or no?
No, 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 no. Who was the law addressing?
Would you
Was it
obey
addressing
the law?
Christians
Yes
or
or
was it
no?
addressing Jews?
Would you obey the law? Yes or no?
Was it addressing Christians or was it
Would you
addressing
obey the law?
Jews?
Yes or no?
That's the law for the
Would you
Jews.
obey the law? Yes or no?
That's the law for the
Would you
Jews.
obey the law? Yes or no?
I don't fall under
Would
that.
you obey the law? Yes or no?
That's the law for the Jews.
Would you obey the law? Yes or no?
I'm
Don't
not a
use
Jew.
caps in my comments. That's gonna get you muted, and then y'all gonna be mad that you muted. Caps are for mods and people who have a vision impairment only. Go ahead.
That's the law for the Jews.
All of these laws were. Would you obey
What?
that one? Yes or no?
You say what?
All of the laws were. Would you obey this one? Yes or no?
The law was for the Jews.
All of them were. Would you obey?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Well, I will obey the ones that pertaining to Christianity.
Would you obey God's law? Yes or no?
Yeah, I will obey God's law.
Okay. So you kill your child.
Well, the Bible says thou shalt not kill.
Mm,
So
God.
then why is he telling them to kill here? It says, but you shall surely kill them.
Mm.
That's to the Jews, and that's for a
What thou
purpose.
shalt not kill was also to the Jewish, to the Israelites.
Yes, that's the
So,
Jews.
but then it was thou shalt not kill was also said to the Israelites. Yet here in Deuteronomy 13:9, he says, you shall surely kill them. Your own hand shall be first against them to execute them. And
Okay,
then all of the people shall stone them to death.
okay. What did Jesus say about stoning to death?
Nothing.
You should
He
stone
said
them
something.
children. That
Oh,
the
I'm
No, he
sorry. He
kids
said
did.
should
He
die
said
to death.
stone the children.
no,
He
no.
said
He
the
said
children should die the death. He said,
no. He
Jesus said, Moses said the children are supposed to die the death.
no. He said he
Yes.
who's without
Yes,
sin
he
should cast
did.
the first stone. Should
Mm-mm.
cast the first
It
stone.
not when he was talking about children being stoned.
No, he never said anything about children being stoned. Where? Pull it
Yes, he
Yep.
up.
did.
Pull it up.
Hold on. This also, did I tell you about this scripture where God tells the Israelites he's gonna spread shit on his children, on their children's
Pull,
faces?
Yeah. You talking about that?
pull it up.
This God is dia-fucking-bolical.
Pull it up.
Nasty.
Pull it up. Where Jesus
Hey,
said,
I'm
Tay, calm
finna
your
pull
ass
it
down,
up.
bro.
okay, okay,
No,
okay.
no, the disciple, your canon disciple, whatever your name is, you have to wait your turn. I only do one person at a time. He says, the Pharisees and the scribes came to Jesus from Jerusalem and said, why do your disciples break the tradition of the elders? For they do not wash their hands before they eat. He answered them, and why do you break the commandment of God for the sake of your tradition? For God said, honor your father and mother, and whoever speaks evil of father or mother must surely die.
Okay, that was what he was quoting the law, right?
That's what he said about
Where
stoning
does he
people.
say don't stone kids?
He never said don't stone kids.
But he quoted the law and said, God said to stone kids, but you're not following the law.
He quoted the law.
he
He told them
quoted
that,
the
that they
law.
are
Hold
breaking the
on.
law.
He told them they were breaking the law because they were not stoning kids.
Yes, and that why he told them that was because they told him that he's breaking the law. So he told them they are too breaking
They
the
didn't
law.
tell him he was breaking the
No, they
law.
didn't.
They
They
didn't tell
did.
him that. No, they
They
didn't.
did.
They
Not in
said,
this
"Why
story.
do your disciples break the tradition of the elders?" That's not the law.
That's the law.
No, it's not.
Okay, so what did he say? Why do
Hold on.
they
What
not
law
wash
was
their
it?
hands
What law
before they
was it that
eat?
Jesus was? What law was it that Jesus was breaking?
About washing your hands before eating. It's a Jewish law.
What law is that?
Where? What
It's a
scripture
Jewish
is it?
tradition. It's a
Yeah,
Jewish
what no,
tradition.
tradition
Oh,
and law
tradition's not
are
a
not
law
the
though.
same thing.
Tradition and law goes hand in hand.
No, they
No, that's
don't.
different.
They do.
No,
Mm-mm.
they don't.
They do.
They don't.
Okay. They came to Jesus and told him that he is breaking the tradition of the elders.
The
And
tradition
Jesus
of the elders is not the same as the
wait,
law of God.
wait,
The
wait.
tradition
And
of the
then
elders, like your Jesus said, right? And why do you break the commandment of God for
God.
the sake of your tradition? The
Mm,
tradition of the elders is not the same as the commandment of God. And that's what
mm.
Jesus said.
Okay.
Unless you're
Now,
saying Jesus is a sinner.
no, Jesus put them in their place
Oh,
because
because he
they would
definitely didn't wash his hands and stuff. So if you think that
wait,
this is a
wait,
law, then
wait,
that
wait,
means
wait,
Jesus is a
wait,
sinner.
wait. Jesus Jesus' disciples didn't wash their hands. And the Pharisees came and were like, "Why don't your disciples wash their hands?" And he was like, "Why don't you obey the commandment of God?" And they were all quiet because they know that, oh yeah, that's true. He's saying the truth.
They didn't get
So he
quiet. So it
held
was
Hold
so
on.
what was true, it was better to execute children for being disobedient than to allow them to pay.
no,
Shh,
no,
I'm
no.
talking right now.
Okay, talk.
God damn. So Jesus is saying the law of God says to execute children for being disobedient. And the Pharisees had changed that law and said, no longer do we execute our children for being disobedient. They can now give an offering to the temple. And Jesus goes, that's hypocrisy. That means you don't really love God. You honor God with your lips, but your hearts are far from him. And vain worship do you worship me because you teach human precepts as doctrine. You teach the children that they can disobey their parents and still live and pay an offering.
Mm,
But God said, stone those kids.
mm, mm.
Okay. Jesus was just trying to show them that they are hypocrites.
Hold on. Can we get a 3 second praise break? Because can we just say thank you, Jesus, real quick,
Yeah, thank you, Jesus.
for all you said in this book?
Yeah, thank you, Jesus. Okay, it's more than 3 seconds now. So
I think
Jesus,
that fell flat also.
Jesus, Jesus,
That
Jesus
fell
said,
flat.
He ain't get it.
These motherfuckers don't give a damn about kids being stoned.
He don't get
Jesus,
He just said he finally admitted that he would follow the law and stone his own kid. These motherfuckers
no,
don't care.
no. Jesus wanted to show them that they are hypocrites for trying to, put him in a tight corner by telling him that his disciples are not washing their hands. So he told them that they are hypocrites too. You understand? That was the point he was trying to make.
But so what does he mean by in vain do they worship me, teaching human precepts as doctrine? What does he mean by that?
I didn't get you. You say the people honor me with their lips. Like they're hypocrites. They just say they love God, but they don't honor him.
How do
Did
you
I
honor him?
ask you about verse 8 or did I ask you about verse 9?
That's what I'm saying. In
What
vain
what
do they worship me, teaching
does
human
he mean?
precepts.
What does he mean when he says, in vain do they worship me, teaching human precepts as doctrine? And forgiven ministry, if you fucking have a problem with my tone, then fucking scroll out.
Okay, let me answer that. He was just trying to say that they are hypocrites. They don't believe in him. They just do lip service,
What
which is
does
which is
teaching
eye
human
service.
what does teaching human precepts as doctrine mean? Why did he say that if all he wanted to do was say you are a hypocrite?
Okay, what it means is that they were talking about the washing of hands, and they were trying to make it a law,
Where does it
which
say
it
they were
was.
trying to make it a law?
Yeah, they were trying to make it a law. That's human
Where
precepts.
does it say they were trying to make it a law?
That is what I'm trying to make you understand. They try to
Where
make
does it say they were trying to make that a law?
teaching human precepts as doctrine. That's what that's where they were making it a law.
Honor your father and mother, and whoever speaks evil of father or mother must surely die. But you say that whoever tells father or mother, whatever support you might have had from me is given to God, then that person need not honor the father. So, for the sake of your tradition, you nullify the word of God. You hypocrites.
Yes.
Isaiah
Yes.
prophesied rightly about you when he said, this people honors me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. In vain do they worship me, teaching human precepts as doctrine. He
Doctrine.
is
Yeah.
talking about the tradition that the Pharisees created, allowing the children to cry Corban instead of being executed for disobedience. That's why he
That is
says, but you say. Then
that
he
is what I'm
says,
saying.
so then he said, he's literally saying they're supposed to be following the law to the T. And because they're not following the law to the T, which includes execution, they are nullifying your God's word, making it to
Okay.
no effect.
Okay. I get your point now. I get your point now. Now let me talk. Now let me talk. Let me break it down for you. You get me? The purpose of Jesus coming on earth was to redeem man. Because he knows that man can't follow the law to the teeth.
To the
And that
teeth?
was
Teeth?
why,
To the
yes,
teeth?
To the teeth?
that, yeah, he couldn't follow the law. Like, he couldn't follow
Like a
Wait, hold
breast?
on.
every
They
of the
couldn't
To
law.
the
follow the law
teeth?
to the teeth?
Yeah, they
No,
couldn't
like
What
follow
does
a
that
every,
mean?
like the
they
sucking of the
couldn't,
teeth.
they couldn't follow the law. They couldn't follow every single thing of the
But
law.
what does teeth have to do with it?
I'm just trying to explain how extreme it is.
No,
The
you do
teeth?
understand that that saying is to the T.
Okay, to the T, to anyone. Yeah, you got my point. I made a mistake there.
No, because to the T refers to your Jesus saying that no letter, no iota of
Exception.
a letter should be removed from the law. Right?
Okay. My
And
bad, my bad, my bad.
they are to follow the law down to the T. Every
My bad.
letter, every
Okay.
marking, he wanted them to follow.
Okay, my bad. Now, what I'm trying to make you understand here
Did
is
that
that
just go over your head what I just said?
no, it didn't.
It
What I'm
did,
just
because you ready to get back to, you didn't listen to shit I said. You're ready to get
okay,
back to your explanation when I just quoted your Jesus saying, follow
okay.
every letter of the law.
Come on, man.
Listen to what I'm saying, okay?
Okay, I'm listening. I'm
The
listening.
reason you're saying they couldn't follow the law to the T is
Yeah.
because your Jesus said, follow every letter of the law.
No, look.
Yes, he did.
Let me tell you the purpose of why Christ came to die. You understand?
Mr.
That's
Kane,
irrelevant.
it's
That
very
no,
much irrelevant. It
it
is
It's
is not.
irrelevant.
relevant.
It's
It's
irrelevant.
It is
irrelevant.
not.
It
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 is
is.
is
not.
irrelevant.
It
You
is.
asked what he said about stoning. He said to follow the law to the T. Here, he's telling the Pharisees that they should be following the law to the T and executing children for disobeying their parents. Stop spamming my fucking chat.
He was trying to make a point, and that point was that the Pharisees and the scribes can't follow the law. You understand?
They were
Wrong.
they were saving the lives of children.
Yes, and that's good.
And no, your
Oh,
Jesus
no,
didn't
it's not.
like that.
No, not
That's why he was telling them that they should follow the
he
law.
no. He told no. What he was trying to tell them that they are hypocrites.
Hold on. So why were they doing something wrong? Why didn't your Jesus like the Pharisees if they were doing a good thing by not following the law and executing children?
He was trying to tell them that, look, you are hypocrites for telling my disciples to wash their hands.
Why was
Why is
that
that
bad?
hypocritical? Like, should people not wash their hands before they eat?
Because the scribes and the Pharisees always talk about the law of Moses. Whenever they come to
Were they
Jesus,
talking about the law of Moses right here?
listen. Wherever
No,
they
no,
come to
no,
Jesus,
no. Were the scribes and the Pharisees talking about the law of Moses here?
no, they weren't.
No, they weren't. So, like, is it wrong for them to wonder why your Jesus' disciples were eating with dirty, nasty hands?
It's none of their business. If
It's
I'm
none of
eating
their
with,
business. How do
if
germs get spread?
if I am eating with my hands not washed and you're passing by, is that your business?
Yes, because if you're eating with
Come
dirty, nasty
on,
hands, then you've touched other things with those
come
same
on,
dirty,
man.
nasty hands, have you not?
Do you tell a
If
homeless
you
man
are
on the
eating,
road?
shut up. Listen, if you
I
are
should shut up.
eating, if yes, I did say shut up. You
Come
have a
on.
habit of talking while I'm talking. If you are eating with dirty, nasty hands and you cause yourself to get sick and you contract something that is contagious and you go out in the city and you make other people sick, is that other people's business?
When you see a homeless man eating, do you ask him if he washed his hands?
Sometimes yes.
You
Sometimes I'll
do?
take them. Sometimes I will take them so they can have a bath at a hotel, or I'll take them to a
Okay.
shelter.
Okay, so Mr. L also, do you? Mr. L also, do
Wait,
you?
do you? Kay, do you just let them be on the street and not have? Do you just walk by them?
I give them what I have. If I have money, I'll give them money. And I go by my way. I don't care whether they wash their hands or not.
You don't care if they have a healthy place. You don't care if they
I
can wash themselves up,
They come to me for money.
and that's
Hey,
all you
can
give. Like you don't offer anything else,
I give them what they need,
which is what? Just money.
which is money.
You never didn't your Jesus say to house the unhoused, like to make sure that they have a place to sleep?
Well, they didn't meet
Aren't
me
you
for
supposed to like
for a
care for
place to
them?
sleep. They didn't meet me
What
for a place to sleep. They came to me and they asked me for money. And I'm going about my day and I give them money and I go about my day.
do you? When you were a kid, did your mom make you wash your hands?
Yeah, she did. That's my
Why?
mom.
Why? You
I
when you
don't
were in
know.
school, and y'all had
Yeah.
your bathroom breaks right before you go to lunch and stuff, did your teachers make you wash your hands?
Yeah. After recess,
Why?
we come
Why?
in after playing on the dirt. We come in
Why?
and what? Because
Why?
because it's dirty.
Because it's dirty. So
Yeah.
Jesus has his 12 kids, his 12 disciples here, and they're
Yeah.
eating with dirty, nasty hands.
Okay.
So
Well,
your teachers have more care for you than Jesus had for his disciples.
the scribes and the Pharisees uh, are
Answer the
teachers of the
question.
God. Are
Your
teachers of.
answer my question. Your
Okay.
teachers and your parents had the ability to care more for you than Jesus did for his disciples.
No.
Jesus didn't care that the
He cared.
disciples were eating with dirty, nasty hands, but your parents and your teachers cared more that you ate with dirty, nasty hands than he cared
Okay.
about his disciples.
Okay. Well, they don't know if those scribes and Pharisees don't know if the disciples washed their hands. They just
So why
came
why
and
would they
assumed.
ask that? Why would they ask that?
They just assumed. They probably assumed because we never heard about them washing their hands and eating. They just came and were like, "Your disciples didn't wash their hands." They didn't even know if they washed their hands. They
Well,
just
we
came.
kind of do know, right?
Well,
Because
no, we don't know.
then Jesus says, right? It is not what goes into the mouth that defiles a person, but it is what comes out of the mouth that defiles. Then the
Yeah.
disciples approached and said to him, "Do you know that the Pharisees took offense when they heard what you said?" He answered, "Every plant that my heavenly Father has not planted will be uprooted. Let them alone. They are blind guides of the blind. And if one blind person guides another, both will fall into a pit." But Peter said to him, "Explain this parable to us." Then he said, "Are you also still without understanding? Do you not see that whatever goes into the mouth enters the stomach and goes out into the sewer? But what comes out of the mouth proceeds from the heart, and this is what defiles. For out of the heart come evil intentions, murder, adultery, sexual immorality, theft, false witness, and slander. These are what defile a person. But to eat with unwashed hands does not defile. So
Okay.
Jesus, this is y'all's problem. Like, it's too long. This is why y'all are spewing false shit, because y'all don't have the attention span to sit down and actually read 10 freaking passages. But Jesus is literally saying that you shit out germs. So it doesn't matter if you wash your hands or not. Do you shit out germs, Mr. K?
Everybody does.
So
Wow.
the germs don't affect your body in any way. You just shit them out.
Well, we have antibodies in our bodies that fight against
Do you
germs.
shit out germs?
Yeah, everybody does. Germs have a lot of poop has a lot of germs on it.
So when germs go in your body, they come out of your ass every time.
Well, yeah, what you eat comes out.
No, he said, "Do you not see that whatever goes in the mouth enters the stomach and comes out into the sewer?" Right?
Yes.
But then he says, "These are what defile a person, but to eat with unwashed hands does not defile."
The fall.
So your
Yes.
Jesus is saying that when you eat with unwashed hands, right? And
Yeah.
the germs from your hands go in your mouth to your belly, they're going to come out in your shit.
Yes.
Is that how it happens?
Yes, that's how it happens.
So germs do not affect your body. That germs don't make you sick. They come out in your shit every time.
Germs were to kill, those homeless men on the road would have been dead.
Uh,
But they're
so
not dead.
germs don't kill, Kay?
They don't. They don't kill. They don't pretty much
Germs don't
kill.
kill. So when we
They don't
saw
pretty much
COVID,
kill.
we saw COVID in 2020 pass from one person
Okay.
to the next, right?
Yeah.
Did that kill people?
Well, COVID has never been there. COVID came out of thin air. COVID has never
What?
been
What?
in the history of humanity. COVID has never been in the history of humanity. COVID was a virus
Why do you
that's
think it was called COVID-19?
because it was a virus that came out of nowhere. COVID has never been in the history of humanity.
COVID-19 came out of nowhere?
It was biologically engineered. It was. Why did COVID vanish? Why is
What
COVID
about the
not
flu? I ain't got time for this stupid shit. What about
why
the
is COVID
flu?
no longer spreading
What
anymore?
about the flu, Mr. K? Have people died from the flu?
What flu?
Any flu?
Well, any flu that kills somebody is biologically engineered.
What about the
What?
Yes.
Black Plague?
The Black Plague. What caused the Black Plague?
Germs.
Germs?
Germs somewhere.
Eating with
Earth?
unwashed hands? Unclean
Okay.
water?
So why is the Black Plague not repeating itself? Why hasn't it
So
repeated itself again?
Was the Black Plague fake?
The Black Plague was probably also biological. Was also probably a biological warfare. All
So
these are biological warfare.
every disease that has killed humans had nothing to do with germs. The germs are shit out. Is that correct? Because Jesus said so.
Every virus that has killed human on a bigger scale is 9 times out of 10 biological. It was biological. It was biologically engineered.
So
COVID,
germs, so
COVID,
germs,
Ebola,
so
bird flu.
germs, so germs come out in the toilet. They do not affect your body. They don't make you sick. They can't. They don't. They don't pass around deadly diseases. You just shit them out. Is that correct?
Well, germs, those kind of germs are not solid enough to kill.
Germs. Period, Mr. K.
Are
They
not
do
solid
not.
enough.
They
Yeah, they're
don't.
not solid
They
enough to
just. You just shit them out.
kill a full man. Yeah, you shit it out. They're not solid enough to kill a full grown man. If you
Y'all
go
are
out,
fucking ignorant. Your Jesus
no,
has y'all ignorant.
no,
Y'all are
no.
ignorant as fuck. Y'all
If you
y'all
go
will
out,
allow yourself. Shut up. Y'all will allow yourself to be ignorant for this God. And it's
nah,
sad. Yeah. You are
you're
literally
missing the
sitting here.
point.
Shut up. You are literally sitting here saying that the flu is biologically engineered. Like it's embarrassing at this point. It's embarrassing. Also, do you have any other questions for him?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Uh,
Embarrassing.
Ooh, love the tag team.
If you are a nerd and you're in the guest request box, please remember that I need to see uh, uh, a comment from you to let me know that you're in there on purpose. Why do they always get dropped and then request right back up? Like, what the fuck is that?
I want to say the last thing.
But what makes them think that I'm going to bring them back up? Like, I don't understand that shit.
I guess because they live for conflict, I think everybody else does.
Queen of that we can tell that you're dating motivation. You're just as ignorant. And the fucked up thing about it is that you were called ignorant as Mr. K
And Mr. T.
and Mr. T. Like you were ignorant as all three. And you represented your God perfectly as the Trinity. All the same being, three different persons, same motherfucking will, same motherfucking logic. Ignorant as fuck. Queen of Buds. Bugsy. It is August 1st, and my baby girl is 20 years old today. It's crazy.
Happy birthday.
She's 20.
It's a great age. I remember that fondly.
Yeah, me too.
How y'all doing?
Good. How are you? How do I, what do I call you?
It's Cree.
Cree. How old are you?
I'm 27.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I'm deconstructing.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
I don't think it's nothing wrong for what people want to believe in. I just think that the main
That's
problem.
not the topic. The topic is, yeah, we're not asking
Oh,
if it's
okay.
wrong. Yeah, the topic is Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, especially to the black community.
I agree with that statement.
Did you want to go deeper into that or?
I agree with that statement. Mainly because I know y'all probably all know that like during slavery, everyone talks about the Ethiopian Bible and how Christianity was here and stuff like that. But during slavery, from what I read in books, Christianity and Islam. It wasn't just Christianity, but Christianity was forced on the enslaved Africans, and if they didn't accept it, they would have to face the repercussions of it. And today in my community, I see so many churches in the black community, like mad churches, and I just don't never see the churches doing anything for the community except for like really the bare minimum. And they get so much tithes. And not only that, the Bible is written on forgiveness, right? And I think the main thing that Christians need to stop doing is forgiving every single thing, because we have these Christians and people in churches that are doing the most wrongful stuff, and people forgive it because it's in the Bible. And I just feel like, we all have the power within ourselves to alchemize what we want in our lives. We don't necessarily have to pray on this specific God. And another thing I also realized too is, if you ever pay attention to the dollar, any type of money, it says, "In God we trust." And on top of that, they'll put the presidents on there. And George Washington, he owned slaves. 12 of the U.S. presidents owned slaves. And I'm not trying to say that there isn't a higher power. I just think that this type of, well, Christianity would be the proper word. I believe that Christianity isn't necessarily for us black people. I genuinely don't.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of the stuff you said, but I feel like it's a religion that has hurt a lot of people, not just the black community, but a lot of people, but especially the black community, because like you said, we were some of our ancestors were forced into it. Some of them accepted it because they thought that it would get them their freedom, because the law was, Christians don't enslave other Christians, and so they were converting to Christianity to get their freedom. And then the law changed that said to Christianity no longer equaled freedom, and so some of them started converting as their slave owners, or the pastors, whenever they would go to church with their slave owners to watch their slave owners' kids, the ministers would come up and convert them and tell them that God wants to give them abundance when, in heaven when they die. So they, believed that promise and converted over. And then our ancestors used it, as a way to gain strength, right? While they were enslaved, they, created songs and dances and had their own services. And then they started using, their separate meeting times to plan, right, insurrections, or after slavery, they was planning civil rights movements and things like that. But so it did serve a purpose, for a time. It's what the first, position or title in society, America would even recognize of our people. And so that's why we have so many in the beginning, right after slavery during Reconstruction, so many of them were pastors, right? They started churches because it gave them some level of status or prestige, which is why we see so many of, you know, people in our families are pastors or evangelists, because it's still kind of like that, right? But what I see now is that like you said, the black church has gained a lot of influence, a lot of wealth. It circulates a lot of wealth, but we don't necessarily see that going back into the black community. We also see not a big push on education, right, amongst the black the black church. In fact, there were 3 black men up here tonight who said that logic isn't necessary, their brains aren't necessary, right? They don't know basic biology because they've agreed to give up their brain, the use of their brain, to hope for a God to come and give them supernatural powers to make them slave masters of white people. And it's ridiculous to me to have to hear these types of conversations. And a lot of times the focus is on subjugating black women and shutting black women down because they feel like black women shouldn't have excelled in education or bypassed them in education. And so they want to go back to what God said in the garden and, put the black man on top because that's God's will. And so they're harming black women in that sense, stifling them, keeping them away from, going to school or, you know, um, starting a business and telling them that they're supposed to be quiet and they're supposed to follow their husbands. So I think it's done a lot of harm to our community, but also to society as a whole, right? We see a lot of hate perpetuated towards women due to misogyny. We see children not giving the ability to critically think, like it being stifled and stumped out at a young age. And one of the reasons why my live is 25 and up is because trying to talk to 18 to 24-year-olds, most of the time when they come up here, they don't know how to format a argument, or they don't know how to, you know, put a coherent sentence together. They don't know what the word agenda meant. Like I literally talked to a kid fresh out of high school who did not know how to define agenda, but wanted to come up here and defend Jesus.
And that's the sad, harsh reality of it. I did want to say one thing that I do kind of think about the Bible though. Now, I feel like you can use the Bible in ways, as far as the Psalms and stuff like that in the Bible. I'm not against it, but I do feel like the Bible is genuinely full of witchcraft. And, what people today would call witchcraft. And, cause you read some of the stuff in there and it just sound, kind of wizardry and all types of stuff, like just, you know, it's certain things in there that I've read in the Psalms. And I'm like, hold on, like this is kind of cooking for real. Like this kind of spitting, if you use those certain things, maybe you recite it in a way, I feel like you could use certain Psalms to your advantage, in certain things for protection or, your enemies and stuff like that. But a lot of people, well, I keep saying a lot of people back then, like slavery didn't happen that long ago. We keep thinking it did. But a lot of enslaved Africans during slavery, actually used to hide their actual, practices and I guess kind of cover what they were actually practicing through religion in a way. I don't want to go too off topic with that, with the panel, but, a lot of our ancestors, well, I can't really say it's everybody's ancestors, but before Christianity was practiced in Africa and Lagos, I think Lagos is, yeah, it's in Nigeria. They would practice Yoruba, which is basically kind of just herbal knowledge, healing, through herbs and honestly just nature. And now I can't say it's just that because it's a lot more to that, because during slavery, people would do actual root work to fight their oppressors. And that's why it was taken away from, the slaves. And that's why that's how Christianity came about. Well, from what I've read, I can't necessarily, you know,
Well, I think like the Psalms are actually songs that are from different cultures and different time periods throughout antiquity. And I have heard people say that they use the Psalms for like spell work. I don't know how that would work. I don't believe in any of that. But I know that our ancestors created different ways of um, uh, holding on to their ancestral spirituality, right? And kind of made their own version of Christianity. And so this is where like the hoodoo and the voodoo comes from. I grew up Kojic, and Kojic is uh, very rooted, right, in like um, the belief that you can, speak a curse on somebody, or like you have the ability to speak in tongues and speak things into existence, and prophesy and things like that. And the founder of Kojic, the story of the founder of Kojic is that like he did root work and all that. But I know the history is that our ancestors kind of hid some of their practices within the Christianity that their slave masters were converting them into, um, just to preserve some of their culture. But yeah, like I like people can find inspiration in the book. You know, there are um, you know proverbs from the instructions of Amenepe, from the instructions of Amenhotep in there, some proverbs from Babylon. Like there's wisdom writings from all different types of cultures from the ancient Near East within the book. Not it's there isn't anything too revolutionary in the book that other cultures hadn't already said. Um, but there are some things that people can get in there and and find inspiration in the book. But like my issue isn't with the Bible itself, right? My issue is the God, right? To me, the God is an idea that lives in the mind of the people who believe it. And after having like these conversations, I realized that for somebody to say, I am a believer, they're making a declaration, right? Uh, a proclamation that I accept, or, I agree to go into this silent agreement with you for you to convince me of illogical things, or to heighten my imagination and suspend skepticism, or um, suspend, factual evidence for the claims that you are giving me. I agree to accept those on the terms of belief. And when people, accept information on the basis of belief, then I feel like they are able to be convinced of certain things, kind of like what we seen in the previous conversations. We literally had somebody just up here who said that they would follow the will of this God and kill their son or their daughter if, you know, they tried to convince them to worship another God, because that was the law. And that to me is dangerous, because you believe a God said these things in this book. You've never seen a God, right? I'm sorry. I don't like talking to people who are in the comments at the same time that they're on stage. If you're done with the conversation, I could put you back in the comments if
Oh,
you
my
want.
bad. I'm sorry. I'm listening to what you're saying. I definitely agree with what you're saying.
Yeah.
I feel like when, see, now, I had to grow up in the church. I grew up in the church. My godmom was very religious, and it, in a way, looking back at how everything was when I grew up, and you got people telling you you need to just give your life to God, and all your problems will go away. I feel like, in a sense, you are automatically giving up your, I would say, freedom in a way, because when you can think for yourself and analyze the things that go on in this world and the stuff that God preaches, in the Bible and the stuff that Christian preach, you can see for yourself that this is not a world of God. And I think the biggest misconstrue of it is, like I said, it's pushed on a lot of us. Like, this God is pushed on a lot of us. And we're told to pray to this God, to kneel to this God. And, you know, all good things will come. And we don't think like when we are in, a lot of people that grow up into any religion, period, because Christianity isn't the only religion like this. Islam is too. And I feel like when you do that, you kind of give up your free will of just thinking. You can't think for yourself, and then forget, like I said, forgiveness is a big thing with this God. This God will forgive anybody. This God will forgive a PDF file. This God will forgive someone that, slaughtered, people. And I just think that when you can think for yourself as a person, that ain't right. Would you forgive somebody that did any type of wrongdoing to your family or to your child? I know I can't, you know, like
Absolutely right. Yeah.
at all. So when we start to think for ourselves, that's when we will be able to actually dismantle this ideology that we need a God to live righteously. Clearly that's not true. It's a lot of people out here that worship this God and are not living righteously at all. Some people just do a better job at hiding it. And I just feel like if that God is not helping those people, then what God is this? What type of God is this? And that's the thing, right? We were given this religion. Some of us are forced to accept it. Some of us can deconstruct it as we grow older. But at the end of the day, how did this person, it's so many different names, right? The English language was written by Anglo-Saxons. So when you really start to think about it, right, the English language is nothing but a bunch of spells. So when I start to dissect everything with God, it's kind of like what we don't think when people that are born into this religion, we don't think like, what are we praying to? Because this whole time we could be praying to an entire different deity or a demon for all we know. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be,
Well,
you
I
know,
don't, I don't, but I don't believe that demons and
I ain't
ghosts and
trying to.
goblins exist. But I get what you're trying to say. I don't quite understand the English is a language of spells, and I think I don't know where that's coming from, but I do think I know what people are trying to say. And the reality is what we say to ourselves, right? The thoughts that we have on a daily basis, we end up uh manifesting in our environment in our lives because it's what we think about, right? There is a scripture in the book that says what a man thinks he becomes, right? And if you are constantly telling yourself that you can't do a thing, right? And that you don't deserve a thing, then that thing that you want, you will never have because you're constantly condemning yourself. If you're telling yourself that you are wretched, that you are sinful, right? That you can't be a good person because you were created inherently evil, then that's what you're going to be because you are fulfilling that prophecy in yourself. That's what you think on. That's what you have adopted as your core value. And I remember, growing up, I was young. I had very low self esteem, very low self esteem. When I was 9 years old, I went to a church member's house after church. My dad was a pastor, and this white lady, I was friends with her daughter. Me and my little sister were. And I went over, to her house after church, and I had a crush on her son. and me and my sister was outside playing with her daughter, and I went in to get something to drink, and her son, the guy that I had a crush on, was sitting at the table with his mama, and he was telling his mama that he liked my sister. And his mama was getting on to him and telling him that he didn't need to like my sister because she was light skinned and pretty, but that he should like me because I was dark skinned and ugly. And ugly girls treat you better. And I adopted that belief about myself and my dark skin. So I'm 9 years old, and here is this woman that I looked up to, like I loved her because, you know, I knew her from the church, and I had spent the night at her house, multiple times. She was my mom's friend. And this is what she's telling her son about me. And I believed it. And so my whole life, I adopted the belief that I had to love harder and love more because I was brown skinned and ugly, right? And no one would love me just because it was me. And that was a core belief that I had built up and continued to tell myself until, right, I started to uh, deconstruct my thoughts. I didn't even know that it was called deconstructing, but I got to the point to where I realized that I was using my mind incorrectly. I read this book by Cara Alwill Labor called Girl Code. And in the book, she was talking about how, our mind works. And I remember this light bulb moment saying, wait, I'm not supposed to use my mind like that? Because I had been replaying over and over in my head, the things that people have said to me, done to me growing up, right? It was as if like I was, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you. Like, I know you've been in here all night and I've said no caps, right? Entire, like, no caps. That's for people who have a vision impairment. I remember, it was like I was carrying around all of this trauma and this mental suitcase. And I remember doing a meditation and emptying out that mental suitcase and destroying it mentally and convincing myself that the voice that, I would hear when I would go to sleep that would tell me to unalive myself, changing what that voice would say, right? At that time, I was still a Christian. And when I would go to sleep, the voice would tell me God doesn't love you. So I changed the voice from whenever it would say doesn't, I would change it to does, like really quickly. And then I realized that I controlled that voice because it was me talking to myself. So I started having different conversations with myself. And so I understand when people say the English language are spells or like stuff like that. I don't necessarily believe that, but I do believe that the conversations we have with ourselves on a daily that we've been convinced is a God. Who is that? Who is that? Come here. Happy birthday. I'm sorry. That we've been convinced is a God or is a demon are really us, right? Give me just a second. I'm sorry. Um, but yeah, you can go ahead and respond to that. I talked
I'm
too
sorry,
long.
say happy birthday, girl. You 20 years old. Ooh.
I can't believe she's 20. Goodness gracious.
You got one more year till you can get you a drink
And
legally.
I'm gonna be the one to take her. Like I did my oldest daughter turned 21 last year and I took her to get her first drink. I'm gonna do the same thing with her.
It ain't all this. You gotta get them their first drink just so they know it ain't all this cracked up to be.
Exactly.
That's the way you keep them out the habit.
Exactly. But
Oh
yeah,
man,
did you have
okay,
anything?
I remember what you said. I just remember what you said. So and you don't know, it's crazy because I grew up like that too, around a bunch of Christians, and it was very difficult. Like I remember my aunt one time, she made us like this toast. It wasn't really toast, it was like bread with mayonnaise on it, and I asked her for another slice, and she was like, you already too big, you don't need another one. And this a woman that would go to church every Sunday.
Wow. Goodness. They just be saying something in it for your thing.
And I was just like, dang, if you want to be mean, just be mean. Like, but you don't got to sit here and worship this person that's supposed to be good and you mean like this to me. But what I wanted to say was that in a dialogue that you were having in your head, like I really feel like what people call God, I really feel like your subconscious is now. Like I said, I'm not discrediting. It's something that's higher than us because we would not be able to be here and this would just be impossible. It wouldn't even make any sense. So I know it's something, but I just feel like the subconscious is really what we are supposed to, like, you know how they always tell us, like, us black people, we're very powerful. We are very powerful beings. We're kings, we're queens. And I really feel like we are, and that God being comes from within us. And if we start to actually train ourselves and our subconscious mind to be more powerful beings to the point where we can go out here in the real world and do for our community, that would literally be doing the work of God without a text, script or religion.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, it doesn't matter to me whether a person believes that there is a higher power, right? And I don't typically go into the earth wouldn't be here unless there was a God or a higher power conversation, because, like, having a belief that a God created everything doesn't really cause harm, right? Um, it's the belief that God has influence over you and you have to obey it and be submissive to it. It has sovereignty over you and it's talking to you. It's telling you to do this. It's telling you to do that. It's telling you not to like this person. You have to like that person. That's where it becomes an issue. And a lot of times people don't realize, right, that it's it's themselves, right, that's talking to them. But I don't, like, some people consider themselves gods. I don't typically get into that whole conversation either, because you call yourself a god, cool. But I don't need to see myself as a god or a godlike being. I'm a human having uh, a life, like, right. I mean, at this moment in time, I'm just living the best life that I can live within my ability and doing the best I can to create an impact, uh, uh, and leaving the world a better place than when I got here. Hopefully, that's my goal, right? And doing that within my ability. And I think having these types of conversations that don't necessarily focus on whether you believe in a God or not, but it's what do you believe about that God, and what ideas are you holding about yourself and about other people in the world and the world around you that could possibly be causing you harm or stifling you, as you said, causing other people harm, that we could probably talk about and rephrase or reframe and help move us to that place to where we, can begin to build or achieve this world that a lot of us have been duped into believing that this Jesus wants us to have. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. And I wasn't saying like, with the whole people calling themselves God thing. I just was trying to put it into
No, no,
like
no, no. I know. I
better
wasn't. That wasn't
words.
to. Yeah, no. That wasn't for me to say that you were wrong or anything. I was just responding to what you were saying. Like, it doesn't, like, I don't get into those types of conversations a lot because people think that I hold these lives because I want them to not believe in a God. Like, I could care less if a person believes in a God. It's, what do you believe about that God? What is that God telling you to do? Who is that God telling you to hate? You know, that's what's more important to me.
Yeah, definitely. And not even just that. Like, what is this God doing for the black community?
Exactly.
What is this God doing for us? What has this God ever done for us? 500 years, 500 plus years of slavery. And then not even just that, to still be oppressed after slavery.
And the reality is that slavery still exists today.
2025. We're still going through police brutality. The woman was just held in a hospital with a baby. I'm not too sure of her name, so I don't want to. But I know everybody heard of that story. It was a black woman, and they basically tried to force her to give birth to something while she was already, gone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stuff like that is still going on today, and we have so many households that are still, praying to this God, and I feel like this God was keeping us oppressed, and we need to be, free thinkers, and we need to be able to think for ourselves, and that's the actual problem. That's the real problem.
Yeah.
We're oppressed in so many different ways, and religion is just one of them. That's the main one. The second one is the school systems, the public school, not even just the public school systems, all school systems.
Mm-hmm. I agree. There's a new law that allows doctors to refuse medical care if it goes against their ethics, like their conscience with what they believe, right, religiously. That's very dangerous. That's very dangerous. That law is going to affect a lot of people. It's going to affect women. It's going to affect marginalized people of different people groups. The fact that law even passed, right? It passed because people are trying to uh, make it comfortable for white male Christians and put the world back in a put America at least back in a place where white male Christians are on top. And that's dangerous. And I think it's even more dangerous that, there are a lot of women, there are a lot of people of color who still follow this guy who can't see the tactics that are being used and how they are being used to help them accomplish that goal. And it's very dangerous.
And this all goes back to when I said the Bible, the Quran, any form of religion is not just a form of oppression, but I also genuinely feel like it's witchcraft. What people call today this pagan stuff and this, because so many Christians celebrate these same holidays too that are pagan holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas. And I feel like, like I said, the more power, the more intention you put into something, the more the state of the world is gonna keep being like this.
I don't
Look at the
quite
state
know
of the
that
world.
I think celebrating Thanksgiving and without knowing like the true story of why you're celebrating Thanksgiving, like it's literally a slaughter, but the story that they told us is something different, right? I think that's the thing that makes it uh, a bad thing, right? But to celebrate and have dinner with your family, like I don't think that's the thing that gives power to anything. It's the silent agreement to I'm also giving thanks for this massacre, for this land that they've duped everybody into participating in with the lie of what Thanksgiving was about. I also want to address something in the comments. Like, it's interesting how the moment like we are talking about how, things are for Black people in America, it becomes we're called racist. I find that really interesting. Like, if we talk about our own communities and how to make them better, right, then we are racist. But there is literally a all white town being built in Arkansas, and then we're being gaslight on social media by other, white people saying, "Why are y'all mad that we're doing? We wouldn't be mad if y'all did it." As if we hadn't had all Black towns
We all know that's not
destroyed.
true.
Right, because like we can't even just have a live and hold a conversation and talk about how something is affecting our Black community without being accused of being racist, right? And then for me, like it's almost similar to how the last guest was on stage saying how the wars that Christianity did was about land, but Islam it was about Islam. It reminds me of that. So it's like a silent. That's why I say like this religion has roped a lot of people into this silent agreement to champion a specific group of people's agenda while ignoring your own, and saying you deserve for yours to be ignored because you are worthless, you are wretched, right? And you don't deserve yours until after you die. But in order to get it after you die, you have to be this type of way. Like you have to agree to go through this on earth. Like it just if anything,
This is you have
if
to
any
suffer.
spell, that would be a spell.
You have to and now when I say that I mean like, okay, so for instance, on 4th of July, I see a lot of people in my community celebrate 4th of July every single year. And it's ignorant. It's mad ignorant. But, like, for the people that get together because that's the only time they get off with to see their family, that's different. But when you're decoratively, like, walking around, like, just embracing, you know, I've seen so many people wearing American flag shirts and on the 4th of July in my community, fireworks, everything. Like when I say like yeah, rituals, these are when you start to when we start to really actually wake up and understand what's going on, like all of this stuff is a bunch of rituals that's being done, right? From the churches to the holidays, even down to the days of the week. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that, but the churches and the holidays, a lot of these things that our community is practicing, that they'll be so quick to call everything else demonic. Oh, this is demonic, that's demonic, that's demonic. They don't even understand that what they're doing is demonic. Because all it takes is a force. Let's say we all actively deconstruct this religion and just start like doing righteousness within ourselves and for our communities. We will all be powerful together. But what I'm trying to say is because it's so many people in our communities that growing up in this religion, kind of like a cult, and passing it down to their children and their children, and I'm guilty of it too as well because I've done it before. Like Jesus is the way, and it's really not. I feel like the more powerful in the mind you are, the more you read, the more honestly, as a black person, the more research you do on African and African American history, the more you can start to actually think for yourself and be more confident and have higher self-esteem as a black person in America. But if we keep passing this religion down, I feel like we're going to stay in a state of oppression, not just because of the religion, but because genuinely it is a book of spells. It's a book of spells. We don't know what we're chanting to. We don't really know what the word God stands for. When we're saying we're praying, you know what I'm saying? The word pray, I'ma pray for you. No one actually even thinks like pray when you pray predator. Like no one actually looks at the context of these words because no one is thinking. We all just
Well, this is what I was saying earlier, right? Like, what are the things that the black community does? Like, we're really spiritual people, right? And spirituality can mean anything, but we continue to put this spirituality on things like that. But if we look at just at the fact of the things that we are saying, the beliefs that we are holding, the things that we have agreed to do and not to do, the things that we have agreed to hate in society. Like the black community is homophobic as fuck. And the black community perpetuates a lot of harm towards the LGBTQIA community. That is not a spell. That's an agreement that they have made with themselves based off of a belief that they have been taught that some God wants, and they are carrying that out on their own. Like that's not spiritual.
But check me out though, it's because they are under spells.
They're not under a spell. That's not a spell. That is them making that decision on their own. Like I literally will show a believer that the God that they are saying does not in fact in this book say man shall not lie with man as with a woman. And Paul in Romans 1:26 is not talking about consensual same-sex relationships. He's talking about pagan sexual rituals. They don't care. They've made this agreement with themselves that they think only a man and a woman should be together. They think that it's unnatural. And so, regardless if they learn that the God never said that, they're going to hold on to what they feel is natural. That's not a spell. They're making that decision on their own. But if we keep looking at everything like it's a spell, then we're going to keep looking for something supernatural to fix it, and we'll never look to ourselves. We'll never think that we can, fix any of this shit. This is why we have a whole group of black people claiming to be Hebrew Israelites waiting, literally told me they're waiting on UFOs and aliens to come back, fight for them so that they can be slave masters. That's childish thinking.
You capping, right?
No, I'm not.
Like they had to been rage baiting.
Mm-mm. No, that's what they believe because of the prophecies in this book. They believe that the chariots in the Bible are UFOs. They believe that angels are going to come back, fight for them. He's going to come back in UFOs. They're going to fight for them and then going to make them the rulers on earth, and they will enslave everybody. Like, but literally, Mr. T was up here saying that earlier. Like, that's what they believe. Not, and then I know there's gonna be some Hebrew Israelites in here that's gonna say we don't all believe that, but a good number of y'all do have been on this stage and have said that. Like I during the election, literally had a black Hebrew Israelite up here fucking going the fuck off on me, telling me that I am not smart enough or spiritual enough to realize that Donald Trump is really a black man in whiteface, and that Donald Trump has promised the black Hebrew Israelites that after he wins the election, within 6 months, he is going to sign the deed of America over to the black Hebrew Israelites because they are the true people. And this motherfucker was on my stage screaming his fucking head off, trying to convince me that Donald Trump is a black man in whiteface.
That brother sound mad ignorant because if he read anything about any of the presidents in America, majority of them own slaves and do not like black people. And even Barack Obama, he's kind of questionable. He's always been very questionable to me.
They don't care about the history of presidents owning slaves. Like right now, all they care about is what they believe these people have told them. Right? Like that's all they care about. There's a lot of black people that support Donald Trump right now. A lot of black believers of this God, whether they be Israelites or Christians or non-denominational. They don't care about that. But I definitely thank you for coming up. The guest box is starting to fill up. Continue to research and search. Ask yourself 1,001 questions a day.
Oh, definitely. It was nice talking to you. It was definitely nice talking to you because it's not too many free thinkers, and it's just nice meeting someone that, can think freely for themselves.
Same here. It was a great
I know I
conversation.
may not sound as intelligent. It's just because my words and everything, I guess I wouldn't say word salad, but you
No,
know,
you did a
everything is
good job.
always all over the place because I read so much. So I go from one thing to the next thing, and then, by then everyone think I'm confused. But if you really listen to what I'm saying and just jot it down, it'll lead on to something.
Yeah, you did a good job. It was a great conversation. So, continue to research and, like I said, just continue to ask questions. Um, I think the most important part is to not think that we know it all and to not think that we have that, the answer. There's always room to to learn and grow. And I know a lot of times, like, the comments can be very intimidating. That's why I like for people to pay attention to me, when you're on stage talking to me, because I try to understand or hear where the person is coming from and engage from there. And so if you're on a path of, you know, learning, you're open to learning. That's the most important thing. You're not expected to know everything.
Yeah, definitely. I ain't worried about these comments. They gonna love me when I say something they want to hear, and they hate me when I go against something that go against what they not used to hearing. And that's the typical average human being these days. Can't think for themselves. So, but it was nice talking to you. You have a great day, and everybody else have a great day as well.
Thank you. Same to you.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, y'all. I was listening all this time and I
You
wanted
were
to look up.
also trying to rush me to bring you up when
Oh, I
when I
just
already
didn't know
told
because
you.
I don't.
I'm sorry. Why are you talking while I'm talking?
Sorry.
You you were also trying to rush me to bring you up after I told you it's one person at a time, and you continued to spam. Bring me up, please. I requested. I requested. I requested. That's ridiculous, right? Like, you're not gonna want me to rush your time on the stage because there's other people in the guest request box, and this isn't your first time here either. And you definitely shouldn't want the conversation to start off with me being annoyed with you, right?
Okay, so I did write a couple of times. I requested because I just wasn't sure if you are seeing my comments.
I
But as
responded to
soon
you and I said your name. I responded to
exactly.
you and I said your name and I said, no, you cannot come up. It is one person at a time. What is it that you thought that I missed about your comments previous to that you felt you had to continue to do it?
Well, I didn't continue,
Yes,
and
you
if I
did.
did, like, well, then, actually, well, I did stop, and then I was
No,
just
you
listening and
didn't.
paying attention.
No, you didn't. While the last guest was on stage, you commented multiple times. I requested while the last guest was on stage, and I responded to you 2 guests ago.
Okay, well, I thought that I had stopped the moment you said that I could not. It's just
You
one person at
thought
a
you
time.
stopped.
Yes, I thought, but I'm very sorry if I uh, kept on commenting and texted because I've been listening all this.
Oh, goodness. Um, I know that you are a Christian. Do you subscribe to the original sin concept?
As in, we are born with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I do, but I do have a different concept of it, as in, we are born with the potential to commit sin, not
Are you Catholic?
necessarily. Um,
Eastern
I
Orthodox?
visit
What are you?
I visit several congregations, but I would not call me a Catholic. I would say I'm more Protestant, but I would say that I'm more Unitarian. But what I do think is that sin uh, grows with
Okay,
the
so you
ability of
okay,
sin
so
is
you
the
don't subscribe to the original sin concept
well,
that
that's why
traditional
I am
Christians
explaining it.
subscribe to.
That's why I'm explaining it to you, so
I don't
you
want you to
maybe.
explain it. I don't want you to explain it. You're telling me that you don't subscribe to that concept that I want to discuss. You have a different concept that you subscribe to, not the one I want to discuss. Is that correct?
Well, what is
The
the
traditional original sin concept that you are born in sin. You're just telling me you don't subscribe to that. You have a different concept that you believe in. So we're going to discuss something else, not that.
um well well, I don't really believe we're born with sin, but
Right.
I
So you don't subscribe to that. We're going to discuss something else. We're not going to discuss the original sin concept because you don't believe the one I want to discuss. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. So the answer is no.
Okay, so we're going to discuss the prompt. Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. Jesus Christ includes the God in the Old Testament, whether you call him Yeshua, Yahweh, Yahamashai, God, whatever you call him. It's the God in the Old Testament and the New Testament for me. In that statement, it's the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. Good morning, Fee.
Good morning, friends. How are y'all?
Good. Do I sound worn out?
You sound a little tired. Has it been a night?
Man, I feel like I've been boxing all fucking night.
Damn.
Swear I've been in this fucking ring. That your cinnamon disciple. Go ahead.
Exactly. So you said that he was the worst thing that happened to humanity. Exactly. Uh, so okay. So did you ask a question? Sorry, because you were talking to a different person. So what am I supposed to answer to? So what is the question? Are we speaking about sin or?
So you don't subscribe to the concept of sin that traditional Christians do.
Not really. Not the traditional one. No.
Okay, so because of that, let's pivot to Jesus Christ being the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Can you tell us why on where you land on
I
either side of that?
I do not. I do not agree. I do not agree.
Okay, can you expound on why you don't agree? And then maybe we can talk about why we think that and that let the conversation start there.
I don't think he is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, like at all. I do believe, as it is written, that he is Lord, and I believe that he's Lord, and I believe that he's Lord and Savior. Why do I believe he's Lord and Savior? I believe he's Lord and Savior because I think that I believe in, of course, in the God of the Old Testament, and I do believe, as it is written, that he is the sprout of the house of David. Now, for me, he's just a fulfillment. Why do I think he's not the worst thing that happened to any sort of community? Because I don't see the, I don't see people, I don't see no one being affected by his testimony, and I don't see no one being personally affected by what he's promising the people that call upon his name and do believe in him. I think he speaks on love. I think he speaks on forgiveness and how the person can heal herself or himself. What I personally have experienced in my personal life and what I've seen happen also in other people's life. I don't believe no one is affected, no sort of community, because it speaks clearly on Jews and on Gentiles and on how the Lord is unifying both by just saying, okay, I revealed myself through a community because Jewish community is community, because that's where the concept of community is coming from tribes and people that were even before the Jews, as in Mesopotamia. But the concept of writing, society, and rules and laws comes from community. So if he express himself through a community and then send somebody to unify it, I don't see how we then feel affected by the love he's speaking on and spreading to the world.
It's interesting to me that you say you don't see anyone affected. That would mean that they're not affected by the good either, right? Do you see or hear me talking to you?
Yes, I'm listening. You don't see how anybody would be affected. I mean,
No. Did you hear my question?
no, I didn't hear it. Can you repeat the question again, please?
You said you don't see anyone affected by your Jesus's teachings.
No, I
You
didn't.
don't see anyone affected by your Jesus's love. That would mean that you also do not see them being affected by the so-called good you believe he does.
Um, I definitely believe that there are people, I definitely think that there are people that are being affected by the aspect of maybe Christian, maybe extremists. If within Christianity there are people that are being in any way oppressed because of their beliefs of the Messiah and of the cross, then that would definitely be a person being affected. But the teachings themselves and himself, as what he promised the people to be, what he in fact then did, and what in fact that meant for the afterward and for the people that did follow, I think is only in the positive realm. I don't know a person that is praying in the name of Jesus or that is practicing Christianity as in the way he understands because he reads the Bible, that that does not have
Okay, I'm gonna cut you off because you tend to go up for a long time and you haven't really said much of anything, right? And my question was, does that also mean that you do not see the good, right? That they have been affected by. You made the statement that you don't see anyone being affected by your Jesus's teachings.
I mean the good that
I'm
Jesus.
sorry. Why are you talking while I'm talking? Do you see how I'm quiet when you're talking? You said that you don't see anyone being affected by the teachings of your Jesus. And I assume that you were saying that you don't see them being affected negatively, right? So, one of the teachings that your Jesus has is the cost of being his disciple. And he says, whoever comes to me and does not hate father and mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, yes, and even life itself, cannot be my disciple. And I know a lot of people, you know, talk about this word hate here, which that word is maseo, and it does mean to detest, to pursue with hatred, to love less is what I tend to focus on, right? And essentially, what he's saying is whoever comes to me and does not love their father or mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, and yes, even yourself, less than me, you cannot be my disciple, right? This is the agreement that you have to go into with this God in order to be his disciple. It's the agreement that says if Jesus says to do a thing and my husband doesn't want me to do it, I'm still going to do it because I believe Jesus wants me to do it. If Jesus says that I have to do a thing in order to be his disciple, and my daughter says, no, I'm not worshiping Jesus, then I have to follow what Jesus says and cast my daughter off. And that teaching has broken up a lot of families. That teaching has caused a lot of division in households. There is actually a scripture, a teaching where your Jesus says, I do not come to bring peace, but a sword, to turn mother against daughter, father against son, wife against husband. So he's saying that my teachings, right, are going to come and cut through the household and divide families. Those that do not want to follow me, right, the families are going to break up because they have to hate everybody else and love me. That teaching alone has caused a lot of harm within families where Christianity is. Are you saying you don't see that? Good morning, Dr. B.
I think that the intention of the individual and the person when the person is reading is also important, because if I decide to follow Jesus, as in, for example, I decide to follow Jesus and to get baptized, and if I would see my parents being against it, or if I would see my brother or my sister being against it, and if I would see any person in my family being against it, then it would be my personal right as an individual. And that is even, in fact, that goes for everything. It goes for everything in life, that whatever you decide, as for example, politics or religion or sexuality, that is the
Like,
right.
I'm sorry. I thought you were getting ready to say you see this scripture differently. Are you
Well,
saying you agree with the scripture? You
I
agree
do.
that this
I,
teaching does this?
I do, that's why I said that the intention of the person when the person is reading is
No,
important.
no, 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 no. You stated that you do not see any of your Jesus's teachings affecting anyone. And as I stated, I assume you meant affecting anyone negatively. So, are you going to respond to the fact that this teaching does, in fact, affect families negatively?
Why would it? I mean, okay. If I would, as I said, decide to practice Christianity, why would it
Are
affect?
you going to address the fact that this teaching does, in fact, affect families negatively?
I don't think it affects them negatively because why
So
would you practice?
so there are no families breaking up over the belief in this God. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I can believe definitely that there are people that are not, let's say, if in a Muslim family, a person
Why
is
are you
deciding.
talking about Muslims when I'm talking about your Jesus
I'm
Christ?
giving
Why?
you an
I'm
example
not
that is
talking
bad.
about Muslims. I'm not talking about Muslims.
But
Don't
okay,
bring them up again. I'm not talking about Muslims.
okay. So I don't think that this teaching is hateful or dividing families. I
Is
don't.
that what I asked you? Did I ask you if the teaching was hateful?
I don't think it does divide families.
So there are no families that divide over your Jesus.
I mean, mine did.
That's why I'm trying to answer the question that you
No, you're
understand.
not answering the question. You're trying to defend your Jesus. I'm asking you what is happening in society today. Are you saying that there are no families that break up over Jesus?
Um, Jesus is love,
So
so
you're not going to answer the question. You're going to ignore it. You're going to pretend like it does not exist so you can keep saying that Jesus is love.
that's why I said, okay, so the answer is there are definitely families breaking up because of this. Definitely there are, but is it right or why does it have to do with what is written? Because if somebody is deciding to follow Jesus, why would your family rise against you if it is a personal decision?
But
That
how does something so that's supposed to be so positive result in something that's fundamentally negatively impactful? Like, it just had the, I mean, I was just thinking as you were talking, if God is telling you to hate your family, imagine if you have a fucking emergency. Your God's not going to come for you. But I don't know, abandon your family because of this scripture in front of you that you're reading, right? You've forsaken them because your God has told you to. Just in that, like just in that little small thing. I don't know how you don't see that as a disadvantage for humanity if you're isolating yourself for somebody who wouldn't put water on you if you're on fire. And that's just real. He literally would not help you in that situation, but your family might. And you're willing to cast him away for somebody who wouldn't do the same for you. His father's an evil, evil warmonger, but he's going with the flow, right?
so
Putting your soul in jeopardy, right? Telling you to hate other people who would be willing to, I don't know, unalive for you, right? Your mother, I'm sure, would lay down your life, your brother, your sister, all for you. And you don't know for sure if this Jesus did. You just have to trust this scripture. And you're also trusting the scripture. That's the right thing to neglect your family, abandon them, hate them. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or beneficial for humanity at all.
Yeah, that was a really interesting way of framing that, because like you seem to present that as the division would be people that are non-believers rejecting someone who trusts in Christ. But certainly in my experience, and I suspect most of the people on this panel and in this room, it's quite the opposite. You don't have
Yeah.
people that are like, "Oh my gosh, you believe in Jesus now? Get out!" It's wait, you don't believe in Jesus anymore? Get out! You see the difference?
exactly, but then exactly. So what I'm trying to say is definitely the non-believer is not the problem. But my question is, if in a family, if the scenario is that in a family, a person, let's say a young man or a young woman, is deciding to congregate and to practice it, and if he's just keeping it as he should, then he's no danger to nobody because it is in fact a personal decision. So where would be the division? The
Did
division
you
would
hear?
be
Did you
when
hear
the
Dr. Cinnamon? Did you hear
let me
Dr. B's?
can I please explain? explain. So the division would be when somebody
I'm
is trying
sorry.
to
No. Go ahead,
somebody's
Fee.
trying to force the
Yeah, like I'm not sure she heard Dr. B's question because you skirted right over it. We're not claiming that that's happening. Nobody's saying that they're getting kicked out because they want to go to Sunday service. Dr. B's asking you about the realities of what so many people in the comments have said. They had questions about the validity of this Jesus, and because they were not worshiping in this God, they were kicked out of their houses. That's where the separation is happening, not on the other side. What you're talking about right now is more of what you asserted, not what Dr. B asked.
Yeah, I just because I only have a minute, and I promise I'll drop down. But are you familiar with the text in Ezekiel chapter 16? You might be, you might not be familiar with the reference, but it's a story there. It's sort of a metaphor that Yahweh, the prophet, is presenting, and he's saying that he's telling the story about how Yahweh essentially came into relationship with the nation of Israel, right? And the metaphor that's used is that Israel was, as an infant, essentially exposed on the side of the road, right? They were just abandoned there to unalive. The umbilical cord had not been cut. They were still covered in amniotic fluid. And Yahweh came along, found them, picked them up, cut the umbilical cord, cleaned them up, whatever, took them in, put fine clothing on them, all this stuff, and raised them, and then married them, and then lavished all these gifts upon them, right? And then Israel says, "Nah, fam, I'm out," and goes and has other schmexual relationships with other people. Now, in this scenario, if we just set aside the grossness, for social context, um, the question that I have for you is: should a woman in that scenario be free to choose without negative repercussions whether she wants to be with someone, to be with a man, for example, in this scenario, or not be with that man, irrespective of nice things that he did for her?
well, that's why I do see it as a whole, as an Old and New Testament. Because when I think of Christianity, I think, of course, of these times and what the rights that I have as a Christian woman. So definitely, I think that is wrong. But I am questioning if the text that we are reading and that we have in front of us is addressing the situation you refer yourself as in Ezekiel, or if it is not referring to something else.
Okay, so let me see if I can address that. So, ma'am, let's say right now we're standing, the whatever your view of eschatology is, but here we're at the end, right? And you and I are standing before Jesus, and Jesus says, "Your cinnamon, did you trust in me as your Lord and Savior?" And you say, "Oh yeah, I was down, right? And here I am." And he goes, "Well done, my good and faithful servant. Get your ass in here. There's a party in the back." And then he turns to me and he says, "Josh, do you trust in me?" And I go, I was like a pretty good guy, but I didn't actually think you were real, right? Is he going to be like, "Nah, I get it. All right. Hey, you know what? There's this other place over here. Go do your thing, right? It's fun. It's a nice place. You can't come in here, but that's okay. Like that place is pretty good too." Is that your view of how things are going to go, or is it different?
So you said that if we're both in front of Jesus, and then he would say, can you please say that again, Joshua? Because I kind of,
Yeah. Sorry, I was trying to be kind of comical with it, but I mean, like in the end, are things going to go well for me, or am I going to get punished?
well, in fact, that's why I believe Christianity is such a a good religion, because as a Christian that reads, I know it's not my right to, and it's not my right, and it's not in my power to even think about what would be
Ma'am,
the outcome of this
I'm just
scenario.
asking from your theological position, assuming that I am an unbeliever at the end of time, when I'm standing before Jesus, right? You're going in as a believer. Where am I going?
It's not in my the scriptures, it's not in my force and power to be able to tell that. So that is
I'm
not.
giving you the hypothetical. I'm not asking you to read my soul. I'm saying assume for a second that I am an unbeliever.
um if you are an unbeliever, well, the scripture says that by that moment, if you would consider yourself an unbeliever, then you would be taken as that. But in the book of Revelations, it clearly states that the end times, as we know them from the book of Revelation, tell that there will be a time where people will still have the so-called the chance to still
Fine,
adopt.
but it's fine. I have that chance, and I say no, thank you. I'm good. I'm good. I don't really want that. Now what?
Dr. B, can I
Well,
try something? Can I try something?
Please, please.
It's you, Cinnamon. You've lived your whole life as a believer. Right before you died, you decided that you didn't believe anymore. You were a good person. You go before the God as a non-believer. Do you go to heaven or hell?
guys, I have to sometimes move in the room because my mother is so loud and I don't want to be rude. I just
Did you
don't
hear
want.
my question?
Please ask me again. Sorry.
It is you,
Yeah.
right? You lived your entire life as a believer. Right before you die, you decide that you no longer believe. You still live life as a good person, but you are now a non believer, and then you die. Do you go to heaven or hell?
Um, the thing is, I'm trying to not go away from the scriptures, so
No.
that's why.
What happens to you? What do you believe would happen to you if you died as a non believer?
Well, if you die as an unbeliever, the scripture clearly says that you don't get the chance in the afterlife to decide that. You have to do it definitely. Do
Right, but what happens, ma'am? What happens? Like like, do you go to heaven? Do you go to hell? What happens?
well, the scripture says you're going to hell.
Okay, all right, thank you. Like the pulling so many teeth to get here.
It
So
is
so,
so
ma'am, the whole
interesting that she could condemn herself, but nobody else. Like
that
that's
is a
interesting.
very good point.
Yeah.
But you're the reason that I'm asking that. Are you familiar with what duress is?
The wrath, as in the
Duress,
wrath.
like no, like if I come up to you and I say, "Give me all your money," and you say, "No, thanks, I'm good," and I go, "Yeah, but see this pew pew that I'm holding? Like if you don't give me all your money, shit's about to get real." Right? You're going to be like, oh, okay, here you go. I can't go to court and be like, Your Honor, she voluntarily gave me the money, right? Because that judge is going to be like, aren't you holding an object and threatening with it? Well, I mean, maybe, but she still said, sure, here you go, right? That's duress. Like I'm doing something that you don't have an actual free will choice to respond, right? You're having to make a decision because if if you choose in the negative, bad stuff's going to happen to you. In this scenario, what you're describing as this thing that is good and loving for humanity is an ultimatum that is being given to humanity. Like, love me or else. Do you think that is a good thing? Do you think that a husband should be able to say to his wife, hey, love me or else?
Of course not.
Okay. So why is it good for God to be able to do that?
Well, um, I do believe that God would not want not a female and not a male to be oppressed, not even by her husband or her wife.
That's
in
why I
the
brought up Ezekiel 16, though. That's why I brought up Ezekiel 16. Because in Ezekiel 16, ma'am, in Ezekiel 16, when Yahweh comes, finds her at birth, raises her, marries her, gives a lavish gifts to her, she still says, "No, I'm good." And she goes and is with a bunch of other people. Do you know how the story ends? Do you know how the metaphor ends? He calls all of her lovers, right, that she's had schmectual intercourse with, and has them publicly SA her as punishment.
okay, so I don't the chapter 16 from Ezekiel.
Yeah, Ezekiel
Although
16.
I can read it, and it says that this is the unfaithful. It says Jerusalem, the unfaithful woman. So I
Yes.
think that in this chapter, I think that is a whole metaphor. I
Of
would
course
have
it's
to
a
read it.
metaphor. Ma'am,
He
I told you that
said.
6 times.
So I
I
think
said 6 times it's a metaphor, and I told you specifically what it was about.
that's why sometimes it's difficult to answer, because I'm thinking, okay, I have to read the scripture to be able to not lie and to
Does
not
that
talk.
make it okay that it's a metaphor?
Um. Oh my God. So, oh
Ma'am, the
Lord.
answer is no. Please, for the love of God, tell me the answer is no. It's not okay just because it's a metaphor.
Thing is that the answer no would automatically apply that we think of a God that sees woman as not valuable and less.
That's not the point. Although that is true, that's not the point. Are you familiar with Deuteronomy 28 and and Leviticus 26? Like, these are two passages that are dedicated to, hey, Israel, if you obey the laws that I'm giving you, it's going to be awesome. I'm going to give you all kinds of great stuff. But if you disobey me, I am about to bring vengeance upon you. And if you keep disobeying, I'm going to bring vengeance 7 times more than what I brought the last time. This is not I love you, I want the best for you. So please obey, because these laws are what's going to be best for your life. If you don't do it, like, that sucks for you, because like you won't get all the benefits of it. But like, I'm still going to try to help. Or no, if you don't obey I am going to come at you. I'm going to fight against you. I'm going to send pestilence. I'm going to send famine. Like, these are curses. They're called curses. They're going to be brought upon the people. This is love me or else.
Okay, so yeah, I did understand everything you said, as in a
Okay.
very vengeful, as in a God that in fact can be evil, and that in fact has the right to condemn and to do harm and to be evil and to actually, yes, absolutely have the right to destroy, as if the
Why does he
person.
have that right?
Okay, so that's the question. Why does God have the right to do things? So um a right is something that we do have because, of course, we are humans, therefore we are individuals, and that's why we try to make sure that people have rights, as in rights to defending themselves, rights to not being.
Stick with
Oh
God,
my
but stick with
God.
God. Stick with God. Yeah.
Why I do see it differently, because we have rights to protect ourselves and for our benefit and for our well-being, and I
Is
don't
God
think
protecting himself from us? Is that what you're saying?
that's why I think that every time a human being is every time we speak of rights, we understand whether we need them, because there are people that in fact could try to take advantage or do evil things. So we try to protect the individual.
Ma'am, I
But
need you to focus, because I'm not following you at all. Why is it that God has the right to say, ma'am, just listen to my question. Why does God have the right to say, love me or else?
because I believe in that, how it is written in the Bible, he is the only being that he's the only. I understand the God of the Bible to be the only God I would refer to as God. I believe that he's the only being that really wants absolute best for his people and for the people that do claim him. So that sounds maybe brutal and harsh, because that's
So if a husband thinks, I want the best for my wife, and the best is her not having an affair, so I'm going to do whatever is necessary to keep her from having an affair.
um So that is your question. But if we read if we read, we don't see it written, nor a wife or husband having the right to beat her wife or her husband. So that's why I said that this is a metaphor. You said it still doesn't make it right, which I said, yes, that's true. It's
Why do you
just
think the metaphor, ma'am? Why do you think the metaphor works?
why I
Why
think
do
the
you think Ezekiel used that metaphor?
well, because the connection within husband and wife is a supposed godly thing.
No,
So
no, 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 no. Why? Like, why do metaphors work? Why are they effective?
because we can apply them to our daily lives.
Because they make sense to us, right? Because they resonate with us.
Exactly.
Okay, so like when I use an analogy, I use an analogy because it's analogous, right? There's a connection between these two. So do you think that the people that were listening to Ezekiel talk about Ezekiel 16 went, "What the hell are you talking about?" Like that is so foreign to us. Of course a husband can't do something like that when his wife goes astray. He can't do that. That's so crazy. Why would you even say that? Or did you go, "Yeah, that's what would happen." Which one do you think?
Um well, of course, I get it. Um I get it. But
If you get it,
I
was that a
get it.
yes?
I mean, what would happen? Well, the person would be harmed. I guess if that would be a law or a rule, then the person would be harmed if it was the wife or if it was the husband. But I get it. But I
So do you
think that
think that Ezekiel, hold on. So if that's the case, do you think that Ezekiel's use of the metaphor is to say, "Hey, that's wrong. We shouldn't be doing that. God shouldn't be doing this to Israel." So I'm giving you the metaphor because that's a wrong thing to do.
yes, but I cannot take the aspect of it being a metaphor away from what that does to me as an individual. What that does to me personally? Because even Jesus uses a lot of metaphor in the New
Right. So
Testament.
when Jesus, listen, when Jesus says in Luke 17 to his disciples, "Hey, which one of you having a slave working in the field all day, when that slave came in after that hard day's work out in the field, would say to him, 'Hey, sit here with me and eat and have dinner with me?'" No, of course you wouldn't say that. You would say, "Get into the kitchen and make my dinner and come and wait on me. And then only after I have eaten, then you are allowed to eat." Do you think that Jesus used that analogy? Did he use that parable because it was completely foreign to the disciples? That the disciples would have been like, "What the hell? What do you mean us having a slave? None of us have slaves. So that's crazy. Of course we would have them come in and eat with us, right?" Or do you think it's because they're like, "Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, like, of course if our slave, we wouldn't have him come sit down." Which one do you think is more accurate?
Well, because okay, so which one is more accurate? Well, of course, the one where everybody is allowed to take part.
No, no. When Jesus said to them, "Which one of you having a slave?" Do you think that all of them said, "What the? No. What? That's crazy. We don't have slaves. My God. No." And if we did, we'd have them come in and sit down. Or do you think that they were saying, "Yeah, fair point, right? If your slave was out there working, you wouldn't have them come in and sit down." The answer is the second one.
Okay. Um.
That's
Well,
why the analogy works.
I tried exactly, but you also said that we use metaphors because we can apply them to our daily lives. So why do we have to take the what is written and the scenario out of the conditions and the terms and what was going on when the texts were written? Because we know that in that
Why would I?
time.
Why would you even say that? When did that ever come up? That I would take it out of the context of the times?
Well,
Why would you say that?
speaking on the first you're speaking on the on owning slave owning in the text of if any one of you has slaves, as in of course if I would listen to that you said people would be like, what, why have slaves, or why should people be have a life like this, or why should people be treated like this if it's I'm just yeah that's
Ma'am,
why.
listen. Sorry, we're talking past each other. If I said to you, um, which one of you waking up and getting on this amazing app called TikTok every morning would then hop in the shower with their phone? No, of course you wouldn't do that. You would first put the phone on the the counter and then get into the shower. That would resonate with you, right? Because you're like, yeah, like this phone's expensive. I'm gonna jump in the shower with it, right? If I'm gonna let it play, I'm gonna let it play where it's not gonna get wet. That's why that analogy works. So then if I said to you in the same way, like, if you're gonna, I can't think of something to compare it to, but that's the reason why it works is because you'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. I wouldn't do that. Right.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Right. Okay. So when in Ezekiel 16, when he says, hey, if wives go out and have adulterous affairs on their husbands, they get, this severe punishment from their husband. The people are all doing exactly what you just did with the phone and the TikTok and the shower analogy or metaphor, because you're like that they were doing the same thing, going, yeah, that makes sense. If a wife did that, shit's gonna get real for her.
Okay, I see. Um,
Okay.
okay.
So if that's the case, that's a metaphor that's being used by the prophet on behalf of the deity, presenting how it is that, if you believe this is a divinely inspired text, God moved him to explain the relationship that he had with Israel.
Exactly. But I do understand that the Lord is describing to Israel as his bride and as his belonging and as something that he owns.
Is that
And
okay?
that is what I've been trying to say, that I just don't take the metaphor away from the picture that I have from the loving God. And that's why I do it.
So I'm so sorry. So it's okay for a husband to own his wife if he loves her?
That's not what marriage is, owning
But
the other.
it's what you just said.
Well, I think that a husband is a wife, a husband is a wife, and a wife is a husband. But the relationship between God and His people, that every Christian, according to Scripture, uh, then I think definitely that that is God's right. I
Ma'am, if
think.
you go out and have an affair with someone, does your husband have the right? Do you think he should have the right to bring that um, paramour over to the house and strip you out of your clothing and have that paramour SA you?
Um, I already said, of course not.
No, of
Of
course not. Right, right, of course not. So, that's what Ezekiel 16 is saying.
That's, yes, I get the metaphor thing, but that's why I'm saying it is a metaphor, and also it's the same as in the story with Hosea, where God is telling him to go marry a person that is selling his body. He still does that. He still obeys God, and in fact, his wife always betrays him, and he over and over again goes back to go get her, and that's how God is describing his relationship to him, the relationship between him and his people. So if we have these two different stories
Well,
and metaphors.
those aren't so different. Maybe so different as you might think,
You're
right?
saying that they're different, but I think that the question would be, if we have so many different examples of a similar, so many different, I mean, if we have so many different metaphors of the relationship that God is trying to have and establish with his people, and we see that there are different ways um, of being able to we see that, for example, this metaphor that you're describing, that we know in Ezekiel 16, but we also have it in Hosea, where he's not the punishing God, where Hosea is not the punishing husband, where God is not the punishing God, where he is the forgiving God, the over and over again forgiving God, the over and over again forgiving God.
Ma'am, ma'am,
So that,
ma'am, ma'am,
yeah.
ma'am. If I come up to you and I say, "Hey, you want to go out Friday night?" and you say, hopefully, "No, thank you," that's weird. And I say, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! If you don't, like, I'm going to do this really bad thing, right? And you're going to pay for that." Now, do you want to go out Friday night? Like, is that okay?
No, no.
No, okay, of course not, right? So when when God, you said this yourself, when God comes to me and says, "Hey, I love you. I want you to trust in me. I've paid for your sins on the cross, and I want you to live forever with me. You want to come live forever with me? And I go, no, I'm good. That's really cool. I appreciate that, but I'm good. I'm doing my own thing over here. Like, does God go, oh, no, that's good. Hey, I appreciate it. Thanks. Best of luck to you. Right? Does he do that?
Um. Okay.
No, is the answer right? Right. He says, okay, gonna burn in hell. Bye.
Okay. So, okay, sorry, Joshua. So sometimes it's a little bit difficult, to follow. So, if Jesus would say what?
So when God comes to me and
Yeah.
says, and comes to humanity and says, I love you all. I've died on the cross. Here's John 3:16, right? It's all here for you. Come trust in me, live forever in heaven with me. It's going to be dope. You don't even know. And some people say, oh, that sounds cool. And the other people say, I don't know, it sounds a little sus. I'm good, right? Does God do what we're all supposed to do when we ask another person out on a date and that person says no? Like, does God go, oh, hey, I appreciate it. No, that's good. No, I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Or does he go, oh, well, time for punishment? Like, which one does he do?
That's why I did refer to the scripture in Revelations. If God would give me the possibility of worshiping Him, I do believe that if I would say no, He would definitely just go.
You
I
think
don't really.
so? You don't think that so you don't think you're going back on what you said earlier that I'm not going to hell.
Um, I mean, that's why I think that the aspect of that's why I believe in Christianity, because mind, body, and soul is one. So that's why He speaks on the body being the temple, and that's why He. That's why.
Ma'am, about being hard to follow. I have no idea what you're talking about. Am I going to hell or no? If I don't trust in Christ, if somebody doesn't trust in Christ,
Already answered the question, and now you're asking a different question. So if
because you changed your answer.
you die, and if you die and you die as a non-believer, as in refusing to accept that Jesus
Yes,
Christ is King and
yes.
Lord, then the scripture speaks on you going to hell. If
There you
you
go. There you go. That's all. That's all I need. I don't need more.
if
Right?
you'd be alive and Jesus Christ would come as Lord and Savior, as King of Kings and the Lamb of God, and you would definitely, as it is written in Book of Revelations, get the chance, because we can read in the
Okay,
21
so
chapter.
let's go with this, ma'am. Let's go with this. Hey, if I come up to you and say, hey, you want to go out Friday night? And you're like, no, I'm good. And then Friday night rolls around and I come up and I've got like chocolates and I've got flowers and I've got a really nice limo that I've rented. This is so cliche. And I say, hey, I know you said no, but look, I'm giving you another chance and look at all this awesome stuff that you could have. Right. And you say, no, thanks. It's creepy, right? Um, I really appreciate that you're bringing all this stuff, lots of effort. That's awesome, but I'm good. I don't really want to go out with you, right? Now what? Do I have the right to do something to like do I have the right to seek retribution because you said no?
If I have the right to seek, because I said no, I mean, we can see, for example, that that's why I mean, if so the question was, if somebody's coming to offer me all the treasures of the world, um or, some the
Yeah,
question.
yeah. No. You're on it, right? Like at what point at what point do are you obligated to go out with me? How much
uh,
do I have to bring before it's like, okay, yep, because of all this stuff that you're doing, I have to go out with you now.
well, I'll go out with the person I want to go out.
Right.
uh,
Yes, exactly. Exactly. There is no amount. right? You do what you want to do because you have the free choice to do that because there aren't negative consequences. Ideally, unfortunately, women have to suffer with this sort of shit all the time, and I'm really sorry about that. But in an ideal situation, there would be no negative consequences to saying no to me. It doesn't matter what I do. It doesn't matter all the chocolate and the flowers and whatever bullshit that I do and the songs that I sing. You should be able to say fuck off and have no negative consequences because that is your right. But that's not what you get with God.
Of course.
That's the
Well,
point.
that's why I would describe the relationship that we have within the family, within not related person, differently than also the relationship we have with God. That's why it says. That's why in psychology or in relationship to Christianity, there are different terms for love. There's agape, there's love, love within the family, love to thy neighbor, love to a partner. It's described as differently. I give you, you're absolutely right. Nobody has the right to force nobody else to do something that he doesn't want to do. Nobody has a right to obligate and to force a woman to do anything or a man to do anything. I am not obligated to go out with a man just because I've texted with him on, I don't know, let's say, for example, WhatsApp for a couple of days or even weeks. It's my decision. It's my right. It's my personal way of thinking. I have absolute right to protect myself and I have absolute
Exactly.
right to decide who I want to be with and who I don't want to be with, if that's what you want to know.
I agree completely. And I'm so glad to hear you say that. And I hope every man hears you say that. That's 100% correct.
And I think you
But
can
it
give
doesn't
your God
seem,
a lesson.
yeah, it doesn't seem like God got that message is the point. Guys, I'm so sorry to drop. I just looked at the clock. I've got to get out of here. Thinker, thank you for having me up again. Fee, sorry to cut in like that. Your sentiment, I appreciate the conversation. Hopefully none of that sounded creepy. I probably should have used a different analogy. I just thought it might resonate. But yeah, sorry. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm gonna actually. I understand that it's better to drop me than it is for me to drop for the
I
algorithm.
got you,
So
Dr. B.
okay, thank you, Thinker.
You're welcome. Oh, before you go, anybody
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
interested in taking first level Hebrew classes, the link is in the Thinker live chat. Dr. B is teaching that class. I don't know, when does the class start, Dr. B?
It starts on the 21st. We don't have enough students yet to run it. So if you do want to take it, definitely get signed up because we've only got a small handful at the moment. I
Yeah.
know it's still, 20 days away or whatever, but, yeah, if you guys definitely want to, do the class, definitely go sign up.
Yeah, the link is in the Thinker live chat on the Discord. Search for pinned messages. And there is one person that I'm paying for them to take the class. I have not done it yet. I'm waiting to see if we get enough people.
Yeah.
So count that whenever you count the
Okay.
signups, count the one person that I'm paying for.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay. All right.
Awesome.
Thank you, Dr.
All right.
B.
Thank you very much. Good talking
You're
with you or
welcome.
something. All
Bye,
right.
Dr.
Bye,
B.
guys.
Bye, Joshua, or Dr. B.
Cinnamon, I do have a question for you, really quickly. So, we were talking about your Jesus requiring you to love him more, right, than your family and friends. And it made me think about Fee is Jehovah's Witness, and she talks about often how in the Jehovah's Witness religion, you are not allowed to go to a non witness's funeral. And so it made me think about Jesus saying to, I think it was Luke, one of his disciples, as he's like choosing his disciples, right? And he says to him, okay, like I'll follow you, but let me go bury my father first. And Jesus is like, follow me, come, let the dead bury the dead, right? So he tells him not to go, to his dad's funeral or bury his dad. And at that moment, that disciple has to choose Jesus over his honoring his father's life. And in Jehovah's Witness, they have to make that same decision, right? Fee, is it, what is it that they, if they were not a witness, they could, you couldn't go to the funeral? What was it again?
So I think it's changed now, but when I was growing up, you couldn't physically go into a church. So, for example, my mother in law, when her mother passed away, the church was, the funeral was at a church in Mississippi. She drove down to Mississippi, sat in the car during the full funeral service, didn't attend it, and only went to the graveside. So you just couldn't physically go into another house of worship because it was considered demonic.
So, like, you would have to forego your family member's funeral if they had it not in a kingdom hall, or if they had it in like another church. Would you be able to make that decision for your belief? Like, do you, what do you think about that? Fee, can you take over for a second? My food just got done in the microwave. I need to go grab it.
Yeah, I got you.
I do believe that that's why I was trying to answer the right way, because the scripture was speaking on to follow Jesus and to leave behind mother and brother. But that's why I say that the question, because she asked me the question, if that does not divide families. And that's why I was trying to make clear and to explain that the personal decision of a person to follow Jesus does not cause conflict if somebody's not actively doing something against them. So what I wanted to say, what
But
we're speaking on,
hang on just a second. Hang on, Cinnamon, before you go on with that. That's just maybe that may be your experience, but that's just categorically untrue, right? Jesus even tells you he comes to cause division, and the problem is that that scripture that you may apply or utilize and interpret in one particular way, another may interpret in, oh, if my child is not going to serve Jesus, they've got to get out of the house. They can't live here. They, it's either my way or the highway. In my growing up in the house I grew up in, my dad kept this placard on the wall at every place that we lived. As for me and my household, we shall serve Jehovah. So there was no alternative. And although it may not be universally applied in all religions that way, we hear countless stories. Even when you came up earlier and you made that comment about that's not happening in Christianity, so many people commented, yes, it is. It happened in my family. It happened to me. Like there's just too many examples of division being sown at the name of this Jesus for you to claim that that's not happening.
okay. So yes,
What did you think Jesus was saying to him
the
about
example.
what? I'm sorry, no. What did you think Jesus was saying to him when he said, "Let the dead bury the dead"?
What I believe that he said is that there's a superiority in who is not a superiority, that there's a priority into what can still be done and to the person that is still alive, because he's referring to giving the person the opportunity to follow him because he still has the chance, because he is in fact alive. So I do have a way how to understand the scripture of God that might be maybe sound selfish to thinker or maybe to you guys or to other people. But what I do understand is the predominance of the love and the thrill of Jesus to give the people the opportunity that still have it. I cannot read
So
the
hold on
scripture.
for a second. Hold on. So I'm not asking. Like, you're saying that you believe that there Jesus is saying there is a superiority here
No,
for
superiority
people
not
who are alive. What?
superiority not because you cannot be
Priority. Okay.
superior.
There's a priority
Priority.
for people who are alive and not people who have died. And so honoring the life of your loved one is not as important than following Jesus and, I guess, spreading his message. Is that what you're saying? So a person who is following Jesus should prioritize preaching the gospel of Jesus than burying their loved one or honoring the life of their loved one. Is that correct?
Exactly.
So you agree with this. So if someone is taught, like in their religion, that you can't go into a church and their mother was Christian and their funeral was in a church, then that person, because of their love for Jesus and their belief that they are following Jesus, should not go to their mother's funeral.
Um, well, you should always definitely bury your parents because you have to definitely honor and respect your parents.
Well,
But
not here. Jesus told this disciple not
exactly,
to.
because it was the moment he was telling the person that there's a priority in following him and listening to his
Which means
teaching.
that he's setting the example that it's okay to not honor your parents' life, and it's okay to not bury them. He told him, let the dead bury the dead. So dead people bury dead people. He deprioritized his parent, the disciple's parent. So again, are you saying that if a person holds a belief, right, they belong to the witnesses, and they believe that Jesus does not want them going into a church, this person's mother was a Christian and her funeral is in a church, that person should not go to their mother's funeral because of their uh, belief in Jesus and the prioritization of how, like, setting the example for those that are alive. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And you don't see this as Jesus dividing families?
I don't. I don't because I understand that that's why we have different metaphors, and I understand that that's why we have
No, this
different.
isn't a metaphor. You just said that it's okay to not go to your mother's funeral if you believe Jesus doesn't want you in a church. Not a
Um,
metaphor.
exactly, but
How
that's
do you
why.
see how do you see that not dividing families?
Because I do understand that we have to read the scripture, we have to read the Word of God, and understand that this is a message for everyone and for the
How
sick.
do you see that? The thing is that you are incapable, right, of applying what it is that you believe this damn book says and applying it to reality. I am asking you about reality. How do you not see that not going to your mother's funeral because it is in a church can divide families? Come off mute. Are you eating right now? Do I need to take you down so you can eat? It's loud right now. Let me take you down. Do you need to come down? Okay, so I'm gonna take you down then. I hope you have a good rest of the day. Goodness gracious,
That was exhausting.
very much
That
so.
was extremely frustrating to listen to. I'm not gonna hold you. It's very dismissive of what the. I don't understand dismissing like it because she's saying that she would do what God says, but then when you tell her like the ramifications, it's like she didn't want to face that, or at one point she faced it with glee. But then when you look at like, well, what happens in reality because of following that shit, you're not happy about it, or you have an excuse behind it. If it's okay, just do it. Why try to explain it away? I don't know. That was
It's
interesting.
almost like their interpretations is just a world of make believe. Like they live in this world of interpretation and don't actually expect these interpretations to affect anybody to affect real life, right? They don't see how what they consider an understanding of these texts is affecting the people in the world around them.
Yeah, in a fundamental way. Mm.
Yeah, and it's like the entailments don't exist for them. And when we call out those entailments, like even when what she was saying about, I think Hosea, about the God kept going back, offering, like that's stalking, pumpkin. That's literally what stalking is. And what you're saying to me is that when God does it, it's okay because he has good intentions. But what's the entailment of that? What's the lesson that's being taught there? And when we point that out, they come in the comments, oh, you can read, but you don't understand. No, we can read and we do understand. We're just not choosing to ignore the entailments of what you're saying.
I think they're like in their minds, like it almost as if they're just watching a movie. Like they don't actually see the God doing anything. They can tell themselves whatever they want to tell themselves that this book is saying, like reading a comic book, and they can imagine in their head, but they never really leave their head and see it in society, right? So they don't pay attention to what's going on in the world around them. And so it's almost like the super duper triple backup account guy. Like they're
Well,
kids in their minds almost. Huh?
oh no, I was
What do you
just
say?
agreeing. Like, no, I was agreeing. I mean, it does feel that way. It's almost like I see it this way. Then that's what they've created, this alternative reality to what this text is saying. And then when you don't sign on for that alternative reality, then we're the issue. But the, those beliefs have real life consequences. They are actually dividing real ass families, and they're just refusing to see that.
Yeah, it's like a kid waving around a sword, and like a toy sword that can actually like cut. Like how sometimes the toy swords may be like made out of real hard plastic, that can cause a injury, but not like a blade. You know what I'm saying? And it's like that kid is playing with that toy sword. In his head, he's in a Narnia somewhere fighting goblins, but he doesn't recognize that as he's so much in his head in Narnia as he's swinging this toy sword around. He hasn't realized that he's knocked over his mama's lamp, or that he's scratched his baby sister with the sword. Like he's just in Narnia. Like I feel like that's what believers are doing with this text and this belief system. They're
Yep.
swinging this toy sword around and they don't realize who they're harming with it.
Yep. Completely ignoring all of the collateral damage around them.
Yeah. Coffee.
Yeah, it's Kofi. Kofi's
Kofi.
fine. Yeah.
How are you?
Doing great. How are you?
Doing good. How old are you?
I am 31. Damn. I ain't
Okay.
saying
Are you
that.
a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I am an atheist.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
I agree with everything that you guys have been saying. I just, it was quite sad, the previous sister that was on. I just wanted to share. Am I able to share?
No. Unfortunately, no. I don't allow. So sorry, I got food in my mouth. One second.
That's okay.
I don't allow people to come up from the chat and kind of talk about other guests that are on stage unless you are
Oh,
a
no, 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 no,
nerd.
no. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's not
I
bashing
mean, like
or
the
talking
other
about her
conversation, like the
anyway.
previous conversation, like,
I understand. I understand.
yeah. So,
Okay.
like, if you could just talk about the topic from your perspective.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
sure.
Okay.
That's fine. I was really excited to see all of you on here, and also Dr. Joshua as well. It's a shame to see him gone, but yeah, deconstructing was quite a challenge, and I've had similar conversations with people in my personal life as you are doing here, and everyone else is also doing here. And what really, some of the things that actually made me sad wasn't leaving the religion, was realizing the harm that it had done, that I was numb to or I was ignorant of. And I found myself having conversations with people that I love, that I cared about, and that I know loved them, people around them, and asking them very obvious questions about the psychology behind the relationships, the relationship type that Christians have with the God of the Bible. And it being clearly an abusive one and an oppressive one, and just giving examples, just as the one in Ezekiel that Dr. Joshua gave before, which is it was just clearly a stalking and an abusive behavior of someone that, if we apply that to anyone that was called Fred, we would clearly call that person out and possibly get a restraining order against that person. But God is allowed to do that. And what scared me was having these conversations with friends of mine and asking them simple questions like that, and them either doubling down and saying the very heartless, cold thing, or refusing to answer that question, right? And I asked one of my friends who had a child, and I asked her, if God asked you to unalive your child or take your child to some mysterious place that I will show you and unalive your child, would you do it? And the excuse was, I wouldn't be able to do it, not because that would be the wrong thing to do, but because I don't have enough faith to do it. So the epitome of the right Christian, the good Christian that has that mustard seed level faith and above, would do that. That is the goal. The goal is to be able to do that. But as you guys said previously, before as I joined, it's very strange how it's like there is no real life application of the beliefs that they hold, but they do real life isolation of family members when they don't hold these beliefs that they don't apply in real life. It's so strange. But it's one of those things that really break my heart, especially as someone who, I was born in Ghana, I'm African, and I moved to the UK about 10 years ago. So the only community that I have really is my Ghanaian community, which is mainly Christian. I was born in the Seventh-day Adventist church, so I'm an ex-Seventh-day Adventist. And having this, it's been very hard for me. And I understand that a lot of people here have experienced, something very similar. I don't want to ramble on and on and on, but I just wanted to, ask. I know that you're already demonstrating, your ability to have these conversations with people that do believe, but when it comes to your family members and people that you love, that you care about, that it's one thing to talk to a stranger and realize that they hold these ideas and you're not willing to, admit the realities of things. It's another thing when you have family members and people that you care about, that you really wonder, you try your best to plead to their humanity, right? To say, surely this is not a good thing to drown kids because you are angry. Surely this. You wouldn't do this. But then they'll look at you straight in the face and say, well, God can do that because it's just okay. It's his prerogative. He can do that. That scares me. And it makes me wonder the harm it has caused the African community. And it has caused a lot of harm in the African community in so many ways that we can't even speak about. And obviously, the diaspora in the Black community in America is not so different, although it is different, right? So I do understand that. But what are your thoughts on that? I'll just end here.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So I used to argue with my mom and my brothers a lot about this God and my deconstruction and my lack of unbelief, my lack of belief, until I set boundaries. Like I got so tired of always arguing with them. They would say some of the most harshest shit that would make me cry all the time.
Right.
And yeah, and so I, eventually put up boundaries that I wouldn't allow them to cross, even to the point to where, you know, uh, multiple times I had to block my own mom for months at
Wow.
a time, block my brother who's a pastor for months at a time, until we learned
Damn.
mutual respect for each other. And I say mutual respect, right? Because my mom, she had a meeting with us, and she said, I know some of you are researching. And she was, talking to me because I'm the only one that was researching. And she said, but I'm just going to ask that whatever you find out, you don't tell me, because it would break my heart if for me to learn that what I've dedicated my whole life to isn't real. And so I agreed, right? Like, I don't push on her the things that I've learned.
Yeah.
And she hasn't pushed on me her God the way she used to. Like she'll, put stuff in like the family chat. She did
Right.
and said something when my grandmother passed away that got her blocked for a couple of months.
Ooh.
Um, but she's learned. She's not as bad as she used to be. Like every other day, I was Satan. Um,
Oh
yeah, and
boy.
we had no relationship whatsoever. But we now have a
Oh, I'm sorry about
relationship.
that.
Like it's not a close mother daughter relationship, but we have a relationship now. Whereas before we didn't.
Okay.
And that's just that mutual respect, right?
Right. Okay.
But if the Thanksgiving before last, I didn't go because we did get into it about the Israel Palestine
Oh boy.
thing. She said
Yeah.
something in the family chat that I couldn't let go, right? And I
Yeah.
responded to it, and we got into it, and I decided not to go to Thanksgiving dinner. Um, and so there, like, it's just gauging, right? When to have the conversation with your family and when not to. But if they're overbearing and they're
Yeah.
constantly telling you you need Jesus, I'm praying for you, you're going to go to hell, I pray you have no peace until you give your life to Jesus, this, the
Yeah.
devil got you, then I there is no mutual agreement there, and I'm going to, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna
Yes.
go back and forth with you and tell you what I know.
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
but it can be very difficult when it's your own family. And I don't think that a lot of them realize that they have made this agreement with this God that they have not seen to ostracize people who they see every day
Yeah.
for a God that they've never seen, a God that they have to have faith exists, a God that they have to, assign certain aspects to, like the God created the trees and the God wakes
Yeah.
you up every day, and it's the God that blessed you to learn how to read your ABCs, because without the God, your brain wouldn't actually work, like
Yes.
stuff like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Go
oh,
ahead, Fee.
oh, I was just going to say, he mentioned earlier appealing to humanity, and I think the problem there is that in so many regards you have to put down your humanity to follow this God. Chris,
Yeah.
Christina has such a great topic about can Christians truly be empathetic, and I don't know that they can for a multitude of reasons. One, their in group is based on exclusivity.
Yes.
Oftentimes, their empathy has to be completely overridden by God's will. And even if that in that case is selective, it's fear based, and it's disheartening because sometimes you can hear the internal conflict that's going on. I share multiple times that my son being born and the question about whether or not he would, once he got to be a teenager, if he decided not to follow this God, my reaction to that, or my knee jerk response to that, was in so misaligned with who and what I am as a person, how I
Wow.
am as a mother, that it forced me to kind of sit with that dissonance. But the problem is that the
Interesting.
fear that so many believers have about displeasing this God, it kind of prevents them from truly being compassionate people. Because if your
Yeah.
morality is only in existence because of a benefit to yourself, are you truly doing it for the other person, or are you doing it for selfish reasons? And I think that's certain
Yeah.
things that's a conversation that a lot of believers don't necessarily want to have. And it's just
Very
easier for
true.
them to point to God. This book says I have to do this, so this is what I follow. And that makes me a good person, regardless of the damage that it's doing around them.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, thank you for saying that. Yeah, it is very refreshing when, you know, the situation gets validated by everyone else, because it is tough. You mentioned that, I'm not sure if it was you who mentioned about when they say, I'm going to pray that, something bad happens to you
You have no
so
peace
that.
and stuff. Yeah.
Right. So yeah, so that you get it. It's very ironic. My family is very highly dysfunctional, and it was actually one of the catalysts that led me to my deconstruction. But coming out of the structure and coming out of the dysfunctional system and realizing how dysfunctional just the belief system actually is, because when I came out, I went to therapy, I tried to do the job, I tried to reconcile a lot of the bad ideas that I held about other people and the bad ideas I hold about myself. And I started to realize how structural dysfunctionality actually is when it comes to families and when it comes to organizations, be it corporate, be it churches, be it whatever, right? And I started to realize how dysfunctional this God actually is. It's a pyramidal scheme of a narcissism jerk off. That's what this is. And just realizing that my life, it's, how do I say this? I can breathe now. I am much more authentic. I am much more patient with people, and I'm much more patient with myself because I realized how deeply and how confident I was when I was a Christian, how arrogant I was when I was a Christian. Now, just to paint a small picture, in Ghana, the population of Christian and Muslim is split between 50% and 40% of religions, right? So it's literally the two. And then you have the 10% of the residual African traditional practices that was left pre-colonization. That's Ghana. We have no exposure to what an atheist look like. We don't know. And yet we have all of these ideas about them. We know what their motives are. We know what they do when they go to bed. We know what they eat for breakfast, which is baby feet. We
Damn, atheists is the devil, aren't they?
yeah,
Not the baby feet, though.
I'm eating baby feet right now. They good.
but when I was in Ghana at that time, that's what I thought. And it's the confidence that it comes with and the easy dismissal of other people's ideas. It was just so toxic. And I never realized until I went to therapy how much damage it had actually done to myself and how much damage I see it's doing to other people, people that I care about, and people in my family. It's quite scary when you don't know someone and you hold these certain ideas about them and you're not willing to even have a conversation with them, and you also wish harm on them because they disagree with you. And
we see that every day in here. Like, they
oh
come in
man,
here and talk about the lives that we live. They talk about, the way that we behave. We just want to sin. Like, can
yeah,
you please tell me what the fuck I'm doing? Because I can guarantee you I'm not leaving my house. It's just not happening. They talk about the, just the debauchery apparently that we're supposed to be surrounded with
yes,
because we don't have this God. But Thinker said something the other day, and you laid it out so beautifully. You were saying that the irony is that in these conversations, go back to Thinker's YouTube, you'll
okay,
hear us talking about, like, y'all, let's not treat each other badly. Like, accept people for who they are. Nobody is saying, let's, get rid of all the laws. You do what you want to do. No. Look at what your actions do to other people and don't do the harmful things. Like, be considerate of other people. For us to be the devils, we're the
right,
ones who are spouting the ideals of what they claim to be spouting, yet the only
yeah.
thing they want is obedience to these archaic rules from a God they've never met.
Oh man, it, it's crazy. It's amazing. I was saying what I was saying to say that I feel much more peace now than I felt when I was Christian. I feel much more compassion. Like I'm being a human, and I think being a human is an amazing experience. And I find Christianity to be very human. How do you say it? Like it insults humanity in its to its
It
very
kills your
core.
humanity. It
Yes,
feels like
it
it.
just it's
They can't have a
scary.
spiritual death that
Yes. Oh my
they don't
goodness.
realize that they have.
Oh man, it's like to look at someone. I had a friend who told me that one time on the news in the UK there was an accident that happens where there was this gentleman's club, or I think it was either a gentleman's club or a gay club, because I think those two are actually different. I don't actually know if they are different or the same, but basically this disaster happened where the building collapsed on the people and they died. I think 100 people, over 100 people passed away, right? And my friend's father, watching the news at the time, was well, good.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, if you didn't do this practice, this lifestyle, if you didn't choose this lifestyle, you wouldn't die such horrible death. Good that this happened. And I'm like, excuse me. He said what? But again, this is a father who has worked hard, provided for their children, and probably would help someone on the street. So I'm like, I don't know what that means.
It means that they have a moral framework that sacrifices people for principles.
Oh man,
And,
yeah,
and
you
that's
said it
ultimate.
beautifully.
Yeah, that's ultimately what it means. Is they put these rigid rules above well-being, above dignity, above humanity, and sometimes even to their own humanity. And the way you see
Man,
these what first ladies, whatever they're called, getting online talking about how they stood with their unfaithful husband through all of these
do you mean the
immensely
past?
embarrassing. Yeah,
Do you mean the pastor's
Even
wives?
inviting
Right?
the side piece to church and introducing the
exactly.
Oh
side
my goodness.
kids to the congregation and saying "be like me," like that is insane.
It is, and you're
Oh,
sacrificing your own humanity and your own dignity as a human, and not to put, and that this believers hear us say that, and like, oh, you're worshiping yourself. No, I'm just saying, don't disrespect me.
yes,
I'm not worshiping
yes,
anything. I'm just saying, don't disrespect me as a human. Leave me the fuck alone, and we'll be fine. But they want to ignore that compassion and empathy, and they prefer obedience, and that's
yes.
what this belief system requires of them, and they just don't want to admit it.
Yes, it's obedience is the epitome, is the top, is the greatest virtue. That's obedience, and next to it is maybe paying tithe, depending on who you speak to. But they really love the obedience. My father, when I was young, left me when I was sick at home to go to church without any concern for my health because he prioritized going to church, being at church, over taking care of his child. Now, this is not an indictment on my father, although it might be, but it just goes to show what's going on in your head when you leave your child that's sick at home to go to church because your child is not willing to go to church with you, and you find that as an affront to your ego. So you do that, you prioritize that over your child. What's going on in your head now? How do you go to church and my father is a preacher. How do you go to church and preach God is love when you don't see how to apply those principles in real life? So it's like even when Christians proclaim these niceties about what apparently Jesus said, allegedly, they don't even follow through with the nice bit. Even the nice bit, that they ignore all the Old Testament and they ignore all the horrible things that Jesus said, and they focus on the nice bit. And even the nice bit, they ignore that too. They cut that in half and apply a little bit to it. It. My question is, what? And I asked this to someone who was a Christian, and that is, what is the factor in Christianity that pacifies someone's ability to commit harm, to do harm to people? What is the thing in Christianity? Because Christians are notorious for making these claims that, all you have to do is just give your life to Christ and your life will never be the same again. You become a new creature. Okay, what is the thing that's making you the new creature? Because we don't see it. Most people that commit crimes in highly religious areas identify as Christian. What is the thing in Christianity that is supposed to apparently stop you from otherwise what you were going to do it? Like, what is the thing?
I don't think they actually have a expectation of being a morally good person as much as they have an expectation of being superior to non-believers.
Right,
This is
right,
why we see
right.
videos on TikTok where Christians say 12 things I no longer do as a Christian. Paint my fingernails red.
Yeah, yeah.
Go to the movies, like stuff like
Yeah,
that,
You
I've seen
sound
those
right?
just
videos.
like them.
I've seen those videos.
Where Dragon Ball Z. You don't like see videos that say 12 things I no longer do as a Christian. Perpetuate homophobia.
Stop eating baby
You know,
feet. Yeah.
yeah. Or, I don't co-sign war, right? You know, things like that, like the things that are harmful. You don't see those types of videos, right? Like I no
Yes.
longer sleep around on my husband, or I
Right,
no
right.
longer, it's never anything that has to do with any of these damn commandments, or, it's all stuff that allows them to look down on another person
On other
socially.
people. Wow,
It's a
yeah.
social status, right?
I,
So
I,
they
I
really don't have an
oh,
expectation to be renewed
interesting.
morally or ethically.
Interesting. It's more about the appearance. and the club that you fit to fit in. That's what it means to become a new Christian. Is now you fit in with the description of what a Christian should look like, not necessarily morally, but what you look like. Because I've seen those videos that you talk about. A lot of the time is someone who maybe had an issue with alcoholism, had an issue with drugs, or someone that was just emotionally compromised or mentally compromised at some point in their life, and then they found Christianity, because that's what Christianity really is. It finds the vulnerable and inserts that Christianity there in that hole. So I see a lot of those videos, and it's like, oh, see, look at the magic of Jesus. Jesus did the magic thing. He changed someone who was Gothic, which I think Gothic is cool as hell, by the way. Someone who was Gothic and did black makeup and blah 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 blah. It's now, oh, nice, and look, she's now wearing her hair straight and she's wearing dress, and I'm like, oh, okay, so she changed her fashion sense. Like, what is this? And it's like, oh, look, praise God, God changes lives. Okay, but is this person narcissistic? Do we know that? Is this person abusive at home? Do we know this? Why are we claiming that this person's life is changed when we don't know what they actually do to people? Exactly. Behind closed doors, how do they treat their children? How do they treat their husbands or their wives? How do they treat their partners? How do they treat people in the grocery store that they don't have to do anything, like gain anything from them? All we see is just the aesthetic view of what they look like, and now they look like something that, according to modern standards, we prefer to look at, like long straight hair, long dress. Oh, okay, we like that, but we don't like the Gothic look. I do. So it's like, it's so weird. It's so, yeah. But it's empty.
It's about trying to fit into this this model or that was created by a specific group of people. Give me just a second. Thank you, Looker, for the $50 super chat. I appreciate you. I'll let her know that you said happy birthday. It's proximity to somebody in the comments said goodness, but it's really proximity to whiteness, right? White supremacy has set the standard for what is Christian, right? What is modesty in Christianity. And so a lot of times when we see the Black community making these videos, it's usually proximity to whiteness, even when they're not really, like, they may not talk like they're trying to Becky it up, if that makes sense, but their mentality right, and it's about looking down on those that are non-believers. Like, you could be the most vile person in the world, right? Like, your husband could be abusing your child, and you would still think that you are better than the most moral non-believer because you believe in this God. And like, I've seen videos of believers who are just down and out, like unhoused, sleeping outside of hotels, making videos talking about how chosen they are, right? Man. And how God chose them to go through this specific thing because they got this prophecy or that prophecy, and to them, they are better than any non-believer. Any non-believer that who's probably out feeding the people who are unhoused, right? Providing shelter for those that are unhoused. But it doesn't matter. They don't believe in Jesus. They don't believe in God. They're still not good. There is an article online. This young Black man who's an atheist, way before Black people would even come out and say, "Hey, I don't believe." And he wrote an article about his experience, a blog article. He was buying groceries for this elderly Black man, and when he was taking the groceries, he was, setting them on his porch, and the man was just praising him. Your mama said that you're such a sharp young man, and you graduated college, and you had a good career, blah blah blah. Just telling him how proud he was. Then he said the man asked him, "What church you go to?" And
Here we go.
Yep. He said he told him I don't go to church. And he said the man said, why? And he said, because I don't believe in God. And he said from that moment, oh, I thought you had a lot going for you. I thought you was a good young man. I thought you was a good boy. Like he went from
Damn.
being this good man and grateful that he was giving him groceries to just being despicable and he's not good and he's on the wrong path and
Oh
right
my
then and there.
goodness.
But the man still took the groceries.
They do that all the time because they believe
Oh.
that they have a lock on goodness. They've completely
Yeah, they have a monopoly
co-opt.
on it.
Yeah, they've co-opted what it means to be loving. They've co-opted what it means to be kind. They've convinced themselves that goodness can't exist outside of this God, and that's just simply not true. I had a situation, I think I shared this was a few months ago, where I was pulling up from at my job from lunch, and a elderly couple was looking for a doctor's office, and they were completely in the wrong location, and it was an oncologist, and so they're like, I think this is where it is. I looked at the address, and I'm like, I don't think that's where it is. And they were lost. I ended up following, like having them follow me because I knew where the building was that they were going to. And I
Mhm.
had enough time to take them there. And so I just had them follow me there because the woman had been like diagnosed with cancer recently or something like that. So when I got them to the place and I was getting ready to leave, I'm like, y'all are good. She was like, yeah, I know God sent me. What is your church home? I was like, I don't go to church. I don't believe in God. I didn't do this because of a God. I did
Uh-oh.
it because if my mom was sick and lost and scared trying to get to her doctor, I certainly hope someone would treat her this way. And they looked at me like I grew another head because the
They don't
concept of
understand that.
they don't. And that's crazy to me because the concept of being kind to someone because it's the right thing to do and because you know that if somebody that you loved were in that situation or you were in that situation, you would want that type of treatment. It's ultimately what their book says, the whole golden rule thing. But when they see it carried out outside of their God, they don't see it as good. They see it as something completely
Man,
different. That's not the issue with the action. That's an issue with your perception of it and maybe
that is
your
so sad.
understanding of what kindness actually is.
Yeah.
And the reality of it
Oh.
is if your good deed is attached with a self-centered motivation of you to go to heaven, then the harmful thing is attached to that as well. Right? Like if you
Exactly.
believe that you have to hate people of a specific group, or vote that this specific group shouldn't have rights,
Yeah.
right? Or they
Yeah.
shouldn't have health care, or they shouldn't exist at all in order for you to go to heaven. That
Yes.
motivation for you to go to heaven is going to motivate you to press the button when it's time to vote.
Yeah.
It's going to motivate you to sign on the dotted line, even if you feel deep down inside that you're causing harm and you don't want to do it. You're going to do it anyway because that's what's motivating you,
Very
because you
true.
think that you have to
Oh.
follow your God's law or be obedient to this God
Yeah.
in order for you to get that reward or not get that punishment.
Oh man, it's so true, and it's very prevalent in the states. I can imagine. Well, we see it. It's very prevalent in Africa too. It's not as much as in the UK, although in the African communities in the UK do behave like that, and and this is one of the reasons why I usually have no interest in engaging in conversations that disappear in the philosophical abyss of
Yeah,
who
no.
God is. Like, I don't care. I have seen what Christianity has done to Ghana. I've seen what it is doing to Ghana. One of the presidents during the time of their presidency went all the way to Israel to buy a stone to bring it back to Ghana to build a cathedral whilst there are homeless people, and Ghana is majority of the buildings in slums. What are we doing? Excuse me. And this is in Ghana. If you want to be rich, you either have to know someone who is very powerful in the political spectrum, or you become a pastor. These are the two options you have. And everyone that comes to Ghana figures it out very quickly. Whether you're Chinese, whether you're Indian, anyone that comes to Ghana figures it out. If you want to be rich and you have a whole convoy of Land Rovers following you, become a pastor, and you get that very easily. Why? Well, because they believe it. They believe that if you pray the right way, facing the right direction, with the sun in the right mood, in the right church, to the right pastor, like, then God, maybe God, at that point, maybe not today, but he will give it to you if you pay the right amount of money to a certain pastor. Not that pastor, this pastor. Not this anointing oil, that anointing oil. A different type of pen that you need. Like, that's what's going on in Ghana right now. And when someone comes to talk to me about the Kalam cosmological argument, the teleological, excuse me, what are you playing at? What game are you playing at? What do you think this is? This is some white privilege shit right here. I don't know if I can say shit, pardon me. But this, it just sounds like it's a privileged conversation from my perspective. This is doing real life harm here, and you have an argument, you have the opportunity to delve into a deistic type of conversation when you want, and then when it is the next thing is convenient, all of a sudden you know that it's a he has an ass that sits on a throne, he has a right hand that touches things, and he can impregnate people, and then he can kill things and kill his son. And like, it no longer applies to the Kalam cosmological argument then, does it? You know it's a thing, it's a being, it's a he. You know this. Stop pretending it's a transcendental. Stop doing that. It's disingenuous. This thing is causing real harm. There are people that walk by churches that see children being abused and don't say anything. The Kalam cosmological argument. What the hell are we doing? What games are we playing? What?
I agree. I just want to also note, I agree with everything you said. I agree with how you said everything that you said. The crazy thing about it is that you are a male and you saying it with all the emotion that you said it, with all of the hells and all of that you said it. And not one time did one person in the comments call you emotional. Not one time did anybody in the comments
That's a
ask why
bar.
you are
At
angry.
That's a
all.
bar.
At all.
That's a bar.
And then the
You're
moment
correct.
the moment we say anything, oh, you guys are appealing to emotion, oh, she's just being emotional, she's angry. Like, it's all of these deflections, but they're losing complete view of the point that all of these philosophical arguments, they may necessarily explore whether a God could exist, but it doesn't
Yes.
determine that it does. And even more important, what the fuck can it do?
What can it
Who can it
do?
help? Where does that get us? Even if I were to walk through these ontological arguments and all of these other philosophical arguments for the potential that a God could exist, where does that get us? Are children still hungry? Are people still being abused in the name of this God? Because if none of that changes, why are we going through this exercise?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a guy on Forest Live yesterday who was saying he was arguing the uh, relative identity argument for the Trinity, and
Oh, right. Yeah.
yeah, and he
What was?
basically
Is it a
said
hypostasis? How is it called? It's a name for it.
hedonistic, I think. No, yeah, I think it
No.
is hypostasis,
Yeah, I think it's hypostasis. Yeah.
hypostatic,
Hypostatic. Thank you.
yeah,
Yes.
hypostatic. He was saying that he doesn't have to care about what other people believe about the God. All that matters is his belief because it's an internal critique. And I'm like, that's a waste of fucking time.
Why are we talking?
Exactly. Like, that's a waste of time. And then to be sitting here arguing about whether the God is, one being eternally existed in three persons, and then saying he's this, and in the beginning of time it was just him, Jesus, and it was just him and the Father and the Spirit before he was incarnated, and they were created like they existed like this. And I'm like, the whole time you're talking as if this God set you down and said, okay, this is how it goes. Like, who you're answering as if the fact that you are telling me that you know the makeup of this deity, but if we bring up the fact that this God told a group of humans to go into another land and kill babies, or this God says that he's going to make humans eat their babies, or he's going to make
Yes.
humans eat shit, eat
Yeah.
bread
Yeah.
cooked over shit, or that
Yeah.
he's gonna spread shit on babies' faces. You're gonna say I can't answer for God, but you know how this God is made up. You know how he became the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Oh
Like,
my God.
and you want to sit there and argue that from a philosophical stand? It's a waste of fucking time.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's, oh man. And then just the cherry on top, they have a slavery argument. They try to defend what's in there that clearly says, oh hey, if you wanted to buy, like you can go there and buy them. Just don't treat your own kind of people, harshly. Kind of be nice to them. But you can go buy them and you can own it forever. And it's like you look at that and it's like, well, we need to look at the Hebraic meaning. Excuse me, the Hebrew meaning. What? Oh, we need to look at the Greek version. Sorry. Wait, this whole time that I was a Christian, at no point did anyone question me when I was reading from the Greek or Hebrew, when we were reading, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, for whosoever believe in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. No one ever said, well, did you read it in the Hebrew or the Greek? And all of a sudden, when we read things that you don't like, all of a sudden we need to get the cultural context and we need to, what's this goalpost that you keep moving? This invisible
They
goalpost.
say it because they don't expect you to know Greek or Hebrew, right? Like they don't know Greek or Hebrew, so they say it because they
Yeah.
think that's a safe space to go, right?
Yes,
But
yes.
then the moment I whip out the Hebrew and I start reading it, they say
Oh,
that
dang.
doesn't matter. That doesn't. So you really don't want to go to the original text, right? Or they'll say context, and I'll
Context.
start reading it, right? And they'll say that's you reading too much. Well, how are you listening to the context?
You're reading too much. Oh, man. I've actually seen Christians refuse to read the Bible like it's kryptonite. Like it's like
Oh
no,
yeah.
it's like, read the just read the book, man. It's all in there. It's all in there. Oh well, you need to read this version versus this. It's like this is actually something that I don't know if this prompted you when you were a believer. Now, pardon me, I don't know if everyone here was once a believer or was always a non-believer. I'm not sure. But when I was a believer, even this kind of prompted me a bit, and that is the fact that we had versions of God's word was like, wait, this is God's holy word that is immutable, according to King James. Like, well, according to the New King James, not the other one, the New King James. It's like, oh no, this is the New International Version of it. Oh, this is the New Translated Version. This is the. It's like, wait, what does that mean? What are we doing? And I asked this question to a street preacher once, and I've asked this question to a few other Christians, and I haven't been able to get a good answer. And that is, prior to God creating everything, the universe, right, according to the Bible, prior to God creating, deciding to create things, he was making the plans, right? And, at the beginning of time, he sacrificed Jesus Christ and did the sacrifice because that was what happened. The lamb that was sacrificed at the beginning of time. All these things happened before he
Hold on for a
decided.
second. Look, hold on for a second, Kofi. Look at the comment
What's
by
going on?
the last comment by Yumi Chan. This
Oh,
is
yeah, I
how
saw
they
that.
defend their. This is yeah. They get mad at me
Man,
and they come in and that's how
come
they
on,
defend their
bro.
God.
Is this Jesus's best? Is this who Jesus is sending?
Exactly.
Really?
But as a black believer, right, seeing believers come in and type stuff like that because they're mad. Like I don't know why like a black believer can consider someone like that the other member of their body. Right? Like this is who you've aligned yourself with and said we come from the same being. Right? Like
Wow.
we are one with
You
someone
you
who
you
was
you will go to the
incarnate from
same
heaven.
heaven. And
Mm-hmm.
the other brother was talking about that before I joined. You will go to the same heaven with these people.
Yeah.
Like that doesn't pause you. Like, would you want to be around these people? Like, when I see comments like this, I don't get offended. It just makes me sad. I'm like, I
Mm.
genuinely, Jesus, if you're around, like, give me something. And it's like, well, N word. And it's like, this is your best. Like, and when
Were
you
you in
send that,
here earlier tonight when a black guy from Nigeria came up and said he said that Jesus was not the worst thing that ever happened to
oh, I
humanity.
missed
He was the
that.
best thing. Yeah, he said Jesus is not the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. He's the best thing that ever happened to humanity. And then he went to the New Testament and read the scripture where it was talking about the disciples, the apostles that was with Paul, and it said Simeon the Niger. But he said when he read it, he said Simeon the nigger, and he said a nigger. He said he was a nigger, and this is how they identify us as niggers, and so am I.
Oh
And
my God.
Jesus was the brown skin, and I was
No.
like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
No. He was making the biblical case for the N word?
Yes,
I've never
a
heard
whole
that.
ass black man called himself a nigger and said that it was
No.
in the Bible. And because of
No.
that, the followers of Jesus were black and Jesus was
Oh
black.
my
And
God.
this is a black God, and I should be ashamed of myself for saying it's the worst thing that ever happened to
Oh,
me.
you should be ashamed of yourself. Oh,
Yeah.
that's right. Oh my. How? How?
I asked him, I was like, how, like, do you realize that this religion has got you identifying yourself as a nigger?
Crazy. That's crazy. I've never heard. Okay, of all the things I've heard Christians say,
It's on
I've
YouTube.
never
Y'all
heard
can
that.
watch the
I'll
replay
go
on
watch
Arc
after
Thinker.
this. I will
Yeah,
go
it's
watch
a
after
trip.
this. Oh my goodness. How do you process that? Holy crap. That's, and he's African too, so it's like, you should know. You should know what happened, man. Like, they weren't really nice to Nigeria, bro. Like, oh, yeah, that's scary. So stuff like that scares me, man. Like, I can't even get angry at that. Like, it just scares. It just straight up scares me. I'm like, I don't know if I can trust you, or I don't know whether you believe what you're saying. I just know that
Oh,
I
he
can't be
believes
around
it.
you.
He
Like,
believed it. He also believes he's one of the ones that believe uh the God is going to make them slave owners and enslave white
oh, right,
people.
right, right. Yeah. So he's gonna
Yeah.
flip this. Oh, so he's looking forward to becoming a slave owner at
Slave
some
owner,
point.
yeah.
Oh, right, right. Okay,
Because
yes.
the God hardened the hearts of white people to enslave his ancestors as a punishment. And now,
Oh,
even though they didn't know why they were enslaving black people, God is going to punish them by letting them enslave the white people now.
so God hardened the hearts of white people, used them to enslave black people to bring them out of their paganism, obviously, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to punish the white people for
Yeah.
using them to enslave.
Yep. And he said, I'm not smart enough to understand how that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Did he try to explain
Oh,
it in any way, or
Yeah. Oh, you
just
holy
know the
crap.
Pharaoh, because the God hardened Pharaoh's heart. So it's the same
Yeah.
concept. And yeah.
Oh, no. No, and I wonder if there is this kind of like misogyny playing along as well, because one thing that like misogyny and Christianity mixes so well in Africa. So I wonder if a lot of that ego from his side was actually coming out as well as he was speaking to you as well. That
Oh,
they find
yeah.
it
He
so
went
easy
straight
to
to
talk to.
misogyny. I'm a
Yeah,
woman.
straight
I'm
up.
not smart. He said we shouldn't be using our brains, and because I am a woman who uses her brain, I am the
What?
problem. Like
No.
literally said all of this.
That is crazy. That's comedy. That's just
Yeah.
And the crazy part about it is, if you're going to tell me that the way I use my brain is the reason that this doesn't make sense, then you would think that the way you use your brain, it would allow you to explain it to me in a way that makes sense. But that never happens.
yes.
The fault is usually on the mind of the carnally minded person who's
Yes.
actually thinking through things. I mean, we've had them tell us, you can't use logic for this. This isn't logical. You have to put it down. Well, that's the same can be said for anything that's imaginary. So at what point do we as adults say to ourselves, wait a minute, how do I know this is true? Who told me this? How have I externally validated any of these claims? And they don't do that. Like then they pull out the faith and the trust and all of these other thought terminating cliches and ideas that
Yes.
stop them from even requiring that's something that they accept as true makes sense.
Yeah. 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 Man, Thinker, you do have a lot of people that come in the comments. That's crazy. What does he
Yeah.
say?
Huh?
Jeffrey Epstein. Do you see Jeffrey Epstein in the
Oh
comments?
He needs to
yeah.
be muted.
Yeah, he thinks he's bothering us, but he's not. Like he's just showing us that he is
That's
insecure.
that's crazy, man.
And
I,
that's what God's children come in here and do all the time. Like they come in here and say all
God's
of these.
kids.
Yeah, they do. Like he's either a very very lax parent and doesn't teach his children
Yeah, he's a deadbeat dad.
decent. He is no decency whatsoever. And then you come in here spewing the most vile and hateful things, and but we do it in love. Okay, yeah, that makes perfect
Yeah,
sense.
that's the excuse, right? That's the as long as you do in love. If I'm stabbing you with the sword with love, I'm doing it with love, so it's okay. It's twisted. It's like it rottens their humanity. It twists their human. Oh man, like it's just
To be
vile.
anti-Semitic while saying that your Jesus, your Savior, was a Jewish man who was sent here by the God of the Jewish people to save you is diabolical. And then to say
Funny.
that the reason why the Crusades was fought was so that you could go back to the Holy Land, which is where the Jewish people were, but you spew anti-Semitic shit. Like it's crazy as fuck to me.
Yeah, yeah.
It's crazy.
They are the better people. See, they are the better Jews. That's pretty much what Christianity is we got it right. We are the ones. It's very funny how when they speak about how the Jews were so evil and so bad that they didn't see that Jesus Christ was the Messiah. Like they just like they immediately go into this anti-Semitism immediately. Like, oh yeah, well they were hardened of heart. That's why they didn't think Jesus Christ was the Messiah. Because if you weren't hardened of heart, you clearly see that, Isaiah chapter 53 is really about Jesus, but it's not really about Israel. It's like, if you read it with our lens, it's just like, yeah, but they were right though. They were right to expect someone who had military power. Like they were right. It's not their fault that they expected that. Like maybe don't tell them that that's what's coming. Maybe say that the guy that's coming will die and then he will come back the second time. But he didn't say any of these things. He says he's going to be a king and he's going to free you from all your oppressors and stuff. And the whole world is going to, be like, oh my God, I can't believe that this actually happened. You're actually amazing. Oh, look at us. We're so bad. Look at them. You're so amazing. That's pretty much what the Old Testament is about. And it's like, oh no, it's actually about Jesus. It's like, well, no, no, no. It's not because they were bad. That's why they misunderstood it. It's just, no, that's what they were told. That's why they expected that. You are now dependent on the shoulders of giants who did a huge, great work and creative work of renegotiating what actually was said and misquoting the Old Testament deliberately or not deliberately, we don't know, to create this new thing about Jesus. And it's like, I empathize. I understand that you need this to be true, but you can't simultaneously think that they were so bad and that's why they got it wrong, especially when you're not reading the damn thing.
Yep, exactly.
Oh man.
Well, I definitely enjoyed the conversation and thank you for coming up. Did you have anything else you want to say before I bring up another guest?
I don't know if I can say this, but I will slowly, say it. If you can stop me at any point in time. So it's been about 6-7 years that I've deconstructed, and just like everyone here, maybe a lot of people can relate here. My life has exponentially been better. I'm much more happier now, much more greater now. But I use a lot of my time to volunteer for recovery from religion as well. So I'm a volunteer on recovery from religion. So we talk about these topics without the pressure of being online and everything like that. So if anyone has heard of it or maybe has not heard of it, if you're dealing with trauma that you don't want to talk about online or something like that, just look up recovery from religion. Is a good space that's safe for anyone that's dealing with these traumatic things. And it's actually one of the things that's actually helped me too. So listening to other people's experiences has always been a great benefit to me to relate and to also be an ear for people that need an ear, because I didn't have it. And I think a lot of people here didn't have it when we were deconstructing, so that's just what I wanted to say. It's like, just feel free
definitely
to, yeah.
Feed talks about recovering from religion.org all the
Oh,
time.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yes. Yes. Awesome. Awesome. That's it. But it has been lovely. And thank you very much for what you do. Everyone here on this panel, you guys are amazing, and your patience is amazing. I don't have your patience. I
I
don't.
honestly don't. I honestly don't think I am patient. Like I have no patience for nonsense. So
Yeah. Thank you very much for what you do, everyone. Much love, and yeah, maybe hopefully speak again in the future. Thank you.
you're very welcome. Thank you. I hope you have a great rest of the day.
You too. Bye.
Deja, are you in the box on purpose? All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. If you are 25 and up, if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Let's see. All right. There are 753 people on TikTok and another 112 on YouTube. So I know we should have some people in the guest box. If you are new on Discord, or if you've joined the Discord lately, I would love if you would stop by the How Did I Find Thinker channel, and let me know how you found the live. Like, did somebody send it to you? Did you hear it as you scrolled the FYP? What was it that made you click into the live? If you are new on the Discord, please stop by that channel and let us know. I like reading those. It's always interesting to find out how people found out about the live. We have someone in here who found out about the live because a church member wrote my username down on a piece of paper and slipped it into his hand at church, and that was really interesting.
Some covert shit. I love it.
Yeah.
Imagine the title of the movie, "Secret in the Ties."
Right. Quiet.
Everyone.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. So, what's the problem with Jesus?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
You can't be up here. You gotta be 25, and I think I just said that. Okay, 25 and up.
25?
Yeah, 25. Have a good day. Okay.
Okay, have a good day.
Thank you. KD.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Thinker. I'm great.
That's good.
How you doing? I know you're good.
I'm doing good.
Good.
Can I get your age and let me know if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist?
I'm over 60, and I am deconstructing.
Okay. And did you come up to talk about the topic?
Yes.
Okay. And what are your thoughts?
Jesus is the absolute worst thing that ever happened to humanity. And I say that because the mentality, the thought process of people, my family, even just blows my mind. And even though I was there, I had questions, sitting in church, like, what does this mean? Let us, or things like that. So I was always being told that I was rebellious. I had a higher call, the higher the call, the stronger the fall, or some crap they would say, but could never answer any of the questions. But the real reason why I say that is that they're just so nasty. My mother can't even rejoice with me when good things happens because she believes, because I'm not a Christian, that my life is supposed to be crazy or hellish, shall I say.
I know that feeling.
Yeah, that's really bad. And she's upset that my daughter and grandchildren are no longer in the church. Well, of course, when I started learning what I was learning, I tried to share, but she rejected. My daughter was open, and she took my grandkids out of the church as well. They were dancing. Even when she wasn't going, either myself or my mom would take them. But yeah, when I kind of stopped, my daughter, she started learning some things and she stopped. So my mom, in fact, the whole family, there is, it's like I'm nothing because I don't believe like them. And that's just how they act. One of my uncles told me I wasn't SHIT, and nothing without them, and my thought process was crazy, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, okay, we don't believe the same things, but I'm
I
not going to
think
be in
Jesus need
y'all's
to give them some
box.
new ears. Like they don't hear right for shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know. Um, you're as you are talking about this, and you saying that your mom rejected you because you don't believe. Your family rejected you
Mm-hmm.
because you don't believe. Bitter Truth heard you say you rejected Christ because your
Yeah.
family was mean. That's what he heard you say. Like it's like they hear what they want to hear,
Mm-hmm.
and they're unable to show any ounce of empathy towards another person's pain, right?
Yep.
That y'all, if you hear an echo, scroll out and scroll back in. The echo is from TikTok, not me. Unfortunately, that's a TikTok glitch. So you have
Mm-hmm.
to leave out the live and come back in it, and then the echo should go away. But it's the no matter how much you say, hey, I'm still the same person.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think like you. It's almost as if you're speaking a different language and they can't quite get an understanding with you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that destroys families, and that's what we were talking about earlier.
Yep. It's
Bitter truth.
definitely destroyed mine.
Bitter truth also conflates questions with fear. He thinks that the fact that we have questions, it means that we do believe in God and we are fearful of this God. But that doesn't make any logical sense. But
Mm-hmm.
I've realized reading those comments that it doesn't. Again, logic has been put down on the ground for these folks. It's just, I believe this thing, I thought this thing, therefore it's true. And that's just that. It does nothing but damage. And you see it in families, you see it in relationships across the board. We were talking about that the other day. How how can I trust anything coming from you if I'm not sure you even trust yourself because you've been told not to by this God that you look to for guidance and direction. It's just so damaging because it erodes the very fabric of who a person is authentically and requires that they pick up this alternative identity that varies based on belief to belief, and denomination to denomination. Yet we are being told that this is the only way to go. It doesn't make any sense.
Bit of
No,
truth,
it does.
I would beg to differ that you constantly being around these lives is a sign of your fear. The fact that you feel that other people have to believe the same thing you believe in order for it to be true. That's why you stay around these lives. Because if there was something that I actually truly believed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And people kept talking about it and saying that it wasn't true, I wouldn't go around those people. But yet you are in every atheist life. Everyone. And if I'm not mistaken, you were blocked from this one. But because we go through and unblock people so we don't reach 10,000 blocks again, your ass got unblocked. And here you are still with the same fucking shit. Like you have not grown since the last time you've been blocked. And I think you were blocked 6 months ago.
Me?
No, not you, baby doll.
Oh,
Bitter truth. Not you, love
Shaquadu.
bug. You didn't think we were talking about you this whole time, did you? Huh? No.
I was just listening. I'm just gonna
Oh,
listen.
and she was like, "Yeah, no, not you, love bug.
Okay.
It's a guy, and the comments. His name
Okay.
is Bitter Truth. When you were talking, he said your parent. He said you left Christianity. You rejected Christianity because your mom was mean, and he was like, you can't make this up, LOL. And I was saying, like, he didn't hear you, like he wasn't listening to you, or he purposefully twisted what you said, because what you said
Definitely.
was your family rejected you because
Mm.
you don't believe the same thing, right? But
Mm-hmm.
in order for him to defend his Jesus or defend his belief or to justify whatever fear he's feeling, the anxiety he's feeling, he twisted your words
Okay.
and turned it into a lie and said you rejected Jesus because your mama was mean to you. You see what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
Jesus was mean. Jesus wasn't doing nothing for me. That's why I left Jesus. Because of, yeah, life wasn't great with a Jesus. I really always felt like I was just such an awful, awful person. And God ain't mess with me. Jesus and whoever else. Yeah, so, yeah,
And
he's
that's
totally
how they
wrong.
tend to make you feel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like nothing's good's gonna go right in your life, or the things that you are experiencing is because God is punishing you for it, because you're not praying hard enough, you're not fasting hard enough, you don't have enough faith, and the reality is that you could be a believer and things aren't going right, because people are going to experience good days, bad days, regardless if they're
That's
a believer
right.
or not.
Mm-hmm.
But if you are a believer, they're going to tell you it's because God is testing you. You're not praying hard enough. You're not fasting, right.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have enough faith. But if you're a non-believer, it's because you're a non-believer that you're going through. And God is punishing you and God is trying to get your attention. But the reality is life is fucking life. There
Yep.
are good days and there are bad days. No matter what God or you believe in or don't believe in. That's
Right.
the reality.
Mm-hmm. Yep, but this thing has been something, just deconstructing and just seeing how people respond. I have had to tell people, who want to pray and lay hands on, don't do that. I don't believe like that anymore. Like I've had to step away from people, trying to put their hands on me and pray over me and stuff like that. My family does get disturbed if I step away, like if they're together for prayer or something like that. It's something. They want you to be in their box, and you're just nothing if you don't believe what they believe. But they drink. And one of my cousins said, I hear my father telling them people in church every day, every Sunday, and when he talks to them that they love him, but he don't tell me he loves me. And I was like,
Oh, wow.
try teaching somebody that is supposed to love you to hug you and to hug you and kiss you like but you go to church and you hug and kiss on them people every day going Sunday or every time you see them. So when you guys were talking about how it's more like an image, oh my goodness. That thing is awful, because that definitely seems to be what it's about. Their image and how they look. But all along they're looking ugly most of the time to their own family.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even when I used to be a youth leader, listening to the kids talk about their parents, you'd be like, oh, sister such and such. And, but it would be wild because these were elders and the leaders in the church, and, the kids were having a fit. And most of the time you could see the evidence of what was going on in the homes, because of the parents. And the authoritative thing, like my mother was an elder, she would try to shut me down with my daughter, saying I'm an elder, and it everything had to be about the way she thought it was supposed to be. And everything I did as far as my daughter was concerned was like kind of reported to the pastor. So all of them thought I was mean and, too
Damn, they was
strict.
reporting to the pastor on
My
you?
mother was, yes. She was
Oh
telling
my
the,
gosh.
yeah, she was telling the pastor, oh yes. And my family, like they all think that I was so mean and so strict and whatever. Yeah, I wasn't letting her go and spend the night over nobody's house. You let me do that, and that turned out not to be a good thing. So, yeah, I don't care who brother such and such is. She ain't going. And yeah, I got a lot of flack from that. And, because they felt like, he a Christian man, blah, 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 blah. No, my daughter's not going to spend the night over nobody's house. I don't care how y'all think about it. We see him in church. I don't spend time, with these people. I don't really know what that man is like. I just wasn't comfortable with that whole thing. I was engaged to a minister who I knew would whip my tail. So the pastor thought that she was supposed to be the one to give permission, for us to get married. And the day that she brought us up at the front of the church, I know it was me. And I heard loud and clear, you hear. It didn't even, it said the voice. And I kept that with me for a while, but I knew I wasn't ready to, I wasn't going to marry him because I do believe he would have had me in the closet. And everybody would have been saying, where's Sister K at? And yeah, he would have lied because he was he was an angry person and very abusive. So when I didn't marry him, they were saying things like I didn't believe the pastor and what she was saying and how he was going to change and be this great man. And I ended up telling them I don't really care what she sees. This is not her life. This is my life. I'm not marrying that man. And they really thought that I was, they thought that was rebellious.
And
Because,
that's the thing. They can come to you and tell you a God said something. And if you don't do it, or if you don't believe it, then you're rebellious or you're Satan. But the moment somebody say God told me, uh, you know, to unalive my child, like to, then they say that wasn't God. Well, how do you know?
right.
How do you know? That's the problem with being able, that's the problem with giving anybody the authority to be able to say, God told me or God showed me.
Yep. And I just tell people now, oh yeah, well that's for you. That's not for me.
But I think that behavior just kind of shows what the overarching goal of religion is, and that's just control. Because the reality is, who am I to tell my son what he thinks? Who am I to tell my son how he feels or how he sees a thing? And I think what religion does is it convinces you that it has the right way of doing things. It has the answer to everything. And if you have a question that it can't answer, then you're the problem for asking that question. It's not the problem for not being able to provide an answer. And then you are expected to completely mold your entire life, your entire way of thinking around this idea that's never been tested, that's never been proven, that is completely unfalsifiable. Some of the claims are falsifiable, but they just choose to ignore the evidence. But that's where I think that's where the malignancy comes from, because it just kind of permeates from generation to generation. That's what they did before me. This is what I'm supposed to do. This is how people are raised. This is the authority that you look to. I was telling my son the other day, the last time I let elders come to my house, this was early in my deconstruction where I didn't even realize I was deconstructing. I was just kind of stopped going. And two elders came to my house where I lived with my husband. We paid the bills. Nobody owned any of the shit in that house except us. And I let these two men sit me down on my couch, have me go get my Bible and read scriptures that they told me to read. What the fuck for? Like,
Hmm.
who are you? What authority do you have over? Neither of them caused my birth. Neither of
Hmm.
them. Yet I had just subjugated my autonomy and independence to this organization that I had been told had this authority. For what? And so when I started asking questions, it just simply didn't stand up. And that was literally where the dominoes started to fall. But
Hmm.
you're labeled as the problem when you start asking those questions.
Right.
Well, KD, did you have anything else? I definitely appreciate you coming up and enjoyed the conversation.
Nope, that was it. I just wanted to let you know I definitely appreciate this live. Try to get in here as much as I can. It's helped me so much. I love it when you cuss people out because I can't cuss my people out. I'll be like, yeah, get them, tell them the truth. And sometimes I want to say things like I have said to my mom, "You're awful God" or whatever. And oh my God, she got so mad. She called me ugly. It was funny to me. It hurt me at first, and then I laughed because I was like, "You really got that mad over me saying you're awful God, you're terrible God?" But then they act terrible. But yeah, I just appreciate it. I'm just going to keep on learning, keep on deconstructing and trying to get this stuff out of me. When good things happen, you want to say hallelujah until you learn what that meant. I can't recall it right now, but it's not a good one. It's not a good word, nor
Well,
is.
halal,
Mm-hmm.
and it just means praise and worship. And then it says halal who, is just praise and worship him. And so uh English just puts it together like hallelujah, like
Mm-hmm.
praise and worship Yah. That's how they did. Praise and
Okay.
yeah. But
Okay.
in Hebrew, halal is just praise and worship. That's
Okay.
all it is.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you letting me come up.
You're so welcome. Thank you. And I hope you have a great rest of the day. And I appreciate your support with the live as well.
Yes, yes, yes. All right. You guys enjoy. Thanks again.
You're
Have a good one.
welcome.
You too. Bye bye.
Bye bye. There is a deranged man in my comments. His name is the chosen dot one. He has commented under everybody. Like as soon as somebody comments on the two videos I did to the pastor, he is responding to every single person in my comments.
What's he saying?
And this what he commented to me. Thinker, you're not enlightened. You're just loud, proud, and possessed with a recycled serpent spirit. You twist the word like Eve didn't already fall for that. You mock God like breath is promised, but when the silence hits your soul and the one you mock speaks back, every deep thought will collapse under his voice. Like if you're saying that the silence is going to hit my soul when I die, and then your God speaks back, and then I'm going to have deep thoughts like, what the fuck?
I don't even think they hear themselves.
They do.
How the fuck you go have deep thoughts when you dead?
Exactly.
Like
The
what?
fuck?
Y'all
Y'all
need
are
to.
not okay.
They're not. Like these belief systems got y'all all kinds of fucked up. Like step back into reality, please.
Then he said, you're not thinking. No, motherfucker, you didn't think before you typed that dumb shit. Y'all are not okay. Then they'll say, nobody cares if you don't believe. Motherfucker, you obviously do. Because you are in my comments, like commenting to every fucking body who has commented on that video, and you defending this pastor who probably wouldn't lift a fucking voice to defend your ass. Like, what is wrong with y'all? China Zoram?
Yeah, China's around.
Tina, how are you?
I'm good.
How old are you?
26. We're 27. We're 26, yeah.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm deconstructing. I'm
What are you laughing
deconstructing.
at?
Huh?
Why are you
No,
laughing?
I was once a Christian. I couldn't believe I fell for this bullshit.
How long have you been deconstructing?
Um, 3 years now.
Okay.
3 years.
Hold on, Lawrence. Why are you saying he's not 26? Y'all know his age?
Well, he was like 26, 27, so it's kind of like,
Yeah, I'll be
that's
27
fine.
this year. So, I'll be 27 by December. So,
Okay. What are your thoughts on the topic?
yeah, Jesus Christ, Mohammed, all of them, name it, they are the worst thing that have ever happened to humanity, and that's a fact because
Wait,
they are
Thinker,
free.
I'm
Huh?
sorry to interrupt. Can I show y'all something really quickly? Like, really quickly?
Yeah.
Thinker?
Go ahead.
Oh, I just want to show you, because I'm in the dental office, and I just want to show you something.
What is that?
A Bible in the dentist office.
What is that at the
Mhm.
bottom though? What does it say? Placed by the Gideons? Wow. Uh Jizzle Jizzle Maxwell, if you still gotta play with dicks on TikTok, like
Mhm.
you're most likely a child, man. Go on somewhere. Yeah, that's wild.
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to show y'all real quickly.
Yeah, at the dentist office, normally you see that shit in a hotel.
I thought they stopped. I haven't seen them in years anyway.
Okay, yeah. So I'm from Nigeria. So the moment I left the walls of Africa, I began to see the world for what the world is. I looked into history. I tried to study a bit of history to understand this phenomenon because Europe is developed and Africa isn't developed, and for the most part, every human, we have these biological traits. For the most part, we sleep together. We have the same eyes, the same brain. Like there's no difference between the white or the black. There might be some physical differences, but biologically, I don't see any difference. There's no difference. So I'm trying to understand this, and I'm trying to understand like why are we backwards? Like, what is the problem? And I just had to look into history to really understand this because at some point I believe humans evolve, and we evolve through information. So then, what is wrong? What is happening? So I look back at history. I'm trying to understand this phenomenon. I saw Christianity. I saw Islam. And I've seen how they've interacted with Africa, and I've seen how they came. So this is not something real. This can't be God. You can't tell me this is love and I'm seeing bloodshed and I'm seeing owning human beings as properties and I have to tell myself the truth and say this isn't real. It took so much fight, trying to, because psychologically this religion comes with fear, because the moment you try to question these things, you begin to self-doubt yourself and you are just worried. God is going to punish me. God is going to hate me if I do this. If I so much internal war. But at the end, I just had to hold on my ancestors. Like I had to say, no, this is the people that died for me. I don't want to know if it's any white man because I was not happy with what had happened. So I had to just let the anger make a decision, and I had to come into conclusion that yes, this is what is right because I have some philosophical truth, I have some scientific truth, I have some historical truth about all of this. So if I want to understand God for what it is, then he should come to himself and show me. I don't want it to be from any book that somebody had written, and it's not in my own language. You tell me this is God, and I can see the means in which you decided to preach this your God to me was so brutal. No, come on. You cannot slap me once. Shame on you. Then you slap me twice. The shame is going to be on me because I've been a fool for. No. So I just have to say no. This can be real because every religion has been a tool to control people. It's so patriarchal. You can see how it's so manly. Everything's about men. They see women as properties. And you see other people, other races as less. This can be divine. No, this is not, at some point intelligence is empathy. So if God cannot be intelligent enough to show love as first, because at first what he showed to human was anger. He sent flood, he murdered, he did this. Come on, God. So what is God afraid of? So I just understood this is man trying to control people. If the war is just against ignorance and knowledge, because time be gone, all these kings and all of them, that's how they control people. They get this information, they manipulate people, they cause trouble, they steal from the people. Till now, this is what is still happening. So at some point, I don't really blame Africans, because I know it's just we lack so much information that we fill our minds with nonsense, and we are worried about this afterlife that we don't even know if it's real. We are not in the present. We are just somewhere else, and capitalism has played so much role in disconnecting everybody. Even the Roman Empire, how they changed the dates and how they changed nature and all of that. Man, we just need to wake up. These people are full of crap. Come and tell me Jesus. I will spit on Jesus' face. I don't, man. Like I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Like I just want people to wake up, because if we cannot identify our enemy, we'll keep fighting against ourselves. These people are the enemy. These patriarchal people that are up there, this 1%, they're just trying to like. Sometimes I question: is it for money? Because there might be more than feeds the eye. Because can you just be doing all this is just to take money from people, just to fill your pockets with wealth and all of that? What is wrong? Is the question I'm still trying to understand. Everything is just confusing. At some point, we should just all agree this is not real. But these people doing this thing in that they choose profit over human's life, that they can value money over somebody's life. It's a deep question. So I'm just there. At least I know I will try to do something. I'll try to raise the level of awareness and try to bring change in my own way. I know I can do something. In spite of religion, I believe there is a divine. I believe that there is a source. So, but I think religion came as a means to disconnect us from that source and take away our abilities, our powers to create the kind of life we want. So yeah, it has done a lot of
Yeah.
damage to our community. Oh, my sister.
Yeah, and I can hear your frustration with it, and rightfully so, right? Like especially on the continent. You said you're in Nigeria, is that right?
Mm.
Where did you say you are? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm from Nigeria, but right now I'm in
Nigeria.
Spain.
Oh, okay. All right. But yeah, like I can hear the frustration. I'm frustrated. I'm angry. Like, and like people tell me all the time, like uh that I'm emotional, or they ask like, why are you yelling? Why are you angry? Because at this point, like enough
Yeah.
is enough, right? Like
Yeah,
we've
imagine living all
been
your life
through
in
enough.
lies.
Yeah.
Just living your life in lies. Why won't you be pained?
Say that again.
I said, imagine living all your life in lies. It's free to be. It's free to be. It's free. We are free to be angry because
Yeah.
I've been living my life in lies, not knowing this is lie.
Yeah, and they have a habit of trying to make it where we can't be angry, because they tell us it's not ladylike, or it's not holy, or it's ghetto or whatever. But I think it's just a way to silence us, and it has worked for so long, right? It has silenced us for so long, and it's kept us being obedient, right, and falling in line. But with this, promise that better is going to come, but at some point, right, somebody got to say fuck that. Better isn't coming. Like, we just continue to see our people continue to go down and be oppressed even more. And I'm gonna be angry, and I could give less than a care what anybody say. Give me just a second. Hey, good morning, Forrest. How are you?
I'm doing well. I don't know what kind of good luck that you imbued me with, but I got the biggest gift that I've ever gotten on my stream. I got a pyramid
Yay.
earlier.
Oh my God, congratulations. It's always cool to get the big gifts, like the first time you get your big gift. But yeah, thank you for coming back. To everybody in here that loves Deconstruction Lives, political lives that are paired with like deconstructing your ideologies. Forrest up here has some amazing lives, great conversations. Both of the lives that I've watched of his has held my attention, and my attention span is fucked. Like, I'm neurodivergent, and unless I'm learning something, right, or I can't sit in a live. And I've sat in both of his lives twice, the for the majority of the lives, and his lives are pretty good. So if you are looking for more deconstruction content, go ahead and give Forrest a follow. I'm gonna leave him up here while we're talking with China Zoram, so to give people an opportunity to follow. Did you just get finished with a live?
Yeah, I had a woo woo person come in and start talking about Genesis 2:25, how when they were naked, the center of the garden is like the center of your body, and I was like, yeah, I think I'm good on
What?
this. And my
What?
live went from 138 people to 75, and I was like, I think it's time to go ahead and go to Thinkers Live, because I put a poll up and I was like, hey, what time should I go? And like they were like 8 o'clock, and then like right at 8 o'clock, I had a good friend come in who I'm actually going to recommend to come up here because he is a Christian and I'm trying to help deconstruct. But I was like, I'm not sure what you're saying. And I was like, and at this point, I feel like I'm going to be at a loss if I continue to speak to you. So I'm just going to go ahead and go raid Thinker. But what I notice is that, your bots don't play. And I've always known that. But I think I'm just going to start using a tree if I ever raid you as the emoji. And that's
Okay.
probably going to be the name of my, like, how you're nerd for your your subs. I think I'm just going to do trees is mine. That's what the suggestion has been to me a bunch of times. But I
Oh,
got a
you just
pyramid
gave me
earlier.
an
I was like,
idea.
what was that? I got a pyramid and I was like, that's a huge gift. I was like, I've never seen this before. And then I heard you got a Zeus the other day. So
Yeah. Yeah, I've been waiting 2 years for a Zeus. But you just gave me an idea. One thing that we could do to support each other, right? Since we all subscribe to each other anyway, we could create emotes for each other's lives, so that when we do raid, that way the emote would be there, and we can use the emotes as we're raiding each other. You know what I'm saying?
right,
Like,
and that's not my idea. I won't steal that. That was Ducky in the comments. They were like,
oh,
"Hey,
okay.
watch out for Saul." So I'm gonna give Ducky credit for that. But
Well, thank you,
yeah, no,
Ducky.
appreciate that, Ducky. But yeah, that way, because I know that some places are more strict than others, and we don't all know each other in this community. But
Yeah.
yeah, no, I appreciate the shout out because I felt humbled earlier, and I still do now being up here. But yeah, like I don't know what kind of good luck that you imbued me with. I've never gotten anything bigger than a galaxy, and then I got like a whale, and then I got like a pyramid, and I was like, everybody in the live was like stopped and was like oohing and awing, and I was like, oh, I don't even know what that was or how much that costed, but that just looked really cool. And I know that Zeus that you said, somebody said you got was like, you were just about to end, and like they just threw that at you.
Yeah, it's the community. Like, it's the support that we have for each other in the community. It's just a bunch of people that just want to see people happy, people healing, the world healing, the earth healing. It's just, it ain't me. It's the community. And just helping people get to know other good people, right? So yeah, but I'm glad that that happened for you. I'm gonna
Thanks.
talk to Christina and them and see if they want to do that, because I think that's a good idea for like rating. We just
Yeah,
kind of put each other's emotes in our emote thing,
yeah,
and when
like
we rate each other, it'll be
yeah, like
there.
last week I saw like I mean I'm always watching Christina, I'm watching you, I'm watching Fee, I'm watching Ria, I'm watching all these different lives, and then like last week I thought it was funny. I was like, hey, 150 likes, 150,000 likes by this time. Like, good luck. And I was like, wow, like that's like 70,000 likes in the next 30 minutes. I was like, well, I'm gonna start tapping, and then like Christina plays that song, and it's like 3 minutes of people tapping, and you get there, and you're 30,000. You get 100,000 likes in 30 minutes. It's not hard if you're paying attention.
It's not hard at all when when you support each other. That's just like life, right? We don't have to have the we don't have to pray, for something divine to happen. There's a lot of humans on earth, right? And we pull our resources together. A lot of us can be okay, right? If we just support one another, and it's just changing the way that we think, turning our eyes towards each other instead of towards the hill. uh we
Yeah, no,
realize
agreed,
that
agreed. Because I think that
you
that's the worst thing for me was that I gave so much to the church, and then I realized when I walked away that I never really got anything back. Like I got a sense of community with my family, my friends, and the church members, but you put so much time and effort and a lot of people money. Like my good friend of mine, Truth Seeker, who's on this live, and she deconstructed. She's like, hey, I gave 10% of my salary for so many years. She's like, now I don't have to worry about money anymore because I'm not giving away 10% of my salary every single year to something that gives me literally nothing back.
absolutely, like, who invests and don't expect a return, or who invests and only expect a return when they die, right?
And then you have like that one guy, I don't remember his name, but the guy who like locked the people in the church for the $40,000.
What was his name? Was
Michael
Um,
Jackson.
Marvin Sapp? Was it Marvin Sapp? Wasn't
he
no
Michael
wasn't
Michael
Jordan.
Jackson.
he wasn't playing about that money though.
Yeah,
He
no.
said
Yeah,
lock them
Marvin Sapp.
doors.
Yeah. And they will defend that. They'll say that's okay to do, but building a community where you support each other. And the reality is, look at the state of the United States. We don't know when, having a community like this is going to come in hand, where we have each other's back, right? And trying to build communities like this at the last minute can be really, really hard, right? And so it's it's knowing good people and people that you can depend on and trust. That's the main important thing. Like, we have no idea what the hell is ahead, right? um Community, that's the main thing. And you don't have to be in a church to build community. And I was saying, like, the atheist experience was not the atheist experience, uh spiritual atheist was talking about how it's impossible to build communities outside of religion. And she said that they have been trying to do it, like atheists have been trying to do it for centuries. And I said, well, the difference is, one, people of color, right, who it's natural for us to build communities. Wherever we go, we just kind of do that, right? That's just kind of who we are. We haven't really been able to participate in the community of atheism. Our communities have just been the church. But now that we're at this point to where we're a lot more comfortable with saying, hey, here are my questions, or I no longer believe, we're starting to see more communities join, more communities form. And the good thing is that they are inclusive. Like, I love the fact that it's not a like, oh, this is a black atheist community. It's not even an atheist community. It's a community of people who like to think, people who have questions. Some are atheists, some are non-believers, some are spiritual, some are Christians. But it's open-minded people who just want to see the world in a better place, want to see people in a better state of mind, and better places financially and in society. And so, yeah, just excited about building community. I'm gonna let you stay there. I'm gonna go back to China. Zoram, thank you so much for coming
I
back.
appreciate the everything. Actually, I can't tell you enough. Thank you.
You are so welcome. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Like I said, you have great lives, so I want to support you, and also want to help the community find more great deconstruction content. If you're on YouTube, if you do have a TikTok, come over and give Forrest a follow. China Zoram, I'm so sorry. Go ahead and continue.
Yeah, so So much reasons. So so during my phase, the moment I came here, I was trying to question everything. So I had to pass through that phase of existential crisis. And at some point, I came to this conclusion that life in itself has no meaning. It's just an opportunity to give life meaning. So that's what I see life as. And if I can look at the structure that has been placed before us, it's true. Life in itself has no meaning. It's just these people in power that have given meaning to life for us. Now I have to wake up, I have to go and look for money, I have to enter into the system, to the matrix to fend. I have to pay bills, I have to do this, I have to do all of that. But this is not the life I want for myself, at some point. I didn't come here to come and make money and to work on that somebody, to come and suffer. So I had to question all of this, and I came to conclusion. So I realized that these people actually took the opportunity. They took everything from us and gave us religion, because religion to an extent doesn't allow you to critical think. It kills everything about curiosity, and it makes you become a sheep where you don't question, and the system in itself keeps you on a survival mode where you can't even elevate your thought processes. So it's all structured, and I can boldly say it's intentional. History, since I know history, I can see it's always go to these people's land and kill the people and own the land. It's always wars and all of that. So it's always about power. So these means are not true, because if they were divine, at some point you can all come together and form a community where loves and compassion and humanity thrive. But no, what have we created? We've created so much wars, and it's so unhealthy. Sometimes I just want to leave. I want to run away from it. I'm not really happy about all of this, but at some point I feel I have a responsibility to play, to how little that I can do. I try my best to bring a change where at least people can be inspired and see life for what it is to an extent. I feel the majority of the masses have been short of information, so the foundation also have been trained to accept whatever follows. So the moment we are growing scientifically, how the brain just tends to build a self based on the information it has received. So the moment, even if it is false, the moment you give the person a true information, as long as it's not corresponding to the information they had earlier, then it's a conflict. Then the brain doesn't see it as a true information. Then it's a fight. It doesn't digest it. So that is how philosophically, psychologically, we've been programmed. So everything that we've known growing, as long as it doesn't support self discovery, because knowledge about self is self-empowerment, because knowledge is power. So if it doesn't support that, then there's a problem, because if the people liberate themselves and become so powerful, then you see you see that the government in itself will crumble. So they just need people to control and to do all of their mischievous act and all of that. But our children won't go for the war. Their children will go to the best schools, go travel all everywhere in the country that they want. But our children go fighting your war, like, to make it make sense. I mean, we're so conditioned that we can't even think, like, we can't even. Yeah, I don't know what to say anymore, but I just feel, sometimes, I just back and don't bite, and there is no action. So at some point, I just decided I was not going to be talking, because, but at some point, I also believe that, words can make people see the truth for what it is. But I believe in action so much that I'm so patient. I know when the time comes. So that's the reason for me to believe in the source, because on my own, I don't think I have so much power to do some things. It's just a level of belief, and I believe the source can bring synchronicities and those things that I need to make this my reality come into reality. So till then. So it's good. People are awakening, and I'm happy about it. And it's good. People are also passing information down to people. But at some point, I also want us to understand that this is psychologically. These people, they won't change, until they begin to see another means to what we are talking about. Other than that, we'll still have people that are ready to kill us as long as they're in the matrix.
Yeah, which is a scary thing all, within itself. But and I understand what you were saying, like you choose to believe that there is a source that can give you this strength and this power to, think outside of the box and, you know, uh, you know, execute the action that you feel like needs to be executed within your own power, right? To start initiating that change. I hope
Yeah.
that you stick around, the community, like follow everybody on the panel.
Okay.
Sometimes something that we say in a live might just be that light bulb moment that you
Yeah.
need in order to, give you the thing that that you can do within your power, within your ability to start executing some change. And we don't have to, feel like that we have to change everything. Like we can't, right? We can only do so much because we are human, and we forget that, right? And then we discredit what we can do, and we see it as so small because we are just one person. But the little things that we are doing, it is making a difference, and we just have to keep telling ourselves that. And there was a guy who ended up becoming a great friend of mine. I told him that I was weird, right? And I was like, I'm weird. Like I don't hang out with a lot of people
Yeah.
because I know that I'm weird because I think differently than
Yes.
a lot of
Like I'm on
people.
isolation.
Yeah. And he said it's your difference that will make a difference. And like we can't be like everybody else, right? When
Yeah.
slavery was the norm, it was those that were different, those that thought different, that made a difference, right? Those that were willing to step outside of the line, right? To make a difference. And so be
Yeah.
okay being different.
Sure. 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 All right.
Well,
I'm on the
thank
road.
you
I
so
think I'll
much
have to
for
go.
coming up. Huh?
Yeah. I think I'll have to go because I'm on the road now. So when I come back
Okay.
home, I can come online
All
back.
righty.
Thank you,
All right.
guys.
You're so welcome. Thank you. I hope you have a great rest of the day.
Yeah.
All right. Forrest, thank you so much for coming up. Y'all continue to follow Forrest. Um, I promise you, you won't be disappointed. Forrest, are you there? I think he walked away.
That was a nice convo. That was a nice. Oh no, you're fine, man. Sorry, I'm at the dentist, but that was interesting. It's always nice to hear a perspective from like different places in the world. I know he said he's from Nigeria, but he's in Spain, and hopefully he comes to our lives because I would love to see like as a black Nigerian man living in Spain and not believing in this thing and knowing Spain is very Catholic. How does he navigate his daily living there? And does he see the difference in treatment from being in Nigeria, where some places as well are very heavily Catholic, you know, and how do the two differ in the impact on his life? But I get what he was saying. I feel that shit. It's
Well, I
very
think they were saying
upsetting.
like the misogyny is like a big, huge problem. Like,
Yeah.
and then the fact that they could get killed, right, for speaking out and saying that they don't believe. And
Yeah.
so, yeah, and so, um, they're looking to, a higher power to try to guide them to, what the proper steps would be. And I hope they find it. That's got to be a really stressful environment to be in, not, to not be able to speak out because you fear losing your life.
I am back. I just was in the. I was trying to verify my ID for TikTok. It won't let me. I guess because I got that big gift, it doesn't want me to take the money out. It's asking me to take a picture of my ID. It was like 3 phases deep, and I'm hearing your voice, and I'm like trying to exit the
Oh,
verification,
yeah,
Yeah, so
they
you get
are.
a
frantically
certain
exiting the
amount,
verification.
they'll have you like put your account in, and then they'll have you like PayPal's the easiest. But
Yeah, that's what
yeah,
I set up, and now that I think I got that big gift, they're like, it's time to go ahead and verify who you are.
Yeah, that's because they want taxes taken out.
Yeah, and I get that because they get a great chunk of that, which is I guess why a lot of people have VM and CA in their bio. But I actually had talked to Pretty Ricky, who was in the comments. He said he's probably got about 15 minutes left. I had like a 3 hour conversation with him yesterday. He was pretty good faith with me, and I was asking him. I was like, oh, well, I think that if you were ever to have a conversation with somebody, that this would be the kind of like deconstruction final boss. But he's a I believe a lawyer and attorney, and he's relatively, you know, he's an intelligent guy. He's well spoken. He's articulate, and I think that he's a prime candidate to come up.
Okay, that sounds good. Well, thank you for sharing the live with him. I'll go ahead and get him on stage. Before I take you down, can you tell everyone what days we go live and what times?
Yeah, it's usually pretty late at night, to be honest. I work late nights, but typically it's going to be like anywhere after like 10 p.m. And then like typically I'll run like overnight. I have a lot of like European friends and whatnot, but just stay tuned because like now that I'm getting this attention, which I once again I don't feel like I deserve, but I'll try to like make memos, notes, or like some kind of indication on my the page where like you update the people as to like your story, and I'll just kind of be a little bit more informative with the people. It's usually pretty random, but once again, I can't thank you enough for the spotlight.
You're very welcome. Thank you again for what you do, and I hope you have a great rest of the day, okay?
And I hope you do too. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. You're welcome. Pretty Ricky?
Yeah, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good myself.
That's good. So you are a Christian, is that right?
Can you hear me?
Yes. You are a Christian?
Yep, yeah, I am.
Okay. And I saw in the comments you said you have about 20 minutes. I don't know if we actually
Yeah,
have
cause
time to
I'm
have the
actually on.
conversation.
No, it's okay. I mean, we can talk as much as we can. I'm actually on the way to do a mediation right now. As Forrest said, I am an attorney, so gotta get up early in the morning work. But our conversation that we had the other day was around like I don't even know, 'cause I wake up super early and I got on TikTok, which I barely get on TikTok honestly. So,
Hmm.
but I happen
But
to get
you and
on.
I haven't spoken though, right? Like I've
No,
not spoken to you.
me and you have not spoken.
Okay.
And I think I was hearing. I don't think you're an atheist, but maybe you're just.
No, I am an atheist.
Oh, you are okay. Okay.
Yeah, I am an atheist. And I tend to have pretty uh, deep conversations. Like I don't have like surface level conversations. So that's why I'm trying to see if we actually have time to start a discussion with you.
Yeah, I mean, why not? I don't see why not. I have a good maybe. I would say 25 to 30 minutes.
Okay. All right. That sounds good. Before we begin, I do need you to state your age for TikTok purposes.
Sure, I'm 29.
Okay. Thank you. So the topic that I have been discussing with believers is the topic of original sin, the fall of man, and the spiritual death concept. Do you subscribe to that doctrine?
Yeah, well, original sin. I think me and Forrest actually speaking about that yesterday. Is that
Yeah.
can you
You.
explain
So
that?
so I just want to say, like, what you talked about with Forrest is going to be completely different. Like, I'm a different person,
Sure.
right? Okay.
Yeah.
So I just want to know, do you subscribe to that concept or?
Well, I do subscribe to spiritual death. I do subscribe to original sin, but my definition of the original sin is just simply the fact that Adam and Eve committed the first sin.
Right. Isn't that the traditional original sin that Adam and Eve committed the first sin?
Just by eating the fruit of the tree of knowledge of evil, or knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah, that's the original sin doctrine that I have questions about. Um, so the first question I have is to understand the concept of spiritual death, and from the conversations that I've had with many believers, spiritual death would be a separation from God. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and in that's go
And
ahead.
death, just to add to that, death in general, right? And again, I'm just talking to you about my perspective. I can't really come on here and give anybody else's perspective but my own, right?
Right, which
My
is why I'm
perspective,
asking you questions,
yeah,
right?
exactly. No, but I just want to get that clear up for the record. My concept of death is just separation. So when you die, you separate from earth, right? Physically, and yes,
Yeah, but
spiritually
that's physical
separate.
death. I'm not asking about physical death right now.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna
right.
give you. I'm gonna give a pretty. So the conversation, right? I it would be
I was
helpful
gonna
if
do
you
that.
would
I was
allow if
gonna
you would
just
answer the questions that I'm asking. I'm sorry. Like it would be helpful. Like don't try to anticipate the questions that I'm asking. If you just allow the conversation to flow, that would be really helpful. Okay, I'm not asking about physical death. What I'm trying to understand is your uh your definition of spiritual death. And so I understand you're saying that it is separation from the God. What I need to understand now is prior to Adam and Eve spiritually dying, what could Adam and Eve do while they were spiritually connected to the God that they could no longer do when they spiritually died? You're on mute. I don't think this is the
Sorry,
super duper
I'm
person.
I'm sorry. No, you were. I was disconnecting from Bluetooth, and because you were kind of echoing while you were talking for a little bit.
Okay.
Can you repeat that last question?
Yes, what I'm trying to understand, right? Like spiritual death is separation from the God. So prior to them spiritually dying, what could Adam and Eve do while they were spiritually connected with the God that they could no longer do when they spiritually disconnected?
There. I mean, technically speaking, there was nothing that they couldn't do. God just told them that when you eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, right, that would be surely their death. But there was nothing like in the perspective of they could still talk to him, they could still pray to him, they like in his presence, because God is omnipresent. Present. But they just didn't have that same relationship anymore because they disobeyed him.
What was different about the
It
relationship?
was they were no longer in the Garden of Eden, right? And sin came into the earth, right? So
That's
they
relationship,
didn't.
or is that is that location? I'm confused.
It was location. They were no longer allowed in the Garden of Eden, and God told them. The only thing He told them, right?
Yeah,
Because I don't know where you're.
Pretty Ricky. I know
The
the
only.
story. Pretty Ricky. I'm not
Okay, cool.
asking
So,
you about the story. I understand the story. I'm asking you
right.
specifically about spiritual death, right? And pre-spiritual death. I'm trying to understand
The
what they
difference was
mean,
there was
right?
no
So if
sin.
they, it's Pretty Ricky, you can't talk the same time I talk, okay? All right. In
Or,
order for us to have a valuable conversation, we both can't talk at the same time.
go
I'm
ahead.
going to listen to you, okay? I don't need you to tell me to go ahead, okay? I'm going to listen to you, and I expect the same respect from you. But also keep in mind that I am the host, right?
That's true.
And I know you got 30 minutes, so I'm trying my best to have this conversation with you within your time frame. But you have to allow me to host, okay? Are you there?
Can I answer? Yeah, yes. Go ahead. Go
Okay.
ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
What I am trying to understand is this spiritual death concept, okay? And what changed about Adam and Eve when they spiritually died. And from what I understand you saying is that the only thing that changed was the location in which where they had the relationship with their God, and they went from being not unsinful to sinful. Is that what I'm understanding? So they didn't
Yeah,
lose
that's true.
anything,
Right.
huh?
Right.
Okay, so they were the same. they had the same benefits as when they spiritually died as when they were spiritually alive. They just had a different place to live,
Had a
and they
different
were
place
now.
to. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were done with the question.
That's okay. I was just saying they had a different place to live, and they are now inherently sinful.
They were inherently sinful, and and now, as God said, the wages of sin would have been death. So they would surely die.
Right. And so spiritual death and spiritual life was really no different.
Their connection with God was different in the sense that now they had to account for their sin, which is why you see Abel and Cain later on giving sacrifices because they had to now account for their sins.
Cain and
So
Abel, though, didn't give sin sacrifices. They gave mincha, which are tribute sacrifices. A sin sacrifice would have been a olah, a chatat, or a sham sacrifice, and uh, that's not what Cain and Abel gave. So they were not giving sin sacrifices. And then, like on top of that, there was no law for them to offer up sin sacrifices for. What sins would they have committed? Sorry, are you there?
yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Whenever you leave the app, we can't hear you. I don't know if you
Oh, I
know
see,
that.
I see.
Yeah.
So yeah, at that point they still had to give their tribute to God. I mean, they were obviously, why else would they be doing that?
Because it's a Thanksgiving. Like mincha is a Thanksgiving offering. It's a grateful offering, right? So it wasn't a sin offering that they were giving. But
Why do
also,
you?
like, sin is a transgression of your God's divine law. That's the definition of sin in your Bible. What law did Cain and Abel and Adam and Eve have post garden that they would have transgressed against?
Well, they already broke one law because God had only given one law at that point, which is not to eat from the tree of good and knowledge and evil. And the way that I see it, they were just giving tributes, right, to make up for that sin that they committed. You know, they were sinful by nature. They still had to account for their sins. Whether you want to call it a tribute or a sin sacrifice, whatever you want to call it, they still recognize, right, that there was something that they had to do in order, right, to get right and be in account with God, right?
So, right, but you're saying, so Adam and Eve, was Cain and Abel born spiritually dead?
Everybody after Adam was born spiritually dead, yes.
So you, so is your spirit still dead?
Not anymore because I was accepted Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior.
And so so you were born spiritually dead, and at what age did your spirit come back alive?
Well, I would say at the age of 15 when I accepted Jesus Christ.
So from the age of, so from a baby to 15 years old, your spirit was dead,
It
and you
was.
weren't. What were you not able to do with a dead spirit?
Well, there's nothing that you can't do without a dead spirit. The only thing that you cannot do with a dead spirit is inherit heaven. You cannot go to heaven if you don't have a relationship with God.
There's
So
nothing
now
that you
your
can't
spirit is
do.
alive, and now you could just go to heaven. That's the only thing.
Yeah. I mean, it's a really simple concept.
That that to me that doesn't make any sense. To me that's illogical. But what it says is that your God, right? Like you believe your God creates every human.
Well, and this is, you're right, this is going to be a deeper conversation. Yes, let's just start from a general standpoint. Yes, God creates every human. Well, I want to
Well, I
see
don't
what
want to talk from a general standpoint. I want to talk from like your. Do you believe that your God creates every human?
every human, yes, every human.
What else did you think I was talking about? Is there something else that he does that he
No,
don't
because
create?
if you, I guess if we're gonna go back to the beginning of time when the Nephilim were on the earth, that was not God's creation. But to answer your question, yes, God creates every human being. Yes.
I'm confused. Like, who created the Nephilim?
Okay. The Nephilim came about because the sons of God, right?
I know they had sex. It's the
Hmm.
same way your parents had sex and had you,
Right.
but you still believe your God created you and your God gave you life. Did something else give life to the Nephilim babies that came from the angels having sex with human women?
That was not God's creation. That was not, that was
did
not God's intent.
So the
right,
angels
but so
breathe
did
life into
something
him.
else give it life?
What was that?
Did something else give the Nephilim babies life? Like the angels had
Well,
sex with human women, so that
God,
angel.
God.
I'm sorry, Pretty Ricky.
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
The angels had sex with human women, so the angel sperm went into human women and into a human woman's egg, right, and created a zygote, and created a baby, and that baby became a Nephilim. The same way your parents, your dad's sperm went into your mom's egg, created a zygote, and created a baby Ricky. But you believe your God created baby Ricky even after your parents had sex. Who created the Nephilim after the angels and the human women had sex?
God gives us the capacity to create, right? Well, I
Right,
guess
but you said your God is creating every human.
yeah, every human, that was his intent.
Yeah, but who's creating the Nephilim?
That
We
was
understand they had sex. Who created the Nephilim? Who
that was
gave it
not
life?
that was not God's
Who
creation.
was it?
That was the sons of man creation.
The
Sons of
sons of
God.
men had sex. They had sex with human women.
Right.
So then something had to have given it life if you believe your God gives life even after your mommy and daddy have sex.
Okay. My point is that God's intent was to create human beings. His intent was not to create the Nephilim.
I get it, but I'm asking who gave the Nephilim life? If sex isn't what actually creates the baby, right? Then when the Nephilim had sex with human women, who created the Nephilim babies?
That's a good point. I mean, but like my intent to say is that God created human beings. His intent was to create human beings. His intent was not to create the Nephilim
I get
baby.
that. I hear you saying that. And I say, okay, but who created the Nephilim babies?
Oh, I don't have that answer. How about that?
So there's something else that can give life outside of your God?
Well, we can give life. I mean, God gives us the capability to do so.
No, you just said your God created you even though your mom and dad had sex.
They
That would
created
be your God given life.
created human beings, and
Are
He
you
gave
not
us
a human being, Pretty
right,
Ricky?
and He gave us the capability to create.
So did your God create you or did your mom and dad create you?
Well, I think it's a marriage of both. I mean, that's just my philosophy.
So if it's a marriage of both, like as I've been saying, you said, then it would be a marriage of both for the angels and the human women creating the baby. There's something outside of those two that would have to give the baby life. If there's something outside of you, that would have to something outside of your mom and dad that gave you life.
All right. Well, if you want the straightforward answer, I guess just because I want to entertain your point, I would have to say that yes, then there is something else outside of God that can produce life because He gave us that capability to do so, right? So humans can create, and at that point, the sons of God created. Okay, so He gave us like a capability to create. Okay, so I mean, it's even clear in Scripture where it says, "Hey, I mean, Jesus even says that you're not the son of God, you're the son of your father, the devil." I believe maybe Peter or Paul said that.
So the
So,
devil has the ability to give life.
well, I mean, I think that's pretty logically sound. We have the
I'm
capability
just
to give life.
asking, like,
Yeah,
I'm just asking. So the devil can create life just like your God can.
not in the sense of out of nothing, right? Because there's different types of creation. I mean, going back to the Hebrew, I think bara, like the devil cannot create something out of nothing. He can create because we all have the ability to create. You can take wood right now and make a chair if you want to, but we all have the capability to create. But making something out of nothing is only reserved to God.
So who created the other gods that your God gave the other humans to? Who created those gods?
Which gods are you talking about?
The shade, the demons, like the
God
ones your
created.
God called
God created.
God. Your God created other gods.
Well, I mean, if you want to call them gods, but yes, other
Your
spiritual
God
beings.
calls them gods. He calls them shitty gods on top of that, but he calls them gods. And then he's at the Council of El. He does. He calls them shitty gods in Ezekiel 18. But so he's at the Council of El, and he's talking to the other gods. In
Yeah.
Deuteronomy 32, 8 and 9, El Elyon gives the other gods, the other humans who are non-Israelites, and he gives the Israelites to Yahweh as an inheritance. So someone created these other gods. And so would it be your God that created these other gods, or would it have been the devil? Since they
God,
were considered, well, why did he create them and then call them shitty gods?
that's a good question too. I mean, listen, every and this is my thing, right? And this is the same thing that I'll tell everybody. If I have faith in God, I have to believe that everything that God does is by His own accord, His own authority, and He can do whatever He wants because He is Creator God, right? He's God Almighty, He's God all just, He's God all good. He decides what He wants to do. I have no say in that. And the problem with us as human beings, like maybe me at some point, you yourself, is that we want to try to control what God does when that's not how it
Have
works.
you ever seen a God, Pretty Ricky?
I mean,
Have you ever have you ever seen a God?
if you want to talk about my personal experience with God, I
Pretty
have.
Ricky, Pretty Ricky. I'm not. Just yes or no. Have you ever seen a God here on earth?
Yes, yes, I have.
You've seen a God walk around on earth.
Walk around on earth physically,
Yes,
no, but
yes.
spiritually, I have.
Because you're telling me that I have to just accept what your God does on this earth. I haven't
Yeah.
seen a God on this earth. Have you?
Not in the physical lens, but in the
No,
spiritual.
exactly. But we live in the physical. We don't live in the
You're right.
spiritual realm.
That's
So
fine. In the
hold on,
physical, what I
hold
have.
on, Pretty Ricky. Have you heard a God talk to anybody here in the physical realm in an audible voice and say, "Do this, do that"?
I have not, but there's others I have.
But you have not.
I have not.
Okay, neither have I.
Okay.
So when someone comes to me and say, God said to go into this nation and kill these people, you damn sure I'm going to question it. And Forrest said that you are an attorney, and I think you said you're an attorney as well. I don't know what type of attorney you are, but if a mother came before you as a client and she's charged with killing her son who she thought had a demon because God told her to exorcise the demon out of her child, are you just going to say she's justified because God told her to do it, or are you going to ask questions?
You always have to ask questions,
You have to ask
which is
questions
fine.
because you've not seen a God in the physical realm walk and do anything outside of a human. You've not seen or heard a God say or write anything outside of a physical human. Is that right?
Can you repeat that last part?
You've not seen or heard a God write or say anything outside of a physical human here in the physical world, correct?
What do you mean by right? Like,
Like you haven't seen a God write a scripture or a text.
no, I mean, scripture was written by man.
Right, right. So you've not seen a God do anything here in the physical world outside of a human.
No.
No. So because we only see humans act as this vessel for this God, act as this mouthpiece for this God, I don't know about you, Pretty Ricky, but I'm going to ask 1,001 questions.
But that's fine. That's what we're here for. I mean, it's
No,
not. It's
you
not like.
said you started to admonish us, right? This is the problem with humans. They think they can question God. They think they
Oh,
can ask.
that's not the
You
tone
did
that I
say
said.
that, Pretty Ricky. You did say that.
But that's not the
You
tone.
did say that.
The tone was not
It
that at
doesn't matter
all.
what the tone. It doesn't matter what tone you said it in, right?
I think it
It's what
does.
you said. It doesn't.
I think
It's
it
what
does.
you said, and you started to admonish the questions that I was asking, right? Because I was asking those questions, and you said this is the problem with humans. They think that they can question God. He is sovereign and he can do what he want to do. You
Yeah.
remember saying that, right?
Okay, so and at the end of the day, and this is, and I think I told Forrest this, I want to know you guys, because everybody wants to deconstruct Christianity. What is your worldview? What is your worldview?
No, we're not gonna.
What?
No, we're not
Okay.
getting ready to pivot.
See, you see, this is why I don't like having these conversations, because
Then you
if
don't
we're
have
going
to
to
be
talk
here.
about, no,
You
no,
don't have to be
but
here.
I'm saying if we're going to
You
have this
you you can go ahead and
conversation,
go to your mediation if you like.
that's fine. I
Okay.
want to know how we got here and why you don't believe in God.
No,
How we
that's none
got
of
here.
your business.
Okay.
Yeah, who do you think you are?
Oh,
I
see,
don't
now
owe
you.
you that. I don't owe you that. If you don't want to continue the conversation, you can get off the live and go on to your mediation. I don't owe you that.
Oh man, but this is the thing. If we're gonna talk about my God, right? We always have to start from in the beginning, right? What happened in the beginning? Who
I
created
think
it?
we were talking about that. You brought us all the way here.
No, no. I think actually,
We were talking about that. I was asking you about spiritual death. I was asking you about the sins that they could have possibly committed, because the book says that there is no sin where there is no law, and sin is transgression against the law. Like we were talking about in the beginning, right? And then you started talking about the Nephilim and all of that, right? That doesn't. I don't. That
I
does
did say
not
I don't
then
want to get.
equate
Hey,
to. That does not
No,
then
I did
equate
say I
to
didn't want to get into
that. You
that
don't
though.
talk while I'm talking, okay? Like that doesn't then equate to thinker made too much sense. So now I need to question thinker about her worldview. Like I don't owe you that.
So
If you don't want to continue the conversation, then you don't have to stay.
I did say, just to be frank, right, that I did not want to get into nothing in conversation, right? But I do want to start from in the beginning. What happened in the beginning?
But we already started. We already in the beginning, y'all. I don't drop guests anymore. Remember that. I don't the chase. We haven't done the chasing the dream in a long time.
it's true.
I know everybody in the comments thinks this is a dog walk, but
I'm
so
sorry. What did you say?
no, I know everybody in the comments thinks this is a dog walk, but let's start from in the beginning. If we're
No,
gonna break
like
down,
we were
if
in the
we're gonna break
beginning.
down,
I don't know.
okay.
I don't owe you my life story. I don't know. I don't owe you that. And you don't run my stage. This is not your law office. I'm not your client, and you are not my lawyer.
But
You are
you're the
here to
god.
have a
You're the
conversation.
god
Nope.
of
Nope.
the hosting.
Nope. Again, the only thing you control is yourself. And the only thing you control is whether you stay in this conversation or not. You understand that?
Why can't we start from the beginning?
Because you don't run this stage.
So they're saying it's a dog walk, yet you guys are afraid
I
of
can't.
start.
I ain't got nothing to
So
do with whatever you're feeling that they're saying about you.
I get it.
I'm not here to stroke your ego. I don't. I don't
It's not
have
about
nothing to
ego
do with
though.
how you're feeling right now about that.
Why
You
do
got to
you
deal
guys
with that
want
on
to
your
run
own. You got to
in the
deal with that
beginning?
on your own. I don't have nothing to do with that.
So you don't want to start from in the beginning.
Nope.
bro,
I
I
do
don't know how
not.
many
We
times she
are
has to
in the
say
middle
that
of a
shit to you.
conversation.
That sounds like a scary cat to me. But okay.
Okay, whatever you want to say.
You're running from the actual conversation actively. That's hilarious.
What conversation though? Ever? I'm trying to redirect this back to the beginning.
No, what you want to do is you want to examine something other than your own belief, but that is not the point of the conversation.
So we can examine your belief, but my belief is on stage.
You came up here to
You can
participate
create
in
a
the
live where you can
conversation.
examine other people's beliefs, but until you do,
In order to prove my belief to you guys, I like to start from in the
You don't
beginning.
have to be here. You don't have to be here. You make the decision what you want to do. I got other people in the guest box. I can move on
All
to
right.
another conversation.
Well, I think logically speaking, just to say this, and the reason why I believe in a God at all.
I didn't ask why you believe in a God. I don't care why you believe in a God. I did not ask you that.
Well,
I did not ask you that.
I have
I
to
don't care.
explain Christianity and why I believe that's the true
I
religion.
do
We
not
have
care
to
why you
start
believe
there
in a
first.
God. I don't care.
fucking
I
weirdo,
think the
man.
logic kicked his ass and he lost his fucking mind. Forrest, I apologize if that was your friend. Well, don't apologize, but I don't know. What's the nice thing to say there?
Sucks to suck.
It sucks to sucks, but I still like you, Forrest. I don't. I still like you. Let's see. KJ. KJ, are you there? Okay. All right. Terrell.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, brother.
Thank you,
Man,
Hannah.
Hope you handle.
uh, I am great.
How old
Um,
are you, Terrell?
I am 56.
Okay. And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm not an atheist. I'm not a believer.
I need to know what
Um,
you are. Like, I only talk to three types of people.
well, if you look,
There are, I'm
I'm
sorry,
more
Terrell.
atheist. I'm more
Okay.
atheist than anything. Um,
More of an atheist?
yeah.
Okay.
Only
Did you
only
come?
reason why I'm only re, let me I don't mean to interrupt you, but only reason why I'm saying that because some things I have recently experienced, you know,
I don't
and my
know. Like,
view on Christianity, how we got here, is a little totally different, you know, because I believe just like the conversation you just had, I believe I'm a God. I know I'm a God.
oh, that's okay. Like, you believe in yourself and you just call yourself a
Yeah,
god.
yeah.
Okay, that's fine. But
Uh,
so when you come on stage, though, I don't want to talk about you as a god. Like, this conversation is about the God of the Bible. And so I only talk uh to atheists about like the topic that we have on the board. Do you want to talk about that topic, or
well, yes, because when you talk about Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to
Mhm.
humanity,
Yeah,
I
what are your thoughts on that?
oh, I believe it, especially to black people, because I think if it wasn't for Jesus, we would be all over these white folks here. That's the way I feel about it because
I'm sorry,
it
say that
just
again. If it wasn't for Jesus, what?
if if it wasn't for Jesus, for the black culture, I think we will be more aggressive to the white man or
Why?
any race.
Like,
Be, only because
what?
the only because when black people are not aggressive towards their oppressors because they think about Jesus, don't do
What
this
aggressive in what way?
any kind of way. If it's mentally, physical, whatever, because
Mentally aggressive.
your huh?
Like, are you saying that black people should be mean to white people?
No, what I'm saying to you, if it wasn't for Jesus, the character Jesus,
Hmm.
right, and how we view or what's going on in society now about Christianity and all that, is that they think about Jesus and they think about God not being harmed to eat, to be aggressive towards people or um slavery, whatever. Maybe I'm saying it wrong, but I think that because of we go back to Jesus, pray and forgive your sinners or forgive forgiveness all the time.
So you're saying, so you're saying that we would stand up for ourselves against any oppressor, not just white people.
Exactly.
Okay, and women would stand up to men who are misogynist, misogynistic, and patriarchal towards them.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree that I think that if it wasn't for Jesus, black people would speak up more, wouldn't turn the other cheek. Black women wouldn't feel like, their role and is to be subjugated by their husbands, or men. Period. Right.
Yeah,
Um,
because
I think I think children would have the ability to critically think, and they wouldn't be shut down by their parents anytime they ask questions, or you know ask want to learn more about a specific thing. I do agree that Jesus was a pacifist.
because they use it as like a crutch, like and a lot of us been taught like just forgive all the time, just forgive, and it's gonna Jesus gonna work it out. Nah, hear me?
I'm just waiting on
Oh,
something else. I'm just waiting on,
okay.
like, what are you saying that black people would do instead of forgiving?
I really can't say what they would do, but it would be the opposite of like how they do us. It would be like how they put their foot on our necks. You understand how society, all society and all different races have their necks put on the black man. It don't care if it's whites, uh, even Africans,
So
Mexicans.
you think black people should do the same thing that white people who have been oppressive have done to black people? You think that black people should turn around and do the same thing? Is what you're saying?
No, it's a little bit more complex than that now because um, we don't have, we don't have, we definitely don't have the finances. You know
What
that
is it that you're saying that you think black people should do?
it would have to be a to me it would have to be a collective, not only with blacks in America. It would have to start off in Africa first because only way the blacks going to get respect is Africa
Why do you
have
keep
to
calling
respect
us
them.
blacks like we're products?
I'm sorry. I mean, uh,
Black people?
black
Like, do
people.
you have you noticed that you haven't said the whites? That you say white people, but then when you talk about yourself, you say blacks. Have you noticed that?
No, I haven't noticed it. I haven't noticed it, but
Yeah,
only way the black man can be respected, it have to start off in Africa first. And once Africa
by doing
is
what?
respected, just by coming together as one nation and not,
Africa's a continent. How could they come together as one nation?
Yeah, I
well,
was
that's
about to
what
say.
they're working on now.
But they're not though. Like
Yeah, they
the fact that Africa is a continent and most people talk about it as though it's a country that has one belief system and one ideology. It's just a huge misrepresentation of what the continent is. I mean, it's homogeneity is not the solution. Everybody doesn't have to think the same way in order to coexist. And I think it's the religious ideology that forces people into that mindset. I don't have to think like you in order to not hurt you. You don't have to believe like me in order for you to not suppress my freedoms. That's antiquated thinking.
but do you also believe that that Africa is not respected
Who?
by any country, any other nation?
What nation's opinion do you consider relevant enough for that to matter?
Let me just put it one. America, Russia, China. You think they respect Africa?
Do you respect those countries?
Do I respect them?
Hmm.
No.
Respect to what
Oh,
end, though?
But no,
Oh, I'm
no.
sorry, Oso.
no,
Like
Okay,
you
if
good. I
ultimately,
mean, like it makes no sense.
yeah, because if ultimately
well,
what you're saying is participating in capitalism and continuing to, rob the continent of all its resources, then what are you calling respect?
what I'm basically saying is that if when Africa get respected by other nations and other groups of people as a as blacks as a whole,
Wow.
Black
it
people,
Blacks?
black people.
black lives, black people, period.
Black people. You are a person. You are a human.
Uh, Look, what I'm saying to you, blacks will be respected all over the world once.
I don't know. Black what? Black crayons?
You can't even say black power.
Like you can't even say black people. That's insane.
I just said black people.
You just said blacks again.
I said
Like
black people. I corrected myself after you said it the last time. Black
And
people
that's
then
the
will be
last
immediately
time.
respected.
followed
But
it
you
up
know that
with
you have been saying blacks for the last 3 times?
Okay. If I made a mistake, I'm sorry, but you know what I'm trying to say.
I
You
don't,
know.
because if you just
Okay.
say blacks,
Black
black could
people
be
will
anything.
black people will be respected once Africa is respected. So
But
we'll be respect.
let me ask you a
I
question.
I
Do
know
you
that
respect
doesn't sound,
Africa?
huh?
Do you respect Africa?
Yes, I do.
So do you live on the continent?
I live in the United States, but I travel to Ghana all the time
And
in West Africa.
what do you do in Ghana to garner this respect for from other nations for Africa?
Hold on. This phone got an echo. You echoing. Now say that again.
What are you doing in Ghana to garner this respect from other nations for Africa?
Okay. Your phone is it has
Yeah,
an
it
echo.
happens, bro.
Okay, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. I
it's
couldn't understand
TikTok.
what she said.
It's not my phone. TikTok has a glitch.
Okay, now say that again.
Well, when you travel back and forth to Ghana, what are you doing actively for Ghana to garner this respect from other nations for Ghana?
At this moment, I'm not doing anything. But I'm not doing anything.
When you what do you do when you go to Ghana?
I
Are you
have
going on
family. I have
vacation or
a vacation. I have family there. Family and friends live there.
so? Right now, with everything that's going on in Ghana, there's no active, like when you say black people need to do XYZ, once Africa becomes a better continent, then you who live in America can then be respected.
Yes, because a black man will be respected everywhere.
Why do you think that you deserve respect for what the African men do, the African men do on the continent? Why do you think that that should come back to you and you're just going to Ghana for vacation? Why
But
should they work so that you can have respect?
well, what I'm saying, I think every black people across every continent will be respected, no
Why
matter.
should they work for you to be respected?
Say, say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Why should the men on the continent work, right, for you to be respected here in America?
That's a good question, but I'm just looking at it all in the big picture of how we look at as how we look at as black people, period, in America. It doesn't
And
matter.
that's Africa's fault? That's the men on the continent's fault that you're not respected in America? And on this continent, it's their fault that you aren't respected on this continent.
I got to think about that for a second. But yeah, I, my way of thinking might not conclude with everybody else's, but my thing is like, as far as black people, once Africa get respected, it would go to every black person living in America, Africans here, whatever. Uh, Everybody have a sense of respect for the black man, the black
Give me
woman.
just a sec. Go on mute for a second. Is there a nerd on the continent in the chat? Like, can you just raise your hand right quick?
Somebody.
A male nerd on the continent in the chat. Forrest, you're on the continent. It's Fran. Yeah, a woman can do it. Special K, you on the continent? I didn't know that.
She's
It's
looking for
Fran. Are you?
somebody on the continent of Africa, not just a
Yeah, the
random.
continent of Africa, not North, not North America. On the continent of Africa. Oh, okay. No, living in Africa. Is there a nerd here that lives in Africa? Or y'all sleep? I think they might be. What time is it over there? They
It
might be
could be.
sleep. Okay, damn. Ducky said I've seen it on the map before. This would have been a perfect time to get them up, but they probably are asleep.
Heretics
Um,
in Korea, but
yeah, Heretic, but Heretic's from South Africa. Heretic, can you come up? It's afternoon in Africa.
Hey,
Hey, how are you?
suffering.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. What are your thoughts on? And just to let everybody know, Heretic is originally from South Africa. Uh, what are your thoughts on hearing that men in America, black men in America, are waiting on black men in Africa to get respect before they are respected? What are your thoughts on that? And do you feel like it's y'all's
What?
fault or
How? That makes no sense to me. Wait, say that again.
so? I don't
Yeah.
think he's trying to say. I don't think
Well, let me
he's
let me
not.
make the statement.
Yeah,
This is what
yeah.
I
Go ahead
said.
and explain it because I might be trying to.
Okay,
I might sound
this is
like I'm
what I
sowing seeds
said,
of discord, and I'm
and
not
I'm
trying
not no
to.
disrespect. So what I said was until Africa get respect from all other nations and stuff across the board, that for black people, period, will be respected. But it have to happen in the homeland of Africa first.
But also
I don't think I'm wrong about that.
but also the the issue that I have with that and why I asked this question is that you actively travel back and forth to Ghana, but you have stated that you're not actively doing anything to increase this level of respect on the continent, so that you can then benefit from it here in America. So to travel back and forth to Ghana for vacation, then come in America and live, and then say it's the men on the continent that need to come together and put some respect on Africa's name so that I can be respected in America, that just don't sound right to me.
No, well, what I'm saying for black people, period. I don't care if you're in America, Canada, wherever black people is, it doesn't matter. But
What do you mean it doesn't matter? You said Africa needs to come together so that black people here can have respect. That's what you said,
black people
correct?
or Africans abroad, everywhere. Yes,
Okay.
While you're not participating or contributing to that respect of Africa, but you will benefit
I'm not,
from it.
what I'm saying is that I'm not in a place of power over in Africa to do so.
But
You go
can
ahead.
I say something? Um,
Yes, go ahead.
but what? How does that translate? If the man in Africa, if the black man in Africa gains respect from the world, how does that automatically translate to the black man in America getting the same respect? Is respect transferable between continents like that?
Don't uh, I'm I'm quite sure. Don't the white man have respect in other countries, from America to other countries?
I think this is just an
No,
oversimplification of so
no.
many.
I'm just
Hey,
asking you a
Terrell,
question. Yes,
Yeah, because
calm your old ass down.
also the respect isn't monolithic. And I mean, you haven't even spoken on what type of respect you're talking about. Is it political, cultural, economic, personal? Like this is just just a
cultural,
gross.
economically, everything as the board on the board.
Let her finish, and then you can respond to her. Okay.
Yeah, and how do you measure that? Like you have people, melanated people across the globe are disrespected on so many levels. You cannot put all that responsibility on the continent of Africa, and that assumes that even respect from country to country in Africa looks the same. It doesn't. Like I just think this is an I keep saying an oversimplification of a very very complex issue because you're completely ignoring the systems that are in place, the geopolitical systems that are at play here that create the dynamic that we're we're faced with. You're speaking about it as though, oh, the entire continent of Africa is disrespected. Therefore, all of the issues that we see systemically across the globe with people, with melanated people of varying descents, and varying cultures and ethnicities. It's just, it has nothing to do. I don't see the correlation. You first have to start with defining respect. You then have to tell me what type of respect you're talking about, what that would even look like, and how that ties to the issues that we see systemically across the globe. I just think that it doesn't really point to the issue, or it doesn't resolve the issue. It's just a very, very broad statement, and it speaks about the continent as though it's a monolith, or even Black people's experience across the globe is a monolith, and that's just not the case.
Yeah, and it feels to me very dismissive of the lived experiences of Black people on the continent. An experience that I know nothing about, an experience that you know nothing about, but to put that much pressure, right, and responsibility on their shoulders, and then say once they get it together, then it should trickle back here, and then I can move up in status, or I can walk with my head held high. Like, to be honest, the position that you've been in, right? A lot of people on the continent would look at you and say, the position that you've been in, you should have been made a move to do what it is that you say in Africa needs to do. Like, you should have been made a move to help Africa do these things.
And then I also think, like, the gauge that's being used. Are you using Western ideology? Are you using like Western government and media or global economy to determine what respect would look like? I just think it's so many layers to this, and it kind of just shifts the responsibility there.
Nobody on this thing don't see how they go in and take Africa resources. Y'all don't see an issue with
We
none of
didn't
those.
say that. We
No,
didn't
no.
say that.
Well,
Africa needs
so
to get better for Africa.
that and
You are
that.
making Africa's healing about you.
No, no, I'm not.
What did you say? You are making Africa's healing about your respect, about the Black man in America getting respect. No, we didn't say we don't see the depletion of Africa's resources. We didn't say that we don't see how 23 out of 28 countries in Africa uh, are the highest in poverty. But you are making their healing about your respect.
I mean, it completely ignores the requirement of local agency. It almost, change starts locally. There's not jack shit I can change about my county, about my city, about my state, or the impact of, or the realities of me living here if I don't address the issues here. Nobody's saying that what has happened to the continent of Africa is right. Nobody's saying that at all. But I think, going back to what I keep saying, this is a huge, gross oversimplification of a very, very complex issue. And I think by making that statement, it also just kind of allows people here to just sit back. Well, until they fix it in Africa, ain't sure gonna change here. Like, that's a complacency that I believe has perpetuated the very situation that you think needs to be fixed.
I still don't
And
understand how you're appealing to. Oh, go ahead.
no, I just want to underscore and or question, how does that respect look like for you? How would you give the African man that respect, or the continent that respect? Where will you get it from? Who will you take it from? What does it look like, Tyrell?
Um, I'm listening to y'all. All got good views on about it. I can't really answer that question for you at this time.
Well, how do you reconcile the civil rights movements of the 60s? That didn't hinge on a single African nation. So, and the things that were going on the continent in the 60s are the same things that are going on the continent now. I think that there's a I usually tell people they need to zoom out, but in this case, I think we need to zoom in and really look at what's going on locally. And I think Heretic's question was exactly, what I was saying earlier. Like, what does respect mean? On what level are you referring to when you say until they get respect? That's a very broad statement.
Correct. It is a very broad statement, but and I can say on really on every uh
And it's okay if it's something that you've not thought about, right? And it could be that you thought that this was the thing to do, right? And it's okay if it's something that you need to think more on. There's a lot of times we don't think that what we how we view things
right.
is being dismissive of another person's lived experience.
And I think that's why these conversations are so important because I don't have access to anybody else's mind except my own. And the things that I think are completely filtered through my lived experience. But I can get benefit and I can get understanding and I can get a perspective from every single person that I engage with. So I think by bringing up these ideas or these thoughts, just like you did this morning, it's the way we grow. It's the way we push ourselves internally to challenge our own thought processes, to ensure that we're not creating this myopic echo chamber for ourselves and forcing ourselves to zoom out or sometimes zoom in if we need to make sure that we're looking at things very holistically. And it's
Mhm.
not to, it's not to say, oh, Terrell, you're wrong. You shouldn't think that. No, like think about this. Add this to the narrative that you're creating or to the solution that you've come up with, and make it a little bit more robust, so that all of the factors are being included in the thing that you've identified as a problem.
Correct. Yeah, like I say, that we come on here. Like I say, I appreciate y'all letting me in, but you know, we just all have a different opinions and stuff like that. And you know, maybe I don't have all the answers to what I believe at this time, and maybe just speaking a little ahead of myself. I can admit, but I still stick on by what I said.
Yeah, I don't understand why you want to appeal to the respect of people that you don't respect yourself. That makes any sense to me.
I was
But
I
about
don't
to say.
respect. I don't respect myself.
it's not what I said.
Why would you think I don't respect myself?
That's not what I said.
Well, I didn't understand what you said. So, hey, we don't have to
You're
get all loud.
appealing to the respect of people you yourself don't respect. It makes no sense.
Okay. Brother, I'm not. I never will raise my voice at you. You're not my kid or whatever. I
Oh,
would
you
like the
soft
same
as
respect.
baby shit, bro. Move on.
Can I ask Terrell a question?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Did you say that you went to Ghana or you go there
Yes,
often?
I go there
So
often.
right. So do you ever have conversations with people there, the native Ghanaians, about respect and how they would like to be respected?
Well, yes, because I speak to one we good real good friends, and we speak, and it's most to be about the open borders. Talk about like different open borders where I can fly into Ghana and go different places within the within Africa. I got more freedom than they got. With things like that, you know, like they don't have the freedom. They live on the continent, but I got more freedom to travel within the whole continent more than they do.
And why do you think that is?
Um, I think that comes with um, um, the colonialism.
You mean colonization?
Yeah,
Right. So are you
yeah.
going to dismantle colonization to get respect for Africa?
No, what I'm saying to you, you asked me a question about when I talked to someone, and I give you that's what we talked about. They expressed that to me. So about they can go to different other
Right, right.
continents.
So these are people that know you're from United States of America.
Correct.
Do you have heritage in Ghana, from the continent? Obviously, Ghana, I
My,
would assume.
yes.
Right. And so you spoke to just a couple of people, probably not the entire
Yeah,
country.
not the entire, but I know that's and I know that's something that in West Africa that they working on, you know,
Right.
where they can have open borders to have open borders.
So would that then apply to every other country in Africa on that massive continent?
Um, I don't think everyone now I think it's a few of them that's trying to get the open borders. I know in West Africa mainly. So I don't know about the other continents like East Africa,
Sorry,
South
I should have.
Africa.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I should have been clearer. Does that mean that your sentiment of what these few people in Ghana now, what the conversation that you've had about respect and that kind of stuff, does that then automatically apply to every other country in on the continent?
Um, no, I don't think so.
Right. So when you begin to ask questions that are more specific, like Fee said, that zoom in, you start to understand that respect looks different for every different country, and within that country, respect looks different in between every different tradition and groups of people.
Correct.
So how will you translate that to saying respect in Africa would be better for would help respect for the black man in America, when I live in South Korea and I have friends from the continent and friends from the United States, and I can guarantee you the black man, the black person from the United States gets respected more here than the black person from the continent.
Hmm, interesting. Yeah, I
Do
have
you
no
think
answer.
is it possible that if the black community got their shit together here, that we could possibly then help to build and support Africa's efforts instead of
Yes,
the
and
other way
there,
around?
yes, I believe that. I think it can be a joint and working together. It might take years. When I see when it could be 40, 50 years that my grandkids might have, it might be a different look for them because how Africa is changing globally and economically right now. So, so, and
I
as
think
the future,
to the person in the comments that's getting on my fucking nerves. First off, let me say you don't have the right to tell me when to move on. You don't pay me. I don't work for you. You are here for free. Second, asking how would that work for black people to support the efforts on the continent? Spend your money with Africa. There are African designers who make some nice ass clothes.
yes, they do.
Shop with Africa. Shop with black
Mm-hmm.
businesses. The
Mm-hmm.
fuck you mean how would that work? Heritage, do you have any other questions for him?
No, I don't. I'm sorry. I was confused by that statement because I did initially understand what you meant, but I was very thrown aback by what that actually means. So, yeah. Do you want me to drop?
Yeah. I'm getting ready to end with him. Thank you so much for coming up, Terrell. Thank you
Uh,
for coming up.
thank
Um,
you.
yeah, I appreciate you for even having this discussion with us. It is something that we need to continue to talk about. Um, there are things that we could do here to help the efforts. There are a lot of people on this app talking about, um, the issues with Congo and Sudan. There is
Hmm.
a nonprofit that one of our co-hosts works for called Mutual Aim. They're building a transitional village in Chad to house refugees that come into Congo, into Chad. While Chad is one of the poorest um, nations, they take the most refugees, regardless. And so they're raising money to build transitional housing and schools and sending food over there on a daily. And we've raised money for them a couple of times. Like there are a lot of things that we can do to funnel, money back to Africa to raise awareness for things that are going on in Africa. And as Heretic has pointed out, you have a lot more ability to move about than your family members in Ghana.
That's pretty Ricky being a dumbass in the comments again.
He's still in his feelings because he's a lawyer, and I guess he didn't do his lawyer thing. Did you see this comment that said yes, lawyers can be dumb? Who called him dumb? I don't. I did nobody. Who called him dumb? Nobody called him dumb. But
Thought it
he's like
heavily, but
spazzing out, huh?
I thought it heavily, but I ain't say it out loud.
I don't think he's dumb. I just think he believes in Jesus.
I think he's dumb.
I don't know why he's spazzing out, but I hope that you stick around and continue to listen. There's a lot of people on the continent in here. One of the things is sometimes they can't really come out and say, "Hey, I'm a part of this community," because if I say I don't believe, that threatens my life,
Mm.
right? So the more that we are even able to raise awareness about that, it makes life on the continent, you know, it a little bit safer as we try to change the ideologies. But yeah, thank you for coming up and participating in the conversation.
And I want to say something to what's that? Els, what's the name? Elso?
You can just call me daddy.
No.
Also,
Um, and Elso, I'm an electrician by trade, and I've been an electrician for 35 years. And
Shocking.
what I do in my black community is I do teach young entrepreneurs to get into that field. I have a workshop that we do 3 times a week. That's what
Amazing.
I do for my community here in Las Vegas.
Cool. I
So,
used to live in Kentucky. Never heard of you, Terrell.
Terrell don't pay Oso ass no mind. We love him.
Kentucky is
Uh,
Henderson. He would know that if he out there in Vegas.
you
I
said,
know Henderson, Las Vegas.
Yeah, that's Kentucky. You've never heard of that?
Ain't Henderson, it's called Henderson, but I'm not going to fight battle. I
Okay.
was born and
You
raised
don't
in the
sound too
state.
local to me. Go off. I'm just gonna be over here not justifying my belief in black people based on the perception they have of from white people, like while claiming that I don't care about them. Like, but you go off, man. Have fun with that.
Oso don't like nobody. Y'all done?
Yes, I'm
I'm
done.
done,
I'm
but
done.
I'm
He
done,
could
but I
have been
want.
left. He decided to try. He
I'm like,
decided to try me. I don't
hold
know.
on.
Like, he could have been left.
Okay, we're gonna move on. Have a good day, okay? Terrell,
Okay.
have a good day. Thank you,
Thank
Harry.
you. Do you mind if I say a quick thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, I had a dream that you were shouting at me. Um, I
Never
was.
that.
I know, but like, I was in the kitchen and you were yelling at me, "I'm on live! Get out the kitchen!" I don't know why, but that was, yeah, that was kind of weird. It scared me. And then, quick thing, do you mind if I ask Fee a question?
No, go ahead.
Fee, if you can, if you're listening, how far have you read *Sapiens*?
I am about, so I got like 7 different books that I'm going through here. So it's been about probably a month since I was in that one, maybe halfway.
All right, all right. So there's a part where the author explains how let's take wheat. Wheat has domesticated humans, where wheat no longer has to try to evolve. It's just there. People just grow wheat. It doesn't have to worry about pests or blight or any kind of mold or whatever. So wheat is probably one of the most successful, I would say, organisms where uh, it has the least effort to just live. And for me, that kind of reminds me of the God, because the God, like, given it's like true, it's real, the God's there, it has done the least work, and people do all the work to keep it alive. It doesn't show up, it doesn't do anything. It wrote a book. No, wait, the God didn't write a book. It outsourced that, and other people wrote letters that they turned into a book or whatever. So I think the God is the most successful grifter that we've ever had.
Oh, absolutely. I don't remember. I vaguely remember the wheat reference, but it's been a minute. But I think that's a really good analogy because it kind of like morphs with the people. It evolves as the people evolve, and those changes that happen in society, somehow the God keeps up with it. Yet people don't necessarily look at that for what it actually is. They look at it as, I guess indication of its divinity or something like that. But yeah, I think that's a perfect representation of what this is, or how this idea has impacted humanity for sure.
Speaking of grifters, uh, to the Christian, don't spend your money on a super chat to send a message to promote Jesus. I will not read it. I am sorry that you spent $20 to type out that long message. I'm not reading it. I will not promote something I don't agree with. So do not spend your money on that. I am not like your God. I don't care what the fat portions are. But I will read the grain offerings. Marduk said for $4.99. Thanker, I had sleep paralysis recently and I was able to think to be like Thinker. Tell these sleep paralysis demons to fuck off. Hell yes.
I love
Nice.
it.
Hell yes, Marduk. Don't spend $20 to promote Jesus on this channel. I won't do it.
I'm gonna send you another one I started reading Heretic recently. You'll probably like this one too. But I do have to get back on Sapiens.
What's the other book you want to read? That you want?
Let me get the name of it. Hold on one second.
Okay. And Thinker, I know you hear this all the time, but thank you for being a safe space to those who need it, and a threat to those who deserve it.
Thank you, Heretic. I
Yeah.
appreciate you.
I've been wanting to come up a long time, but like, I don't always have anything specifically to add in terms of research, and I don't want to just come up just to be here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll wait for Fee and then I'll drop down.
It's Joseph McCabe, The Psychology of Religion.
The Psychology of Religion, Joseph McCabe. All right.
Yeah,
Thank you so
fascinating.
much. I'm just like you. I have 5 books in rotation right now, so yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Fee. Thank you, Thinker, and thank you everyone for always being edifying. So have a good day.
You're
Bye,
welcome, Heretic.
Heretic.
Have a good one.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Thinker, the guy that was just up, I missed him at the beginning. Was he a believer?
Mm-mm. Well, he said he recently had an experience, so I think no, he's not a believer. He believes in himself as God, as a God, like he just believes in himself. You know how some people, find their confidence and they're like, oh, I'm the God, not, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I mean,
Yeah.
that's an interesting mindset. Like there's somebody in the comments responding to Pretty Ricky saying they've never heard somebody talk about something that they don't like this much. But I'm not sure you guys are accustomed to actually chewing on ideas. You're accustomed to being told what to think about a thing. So it's not talking about things that we don't like this much. It's about discussing the impact of religious ideology on people who are not religious. And the fact that y'all don't get that is kind of weird to me.
That just went over his head probably. But it's like all of the different conversations about slavery and the people who didn't like slavery that had those conversations. Can you imagine the Christians saying, I can't imagine people who don't like slavery talking about slavery all the time.
Mm,
Can you, can you imagine
mm-hmm.
that?
That part, and that's the piece they don't get. Like, you see a system that is damaging and you talk about the damages of that system, yet they don't realize that that's what you're doing, and they don't see those correlations at all.
Oh, was it Pretty Ricky who said it? Is that why he said that? Was it when
No,
you responded to? Oh,
no,
okay.
it
She
was
wasn't even
somebody
talking to
that's
you.
yeah, it was somebody that said it to him. I wasn't even talking to him.
Man, it's so crazy. Like you can imagine when somebody named themselves Pretty Wiki. Not Pretty Wiki, Pretty Ricky. When somebody names themselves Pretty Ricky, they think the world revolves around them. I was trying to say the world, and then the W from world went to Ricky. Dankberg Gang with the $4.99 super chat says sending money for nothing in return. Very Christian.
Did you say very Christian?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Well,
Be righteous.
how you
How are
doing?
you? Good. How
I'm
are
doing
you?
well. How about you? Yeah, I'm doing
I'm
well.
doing good.
No,
How old are
I
you?
just,
How old are you, please?
I'm 59, a
59.
young,
All right.
a
And
young
are you a
59.
believer? Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I wouldn't say I'm a believer. I mean, I grew up in the church, but I mean, with all the information that I came across regarding the foundation of the whole religious aspect in my own self, self education, I don't. I'm not a. I don't. I can say I'm probably not a believer, to be honest with you. But what I can say
Are you
is,
deconstructing or are you an atheist? I need to know one of the three, please.
well, I wouldn't. Well, I don't put no title on me. To be
I
honest, I
need
don't
you
say
to.
I'm
I
an
need you to
atheist.
categorize yourself. I only talk to three types of people. I only talk to
Um,
current believers,
I am a
people who
non-believer.
are deconstructing, or atheists.
I'm a
Are
non-believer.
you an atheist, non-believer?
I don't. Do I do do I believe in God? I think there's a higher power, but not in the traditional sense of how people believe in God. So I can't say that. You know, I can
Are
probably
you
say I.
deconstructing from Christianity?
Well, I don't. I'm not even gonna say I'm deconstructing. Because that's a
God, I
whole.
tried to put you in a category. I got to take it down. You don't fit either of the categories that we have conversations with.
Well,
Okay,
well,
I was trying to fit you in one. um,
You sound like an old Chevy.
La took him down. I was trying to fit him into a category. He wouldn't put himself in one. And I understand you don't have to. You do not have to categorize yourself. You don't have to put yourself in a box. But I'm only talking to people who currently identify as a believer, who currently identify as someone deconstructing or thinking about it, or who currently identify as an atheist. If you're not one of those, I respect it, but you don't qualify for the conversation. That's just the boundaries of the live. Okay? Pretty Ricky, I'm not bringing you back up. If you are a nerd and you're in the guest request box, please remember that I need to see a comment from you. Let me know you're in there on purpose. If not, I'm not gonna bring you up. So please remember that. Junior Griffin,
Good morning.
good morning. How are you?
Doing very well yourself?
I'm doing good. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Thank you, Data King. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer.
And how old are you for TikTok purposes?
Is it okay if I just say that I'm older than the 25 plus
Yes.
that you? Okay.
Okay. And then do you subscribe to the original sin, fall of man, spiritual death concept?
I do.
All right. So the first thing that I would like to discuss with you is understanding what spiritual death is and what Adam and Eve lost once they spiritually died. Like, what was spiritual life? What did they lose when they spiritually died? When they spiritually died?
You asking me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So obviously personal, but in my belief, what they lost was the connection that they had with God in the sense that it was I guess it wasn't technically it wasn't written yet, but there were rules written, and a rule was broken, and so due to that, there was a separation that was created, as you would think of a disobedient child, for lack of better analogy.
So I understand spiritual death is a separation, right? There was one law that was don't eat from the tree. They broke that law, and then they were separated spiritually. What did they lose, though? What did they have when they were spiritually connected before they broke this law?
I would say it wasn't even a loss; it was more of a gain, right? In the Bible that I read, it says that their eyes were opened, right? What eyes? No, I've never done a deep study on that, but they gained the knowledge of both good and evil, assuming that all they knew was good. And so, not necessarily from your term loss, but gained. And I guess for an analogy purposes, you can gain knowledge of something, and it's like, oh man, now they know this, and I'm afraid that because they know this, it is more corrupt for them than it is good for them. You understand what I mean by that?
I understand what you mean by that, but it don't quite answer my question, because what I'm trying to figure out is when they're spiritually connected to this God, they gain this knowledge and then they disconnect from the God. What did they lose through this disconnection from the God? Or was
So
like
right.
they go from being spiritually alive to spiritually dead?
So in the sense that God is all good and nothing evil comes from Him, uh, from His character, from etc. In that sense, then when they were connected to Him spiritually, they were all they knew was good. All they did was good. So when they ate of the fruit, they gained knowledge of that which was evil or that which went against God's character and who He was or who He is. And in that sense, there was a separation created because of what I call sin.
I think you're
And
still
so,
telling me how they got separated and not necessarily what they lost by being separated.
relationship.
Okay, they lost
And
relationship. What does that mean? How did the relationship change in the garden versus out of the garden?
so their relationship in the garden, from the little bit that we get out of what they wrote, out of the few chapters that was written. So they were one with one another, but because
They were one
sin,
with God, with the God.
right, in relationship, right, not in sense of like I am, let's say I'm a brother, I'm a husband, not in that sense, one, like same person, one, but connected, one. I don't know if that makes sense or not. I'm
Yeah, I
trying to.
get that they were connected.
Right.
What I'm trying to figure out is what this connection allowed them to do or have as far as a relationship. Like you're saying, a relationship in the garden, the relationship allowed them to, I don't know, talk face to face with the God. Out of the garden, the relationship required prayer for communication. They could no longer talk face to face. In the garden, they uh, got their morality from the God directly. He shared his like good plans with them. Out of the garden, he no longer shared good plans with them. Good came from them. Good became subjective, and evil became subjective. Like, did you see? Do you see what I'm trying to understand? What the spiritual connection does?
I do. I'm trying to explain as logically as possible. And so it's a little difficult explaining faith logically. I will say it like that. Give me a second. Let me just trying to put it into words. So they had a spiritual relationship with a good God who character is all good. They disobeyed. They broke that relationship, broke that trust, whatever other terms, words you would like to kind of fill in there that are synonyms. And then from that, they now have to do things because it now requires choice in a sense to be reconnected, if you will. And
I still
with
don't
that choice, it's
understand what this
sacrifice.
relationship was like prior to the change. What was the relationship before? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Um,
Think of it like this. You know how when you have a AAA membership, you get so many toes like per year, you get, all of these benefits. When their AAA or their Triple God membership was expired or canceled, what did they lose? What did they have before that they no longer had after that spiritual death occurred? That's what we're trying to figure out.
so I still say relationship, but it's just the understanding that because of the new knowledge that they had, they would be able to use both thought processes of not only just doing good things, right? Um, and I'm only using the Bible as the only evidence for this, but they now knew that hey, I could do good or bad.
But they didn't have the
So,
knowledge of either before eating the fruit.
correct,
The
correct.
tree was of the knowledge of good and evil. They didn't
And
know
evil,
good
correct,
before they ate either.
right. But it was not
That's what I
necessarily
was trying to get, like trying to understand if he was saying that they got the good that directly from the God, like when they were spiritually connected, then the knowledge of the good you're saying only came from the God, right?
correct.
And then
So
when
I
they
know
ate from the tree, good became subjective. They started to decide what was good and what was evil. Is what you're saying.
right
But
because it's not
that
necessarily.
still
I'm sorry. Go
doesn't
ahead.
tell me about relationship.
Because if you're so from my understanding of God being good and the relationship that you have with him is based on a set of rules, laws, commands, however whatever term you decide to use there. But if it's based on that and then that is broken because the relationship is based on
But
a
you're
level.
saying relationship and you're not
Yeah,
defining the relationship. Do you and I have a relationship?
not necessarily.
How do you
not
know? How do you know you and I don't have a relationship?
that's what I say. Not necessarily. Not from the um, definition that I would use from relationship.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. How do you know? How would you be able to articulate or determine that you and I don't have a relationship? What's not taking place for you to say Thaker and JJ have a relationship?
So either they were birthed together, they're related by other family members, etc.
They were what?
Related. I'm just saying an
Wait,
example.
relation equals relationship?
No. Yeah, like a
No,
brother
it doesn't.
sister are
No, it
related,
doesn't. No, it
so
doesn't.
they
There's
have a
a lot of
relationship.
brothers and sisters who don't have relationships. There's a lot of sons and daughters don't have relationships with their parents. Relation does not equal relationship.
That's fair, but I was just defining your term. But I get what you mean. I get that technicality. That's fair. Um, so in the sense of relationship, we have to, or I ain't gonna say we, but I understand it as God created man from the dust of the ground. He breathed breath into his nostrils, right? Called him Adam. Okay, so there in the sense that I believe Adam is now a consider a son of God, creating a not only quote unquote relative, but creating a relationship with Adam.
So
Fast
their
forward,
relationship was only through that connection. Like they didn't actually have a functioning relationship, is what you're saying?
I can't say they did or didn't. Honestly, you have to think about it. The Bible does not go in depth of the
Okay.
relationship. You are honestly have to add context clues or
Okay. Okay. So the
yeah.
spirit, like if y'all, it's kind of funny when y'all say the Bible doesn't say, but the Bible doesn't say anything about the spiritual death either. But it's something that you are willing to, you know, explain. But when you say the relationship, I mean the spiritual connection or the spiritual life is the relationship. It's Adam being his son, basically,
Correct.
and that's it.
So on a in context clues, from what I read, or I'm assuming you read. I think your profile said you read or something or the prompt somewhere. I seen it say you're a reader of the Bible or you read the Bible. But from what I've read and interpreted and understood, so Adam is considered a son of God. Therefore, relationship is created. Now, how that relationship was broken is through disobedience.
Whose
The
phone
spirit.
is
Your
vibrating?
rose is going off, Brody.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that me? Sorry. My apologies. I think that was me. Um. So through the disobedience, that relationship was broken. Uh.
So he
And
was no longer his son after the disobedience. Adam was no longer the God's son.
not necessarily.
You said the
It just
relationship was broken, and you
right.
said the relationship was him being his son.
Son, right. So it was broken, which is why we now have moved forward into, hey, they have to do sacrifices, and if you want to fast forward even more,
Hold on. You're
yeah,
going too.
right, exactly,
No,
and that's
you're going
all.
too far. You're going too far in advance. I still don't quite understand this relationship thing, because you're saying that spiritual life is a connection to the God, which
Hmm.
gave Adam relationship to the God, which meant Adam was the God's son. Then they spiritually died. They were
Hmm.
spiritually disconnected from the God. The relationship was lost. The only thing I know about this relationship is that it made Adam a son of the God. So if the relationship was lost, then logically Adam would be no longer the son of the God. That's the only thing for the to be lost. I don't hear anything else about this relationship that Adam lost.
And so the spiritual aspect is that because God is a spirit, God is nor human, etc. So it is automatically a spiritual connection, right? I don't know if you would agree with this, but you can only have a spiritual connection or with. You
I
can only
got
have
it.
a
I got the spiritual connection. I'm
okay.
trying to
Sorry.
understand the relationship that this spiritual connection gave Adam. And you are saying that the relationship afforded him to be the son of the God, right? Then
Correct.
Adam died spiritually and he lost the relationship. Logically, the only thing he should have lost is being the son of the God because that's the only thing he gained by the relationship.
Okay. Are you saying he lost more, or you
No,
just
I'm just going by
okay?
I'm just going by what you're saying. Like
Gotcha.
the
Okay.
only and when I said is that all he lost, you said no. So it,
Yeah.
okay, so Adam was no longer the son of this God once he sinned.
Not. Yeah. So I yes, he was no longer the son of God in the sense that he the way he separated himself through disobedience.
Okay,
He lost a relationship. He lost the ability, obviously, to continue to live in the Garden of Eden for one reason or another. There were other curses that came with it and things of that nature. So the relationship was the most important piece, though. But there were, based on all the curses that you can read in Genesis 3, I think Genesis 3, it says other things that were quote unquote gained or technically lost.
guys, there is a group of uh, accounts that have come in here to spam the accounts with caps and spam God is good. I've muted some of them, but I can't really pay attention like that. So if y'all can, they're trying to spam the chat. So if y'all could just like as soon as you see them, mute them for the entire line. Like don't block because I don't want to reach the 10,000 blocks, but just mute them the entire live. Thank you. Um. Oh, Lala, you unmuted one.
No, I
Oh,
muted
you
him
muted them
back
back.
up.
Okay. Okay. All right. Um. Okay. So I think I understand what you're saying. So Adam was no longer the son of this God.
Mhm.
Eve was no longer the daughter of this God.
Fair, yes.
They now had the ability to decide good and evil for themselves. They were no longer getting it the definition of what's good from the God, and then they were now corrupted in flesh with sin being inerrant in humans, right?
Mhm. Correct.
But they could still talk and see the God outside of the garden, and and be blessed by Him and all of that. They didn't lose any of that privilege.
Right. And
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know if you use the definition see as physically see.
Yeah.
Uh, so for my beliefs, no, they were no longer able to see him. But yes, speak to him, pray to him, hear from him, whether through his response or through the response of an angel. But I don't want to. I don't want to digress. I just wanted to touch on that point.
So Cain has a conversation
Hmm.
with your God after he kills Abel.
Hmm.
Is he talking to himself in his head, or is he like hearing a voice and not seeing a God? Or could Cain and Abel see the God physically, but Adam and Eve could not because Adam and Eve were spiritually dead?
No, I don't. I don't think Cain saw him with his physical eyes. I believe there was just a conversation, and if you want to be honest about it, it will almost be like if we were to zoom in on that point. From my belief now, if you were to zoom in on that point and you seen him having this conversation, we would probably possibly call him crazy or like who's he talking to or something like that. I don't think there was a physical being present while he was having this conversation. And nor can I
Hold on real
say,
quick. Was there a physical being present when Adam and Eve was having the conversation and getting cursed?
I would say not a physical presence. No, it was when it says what was it, Genesis 2, I think it says
Where it says they
that
heard his footsteps?
Yeah,
in the garden?
God called to Adam or something like that. I
Yeah,
don't
it says
believe
they heard his footsteps in the garden.
which one, which where we at, chapter, is that chapter 3?
Chapter 3. Yeah, they after they had eaten from the tree, they heard the gods walking in the
Walking.
garden.
Yes.
Yeah, they heard. So did they hear like physical footsteps or
I would say he made the sound of footsteps. Like I said, it is hard to explain faith logically at times, right? So I believe that what God did was give the sound of footsteps, because they obviously knew what footsteps sounded like, right? But he
wait,
gave
so
the
he's
sound.
pretending that he's walking in the garden?
Pretending is crazy. No,
Well, it
ma'am.
says they heard the sound of the Lord God walking in the
Right.
garden. Did they
So
did they hear him actually walking, or did he just send a fake sound of him walking?
I wouldn't say send a fake sound, but I would say he sent a sound of footsteps. Right.
Was the footsteps his steps or not?
No, so it was there were no physical steps made at all. And so
So
you have
they
to
were
understand.
fake footsteps.
We'll say that. I'll
I hate
entertain.
when y'all do that. Why are you saying we'll say that if they're not his
because
footsteps? If they're not
because
his hold on. If they're
okay,
not his real footsteps
right.
and they're not fake footsteps, what
Mhm.
kind of footsteps are they?
Right. So you have to understand from the perspective that I believe, which is not that's not what it is. So that's why I'm trying to,
Well, what
how I
is it?
believe
Don't tell me
it
what it's
is.
not. What
Right.
is it?
God made the sounds of footsteps
With his mouth
in
or
the
something?
garden. No, it's just the ability that he has to be able to
But
do things, right?
so which means that they were not his footsteps.
They were just sounds of footsteps.
So there were fake footsteps.
I'll say fake
Like, what's your
footsteps.
issue with them being called fake footsteps?
Because it's not necessarily that they were fake footsteps. It was the sound of footsteps. Like I
It
don't
was
want
it
you.
was like if I were to play footsteps right now, are
Right,
these like am I really walking?
right, exactly. And so, but it's saying if
Are they my
That's for
real
you to
footsteps that you
answer.
hear, or are they fake footsteps?
they are not authentic footsteps.
What?
Are they
However,
are they real or are they fake? One or the
they
other.
weren't made by a physical person. The footsteps are not made. It was a sound of footsteps.
Okay,
What
well,
is this issue? What is
only physical things can make physical footsteps or footsteps noise. So,
Also, I don't disagree with you, but I'd have to disagree because we are talking about God
uh,
making the sound of footsteps, right? And
don't
that's what I'm
disagree,
saying.
but
Like
you have to
we
disagree.
don't even. I'm sorry. What you say? Also,
You said you don't disagree, but you have to disagree with me.
I have to disagree because God has the ability to make the sound of footsteps without actual feet or
Would they
physically
be
stepping on
authentic
the ground.
footsteps though?
I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. I was
Would they be authentic footsteps?
not from a physical sense. And I know I'm not. I guess it's just the terminology. It's not necessarily that you're wrong, thinker. It's just the terminology fake, and this is like
what
I,
is
I
the issue with the word fake?
because it's a because they really heard the footsteps. They just weren't physical feet making the steps.
They
That's
were
all.
fake. They were fake footsteps of your God. They didn't actually hear your God walking. Is what you're saying.
No, see, that's not what I'm saying. They
Did they
heard the
actually hear your God walking in the garden?
yes, but he was not physically walking in the garden, is what I'm telling
Then they didn't hear him walking.
you. So logically, uh, you you want me to explain a spiritual being's movement logically, and I cannot.
You're the one adding a spiritual twist on this. It says they heard the sound of the Lord God walking in the garden at the
Mhm.
time of the evening breeze, and the
Right.
man and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God among the trees of the garden. But the Lord God called to the man and said to him, "Where are you?" He said, "I heard the sound of you in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked and I hid myself. He said, who told you you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree of which I commanded you not to eat? Like, I don't understand why you are asserting that these footsteps came from like he projected these footsteps from somewhere that were not actually him. And then you want me to believe that they're not fake footsteps.
I don't want you to believe that.
That's what you're saying.
I'm telling you what I believe though, but I'm not saying it to make you believe it. I'm just
No,
explaining.
I'm not saying that you're trying to convert me.
Okay.
You're saying that these were not fake footsteps, that he kind of just like projected the footsteps from across the room and to give Adam and Eve the impression that he's actually walking in this garden when he's not.
Gotcha.
That
So
sounds like something a trickster would do. Like, what would be the purpose of him tricking them?
it's not that he was tricking them. It was so. Like I said, I have to believe that no man can lay their physical eyes on God. Right.
But you said that they could prior to this fall.
No. I said you made that statement, and I didn't agree with that statement. That's why I said, did you say see? And I
So
was
when
like,
he
no.
brought the woman to Adam, did he project like a hand? Like, how did he bring the woman or the animals to Adam
Right. And
if Adam
so
didn't see him? I'm confused.
it's see, and I don't like to get off on this because our beliefs are not the same. So
I
what
don't
makes
have a belief in this. I'm
but
trying
that's
to
what I'm but
understand
that's
the concept.
right. So all I'm trying to explain is, like, if I said, man, God put this person in front of me, it was such a blessing, right? If I made that statement, people that believe like me would say, oh, I understand. But to
Wait,
explain
hold
it
on. So wait, did he put Adam to sleep physically or spiritually?
physically, come
Physically.
on.
So he physically came down, put Adam to sleep, did surgery on Adam, physically went off, created Eve from that rib, and then physically brought Eve back to Adam. Are you there?
I'm sorry, I did not hear your last statement. My phone cut. I apologize.
So he physically put Adam to sleep,
Yes, that I
physically
believe.
did surgery on Adam,
Yes,
physically went
but
off
you're
and made Eve out of Adam's rib, physically brought Eve back to Adam.
yes, they were in the physical. He wasn't.
Hold on. A spirit did something physical.
Is it? Absolutely. See, so
How can a spirit do anything physical?
I knew that question was coming. I cannot give you logical for where faith is involved.
Hold on. Tell in today's time, how does your spiritual God do things in the physical?
Okay, so it's almost let me think. It's like a person being healed without with a person speaking a
No, no,
word.
no. Something like what with Adam and Eve, like creating something, like bringing another human to another human, like this. Like how does a spirit do something in the physical, like
Just
surgery? How can a spirit perform physical surgery today?
just as we would. But is
How?
it? But are you saying they wouldn't have to use necessarily physical too? I cannot give you.
No, you're saying your God did physical surgery on Adam, but your God was in the spirit. Adam was in the physical, your God was in the spirit.
Yes.
How? In today's world, how does your God and the Spirit do physical surgery on physical humans today?
He doesn't have to. There's no
How
need.
would he?
In the same way that we would, in a sense. And well,
We
he
are
wouldn't
not
need, but
spirits,
he
so it
wouldn't
can't
need
be the
tools
same way
though.
we would.
But he wouldn't need tools though.
How
So
how would he? If he you are saying
I hear what I'm
this is
saying.
this is
I'm just
you are hold on, listen, you are saying this spirit did surgery on a physical body. Wow, in the physical realm.
yes. It it wouldn't be in the. It would be the same as far as the incision, etc. But it would not be the same in the sense that he would need tools.
I didn't say anything about tools. I'm
I
still trying
know
to
Why would
figure
he
out
need
because you said today. Because you
how he
said
would
today.
even open the body in the physical realm, take the rib out, create Eve. Like literally, was Eve still a zombie when he brought Eve to Adam? Had he not
No,
like unstitched her lips yet on her eyes?
no, and that's why
Her lips and her eyes were still stitched.
the only thing I can tell you, thinker, is I cannot explain to you logically what I believe by faith. You like that, like that's where our disconnect will always be with this conversation. Always, I cannot explain to you what I believe in faith logically. All like there's a point in the Bible where I can explain things to you logically, but then when that logic runs out, that's where my faith kicks in. However,
So where illogicalness is, that's where faith is required.
I don't like that, but I'll allow.
Wait,
I'll
if
allow.
logic isn't there, it's illogical.
Not necessarily. It's
Where
almost like
if
saying
logic is not there,
it's
then
almost like saying
is it logical? If I'm trying to understand how it has no logic, but
give me
still
a.
there's logic.
It's almost like saying common sense is common, and we know that some things that are common to some are
That's
not.
not the same thing.
It's logic.
That's not the same
Logic
thing.
is deduction, right? So just because,
No.
go ahead. Go.
Either something is logical or it is illogical. There is no in between.
So where logic runs out, that is where my faith kicks in.
Where it is illogical,
There.
there is faith.
Yes.
Oh, that's what I said.
I
That's what I said.
I'm okay. I
I
know that's what
understand that you don't like these terms, but these are the correct terms.
that's fair.
Where you are saying where there is no logic, that's where I have faith.
Right.
Where it is illogical,
Logical. That is where faith. Yes.
that's where I have faith.
Yes.
And so basically your faith with the spiritual death and original sin concept is built upon the suspension of logic, the suspension of verifiable evidence, and faith.
That was a question.
No, that's me reiterating what you just said.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. So because I can tell you for me, if someone came to me and said, "Hey, you need Jesus," and I say, "Why?" and they say, "Because you inherited the original sin from the original humans." And I say, "What do you mean I inherited sin? Like, how do you inherit sin?" Well, the original humans were connected to God spiritually, and then they spiritually died. And then when they spiritually died, they lost relationship with God. And I can't explain to you why you are born wretched. I can't explain to you why you have a dead spirit. And it is illogical, but you just need faith. I'm going to say fairy tales.
I don't disagree with that, but that's not. I don't know. That's not my approach. But I guess because it's not my approach, so I guess that's why I'm like, I hear what you're saying though, and that is that. I will say that is how most preachers, or that's how most people teach,
Regardless
right?
if that's your approach or not, that is the story.
Yeah.
You need Jesus because of the original sin. Jesus died. You need to repent. You need to accept his gift, or are you going to miss out on heaven or go to hell or separation from God for eternity? That's the story.
Right. It's all about the afterlife. Absolutely.
I mean,
I
the
don't,
way
go ahead, Fee.
I was just going to say, the way an illogical story is presented doesn't change the fact that it's illogical. Like that doesn't make any difference whether you're
Yeah.
forcing it down someone's throat or
Right. Oh
presenting
yeah.
it as an option. It doesn't make any sense. And I think that it's not outside the realm of rationality for us to question these things. And when you say like where logic runs out, that's where faith kicks in. That could be used for any belief. That doesn't make it true.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not here to. I'm just answering a question. I honestly came up for the prompt, but Thinker took it to another direction, which is fine, which is absolutely fine. All I'm all I'm saying is, as right as you are to use your logic in all things, is right as I am to use my logic and then faith when it's required. And
You aren't using logic. You're not.
why
You're
am I?
There is no logic in anything that you're saying. It's illogical plus faith.
And not only that, it's not even in the book. Like, so it's almost like a compounded layer of illogical belief system, because there's nothing in that book that talks about a spiritual death. There's nothing in that book that talks about God doing spiritual but physical surgery on Adam. All of these things are just belief systems that have been handed to you. So no, you can't use logic and put logic down at the same time. That's a contradiction.
Okay.
And then saying that that's a subjective opinion, stop using words you don't understand. Because there's no way in hell, not you, JJ, there's no way in hell you are calling this a subjective opinion when we just went through the process of logic with him. And he himself said, where logic runs out, there comes my faith.
And it's,
Were you talking to me?
no, it was somebody in the comments who
Oh, okay.
clearly doesn't know what subjective means, because if you're calling something an opinion, by definition, it is subjective because it's being processed through a mind.
But may I respond to your prompt though? Thinker, is that allowed?
No, the prompt was for those that are deconstructing or those that do not subscribe
Oh, okay,
to
okay,
the
okay.
original death,
Gotcha.
fall of man. Yeah. Yeah, but that's all I wanted to try to understand, and it just sounds like to me that concept with everybody that I've talked to is illogical, and there's no need for me to believe that I'm born in sin.
I
It's
I
the
I, I agree.
it's the there, and there's no need for me to believe that I need your Jesus.
Right. Absolutely. I mean, the only way we'll know is at the end, right? Like doing this life, living this lifestyle. If you want to be honest about it, no one needs religion. No one needs a God. No one
I
needs
didn't
a
say anything
savior.
about religion. I said I don't need your Jesus. I don't need
No,
his salvation. I don't need his blood. Like
I know you did.
I don't see any evidence, right, that this Jesus's blood does anything. Like you all still sin even with this blood, even with this faith.
Don't say
You
y'all.
are
Don't say
still
y'all.
sinners.
Don't
Are
say
you
y'all.
sin free?
That's the life I live.
So you are sinless like Jesus?
After. Yes.
Yeah, like today.
Yes. Yes. After I,
Um,
after I gave my life to Christ. Yes.
So
So
you
I
don't
thought,
sin.
right.
Nope. Who thought?
Wow, what a testimony.
Exactly. Like there are a lot of Christians who would say that that's not true because the Bible says that only Jesus could be sin free.
Yeah, yeah. In his entire life. I didn't say my entire life. I said after.
Nope.
After.
It says
After.
nope. It says period that only Jesus can live a sin free life, and
Right.
that right, and that because you are in the flesh and you war with the flesh every day, you will always be considered a sinner. That's what
Whoa, whoa. Well,
Christians.
I don't want to
Yeah.
preach on your live, so that'd be disrespectful of me. But yet,
No,
okay.
what I said was there are Christians who would disagree with you
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I heard that
because
part.
the Bible says that you are in the flesh. And while you are in the flesh, you war with sin because your flesh is inherently sinful. But you are claiming that you have reached perfection.
No, no, I didn't say
That's
that.
what you're saying. Sinless is perfection.
Negative, negative. Perfection is maturity in all areas of your life. There's always room for growth. There's always
I'm
something
talking
to.
about with sin. You
Yeah,
are claiming to have reached perfection.
I'll say yes for sake of argument.
But
Yeah,
how
so
can there but how can there be room for improvement if you're already at perfection? How can there be room for growth if you've already reached perfection?
And that's what I would have explained. But she said in
for
the aspect of
sin,
right,
I said for
right,
sin.
right,
Well,
right.
there's
Yeah, so
perfect and
you've
there's
reached
perfect
perfection, so
perfection.
you will never sin again. There's no possible way of you ever backsliding. Like you've reached perfection when it comes to sin.
Yes.
And
In
finally, a
for sake
true
of
Christian.
argument.
In what?
Except for the sake of argument.
No, I
Yeah.
don't like that shit for the sake of argument. You are
Because
claiming to be a
Mm.
sin. You are claiming to be sin free, right? I asked, so there's no opportunity for you to sin again. Like you are not going to
there's always
sin
opportunity.
again. You
There's
said
always
you said yes. When I said so,
yeah.
you'll never sin again. You said
Listen,
yes.
yeah, thinker, listen to your terminology though. You said opportunity. There's always temptation. There's
No,
always
I
opportunity.
just said opportunity just now.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
that's what I was responding to. And I was saying there's
No,
always opportunity.
earlier when I asked, so you will
And
never sin again.
I said no, I won't. And
Right. I said that's what you said. So you
right.
saying that you will never sin again
That's what I'm
means
saying.
that you already know that there is no opportunity where you will sin again, that you have reached perfection.
Right. So the opportunity will be there, but I won't choose the sin.
That's what I'm saying. So you will
Okay. Yeah.
never sin again.
Absolutely not.
Right. So you have reached perfection.
In
Oh
a
wow.
aspect of sin, and I think it was that Lala that who I'm not sure who commented said if there's
That
room for
was
growth.
me. I was just repeating what you said. That was me, Fee.
Oh, okay, Fee. Oh, how you doing, Fee?
Hey, JJ.
Um,
Hi, how you doing? Oh, so silly. So, JJ, do you pray? I'm sorry, JL, do you pray?
I do.
Do you pray for forgiveness?
No, not in the sense that I've done something. I pray in the sense that so there's two types of prayer I do. I do
Forgiveness of
prayer.
others.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that? Also,
Forgiveness of others. That's what you do.
I couldn't. Let me turn my phone up.
Forgiveness of others.
I mean, there's an aspect of forgiveness in the Lord's Prayer. If being sinful wasn't a part of being Christian, then why include that part in the Lord's Prayer to ask for forgiveness?
Because there are Christians that need it. Yes, it is. I mean, if I don't need to, if I don't have a problem or a struggle with whatever, then that part of the Bible, it's not that I don't read it or I can't preach it or I don't apply it, but it's not a struggle that I have. And I don't, like I said, I don't want to dive too deep into this because I don't want to act like I don't want to sound like I'm preaching on Thinkers Live, right? I don't, but there's two
Answer
types.
this question.
Yeah.
What sins are you saying that you've not committed, that you know you will never ever like are you only going by like the Ten Commandments? Like what law is it that you're saying that you would never break?
No, no, it's not the Ten Commandments. So
What
I
is it?
it is you okay? Well, let's do the general, right? Though the sin is those things that not just go against God, but also those things that go against my neighbor, right? So let's just sum it up into that. And so there is nothing I do that uh convicts my holy temple, nor is it that something I do against a brother or sister or my neighbor, nor is there something that I do against God that is sinful.
Like what are the sins that you would do against them?
I mean, hate, by Jesus' definition, hate,
Which is
uh,
what?
which is what, which
What
is
is
the
Jesus'
definition.
definition of hate? He literally says
So
you must hate your brother, your sister to be his disciple. So what's
I
his
like
definition of
that.
hate?
Ooh, I like that pool. That's a good one, thinker. That's a good one. So he said he is speak in that context. Oh God, I don't want
He's
think I
talking about
don't
loving them less. What is Jesus' definition of hating your brother or sister? That's a sin.
in context of that scripture, he was speaking about when the gospel, right? He was talking
No, he
about.
wasn't.
We
He
can
was
go to
talking
it.
about being his disciple. He's talking about loving your family members less and loving him more. In context, what is his definition of hating your brother and sister that's sinful?
Those that are non-believers in a sense, right? Right.
You have physical brothers and sisters. Like, why do you go to non-believers? What is hating your brother or your sister that would be sinful? What is the act that you would do that would be sinful?
Um, to strike them, to harm them, or bring harm up them, or wish harm upon them, um, to not love them, show compassion, show grace, give mercy, um, et cetera, et cetera. Like anything that can negatively uh, be done to that person or persons.
And that would be a sin if you were to do that.
Yes,
Okay. And so you've never offended another human?
offense comes from within.
Have you
It
ever offended another human? Have another human said to you, hey, you hurt my feelings or you offended me?
absolutely,
I'm talking about after you gave your life to Christ and you became sin free.
absolutely, I did
So how is that not a sin?
because my intent was not offensive. See,
Does
offense
it
comes
matter
from
what your intent was if you actually
yeah.
offended?
That's why conversations happen, right? They come to me,
But
hey,
you still offended. You still did the thing.
yes, but not intention. Like it wasn't my. I
It
made a
was an
statement.
unintentional sin. You do realize that the sacrifices were for unintentional sins, and intentional sins was death. So you unintentionally caused harm to another human.
Negative.
That's what do you mean negative? That's literally what the
He
Bible
said,
says.
yeah, but you
Unintentional
said
sins were for the
it,
sacrifices.
so offense is harmful.
Yes, if you offend somebody, you cause them harm, whether it be mental, emotional, spiritual. How y'all say?
Okay, but yeah, I've offended. Of course, the gospel is offensive one. But yeah, I mean, I don't.
How is the gospel offensive?
People aren't going to like it. People aren't going to like to be told, that they're sinners, that they need Jesus. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to go too deep, but
So hold on. But this is why I'm asking you
yeah,
what the actions are, right? That makes you sin free,
yeah,
right? Because I'm not out here striking people.
me either.
I'm not out here hating people because they're different.
Right.
So I'm not a sinner.
So let think. If you go, just bear with me for a second. Let's go back about 3 minutes of the conversation or so when I said And I added to what you said because you said you didn't say religion. You didn't. People don't need a God, don't need religion, don't need Jesus, don't need people on this living this life. People can choose to be good. People can choose, but that's not what it's about. It is as much as it is about this life, like it's more about the afterlife.
Like, I don't
Because
want eternal life with your God. I think your God is
exactly,
a
but
monster.
that's exactly, but I'm saying like that's I
But
agree.
we're talking about you calling
Yeah,
people sinners and telling people that they need your God. You said the gospel is offensive.
absolutely.
And you said that the reason the gospel is offensive because people don't like being called sinners and being told
No,
they need Jesus. Do you remember saying that?
the gospel, yeah, the gospel gonna turn the is gonna turn the mirror to you.
Hold on.
Yeah.
But it's turning a mirror to you right now. Because do you realize that you are saying that the reason you are not a sinner is because you're not out here striking people
I
and
mean, yeah,
intentionally?
whatever
No, so
commandments
hold
you want
on,
to use.
hold on,
Yeah.
stop cutting me off.
My apologies. You're right.
Do you realize that the reason why you are calling yourself sinless is because you are not out here intentionally striking people, being offensive to people, hating people, I think you said discriminating or whatever. Like, you're not intentionally doing those things, so you see yourself as sin free. I'm not doing those things. I don't need your Jesus. But you feel that I need to be worried about my life after death and that I should want, right, to go to heaven or eternal life with your God or not go to hell. Because regardless, if you and I are living the same exact life, if I don't just accept your Jesus illogically, then your Jesus is going to send me to hell and burn.
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
That's my belief. Yes.
That's a waste. One, because that's your faith. You have
Right.
no proof whatsoever that a hell even exists. And
Exactly. Don't
you
know if
you
heaven exists
cannot
either.
logically even explain why I should accept that I even sinned in the first place, why I should accept your Jesus' sacrifice, and why I should give a damn about a deity that you say can throw his feet and give spiritual surgery in the physical realm without any proof.
Throw
To
his
me,
feet
this
is
sounds like,
wild.
man, it's so crazy. To me, this sounds like a kid who made up a story, right? And you're trying to convince me. Like, it doesn't make sense. And if this God did exist, for real, I don't
Hmm.
like the stories written about the God. I don't like the way the God thinks,
Hmm.
right? I don't like the God's ideologies. I don't want to spend eternal life with this God. And if I die and somehow my invisible soul or my already dead spirit has to go to a lake of physical fire, oh the fuck well, what am I going to do about it then?
Right. No, that's true. That's absolutely true. But I mean, that's
Like, you do realize
that's
that
your
you
desire.
telling me it's you telling me that I need to be concerned with a afterlife where my immaterial soul will burn in physical fire is about as illogical as you telling me that an immaterial spirit did surgery on a physical body and then brought that physical body to another physical body, all while never being seen.
Absolutely. It sounds illogical. Doesn't make sense to some. And that's fine though. If it makes sense to me.
The fact that you are saying it's the fear of you burning in immaterial fire after death, or the promise or the hope of you living in a immaterial mansion after death, that you are willing to believe in illogicalness, that you are willing to believe a lie, right? You are willing to believe a story that someone tells you without evidence. You see no evidence of this Jesus doing anything here in the physical realm, right? and you're like, oh well, that's what it is.
And I would kind of push back a little bit, JL, on the concept that it makes sense to you. Because things that make sense to us, we can explain. Like the things that, what do you do for a living? If you, and you don't have to go into great detail, just kind of high level overview.
I just work in communication.
Okay, so whatever it is that is required for your job, it may take you a while to explain the various facets of it to a person that's not in your industry, but because you understand it, you would be able to explain it. We're asking you questions about these spiritual stomping that the God did in the Bible, the spiritual surgery that didn't require anesthesia, like all of these holes, these gaping holes that are in this story that usually is filled in with faith or, I said this the other day, some theological backfill to kind of maybe smooth the story out a little bit, but it doesn't really do that. So when you say that it doesn't make sense or it sounds illogical, but it makes sense to you, if a thing makes sense, you're able to explain it, at least to a fifth grader, to a person who, can converse with you on somewhat of an even level. You've accepted it. That doesn't necessarily mean you understand it, because if you understood it, you'd be able to explain it. You've accepted it as how you want to live your life or what works for you in terms of guiding the decisions that you make in your life. But I don't think that that's understanding. People accept shit all the time without understanding it.
King D, you worried about what the fuck I do and what the fuck I decide for myself is what the reason why I say you all need other people to buy into this damn story. Like, I don't know why the fuck you think you can tell me what to do. You have never heard me say you should not believe this illogical shit. If you want to believe illogical shit for yourself, by all means, believe illogical shit for yourself. But the fact that you are in your fucking feelings because I said I don't accept illogicalness for myself tells me that you need other people to buy into your illogicalness. I curse because I fucking want to curse, King D, and you're not going to do anything about it. You just type it away in the comments, wasting your fucking energy.
But may I think? Are you good?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm
But yeah.
always good.
Fee, we've had this conversation before, Fee, and I don't disagree with what you're saying. By definition, right? Yes, if you're doing something, if you accept something, or not just accept, but if you say you understand something, then you should be able to explain that which you understand. And it goes back to my statement. I do explain logically, but when you ask questions that require faith, I cannot always explain that logically.
You haven't explained anything logically. You
But you
do
haven't
realize
asked
that
me. You've asked
there are
me
rules to
spiritual.
logic.
You've asked me spiritual or faith
There are
questions.
rules. So you haven't explained anything logically.
You've only asked me about God doing this.
So
God,
you haven't explained anything logically.
right?
What I asked you about is the original sin, spiritual death doctrine, and you have not explained that logically. That's how we got to it being illogical. You've also explained the accepting of your Jesus's blood and what it does, and the fact that believing that you are a sinner, being sin free, that matching the life of somebody who does not believe, and your Jesus sending them to hell for just not believing illogical shit. You have not explained anything logically.
Okay. Well, I apologize for wasting your time.
I didn't say you wasted my time. Why did you jump to that?
Oh, because you were looking for logical responses that I obviously have not given.
I didn't tell you I was looking for a logical response. I said you haven't explained it logically.
Okay. So, original question was explain what Adam lost logically,
Did
right?
not say that. I did not say that. I did not use those words at all.
My apologies. I'll let you re-ask.
I'm not going to re-ask. We've already had the conversation. What would be the point of me re-asking? You've already said, you made the statement. Like literally when you made this statement, it was a conversation killer. You said where logic ends, my faith begins. And I said, so where there is no logic, it's just faith, right? So that told
Right.
me if I were to move forward in the conversation regarding Cain and Abel and blah, 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 all I'm going to keep getting is this illogical, right? Explanations, like your God through his voice and his feet in the garden. It wasn't a trick, but it was actually his feet, but it wasn't his feet. They saw him, but they didn't see him. He did physical surgery, but he didn't do physical surgery. He physically brought them to him, but he didn't physically bring them to him. Like that. That's a waste of a conversation. Like there's no point in going forward. You've already told me what it is.
Yeah.
It's just faith. There is no logic. It's just faith. And
Yeah.
so I said, okay, based off of that, if someone came to me and said, you need to accept that you are a sinner, Jesus did this, blah, blah, blah. And I'm going to say, that's illogical, right? That sounds illogical. Like there's no reason for me to believe that. And if you live the same type of life I live, right? I have no desire to live forever, right? I have no reason to believe that my immaterial soul is going to burn in physical fire for all of eternity. I'm just like, okay, deuces, I'm good.
Yeah.
If you want to believe that for yourself, that's you. And I don't.
I, I mean, we're in agreement to that degree, to that aspect. You know, I don't know what your beliefs are, and I'm not asking you. I'm just like, yeah, whatever you do believe or whatever your stance is, that is okay with me, just as well as you're okay with me believing illogical.
But why are you saying that right now?
I'm just. I don't know where else you want the conversation to go.
There
Like
is
that.
nowhere else for it to go.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, I appreciate you for inviting me up, though. I do. I did think I was gonna get to address the prompt, so that was my main reason for joining. But I do
But you've
appreciate that.
already kind of addressed that prompt. You literally said there is no impact of your Jesus, right? Outside of afterlife. You've already addressed the prompt.
So, yes, and no. The so Jesus brings about hope, right? In a sense, right? Or
No, for
that's
you he does because you hope in illogical stuff. He doesn't bring about hope for me.
fair, absolutely fair. But that's why I somewhat agree with your prompt to the aspect